Clearly, a prodigious talent for napping during the midday respite. Please do not hesitate to show your support for the Mirror and the program through likes, subscriptions, shares, and donations. The dantian serves as the most significant stumbling block in a dancer's journey of cultivation. Only by abolishing the dantian can one usher in a transformative rebirth. However, prior to this, I cannot divulge any information to anyone. For as long as the heavenly Tao discerns my defiance against its ordained path, it shall unleash the wrath of thunder, and I may even meet my demise by its lightning strike. Throughout this year, I have never disclosed the reasons behind my family's ostracism and the cold indifference I have endured. Today marks the final day of the year, yet an unforeseen event has transpired. Within the assembly hall of the Chu clan, seated in the prominent position was the patriarch, Chu Xianghai, clutching a single leaf of paper, his fingertips tinged with a pallid hue, his countenance shrouded in an ominous gloom. "Chu Chun," he intoned, "are you aware of what this old man holds in his grasp?" In an instant, the gaze of all the elders in the hall converged upon a young boy standing at the bottom of the chamber. The robust youth gently shook his head, uncertain. "Please, esteemed head of the family, do give it a try. Allow me to inform you that this is the letter of annulment sent by the Murong family." Upon hearing those three words, the hall erupted in chaos. What? The Murong family actually intends to annul the engagement? This is utterly outrageous. My Chu family has stood in Kanglin City for over a century. Isn't the Murong family's actions a blatant slap in the face to my Chu family? Some were filled with righteous indignation. Yet at that moment, others interjected, reminding us not to forget that the Murong family is, after all, the foremost clan in Kanglin City, while my Chu family merely holds a secondary status. It was precisely due to Chu Chen's remarkable talent that the Murong family initially agreed to this betrothal. However, now that Chu Chun has been rendered a cripple with a shattered dantian, what is so surprising about the Murong family seeking to annul the engagement? Upon hearing the term waste, the elders of the Changshu family cast yet another glance at the youth, all silently shaking their heads in disapproval. In the beginning, this youth was hailed as the foremost genius of Kanglin City. Otherwise, how could the Murong family have taken notice of him, seeking to recruit him for their rise to prominence? At this moment, Chu Xianghai fixed his gaze intently upon the young man, Chu Chen. The old man was deeply curious to know what thoughts occupied your mind at this very moment. In the early morning, Wen Yan's face resembled a crimson spring, exhibiting little fluctuation throughout. With a gentle voice, she remarked, "This betrothal was never my desire. Now that the Murong family wishes to annul the engagement, it is quite agreeable." "What is your attitude?" Chu Xiong was filled with rage. "Do you not realize that merely aligning with the Murong family would allow the Chu family to advance significantly in Kanglin City? Now, due to your lack of ambition, the Chu family has missed a golden opportunity. You are indeed the sinner of the Chu family." As soon as Chu Xianghai's words fell, the elder seated beside him immediately responded with a face full of derision, declaring, "Indeed, I have long perceived that this youth is akin to mud that cannot adhere to the wall. It is astonishing that such a worthless individual can occupy the esteemed position of the Chu Xiao family's young master." Chu Cheng furrowed his brows slightly. "Grand Elder, if my memory serves me correctly, it was you esteemed elders of the family who implored me to assume the position of the young master of the Chu clan, was it not?" Upon hearing the word implore, the Grand Elder's expression remained unchanged. Though he longed to retort, the truth of Chu Cheng's words was undeniable. The struggle for the mineral resources among the prominent families of Azure City is exceedingly fierce. However, the elders of these families refrain from intervening hastily. Once they enter the fray, it inevitably transforms into a familial conflict, destined to end in a river of blood and mutual destruction. Each family associated with the mine has established a rule. Only the younger generation from within the clan is permitted to compete for the ore veins. Under this premise, the more exceptional the younger generation within the family, the greater the likelihood of securing mineral resources in the external competitive arena. Since 3 years ago, when Chu Chen fought for the Chu family, he has secured countless resources and honors for them. It is also due to the acquisition of these martial resources that the influence of the Chu family gradually flourished. Even if the Grand Elder hold a low opinion of Chu Chun, it will be difficult for him to overtly deny these contributions. For the past 3 years, I have risked my life for the sake of my family. I have secured more than a dozen mining rights for the Chu family, both large and small. The sacrifices I have made, I believe the Grand Elder is well aware of. Is it truly the case that my previous efforts can be disregarded simply because I am unable to contribute to the Chu family at this moment? Is this what the Grand Elder intends? Presumptuous. At this moment, you dare to defy this elder? Do you believe you are still the Chuchin of yesteryears? Do not forget, you are merely a wild seed salvaged by the Chu family. Were it not for the Chu family, you would likely have long since met your demise as a captive. Upon hearing the words also and among, Chu Chen's fists clenched suddenly, and a ripple of emotion unconsciously stirred in his eyes. The Grand Elder let out a cold snort, turning his gaze towards Chu Xiong as he clasped his hands respectfully, addressing him, esteemed head of the family. Chu Chen's talents have unfortunately diminished. Following the annulment of his engagement with the Murong clan, our Chu family has become the subject of ridicule throughout the entirety of Kanglin City. I beseech you to consider the greater good and dismiss Chu Chun from his position as the young master. We must not allow compassion to cloud our judgment any further. Wen Yan of Chu Xiong nodded slightly. The Grand Elder's words were indeed reasonable. He then announced in a resounding voice, Chu Chung, your lack of ambition brings shame upon our esteemed family. Henceforth, by the decree of the family head, I hereby revoke your status as the young master. From this day forward, the Grand Elder's son, Chu Yu, shall assume the position of young master of the Chu Xiong family. Upon hearing this, the elder's face was instantly illuminated with joy. Thank you for your grace, esteemed head of the family. I shall henceforth diligently encourage all my descendants to pursue their studies with utmost dedication, bringing honor to the Chu family. At this moment, Chu Chen's expression darkened significantly. Master of the house, is this your decision? Chu Xiong merely chuckled softly, offering no response. Upon witnessing this, Chu Chun refrained from uttering another word. With a flick of his wrist, he cast forth a token symbolizing the identity of the young master, and then he turned on his heel and departed. After Chu Chen's departure, an elder of the Chu family shook his head and remarked, Patriarch, Chu Chen has indeed rendered great contributions to our family. Is it truly appropriate for us to act so decisively against him now? The cold gaze of the Chu Xiong Sea reveals its chilling nature. The head of the family has already made a resolute decision regarding this matter. There is no need for further discussion. After departing from the assembly hall, Chu Chun traversed the halls of the Chu family. In his former capacity as the young master of the Chu clan, he was met with unwavering respect from all within the family. Yet now, he was no longer that esteemed figure. Those who once fawned over him now seemed eager to distance themselves, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude, as they whispered and pointed behind his back. Chu Chun profoundly experienced the sentiment encapsulated in those few words, involuntarily emitting a bitter smile. Yet, in the aftermath of that bitter smile, his gaze grew resolutely unwavering for the first time. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Chun concealed all his emotions. After a moment, he retrieved from his bosom an ancient jade talisman, its form reminiscent of a flickering flame. Intricately engraved upon its surface were the words Eastern Sovereign's Two Sons. This precious jade was a cherished heirloom bequeathed to him by his biological mother. Yet within Chu Chen's heart, he could not, by any means, conjure the visage and demeanor of this woman. It is said that after his mother entrusted him to the Chu family, while still within the fortress walls, she departed in haste, never to be heard from again. Later, Chu Chun came to understand that this was a piece of ancestral jade. Such ancestral jade is exclusively possessed by exceedingly powerful supreme families, utilized for the inheritance of bloodlines or the settlement of debts to the divine palace. Such a thing could never originate from this Azure City, nor from the entirety of Yangzhou. This implies that Chu Chen's true lineage may very well stem from a prestigious family of paramount significance. Chu Chun had once harbored doubts regarding whether the two characters inscribed above, representing the Eastern Sovereign, truly constituted his surname. However, if his family indeed possessed such formidable power, how could his parents have had the heart to abandon him in this remote outpost of Kanglin City? Gazing at this ancient jade, Chu Chun was engulfed in profound bewilderment. Naturally, the tale of the jade's lineage was not imparted to him by anyone from the Chu family. Otherwise, given Chu Xianghai's character, Had he grasped the true value of this treasure, he would never have permitted it to remain in his custody until now. Retracting these thoughts, the dignified Pan Zirzu, holding the ancient jade of inheritance, gradually closed his eyes, entering a state of serene clarity shortly thereafter. A vast expanse of emptiness silently unfurled before Chu Chen's eyes. At that moment, it seemed as though he was enveloped in a harmonious embrace. Before him lay an infinitely magnificent starry sky, within which a grandiose palace floated majestically in midair. In the face of this profoundly awe-inspiring spectacle, Chu Chen was no longer as astonished as he had been during his first visit to this place. In fact, he felt a sense of familiarity. Gently pushing open the grand hall's doors, Chu Chen stepped inside. Here he was. At that moment, a melodious feminine voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Standing gracefully above, a woman of unparalleled beauty gazed down with a delicate smile directed at Chu Chen. Although Chu Chen had encountered this woman before, he still felt a subtle resonance within his heart. However, he quickly composed himself and inquired, "Senior Tian Nu, when shall I attain the supreme divine skill you have spoken of?" With a gentle lift of her hand, the woman in purple summoned a yew tower that soared into the grand hall. Beneath the yew tower, a tempest of sword energy erupted, seemingly capable of effortlessly cleaving through the very fabric of space. She then pointed with her delicate finger and commanded, "Enter." Chu Chen Zheng nodded solemnly, took a deep breath, and then resolutely set his gaze towards the eerie tower. As he stepped into the tempest of sword energy, his expression twisted into a grimace, and he let out a pained cry. The woman from the previous subgroup articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity. Her approach entails a fundamental reconstruction, yet to achieve such transformation, one must first embrace destruction. At this moment, as the myriad sword energies surged forth the instant Chu City entered the domain of the ethereal tower, they howled violently. Waves of intangible sword light pierced through the dantian of Chu City, inflicting agony. Each strike penetrated to the very marrow of one's bones. This serves as a testament to the rules. Each experience not only devastates your core, but also establishes a new order within you. The moment your core is utterly annihilated is precisely when a new foundation is born. And now is the pivotal moment. Do not surrender easily. I understand. With a fierce roar, Chu Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. In truth, there was no need for the celestial maiden to remind him, for this torment was something Chu Chen had to endure almost daily, and it had persisted for a year. A year ago, Chu Chen's spirit first awakened the domain of the divine. In the midst of the astonishment upon first encountering the celestial maiden, this enigmatic woman conveyed to him the following: "The cultivation methods prevalent in your world are exceedingly antiquated. I possess a technique that will enable your progress in cultivation to accelerate at an extraordinary pace. However, this method necessitates the relinquishment of your dantian to reconstruct your foundation. During this period, your cultivation will experience a significant decline. Are you willing to proceed?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen exhibited no hesitation and resolutely opted for this method. This implies that a year ago, Chu Chen's cultivation had not truly regressed. Rather, the fragmentation of his dantian was not the result of a peculiar ailment, but rather a deliberate choice he made. In Chu Chen's perspective, a year of enduring tribulations was inconsequential. Once this period of tempering had passed, it would mark the moment when he truly emerged, showcasing his brilliance like a phoenix rising from the depths. 2 hours later, the dantian within Chu Chen shattered further, and the already scant cultivation diminished even more. Yet, Chu Chen felt no despair. He understood that this state brought him a step closer to his goal. However, this method was excruciatingly painful, exerting a tremendous toll on his spirit. Once he sensed he had reached the limits of his endurance, he decisively halted his cultivation for the day and withdrew his consciousness from the divine realm. Not long after, the door to Chu Chen's room was gently pushed open. Subsequently, a youthful and radiant young lady entered, carrying a stone box. "Young master, it is time for your meal." Upon encountering the young maiden, Chu Chen shook her head and said, "Xiao Yao, I am no longer the heir of the Chu family. Henceforth, you need not serve me any longer." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao shook her head vigorously, while placing the food on the table. From a young age, I had been by the young master's side, serving him. I remember that during those times, whenever the young master returned from the outside world, he would bear heavy wounds. It was always Xiao Yao who tended to the young master's injuries, and thus she was acutely aware of the sacrifices he made for the Chu family. Among the entire Chu household, the young master was the person Xiao Yao admired the most. Therefore, regardless of the young master's current circumstances, Xiao Yao was resolutely willing to serve him for eternity. Upon witnessing the resolute expression on the young girl's face, Chu Chun could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, an involuntary warmth surged within him. Since a year ago, he had only felt the chilling winds of adversity within the Chu family. It was only this girl before him who bestowed upon him the sole semblance of comfort. Placing the dishes upon the table, at that moment, Xiao Yao retrieved the relic from the stone box and presented it before Chu Chun with both hands. "Young master, this is for you." Upon lowering his gaze, Chu Chun discovered that it was, in fact, a spirit fruita, purple spirit fruit. Upon this realization, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Where did it come from? The worth of a single purple spirit fruit is 30 gold coins, whereas this young girl's monthly allowance amounts to a mere 10 gold coins. It must have been purchased with Xiao Yao's savings. The item is of no use to me, so I shall return it directly. I have heard from the family physician that the Xiling fruit possesses nourishing properties for the dantian. Since the young master's dantian has suffered damage, this might prove to be of some assistance. Observing the serious expression on the young girl's face, Chu Chun chuckled softly and shook his head, yet he could not bear to let her down. "Very well, I shall accept it, but do refrain from purchasing such gifts in the future." Xiao Yao nodded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes, though her mind remained a mystery. After dining with Chu Chun, she departed from his residence. Shortly thereafter, her silhouette appeared at a certain location, the Cloud Embroidery Workshop. This establishment was renowned for crafting garments from exquisite materials, catering to the affluent families within Kanglan City. Only those with exceptional skills were deemed worthy to serve as embroiderers here, and Xiao Yao had successfully passed the examination a month prior. She arrived at the workshop with ease, ready to commence her work. Before long, a middle-aged woman entered. "The Lord's Manor has issued a request. They require the swift crafting of 10 sets of garments within a month. The remuneration is 10 pounds of currency. Is there anyone willing to take on this task?" Upon hearing the words Lord's Manor, a hush fell over the gathering. The Lord's Manor held immense power within the city of Kanglan. Although the remuneration offered was generous, the standards were exceedingly high. Any garment that bore even the slightest flaw in its fabric would be returned. Consequently, those present appeared somewhat hesitant. However, at that moment, a girl's voice resolutely declared, "I shall take it." The middle-aged woman in traditional attire cast a subtle nod towards the young lady named Xiao Yao. "Though you have only been at the Cloud Embroidery Workshop for a month, your embroidery skills are remarkable and flawless. I entrust this task to you with complete confidence." She then turned her gaze towards the others present. "Is there anyone else who wishes to take on this task?" Just then, Xiao Yao, stood up and said, "May I take care of this order entirely?" The middle-aged woman gazed deeply at Xiao Yao and inquired, "Are you certain? If you cannot emerge from the stone-set city within a month, the Lord's mansion will surely. Rest assured, even if I were to forego both food and sleep, I shall undoubtedly complete this order on time." Little Yao assured with unwavering determination. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I entrust it all to you." At this moment, the surrounding matrons were buzzing with gossip about the young girl. Is this little one out of her mind? To craft 10 sets of garments in a month, does she not fear straining her eyes to blindness? I have heard that this girl was once the personal maid of the young master of the Chu family. While life in the Chu household may not have been one of opulence, it certainly surpassed the conditions of many ordinary young ladies. Yet now, it has come to my attention that the young master of the Chu family has been stripped of his title, and this girl has consequently fallen into such dire circumstances. It is indeed a pitiable tale. Regarding these discussions, at this moment, Xiao Yao seemed oblivious to them. Completing this order would yield a reward of 10 gold coins. Furthermore, I have 10 gold coins from the Chu family. In addition, by working 2 hours daily at the first tower, my young master could acquire a spirit fruit each month. In the corner, Xiao Yao counted on her fingers, a dreamy smile gracing her face. Over the course of the following month, her petite figure became enveloped in a flurry of activity. Nevertheless, each day at mealtime, she would still deliver meals to Chu-chun. During this period, Chu-chun also noticed that every time he encountered Xiao Yao, the young girl appeared particularly haggard. However, whenever Chu-chun inquired about her well-being, she would simply smile and shake her head. Chu-chun paid little attention to this, for he felt that his cultivation had reached a critical juncture during this period. On this day, Chu-chun stepped into the Yu Tower, and in that instant, a tempest of sword energy erupted violently. The ferocious sword energy beneath the Yu Tower surged through him, causing Chu-chun's eyes to widen in shock. The intense pain contorted his face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet he comprehended that it was imperative to persevere at this critical juncture, otherwise, all the efforts of the past year would be rendered futile. At long last, after the passage of 2 watch periods, a resounding roar emanated from within Chu-chun's body. His dantian had been utterly obliterated, yet from this destruction emerged a glorious rebirth. I have succeeded. This is the Sea of Qi. Beneath the depths of the inner chamber, I found that my lower abdomen's dantian had vanished, replaced instead by a vast sea of Qi. As this sea of Qi surged and flowed, an endless stream of celestial energy poured into me. If the spiritual energy previously supplied by the dantian resembled a mere trickling brook, then what I experienced now was akin to a roaring river, incomparable in magnitude. Overwhelmed with joy, Chu-chun's face instantly radiated elation upon feeling all of this. After more than a year of relentless effort, he has finally achieved his rebirth, successfully taking this pivotal step forward. He subsequently settled into a meditative posture, fervently absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe. After an entire night, Chu-chun finally assimilated all the spiritual essence, and within him, a remarkable transformation occurred. His cultivation reached an astonishing 5th level. Chu-chun silently opened his eyes, feeling the profound change in his realm. A surge of excitement welled up within him. A year ago, at the pinnacle of his abilities, he had reached the 8th layer of Qi gathering. However, after the shattering of his dantian, he had fallen to the 1st layer of Qi gathering. Yet now, with his Qi sea newly formed within him, his realm astonishingly restored to the 5th layer of Qi gathering. How could he possibly contain his exhilaration? Truly disappointing. The woman in the purple skirt cast a fleeting glance at her. This is merely the beginning. Although your realm has regressed over the past year, it is solely due to the shattering of your dantian. Now that your foundation is being rebuilt, your rightful realm shall undoubtedly return to you. However, to achieve further advancement, you must rely on the vitality and essence that now reside within you. The atmosphere was laden with uncertainty, as one sought to consume all that could be devoured but spiritual herbs, spiritual veins, or various treasures of the earth and sky. In due time, you shall come to comprehend the formidable essence of the Qi Sea. Well then, I find myself weary today. Let us conclude here. A hint of fatigue crossed the countenance of the young woman in the group. At that moment, Wei Wei shook her head and spoke. Although countless questions lingered in Chu-chun's heart, upon seeing the woman, he chose to refrain from further discussion and could only withdraw his spirit from the divine realm. Meanwhile, at the place where the Chu clan exchanges spiritual artifacts, little Yao arrived and respectfully bowed to the elderly man behind the counter. Good day, esteemed elder. The elderly man behind the counter cast a fleeting glance at him, as the young girl approached once more to exchange for the purple spirit fruit. Xiao Yao smiled gently and nodded, placing 30 gold coins upon the counter. The core of Chu-chun has been shattered. The physicians within the city have unequivocally declared that he will never again have the opportunity to dance in this lifetime. Why, dear girl, must you go to such lengths? I do not believe so. I am confident that the young master's talent will surely return. However, Xiao Yao firmly refutes this notion. The old man shook his head in resignation, aware of the young girl's stubborn temperament. Thus, he refrained from saying more and handed her a purple spirit fruit. Thank you, dear grandfather. With great care, Xiao Yao cradled the item in her delicate hands. Before taking her leave, exiting the exchange hall, the jubilant Wang Chu-chun made her way home. However, just as he had progressed halfway, several figures materialized before him. Upon seeing the leading middle-aged man, a flicker of reverence appeared in Xiao Yao's eyes. This individual is indeed a steward of the Chu family, Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu cast a sidelong glance at the purple spirit fruit in Xiao Yao's hand, inquiring, "Whose is this?" "It is for the young master." Xiao Yao replied softly. "Zhu Jian." Xiao Yao dared not conceal her feelings and nodded slightly. As soon as her words fell, Zhao Hu, with a swift motion, forcefully brought the Mei Zi Ling fruit crashing down onto the ground. He then raised one foot and, with a decisive step, brought it down, sending water splashing in all directions. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yao was engulfed in a profound sense of despair. This singular purple spirit fruit was the result of a month's relentless toil and sacrifice. Now, it lay trampled amidst the mire of indulgence. Nevertheless, Xiao Yao did not succumb to hysteria. She merely stood to the side, observing the unfolding drama. Her lips pursed slightly, exuding a delicate aura, yet she valiantly restrained her tears from falling, for she comprehended the esteemed identity of the individual involved, a person of significant stature within the Chu family far beyond the reach of a mere servant such as herself. Chu Cheng has become a mere shell of his former self, yet he still seeks to squander the resources of the Chu family. Such items are unworthy even to be offered to dogs, yet he dares to covet them. Upon hearing these words, the little demon, who had not dared to utter a single complaint even when the purple spirit fruit was crushed beneath foot, suddenly reacted as if its tail had been stepped on. "The young master is not a useless person," he spoke up abruptly. Wenyan Zhao, who suddenly let out a faint smile. "What? Please repeat that." Xiao Yao raised her head to indicate to him. "Young master, it is not." This time, Zhao Hu did not wait for him to finish. Speaking, he delivered a resounding slap across his face. On Xiao Yao's formerly fair visage, 5 vivid crimson fingerprints suddenly appeared. Her dantian shattered, and she was once again stripped of her position as the young master. Such a worthless individual remaining in the Chu family is nothing short of a waste of their resources. It just so happens that I, the chief steward, was about to seek her out today. With that said, she instructed her followers behind her, "Bring her along. Today, I shall make this wretched girl fully comprehend the extent of her own inadequacy." Immediately, Chief Zhao led his entourage with great fervor towards Chu Chen's residence. Chapter 3. The Heavens as Witness. With a forceful kick, Zhao Hu burst into Lin Che's room. At that moment, Lin Che was deep in meditation, and the sudden commotion caused him to open his eyes and glance over. Upon seeing Lin Che, Zhao Hu wore a mocking expression. "Oh, young Master Lin. The sun is already high in the sky, yet you still choose to languish in your room? Do you truly believe you can continue to live in luxury as the heir of the Lin family?" Lin Che furrowed his brow. "Zhao Hu, what do you mean by invading my room?" Zhao Hu smirked. "Your room? From this moment on, this place is no longer yours. By the command of young Master Lin Yu, you are hereby expelled from the Lin clan and sent to the Punishment Mountain." Lin Yu. The name surfaced in Lin Che's mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Lin Yu was the son of the clan's elder, possessing talent second only to Lin Che himself. Yet he had always been overshadowed by Lin Che's previous status. When Lin Che was still the heir, Lin Yu had shown him utmost respect, even obedience. It was unexpected that now, upon ascending to power, he would target Lin Che so ruthlessly. Truly despicable and venomous. Once in a position of authority, his true nature was revealed. As for the Punishment Mountain Zhao Hu mentioned, it was a desolate and barren wilderness, where survival conditions were exceedingly harsh. One would be reduced to eating mere scraps and sleeping under the open sky. Only those who had committed grave offenses within the family were exiled there to toil in misery, transporting heavy stones and lumber. A chill coursed through Lin Che's heart. He had once fought valiantly for the Lin family, yet now they sought to cast him into the depths of despair. Just as Lin Che was about to speak, he noticed a frail figure being escorted behind Zhao Hu. Upon seeing the 5 crimson fingerprints on Xiao Yao's delicate face, Lin Che's gaze turned icy. "Did you strike her?" he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Before Zhao Hu could respond, Lin Che, who had been seated cross-legged, suddenly sprang to his feet and lunged at Zhao Hu with the ferocity of a tiger. Zhao Hu's heart raced, but he quickly reminded himself that Lin Che was merely a crippled individual devoid of a functioning dantian. What was there to fear? Wave-cresting fist. Zhao Hu bellowed, launching a powerful punch that surged forth like a tumultuous wave. Yet Lin Che did not flinch or evade. Instead, he twisted his body and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The air resonated with a dull thud, and to everyone's astonishment, after the fierce collision. Zhao Hu let out a piercing scream as all 5 of his fingers shattered. "Ah, you are not." Zhao Hu stammered, his mind reeling as he stumbled backward in shock. Was Lin Che not supposed to be powerless? "Xiaoyao is under my protection. How dare you lay a hand on her?" Lin Che declared, stepping forward and delivering a brutal kick between Zhao Hu's legs. Yow! Zhao Hu's eyes bulged as his body contorted into a shrimp-like shape, propelling him several meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Fierce. In the past, when Lin Che represented the Lin family in battles across various mines, he instilled profound fear in the hearts of many young ones in Kanglan City due to his ruthless and decisive nature. Thus, upon witnessing the current scene, all the attendants accompanying Steward Zhao fell into a hushed silence, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Che cast a disdainful glance at them and, in a low voice, commanded, "Return and inform Lin Yu that back then, he was unable to raise his head before me. And now he can only wag his tail and beg for mercy in my presence. To turn the tables, perhaps in the next life. Now be gone." "Yes, yes, yes." The attendants, sensing a reprieve, hastily assisted the nearly lifeless Steward Zhao and anxiously retreated from Lin Che's chamber. "Young master, your cultivation has been restored." Xiaoyao stood frozen in place, her mouth agape as she witnessed the recent events, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lin Che nodded. "I've regained some of my strength." "Indeed, this is simply wonderful." Hearing this, Xiaoyao erupted in exuberant cheer, clearly delighted by Lin Che's restoration of power. However, she soon realized something and expressed her concern. "Young master, but now Lin Yu has become the young master of the Lin family. Steward Zhao came here under his orders, and having reduced Zhao to such a state, he will certainly seek retribution." "Lin Yu?" Lin Che chuckled softly and replied, "When have I ever feared him?" Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. "That's right. The young master was once the most talented individual in Kanglan City. With your natural gifts restored, you can undoubtedly reclaim the position of the Lin family's young master. No junior of the Lin family can threaten you." It appeared that the young girl possessed an almost blind admiration and confidence in Lin Che. "Reclaim the position of young master?" Lin Che shook his head. "Over this past year, I have seen through everything about the Lin family. Is there truly anything worth clinging to in this family now?" After speaking, he turned serious and asked, "Xiaoyao, would you like to leave the Lin family with me?" "Leave the Lin family?" Upon hearing those words, Xiaoyao did not hesitate for a moment. "Wherever the young master goes, I shall follow." "Very well." With Xiaoyao's agreement, Lin Che proceeded to sit at his desk, retrieving ink and brush, and began to write a few lines. Once he finished, he suddenly turned to Xiaoyao. "Since we are leaving, you should also leave some words behind." "Oh." Xiaoyao nodded obediently, took the brush, hesitated briefly, then began to write. Lin Che's brutal thrashing of Steward Zhao was undoubtedly explosive news for the Lin family. Half an hour later, this news spread rapidly. At the family estate, upon hearing the account from a guard, the head of the family, Lin Xianghai, wore an unusually grave expression. "Is what you say true?" "Every word I speak is true." Steward Zhao went to provoke Lin Che, only to have his right hand shattered by a single punch, rendering him powerless to resist. Powerless to resist. Lin Xianghai pondered for a moment, then asked again, "What was the reason?" "It is rumored that the young master Lin Yu has commanded Lin Che to be dispatched to Xing Mountain, which has triggered the ensuing conflict," replied the guard. Such audacity. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xianghai's expression darkened abruptly. Yet, no one could discern whether his reprimand was aimed at Lin Yu or Lin Che. After a moment of silence, Lin Xianghai seemed to arrive at a decision and directly instructed the guard, "Summon Lin Che to see me." After uttering this command, he suddenly added, "Remember to be courteous." "Yes." The guard respectfully accepted the order and withdrew. Subsequently, Lin Xianghai rose and began to pace slowly within the room. Could it be that Lin Che's talents had never truly waned? Had he been deliberately concealing his abilities over the past year? Impossible. Lin Xianghai had personally investigated Lin Che's diminished cultivation back then, confirming that it was due to a shattered dantian, with no possibility of recovery for the rest of his life. So how could he now easily crush Zhao Hu? A myriad of thoughts flitted through Lin Xianghai's mind. Ultimately, he concluded that Lin Che's cultivation must have been restored, though the extent of that restoration remained uncertain. Thus, he summoned Lin Che to ascertain the truth. After a brief interval, the guard returned, and upon seeing that he was alone, Lin Xianghai's brows furrowed deeply. "Where is he?" "Returning home." "The young master Lin Che is not within the estate. My subordinate discovered this letter only in his chamber." "What?" Lin Xianghai took the letter, opened it, and read the ink-stained lines that contained merely a few brief sentences. Effective today, I, Lin Che, formally withdraw from the Lin family, severing all ties henceforth. May heaven be my witness, and the earth bear testament, Lin Che. Furthermore, at the bottom of the letter, there was an elegantly penned line. Master, the young master has dedicated so much to the family, yet you have treated him with such bitterness. Since Xiaoyao has chosen to follow the young master away from the family, there is no parting blessing for you. Thus, I wish you eternal slumber. Bang! Upon finishing the letter, Lin Xianghai's fury erupted, and with a single strike, he reduced the table before him to splinters. Chapter 4. The arrogant cultivation method outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. At this moment, Lin Xianghai clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. He could hardly fathom that Lin Che dared to openly rebel against the family. Had your talent truly been restored, I might have considered granting you another opportunity. However, your blatant disrespect leaves me no choice but to disregard past affections. Uncle Patriarch. Just then, a voice emerged from outside the door. Come in. Lin Xianghai swiftly masked his grim expression and spoke. Soon, a young man of striking demeanor entered. This was Lin Yu. Ha ha ha, so it's you. Lin Xianghai's face broke into a benevolent smile. Uncle Patriarch, I seem to have made a mistake. I sent brother Lin Che to Xingshan, intending for him to oversee matters, but unexpectedly, Zhao Hu misinterpreted my intent and enraged brother Lin Che. I have punished Zhao Hu severely and have come to explain the situation to you. I implore you to lessen the punishment. A look of remorse adorned Lin Yu's face. Lin Xianghai regarded him with a glance and then chuckled. He, you are now the young master of the Lin family. Do you truly need to explain a trivial command to me? Oh, Lin Yu's eyes darted as he cautiously probed. I have heard that brother Lin Che's cultivation seems to be restored, though I cannot ascertain the truth. Ha ha ha, if it is indeed true. It would be a blessing for our Lin family. Although Lin Yu spoke these words, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart. If Lin Che's cultivation had genuinely returned, given his standing within the Lin family, he feared that his position as young master would be relinquished before he could even settle into it. Moreover, considering Lin Che's temperament, he would surely retaliate against any perceived betrayal. Thus, Lin Yu hastened to discern Lin Xianghai's stance. Indeed, Lin Che's cultivation has seen some restoration. However, his defiance and unruly nature have led to my utter disillusionment. I have expelled him from the family, severing all ties with the Lin clan. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart surged with elation, though he outwardly feigned a look of shock. Lin Xianghai, ever shrewd, understood Lin Yu's true intentions. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and remarked meaningfully, You are, regardless of circumstances, the blood that courses through Lin Che's veins is not that of the Lin family. You are the true heir of our lineage. With a legacy spanning centuries, how could we allow an outsider to inherit the patriarch's position? From the outset, Lin Che has merely been a pawn in our game. You are one of us, and I have always held great expectations for you. In 1 month's time, the sect selection battle will commence, and the foremost power of Yangzhou, the Daocang Academy, will arrive in Kanglin City to recruit disciples. Should you succeed in joining Daocang Academy, it will undoubtedly bring unparalleled glory to the Lin family and elevate us to unprecedented heights. Henceforth, all hopes of the Lin family rest upon your shoulders. The old man commanded that during this period, the Lin family's resource arsenal and combat techniques pavilion would be fully accessible to him. You must strive diligently to bring glory to our Lin family. Really? Thank you, esteemed patriarch. I, Yuer, shall not disappoint you or the Lin family. Upon hearing Lin Xianghai's promise, Lin Yu was instantly filled with immense excitement. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may go and cultivate. Yes, I take my leave. As Lin Yu departed, Lin Xianghai retrieved the letter left by Lin Che, and with a flick of his wrist, reduced it to mere powder. After a prolonged silence, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. The Shifeng mountain range, situated several hundred miles from Kanglin City, boasts towering mountains and ancient trees, enveloped in a pristine aura. This mountainous region is a paradise for beasts and a realm of adventure for countless explorers, brimming with various opportunities. At this moment, a figure of a young man, adorned with a long sword, appeared in this locale. This individual was none other than Lin Che. Days prior, he had left the Lin family, arranging for Xiaoyao to stay in a nearby small town while he ventured here alone. The mysterious woman from the ancient jade space had once mentioned that after Lin Che's foundation was rebuilt, he should seek out celestial materials and treasures to consume. Thus he immediately thought of this place. This is a third-grade spiritual herb, the heavenly dragon fruit, delving deep into the Chiffon mountain range for several dozen miles. Lin Che made a delightful discovery. Before him, on a vine resembling a coiled dragon, glimmered a fruit the size of a longan, exuding a radiant azure light. This fruit, entirely snow-white, emanated a rich spiritual essence even from a distance. Am I truly this fortunate? Just entering the Chiffon mountain range, and I've already encountered such a treasure. This heavenly dragon fruit seems to have just ripened. A broad smile graced Lin Che's lips as he approached the heavenly dragon fruit. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura locking onto him. With vigilance, Lin Che gazed ahead, only to find a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes in the nearby thicket, gleaming with a sanguinary light, fixated upon him. The crimson moon demon wolf. Lin Che furrowed his brow, realizing, I almost forgot that in such a wild land, celestial materials and treasures are often guarded by ferocious beasts. An adult crimson moon demon wolf could easily ascend to a fifth-tier beast, rivaling a human warrior at the 5th level of chi gathering. Moreover, due to the inherent strength of demon beasts, they typically surpass human warriors of the same level in power. Before Lin Che stood a crimson moon demon wolf, standing nearly 10 feet tall, its sharp fangs glistening, with muscular lines that exuded explosive strength, clearly having reached adulthood. With a low growl, the crimson moon demon wolf and Lin Che faced each other in a tense standoff. After an indeterminate duration, the wolf finally lost patience, letting out a roar before launching itself at Lin Che with ferocity. Its massive form transformed into a streak of light. A vicious claw aimed fiercely at Lin Che's head. Yet, witnessing this scene, Lin Che remained remarkably composed. In the past years, as Lin Che fought fiercely for the Lin family's mineral veins, he endured countless life and death battles. Though his realm may fluctuate, the instinctive prowess and experience acquired through combat would never fade. With a sound akin to a dragon's roar, a sword echoed. Just as the crimson moon demon wolf's assault drew near, Lin Che drew his sword and struck. The long sword carved a peculiar arc through the air, while within him, his energy surged violently, coalescing at the sword's tip. This strike was as swift as lightning and as rapid as the wind. Clang splash. The demon wolf's advance was swift. Yet Lin Che's sword proved swifter. Before the beast could land, the sword's tip had already sliced through its throat, a stream of blood erupting forth. With a thunderous crash, the massive form of the crimson moon demon wolf fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The kill was executed with utmost efficiency and precision, leaving no room for hesitation. Lin Che surveyed the outcome with considerable satisfaction, reflecting on how, despite a year of relative inactivity, he still exhibited such valor and might. I never imagined I could still be so heroic, he mused, a hint of nostalgia for the thrill of battle washing over him. Thicker skinned than the city walls, truly shameless. A mysterious woman's disdainful voice echoed within his mind. Lin Che's lips twitched slightly. However, in the year that had passed, he had grown accustomed to her telepathic communication. After successfully harvesting the heavenly dragon fruit, Lin Che asked, Senior Tian Envy, you instructed me to seek out treasures of heaven and earth. What next? Consume it, the mysterious woman replied succinctly. At her words, Lin Che's heart jolted. The heavenly spirit fruit was a spirit herb of considerable quality, typically requiring hundreds of years to mature, absorbing the essence of sun and moon, its energy immensely volatile. To swallow it whole would likely result in a catastrophic explosion for a martial artist's fragile dantian. Therefore, such valuable resources usually warranted one of two approaches, either enlisting a distinguished alchemist to refine it into a consumable pill, or dedicating countless years to gradual absorption. Senior Tian Envy, if I swallow it directly, my dantian may not withstand it, Lin Che expressed his concerns. Do you even possess a dantian? The mysterious woman retorted. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his dantian had been completely shattered and was now replaced by his energy sea. This heavenly maiden has long asserted that the dantian is merely a shackle for martial artists. It is only in such lower realms that one resorts to such primitive methods of cultivation. Trust me, swallowing it whole will be quite sweet. Her voice was enchanting, reminiscent of a mischievous older sister tempting a young boy. Very well. Lin Che gritted his teeth, hesitating briefly before swallowing the heavenly spirit fruit in one gulp. Boom. As the spirit fruit entered his abdomen, a torrent of volatile energy erupted within him. At that moment, his energy sea surged violently, akin to parched earth receiving a long-awaited rain, swiftly consuming the entirety of that energy. Meanwhile, Lin Che's aura surged from the initial stage of the 5th level of energy concentration directly to its pinnacle, seemingly just a step away from transcending into the 6th level. At this moment, Lin Che was utterly bewildered. He could hardly fathom that such an overpowering cultivation method existed in this world. It was then that Lin Che finally comprehended the superiority of a warrior's energy C over that of the dantian, time. The time required for cultivation. While other warriors might expend months to refine a celestial spirit fruit, he needed but a fleeting moment. Furthermore, even the most skilled alchemists could only retain a fraction of the essence when refining spiritual herbs into elixirs. Yet, Lin Che felt that his energy C absorbed the essence of this spiritual herb in its entirety, with not a single trace wasted. Should this matter become known, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. If what others possessed was merely a small pond, then before him lay an expansive ocean, brimming with infinite possibilities. Lin Che murmured in a daze. "Indeed, your future is boundless," the mysterious woman remarked. "But let us first set a modest goal, such as stepping out of this realm." The woman's words jolted Lin Che back to reality. Yes, he was merely a youth who had yet to set foot outside of Kanglan City. Even with such a formidable cultivation method at his disposal, he had only just begun. The road ahead was destined to be fraught with numerous challenges and obstacles. Carry on. Steadying his emotions, Lin Che resolved to delve deeper into the Shifeng Mountains. However, in contrast to before, he was now imbued with confidence. With such an indomitable cultivation technique, restoring his former prowess within a month seemed, perhaps, not so insurmountable after all. Chapter 5: The Black Dragon Stronghold in the heart of the Shifeng Mountain Range, within an unnamed Grand Canyon. A sudden fluctuation in the atmosphere heralded the passage of a radiant beam across the sky. This luminous entity descended upon a slab of green stone atop the mountain, revealing the silhouette of a figure. She traversed the air with grace. Had any observer witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe, for such aerial maneuvering, unaided by external forces, could only be accomplished by a practitioner of the Xuanwu realm. In this realm, a mere thought could doom a frontier like Kanglan City to eternal despair. Even in the tumultuous Yangzhou, a single stomp could induce tremors, marking the presence of an entity of terrifying might. The figure was a woman, her brows elegantly arched, her nose delicately sculpted, and her eyes bright and captivating. Clad in a flowing black garment that accentuated her exquisite form, her skin appeared as flawless as freshly fallen snow, embodying unparalleled beauty. Shortly after her arrival, the air was pierced by the sound of rushing wind. 3 individuals draped in silver cloaks and adorned with silver masks approached swiftly, bowing respectfully before her. Master of the hall. The black-clad woman regarded them with a fleeting glance before her lips parted gently. "Have you located him?" "To report to Master Luo. We are but inept subordinates. After the 9 dragons Taoist fled to this location, it is as if he has vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind." Upon hearing this, the black-clad woman nodded slightly, her demeanor composed. "It matters not. This mountain range has been sealed off. We shall find him eventually. It is merely a matter of time. Continue the search." She paused thoughtfully before adding, "Understood, Master." At her command, the 3 silver-cloaked figures dispersed, setting off in various directions. At that moment, the black-clad woman prepared to depart as well. However, just as she took a step forward, an instinctive sensation compelled her to halt. She turned her gaze towards a void within the canyon, a cold smile gracing her lips. "The most perilous places are often the safest. 9 dragons Taoist, you were quite clever, hiding here all along, nearly eluding my notice yet, I wonder. Concealed beneath my very gaze, you must be feeling quite anxious. If that is the case, why not reveal yourself?" Was it that instant? The expanse she scrutinized stirred after a brief silence, and a venerable figure clad in a golden robe materialized from thin air. His eyes brimmed with resentment as he coldly declared, "I, the 9 dragons Taoist, am renowned for my mastery of the art of concealment within the void. Yet, I never anticipated being relentlessly pursued, leaving me without refuge." Master Luo's perceptive abilities are indeed extraordinary. The black-clad woman shook her head with a smile. "9 dragons Taoist. You were once known as the Severed Void, called the Phantom Thief of the Void. A decade ago, you transformed your identity and infiltrated my Dao Song Academy, ultimately stealing the Jialan martial scriptures from the Sutra Pavilion. Am I mistaken? Indeed. However, there is one thing I find perplexing. A decade ago, during the turmoil at Dao Song Academy, Master Luo, having faced such unjust treatment, should have become disillusioned and chosen to withdraw from worldly affairs. Why then, Do you still toil so fervently for the academy today? In response, the black-clad woman stated, I no longer involve myself in the struggles for power. Since my childhood, I have grown up in the Daosang Academy, receiving the teachings and guidance of my esteemed mentor, a debt of gratitude I shall never forget. The Jialan martial scripture is one of the 3 supreme texts of the Daosang Academy, a treasure of utmost value for a martial arts institution. To steal this scripture is tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the Daosang Academy. Tell me, if I do not reclaim this scripture, how can I justify my mentor's cultivation of me? Alas, alas. The Jiolong Daoist shook his head in resignation. Given the circumstances, I shall accept my fate. Master Luo, if I surrender the Jialan martial scripture, will you grant me my life? The woman in black pondered for a moment and replied, surrender the scripture, and you will lose an arm, yet I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall find no resting place in death. Very well. The Jiolong Daoist hesitated for a long while, as if making a momentous decision. With a grand gesture, an ancient tome flew forth from his sleeve. The woman in black gracefully lifted her hand to catch it, glancing down to confirm it was indeed the Jialan martial scripture. However, before the smile could fully grace her lips, she suddenly sensed a wave of impending danger. The Jiolong Daoist abruptly took a step forward in midair, swiftly closing the distance. Ha ha ha, Luo. In the past, you and Feng Feiyang were celebrated as the unparalleled prodigies of the Daosang Academy. But I have navigated this world for decades. Today, I shall witness how a mere junior like you can defeat me. Boom. Before his words could fully resonate, the Jiolong Daoist unleashed a fist, imbued with the overwhelming force capable of moving mountains and parting seas, seemingly sealing off the very space where the woman stood. It became evident that the Jiolong Daoist feigned the return of the scripture merely to lower the guard of the young lady named Luo Ro, preparing to strike with ferocity, stubborn and unyielding. Observing this scene, the woman in black furrowed her brows, yet her countenance remained composed. In the next instant, she raised her delicate hand, and a vast, starry wave of palm energy surged forth. Boom! Under the astonished gaze of the Jiolong Daoist, this palm energy enveloped him in an instant. This. Impossible. The Jiolong Daoist let out a furious roar of disbelief. After the woman in black made her move, the Jiolong Daoist finally comprehended the chasm that lay between them. An insurmountable divide. He realized he stood no chance of even exchanging a single blow with her. In the following moment, the Jiolong Daoist's body, along with the surrounding space, disintegrated into fragments, vanishing without a trace. The force of her palm reduced the Jiolong Daoist to indistinguishable dust, leaving no remnant behind. To resist would lead to utter annihilation. It must be said, the woman spoke thus, and indeed, she acted accordingly. After vanquishing the Jiolong Daoist, the woman in black did not depart. Instead, she sent forth a message and patiently awaited the return of the scattered silver shadow guards. Meanwhile, not far from the Great Canyon, Lin Che had just slain a colossal python beast and obtained a 3rd-grade spiritual herb. This marked the 10th beast Lin Che had slain since entering the Shinfeng Mountains, yielding his 15th spiritual herb. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che plucked the herb and swallowed it whole. Boom! A pure surge of energy erupted within him, causing Lin Che's aura to swell dramatically. In mere moments, the violent spiritual energy contained within the medicinal herb had been completely refined by Lin Che. He had ascended to the 7th level of qi gathering. Overwhelmed by the realization of his current realm, Lin Che's eyes sparkled with joy. Having entered the Shinhui mountain range for only 10 days, he had progressed from the 5th to the 7th level of qi gathering. If word of this were to spread, countless individuals would surely be left astounded. At this rate, the ability to leave Kanglan City is well within my grasp. Even a year prior, when Lin Che was hailed as the foremost prodigy of Kanglan City's younger generation, he had never possessed such confidence. At that moment, the celestial maiden shook her head in exasperation. Is your only ambition to leave Kanglan City? Can't you set a more ambitious goal? Upon hearing this, Lin Che pondered. Then I shall strive to leave Yangzhou. Even more ambitious. Then, I shall strive to gain renown throughout Songfeng. Yes, indeed. I will become the most powerful individual in the kingdom of Songfeng, Lin Che declared, clenching his fists with determination. The celestial maiden felt defeated by his fervor, and in a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, with me as your mentor, you only aspire to be the strongest in a small nation? You aim to infuriate me. You need to dream bigger. Inspired by her words, Lin Che felt a surge of passion and resolutely declared, I, Lin Che, vow that I shall become the sovereign of the universe, treading upon the 8 desolations and the 6 harmonies, wielding my sword across the myriad realms. Demons, gods, and immortals shall kneel before me, and those who speak my true name shall attain eternal life." Amidst Lin Che's impassioned oath, the celestial maiden fell silent. Lin Che furrowed his brow and inquired, "Celestial maiden, is my ambition still not grand enough?" "That is sufficient. To be honest, I find your ambition quite appealing. But please, don't aim too high," the celestial maiden murmured softly. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Celestial maiden, during our year of acquaintance, I have noticed that you often enjoy teasing me. Do we have some sort of enmity? I bear no ill will towards you, but perhaps I have some grievances with your parents." "Why is that?" Lin Che asked in surprise. "The celestial maiden was suppressed within this realm, accompanying your growth. Who else besides your parents would undertake such a task?" She replied with a hint of bitterness. This mysterious woman was actually suppressed by her own parents within this sacred jade? How could that be possible? Although Lin Che was unaware of her precise realm, he sensed her formidable strength, one that transcended this world. Could it be that his biological parents possessed such immense power to confine her? "Celestial maiden, have you ever met my parents? Could you tell me where they are now? And why they abandoned me in Kanglan City?" Lin Che pressed on. "I am uncertain. My memory seemed to have been forcibly erased, and upon awakening, I found myself within this ancient jade," the celestial maiden replied with a cold huff, leaving Lin Che feeling uneasy. Given the likelihood of animosity between him and his parents, was he not courting death by following this woman in her cultivation? "Rest assured, I, the celestial maiden, harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Your life is intricately linked to the inner space of this ancient jade. Should you perish, I too shall cease to exist. Moreover, I wish to escape. Yet only you possess the ability to break the seals within this jade." Sensing Lin Che's apprehension, the enigmatic woman elucidated. "Can I truly release the celestial maiden?" "Not yet, for you must first grow stronger. Only then will you have the capability." "So that is the case." Lin Che finally grasped why this mysterious woman sought to guide him in his cultivation, and a wave of relief washed over him. At the very least, until the celestial maiden emerged from the jade space, she should pose no threat to him. Suddenly, as Lin Che pondered this, a violent tremor rippled through the area. Perplexed, he gazed ahead and beheld a group of robust men riding fierce beasts galloping past. The Black Dragon Camp. Recognizing their attire, Lin Che identified their origins. This band of marauders, known as the Black Dragon Camp, frequently plagued the vicinity of Kanglan City. It was said that these brigands indulged in heinous acts, instilling terror in the hearts of many citizens. What are these ruffians doing here? A frown creased Lin Che's forehead at the sight, but curiosity compelled him to conceal his presence and follow stealthily. Chapter 6. The Art of War. Third Master. You just mentioned encountering a stunning beauty in this vicinity. Surely, you are not deceiving your humble leader? Within the ranks of the Black Dragon stronghold, a man with a scarred face inquired of one among them. In response, the individual replied with obsequiousness, "Leader, I assure you, my words are utterly true. Just moments ago, I indeed spotted a lady near this gorge, and her beauty is unparalleled. What is more, she appears to be alone." "Haha, splendid. If your words hold true, I shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing the phrase, unparalleled beauty, the Black Dragon stronghold leader's eyes glimmered with a hint of greed, and he promptly commanded his followers to hasten their pace. Not long after, the warriors of the Black Dragon stronghold arrived at the base of a cliff. "Leader, look, that beauty stands yonder." The group followed the gaze, and indeed, amidst the rugged cliffs, a woman clad in a flowing black gown stood at the brink, her cascading hair resembling a waterfall, her garments fluttering in the breeze, exuding an ethereal aura, as if she were a celestial being ready to ascend into the wind. Stunning, utterly mesmerizing. At that moment, the members of the Black Dragon stronghold were captivated, unable to tear their eyes away. The leader's eyes sparkled with desire, nearly bulging from their sockets. "Third Master, you have not deceived me. I've encountered many women, but none as exquisite as her. Brothers, encircle her." With a command from the leader, numerous warriors mounted on fierce beasts charged up the hillside, intent on surrounding the woman in black. How despicable! They intend to abduct the maiden. Meanwhile, Lin Che, who had been following closely behind, instantly grasped the intentions of these ruffians. Having grown up in Kanglan City, he was well aware of the nefarious deeds committed by such brigands. If the woman in black fell into their clutches, her fate would undoubtedly be tragic. With this thought in mind, Lin Che resolved to intervene. However, just as he took a step forward, the voice of the celestial maiden interrupted him. What are you doing? Rescuing her. She does not require your assistance. Why not? Lin Che queried, puzzled. This woman is very powerful. Lin Che was taken aback. How powerful? The celestial maiden cast him a resigned glance. With your current strength, she could easily extinguish you with but a flick of her finger. Upon hearing this, Lin Che finally understood why the woman dared to venture into the perilous territory of the demon-infested Shinfeng Mountains alone. She was indeed an extraordinary powerhouse. Nonetheless, after a moment's hesitation, he pressed onward. Did you not comprehend my meaning? With her strength, she does not need you to come to her aid. Observing Lin Che's actions, the celestial maiden frowned. Yet Lin Che replied, I understand. Since she is so formidable, I merely wish to make a favorable impression before such a powerful figure. Is that too much to ask? The celestial maiden could only respond with silence. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Black Dragon stronghold had successfully encircled the woman in black. The young woman, strikingly beautiful, was eyed up and down by the leader of the Black Dragon village, a lewd expression plastered on his face. Luoro gazed at the fearsome figures surrounding her, her delicate brows furrowing as a flicker of disdain danced in her captivating eyes. It was truly troublesome. No matter the location, there always seemed to be some oblivious fools. With a slight shake of her head, she prepared to deal with these brainless creatures. However, before she could make her move, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop! As the voice echoed, a tall and youthful figure strode forward, a long sword resting upon his shoulder. Undoubtedly, this was Lin Che. Lin Che halted before the black-clad woman, his gaze sweeping over the assembled members of the Black Dragon village, his expression imbued with righteous fervor. In broad daylight, how dare you bully a virtuous woman? Such behavior is utterly intolerable. Upon finishing his declaration, he turned to the black-clad woman, offering a warm smile and reassuringly stating, Fear not, my lady. As long as I stand here, they shall only harm you over my lifeless body. The black-clad woman. Observing the sudden appearance of this youth, even the resolute black-clad woman could not suppress a hint of perplexity flickering in her eyes. Simultaneously, within the divine jade space, the celestial maiden, witnessing Lin Che's actions, finally grasped the meaning behind his earlier remark about seeking favor before the powerful. How shameless. It is astounding that such audacity exists in this world. The celestial maiden could not help but harbor a sense of disdain. How pretentious. You are. Lin Che? In that moment, the leader of the Black Dragon village seemed to recognize the youth before him, his expression shifting. Lin Che? Upon hearing this name, many of the Black Dragon village warriors instinctively took a step back, as if they harbored an innate reverence for it. The reason was simple. In previous years, the Black Dragon village often clashed with the familial powers within Kanglan City over resources, yet the one entity they least desired to engage with, aside from the illustrious Murong clan, was the Lin family. Although the Lin family's influence was not considered paramount, the presence of the young master Lin Che rendered them formidable in resource disputes. Judging by past encounters, Lin Che, though a younger generation, was known for his decisive and ruthless approach, a fighter unafraid of risking his life. Haha, I never expected you to recognize me, young masters. In that case, who among you wishes to meet their demise? Step forward. Lin Che spoke coldly. At his words, the members of the Black Dragon village appeared genuinely intimidated, hesitating in their advance. Just then, the leader of the Black Dragon village erupted in fury. What are you afraid of? This brat's dantian shattered a year ago. He is no longer the Lin Che of yore, merely a useless wretch now, still dreaming of heroically rescuing the fair maiden. Attack! Kill him! With this command, the warriors of the Black Dragon village steeled their resolve. Yes, this boy had indeed been rendered incapable a year ago, so what was there to fear? With renewed vigor, the warriors surged forward, charging at Lin Che like a pack of wild beasts. It seems that everyone is eager to be the first to slay this youth, hoping to make a grand impression before the chieftain. However, they have tragically underestimated Lin Che's current prowess. Seeking death, Lin Che gazed at the approaching battle formation, his expression devoid of any panic. Instead, he charged forward to meet them head-on. Whoosh! With a swift draw of his sword, Lin Che plunged into the throng, wielding his weapon with lethal intent. His momentum was akin to a surging tide. Although the warriors of the Black Dragon stronghold were numerous, most of them were merely at the 3rd or 4th level of chi gathering. Faced with Lin Che, who had attained the 7th level, they possessed no means of resistance whatsoever. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. No. This boy bears no resemblance to a cripple with a shattered dantian. We have been deceived. Retreat quickly. Witnessing Lin Che's formidable vigor, the warriors of the Black Dragon's stronghold finally reacted, their formation collapsing in disarray. At that moment, Lin Che clearly had no intention of letting them escape. He darted through the crowd with astonishing speed. Each step he took splattering blood in his wake. The longsword in his grasp transformed into a harbinger of death, effortlessly reaping lives. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In just a few breaths, the dozen or so marauders from the Black Dragon stronghold were utterly annihilated by him, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, each marked by a fatal wound. No, it cannot be. The chieftain of the Black Dragon stronghold was rendered dumbfounded by this scene. The 7th level of Chi gathering. Weren't you supposed to be a waste? How can you still exhibit the strength of the 7th level? Upon hearing the chieftain's question, Lin Che let out a cold laugh. Go and inquire with the king of hell. Damn it. The chieftain of the Black Dragon stronghold was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent, his expression suddenly transforming into one of fury. Even if you have recovered to the 7th level, what of it? I am a formidable warrior of the 8th level. How dare you slaughter my subordinates? Lin Che, today this chieftain shall ensure that you are shattered into 1,000 pieces. The chieftain of the Black Dragon stronghold roared, charging furiously towards Lin Che. At that moment, a spatial ring on his palm suddenly gleamed. In his previously empty hand, a heavy wolf-tooth club materialized out of thin air. Die for me. The chieftain swung with all his might, the club descending like a heavy mountain, causing a dull thud to resonate through the air. Yet, just as the chieftain believed that this earth-shattering strike would compel Lin Che to retreat, Lin Che chose to meet it with his sword. Clash. The iron sword collided fiercely with the wolf-tooth club, sparking a shower of flames, but the outcome was unexpected. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Che remained steadfast, while the chieftain's imposing figure staggered back 6 or 7 steps from the force of the impact. What is happening? The chieftain felt a painful numbness in his hands, and his countenance darkened severely. He was at a lower cultivation level, yet in this clash of pure strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. Only Lin Che understood that after his dantian was replaced by a vast sea of energy, not only had his physical body become immensely powerful, but the quality of the true energy within him also far surpassed that of his peers, even sufficient to support his advancement in combat. The leader of the Black Dragon stronghold sensed the peculiarity of the youth before him and could not afford to judge him by ordinary standards. Thus he dared not exhibit any contempt. With this thought in mind, the leader of the Black Dragon stronghold directly employed a martial technique. This technique significantly enhances a warrior's utilization of inner true energy, categorized into various levels: human, spirit, profound, earth, and heaven, each of which is further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. This spirit-level martial technique was a treasure acquired by the leader in an ancient cave, which he had cherished and diligently cultivated in secret. It was only upon sensing a threat from Lin Che that he decided to unleash it, to compel me to resort to this technique. You must be prepared to meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, the leader of the Black Dragon stronghold stepped forward 9 times, each step amplifying his imposing aura. The 9 steps of chaos. Upon taking the 9th step, his momentum reached its zenith, and the massive wolf-tooth club came crashing down. Boom. Lin Che could feel that the force behind the leader's swing was several times more powerful than before. Even with his formidable physique, he dared not engage in a direct clash. Realizing this, Lin Che executed a swift sidestep, narrowly evading the blow in a critical moment. Rumble. The ground where he once stood shattered, creating a chasm several meters wide. Witnessing this, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the spirit-level martial technique was formidable. It was easy to envision that had he chosen to withstand the blow head-on, he would have suffered grievous injuries. Yet, after the initial astonishment, a smirk graced Lin Che's lips. Alas, it seems you have yet to fully comprehend this spirit-level technique. Hearing Lin Che's words, the leader's expression darkened. The youth spoke the truth. Due to limitations in his talent, he had only grasped about 50% of the technique. But so what? Today, I can still eliminate you. With a resolute heart, the leader declared once more. After speaking, he concentrated his energy again, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Is that so? However, at that moment, Lin Che let out a cold laugh. Lin Che discerned that although the technique wielded by the leader was immensely powerful, each strike required a buildup of energy. Were he to master it completely, there would be no such hindrance, but due to the leader's insufficient comprehension, the buildup became his most critical vulnerability. Whoosh! Just as the leader's aura began to coalesce, Lin Che's figure surged forth, the radiant brilliance of his sword flashing vividly. With a single strike, swift as the wind and lightning, he descended upon his foe. Thud! The sword light fell, and the leader's head was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing forth. Only moments later did his body collapse heavily to the ground, issuing a dull thud. Chapter 7. Remarkable Progress. The notorious Black Dragon Stronghold, which had wreaked havoc in Kanglan City for many years, was completely annihilated by Lin Che. After vanquishing them, Lin Che promptly began to clear the battlefield, thoroughly collecting the spoils from the martial artists of the Black Dragon Stronghold. It was only then that he approached the enigmatic woman clad in black. "My dear lady, though I have lent my assistance, it was merely a trivial endeavor. There is no need for gratitude," he remarked. Yet, Luo remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the young man before her. Lin Che felt a twinge of awkwardness, acutely aware of the formidable power she possessed. Her unwavering stare sent a shiver down his spine. "Perhaps I could share some of the spoils with you?" he ventured. "That is unnecessary. You should keep them for yourself," the black-clad woman finally spoke, her tone cool and detached. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." With those words, Lin Che turned without hesitation and departed. He understood that she was a formidable being, yet he chose to assist her not for any other reason but to forge a bond of goodwill. However, he was also acutely aware that, given his current strength, there was little prospect for further interaction. Leaving a trace of goodwill in her heart was sufficient. At that moment, as she watched the young figure gradually recede, Luo, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, felt a gentle smile unfurl in her eyes. He was indeed an intriguing young man. "Master, I believe this young man is merely overestimating his capabilities." No sooner had Luo spoken than a ripple in the air heralded the arrival of a man clad in silver robes, with the prowess of their master. Eliminating these foes would be effortless. There was no need for this young man to meddle. However, Luo replied, "The crux is that he is unaware of my self-defense capabilities. His willingness to assist speaks volumes about his character. Could it be that the master has taken a liking to him?" At this, Luo shook her head. "I have long since distanced myself from worldly affairs and have no interest in nurturing the younger generation. Nevertheless, I do not relish the idea of being indebted to anyone. Therefore, accompany him and seek an opportunity to repay his kindness." "Understood." Upon receiving this command, the silver-robed man bowed and vanished once more. Meanwhile, Lin Che had already departed from the precipice and was now strolling along a mountain path. The bandits of the Black Dragon Stronghold had terrorized the vicinity of Kanglan City for years. "Today, I have eradicated this malevolent force. Elder Tian, do you believe I shall reap the rewards of my good deeds in the future?" "Perhaps." The voice of the mysterious woman echoed in Lin Che's mind, tinged with an air of indifference. "Alas, why do I feel that each time I converse with you, Elder Tian, you adopt such a frosty demeanor, akin to an iceberg? Though my parents may have harbored grievances against you, I am innocent. Surely you would not vent your frustrations upon me." In response to his words, the celestial woman chose silence. Observing this, Lin Che inwardly expressed a sense of helplessness. However, he then nonchalantly remarked, "To speak candidly, that enchanting lady in black today is truly breathtaking. Were it not for the formidable self-discipline I have cultivated through rigorous training, I would likely have succumbed to impure thoughts." This statement piqued the curiosity of the celestial maiden, who inquired, "Your cultivated self-discipline?" Although the lady in black possessed extraordinary beauty, she paled in comparison to the celestial maiden's unparalleled grace. "Having trained alongside you, esteemed celestial maiden, I have naturally developed a formidable willpower. By the way, I saved her today. Do you think she might be captivated by my valiant demeanor and perhaps harbor secret affections for me? I find you somewhat shameless." The mysterious woman replied, her tone laced with disdain. Of course, no woman, especially one of exquisite beauty, would mind compliments regarding her appearance. Although the celestial maiden's tone reflected some disdain, within the hidden space of divine jade, a subtle smile graced her fair visage. "Whether or not you captured her heart, I cannot say, but I can assure you that your actions have certainly attracted some trouble for yourself." After a brief pause, the celestial maiden suddenly stated. Lin Che was taken aback. "What trouble?" The celestial maiden did not respond directly but said, "In the coming days, continue your search for rare herbs. But refrain from using the energy pool to consume them or recklessly display your cultivation techniques." "Why?" Lin Che's confusion deepened. "Because someone is following you." The celestial maiden remarked casually. What? Lin Che's heart raced, and he became vigilant. He swiftly extended his spiritual senses, but after a moment, he could detect no trace. Their realm far surpasses yours, so you are unable to sense them. However, this individual harbors no malicious intent, so there is no need for concern. In any case, just heed my advice. All right. Although Lin Che found her words puzzling, he chose not to inquire further. In the following days, Lin Che continued to scour the Divine Wind Mountain range for various spiritual herbs, inevitably engaging in fierce battles with formidable beasts. It must be said that for a warrior, rapid advancement is only attainable through life and death struggles. Although his realm remained at the 7th level of Qi gathering, Lin Che's combat instincts, skills, and experience were visibly progressing at an astonishing pace. Celestial Maiden, when shall I be able to refine these precious herbs? At long last, on the 10th day, Lin Che could no longer contain his curiosity. In fact, during these 10 days, he had discovered no fewer than 30 spiritual herbs. If he could refine them using the energy pool, his realm would soar once more. However, during this time, the Celestial Maiden had remained tight-lipped about his cultivation, leaving Lin Che with a sense of guarding a treasure mountain without the means to enter. Do you yearn to break through? Indeed. There are less than 7 days remaining until the sect selection battle in Kanglan City. Lin Che replied, clenching his fist slightly. Having severed ties with the Lin family, he knew that with Lin Xianghai's ruthless nature, once he learned of Lin Che's restored powers, he would undoubtedly eliminate this potential threat. Thus, Lin Che speculated that the outside world must be rife with the lethal traps laid by Lin Xianghai, patiently awaiting his appearance. Given Lin Che's current strength, attempting to contend with the entire Lin family would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. He might not even be able to escape the confines of Kanglan City. He had no choice but to knowingly venture into the lion's den. The sect selection battle might be his sole opportunity. If he could emerge victorious in this contest, a path to the Daocang Academy would open before him. At that point, even if Lin Xianghai wished to eliminate him, he would no longer have the means to do so. Well then, you should enter that cave and begin refining these spiritual herbs, the Celestial Maiden advised after a moment of silence. Lin Che surveyed his surroundings and indeed discovered a naturally formed cave on a nearby cliff. Elated by the Celestial Maiden's words, he wasted no time in scaling the stone wall and entering the cave. The light abruptly dimmed, and Lin Che seated himself cross-legged in a relatively dry area of the cave, retrieving a ring. The spatial ring. This was a trophy acquired after Lin Che vanquished the Black Dragon Chieftain. One should not underestimate this ring, for it is a luxury item that only heads of prominent families or elders in Kanglan City could possess. Even during his time as the heir of the Lin family, Lin Che was not deemed worthy of such an item. However, in recent days, he had mastered the usage of this spatial ring. With a mere thought, the 30 spiritual herbs he had gathered over the past few days materialized before him. Subsequently, Lin Che began to channel his energy, commencing the absorption of the spiritual essence contained within these herbs. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he entered the cave, a man clad in silver appeared, his gaze marked by a hint of perplexity. Strange, could this boy possess an item that shields his mind? Ever since he entered the cave, I can no longer sense his aura. Nevertheless, the earlier command from Lord Luo had merely instructed him to seek an opportunity to repay a favor. Thus, while the silver-clad man found it curious, he lacked the interest to investigate further. With a flicker, he vanished once more. A day later, within the cave, Lin Che had completely refined all 30 spiritual herbs before him. It must be said that the method of cultivating one's energy C was exceedingly formidable. At this moment, Lin Che could distinctly feel the rich spiritual essence surging throughout his body. Such a tempestuous energy would surely obliterate a spirit martial realm expert multiple times over. Yet, under the guidance of the energy C, this terrifying force was continuously tempering Lin Che's physique, honing every sinew, muscle, and meridian with fervor. Boom. At last, the martial barrier within Lin Che's body was shattered once more, and he successfully broke through to the 8th level of Qi gathering. The excitement was palpable on Lin Che's face. A year ago, when his realm had not yet plummeted, he had also been at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Now, having rebuilt his foundation, he had returned to his pinnacle. Remarkably, he had ascended from the 1st level of Qi gathering back to the 8th level in a mere month. Lin Che could distinctly sense that after his dantian was replaced by the Sea of Qi, although his realm remained unchanged compared to a year ago, his true combat prowess was on an entirely different level. Now, with the slightest movement, a resonant explosion of Qi emanated from within him. a formidable strength he had never aspired to reach before. Chapter 8. The fifth elder Senior Tian knew. This pace of cultivation is truly extraordinary. Will there be any repercussions in the future? Although Lin Che was elated by his progress, a sense of unease crept in as he reflected. The martial principles he had adhered to since childhood emphasized the importance of solidifying one's foundation in the pursuit of martial prowess, warning against reckless ambition lest one risk falling into madness. Is this what you call fast? The celestial maiden shook her head slightly. You, my dear boy, are like a frog at the bottom of a well. You have yet to witness the terrifying entities beyond the star domains, capable of devouring entire planets in their training. If there were truly any dangers, those ruthless beings within these realms would have long since perished countless times over. Of course, her musings were quite subtle, and Lin Che remained oblivious to them. She continued, focus solely on your cultivation. Whether this technique has flaws is a concern for its creator, not for you to ponder. Very well, Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement. However, soon his thoughts began to race again. Senior Tian knew. Having reached such impressive heights in your past, you must possess numerous formidable combat techniques. Would you not consider imparting a couple of them to your junior? In response, the celestial maiden remarked, have you ever heard of a child wielding a hammer weighing 10,000 pounds as a weapon? You are far too weak at present, and the combat techniques I am acquainted with are not suited for you. Perhaps when you reach the Tianwu realm, I might bestow upon you one or two techniques. But for now, do not harbor expectations regarding combat skills. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Che's eyes, yet he understood the truth in her words. Although he remained unaware of the celestial maiden's true origins, it was clear that this enigmatic woman was not to be underestimated. The combat techniques she possessed were undoubtedly beyond his current reach. His yearning for combat skills stemmed from years of serving as the young master of the Lin family, during which Lin Xianghai had never imparted a single worthy technique to him. The blood coursing through my veins is not that of the Lin family's direct lineage, revealing Lin Xianghai's reservations towards me from the very beginning. Fortunately, this year's decline in my realm has unveiled the true nature of the entire Lin family. With that thought, Lin Che retrieved a space ring once more. As a flash of light illuminated the area, an ancient tome, yellowed with age, appeared before him. The 9 reversal techniques. This must be the inferior spiritual combat technique that the Black Dragon chieftain employed earlier. The Moro family, the foremost clan in Kanglan City, possessed nothing more precious than a single volume of inferior spiritual combat techniques. One had to admit that the Black Dragon chieftain was exceptionally fortunate to have encountered such a treasure, acquiring a technique of this caliber. Wait, no. It is I who is fortunate. Holding the ancient tome, Lin Che felt a surge of pride, a sense of relief washing over him. At the very least, the quality of this combat technique would not be inferior to the ancestral techniques cherished by the various families of Kanglan City. In the days that followed, Lin Che began his training with this combat technique. The intricacies of the technique were profound and obscure. Even the Black Dragon chieftain had only mastered about 50% of it. Yet, it must not be forgotten that Lin Che's innate talent far surpassed that of the Black Dragon's chieftain. Thus, merely 3 days later, Lin Che had completely mastered the skill. After 3 days, Lin Che emerged from the cave. Accustomed to the dimness within, the somewhat glaring light now caused him to squint slightly. He luxuriously stretched his limbs, inhaling the fresh air outside the cave, feeling as though he had been reborn. A year prior, his realm had plummeted in the Lin family, which had once given him a sense of belonging, had been utterly overturned in his heart overnight, exposing him to the harsh realities of life, a sensation that could not be comprehended by those who had not experienced it firsthand. This experience imparted a profound truth to Lin Che. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Only by possessing power can one attain dignity. With 3 days remaining before the sect selection battle, it was time to return to Kanglan City. Lin family, await my return. I shall present you with a surprise. Having made this decision, Lin Che began his journey back to Kanglan City. A day later, his figure appeared at the outskirts of the Shinfeng mountain range. However, just as he prepared to exit the mountains, an ominous premonition suddenly overtook him. Lin Che's expression darkened, and he decisively halted his steps. Who goes there? There is no need to lurk in the shadows. Step forth. I did not expect you to detect my presence. I have indeed underestimated you. Lin Che. It appears your cultivation has indeed recovered. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a middle-aged man, gaunt-faced, his gaze fixated upon Lin Che, emanating a chilling aura. Fifth Elder. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Lin Che's eyes narrowed. This individual was none other than the fifth elder of the Lin family. I never imagined that the Lin family would go so far as to send an elder to eliminate me. It seems Lin Xianghai truly regards me as a significant threat. This is called caution. The fifth elder sneered, stating that for a family to endure for a century, it must navigate the turbulent seas of fate with utmost care, as the helmsman must diligently avoid various storms. Lin Che, given your talent, should you become an adversary to the Lin family after your dantian is restored, it would pose a considerable dilemma. Thus, it is best to eliminate this potential trouble before it can blossom. Lin Che shook his head with a cold smile. The first instance he had encountered someone who could articulate ruthlessness in such a grandiloquent manner. Alas, with foolish stewards like you, the Lin family is destined to capsize one day. At this moment, the fifth elder narrowed his eyes. Lin Che, even if you were to restore your prowess to the peak of a year ago, you would still be no match for me. In truth, your demise does not necessitate my direct intervention. Nonetheless, here I am. Given this, you must comprehend that resistance is utterly futile, so you might as well accept your fate. With the fifth elder's frigid proclamation echoing, he moved with blinding speed. Whoosh! His velocity was ghostly, rapidly closing in on Lin Che. Die! The fifth elder roared, then clenched his fist, dark energy swirling around it, as he launched a devastating punch directly towards Lin Che's heart, gathering chi to the 9th level. The formidable aura emanating from the fifth elder revealed that he had not been exaggerating. Even if Lin Che restored his prowess to that of a year prior, he would still find himself at a significant disadvantage against the fifth elder, who stood at the pinnacle of chi gathering. Nevertheless, in the face of such overwhelming presence, Lin Che maintained an air of tranquility. As the fifth elder charged forward, Lin Che finally made his move. With a single step, he unleashed a force that rivaled that of the fifth elder. Undoubtedly, it was the reversal of 9 forces, a spirit-grade combat technique that allowed Lin Che to exude such terrifying might. Unlike the Black Dragon chieftain, who had taken 9 steps to cultivate his aura, Lin Che condensed his energy with just 1 stride. What defines a genius? Regardless of the combat techniques or methods at their disposal, they can maximize their potential to the fullest. In that moment, Lin Che was the embodiment of this assertion. In the next instant, he drew his sword and struck forward with a single slash. The violent sword force collided fiercely with the fifth elder's fist imprint, sending a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiating in all directions. Following the clash, the fifth elder was forcefully pushed back several steps. You. The fifth elder's face contorted in disbelief, yet before he could utter another word, Lin Che's sword was already poised at his throat. Standing tall, Lin Che's sword emitted a resonating hum, and his eyes glinted with icy resolve as he addressed the fifth elder. For years, I have fought for the Lin family. Yet the majority of the resources I secured have been funneled into the Elder Pavilion. As a prominent elder of the Lin family, how have you fallen to such a level? You cannot even withstand a single strike. Utterly useless. The humiliation was palpable, an open affront. The fifth elder's countenance stiffened as he prepared to speak, but before he could utter a single word, Lin Che thrust his sword forward. With a sharp sound, the fifth elder's throat was pierced, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in horror, emitting a gasping sound, and he could only succumb to fear as his body gradually collapsed. Perhaps he died not comprehending how Lin Che, who had suffered a shattered dantian just a month prior, could have ascended to such terrifying heights in that brief span. After dispatching the fifth elder, Lin Che did not overlook the resources on his person. Fortuitously, the fifth elder possessed a spatial ring. Upon probing within, Lin Che discovered an astonishing 70 spirit herbs. 70 spirit herbs should suffice for me to ascend to the next realm, Lin Che thought, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. However, he refrained from refining the herbs immediately. Instead, he collected them and cast a final glance at the corpse amidst the pool of blood before departing. Not long after Lin Che's exit, the figure of the man in silver robes emerged from the shadows. When did this boy manage to break through to the 8th level of chi gathering right beneath my nose? The man in the silver robe vividly recalled that during the battle between Lin Che and the chief of the Black Dragon stronghold, Lin Che was merely at the 7th level of chi gathering. Yet, in the span of mere days, his cultivation has ascended to the 8th level. Remarkably, he was entirely oblivious to this breakthrough. Could it be that this young man is a practitioner of the heavenly path? It is said that in ancient times, there existed unparalleled prodigies capable of advancing through combat alone, achieving breakthroughs through relentless struggle and extraordinary insights, known as practitioners of the heavenly path. Lin Che's current performance elicited this absurd thought in the mind of the silver-robed man. However, such musings swiftly dissipated within his consciousness. Gazing at the lifeless bodies on the ground, the silver-robed man shook his head in resignation. The command of the hall master was to assist in resolving a troublesome matter, which was originally seen as an opportunity. Yet it seems this task must persist, truly a source of vexation. Chapter 9. The Sect Selection Battle. After leaving the Divine Wind Mountain Range, Lin Che hurriedly made his way to a nearby small town. Prior to his expedition, he had feared the perils within the mountains. Thus he had instructed Xiao Yao to take refuge in this location. Following the ambush orchestrated by the Fifth Elder, Lin Che's concern for the safety of the young girl had intensified significantly. Fortunately, when he found Xiao Yao, she was still lively and unscathed. "Young master, you have finally returned," Xiao Yao exclaimed with tears of joy upon seeing Lin Che, for in her heart, he had become her sole pillar of support. Lin Che gently patted her head. "I have made you worry during this time." He then inquired, "Has anyone from the Lin family visited the town recently?" "Yes," Xiao Yao replied with a serious expression. "I have seen numerous martial artists from the Lin family lurking nearby these past few days. They seem to be searching for you. But I have always hidden away, so they did not discover me." Upon hearing this, Lin Che furrowed his brow. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the Lin family's determination to eliminate him. With this thought in mind, he turned to Xiao Yao and said, "It is not safe to linger here. We must leave." "Young master, where are we going?" she asked. "Back to Kanglan City," Lin Che stated decisively. Back to Kanglan City. But Xiao Yao's face registered surprise. Yet Lin Che continued, "I intend to return and reclaim all that I have lost." Kanglan City. On this day, the city was teeming with people, with nearly every street overflowing with citizens. It could be said that Kanglan City had not witnessed such a bustling scene in nearly a decade. The reason for this commotion was simple. It was rumored that a mentor from the Daotsong Academy would be arriving to select disciples within Kanglan City. The Daotsong Academy is the foremost power in the Yangzhou region. It is said that each year, the Academy selects exceptionally talented young martial artists from various cities in Yangzhou for admission into its training programs. The Yangzhou territory is vast, encompassing over 1,000 cities of varying sizes. However, the Academy only offers a mere 100 spots each year. This implies that only the top 100 cities in terms of overall strength are eligible to be considered by the Daotsong Academy. For the first time in nearly a decade, Kanglan City had entered the ranks of the top 100. And both the prominent families and the citizens eagerly anticipated this grand event. It is rumored that only one disciple is selected from each city, meaning that only the most gifted among the city's youth stands a chance of becoming a disciple of the Daotsong Academy. Who do you think will be the fortunate genius from which family? The upcoming sect selection battle is of utmost importance to the various families within the city. Should a junior from their lineage become a disciple of the Daotsong Academy, their future would be boundless, and their family would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The streets of Kanglan City were alive with bustling crowds, filled with animated discussions centered around this momentous occasion. Is there still any suspense left? The Morong family has long been recognized as the foremost family in Kanglan City, and their daughter, Miss Morong Yin, is widely regarded as the most gifted talent in the city today. I believe that she is destined to claim the top spot in this selection battle. However, that may not necessarily be the case. For this year's selection battle, all the prominent families have fully opened their resources to the younger generation. Moreover, in order to preserve their strength, the younger members of each family have not engaged in any duels over the past year, making it impossible to predict the extent of their growth. Indeed, Morong Yin is formidable, but in my opinion, the genius of the Shinta family, Shinta Yuan, is also quite powerful. This year, he may not be defeated. Morong Yin and Shinta Yuan, these two individuals are undoubtedly the most sought-after talents in Kanglan City. Thus, the focus of discussions naturally gravitated towards these two. However, at this moment, someone sighed, acknowledging that while both are indeed the leading contenders for the championship, to declare one of them as Kanglan City's #1 talent seems somewhat exaggerated. After all, in previous years, these two geniuses have been consistently overshadowed by a singular individual. This year, their heightened prominence is largely due to the absence of that person from the selection battle. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily envisioned the figure of a young boy, Lin Che. If we were to name the most recognized genius in Kanglan City over the years, it would undoubtedly be him. When his innate talent had not yet waned, no other young aspirant in the city could compare to him. Lin Che was indeed astonishing in his prime, but ever since he fell ill a year ago, with his dantian shattered, he plummeted from grace. Had it not been for this misfortune, the Lin family would have achieved unprecedented honor with him. and the most significant loss in this context would surely belong to the Lin family. It is said that Miss Morong Yin of the Morong family has unilaterally torn up her engagement with Lin Che, and not long ago. He was stripped of his position as the young master of the Lin family, leading to his expulsion and rendering him a laughingstock throughout Kanglan City. Now, he is likely begging in some corner, so what is there left to discuss? Someone remarked disdainfully. When Lin Che is mentioned, some feel a sense of regret. Others express a sigh of sympathy, while some revel in his misfortune. Yet, regardless of the emotions felt, they merely flicker in the minds of the people. In the realm of martial arts, individuals tend to remember only the strong. Regardless of how many honors one may have once held, the moment they fall from their pedestal, they gradually fade from public memory. In the bustling heart of Kanglan City, a massive battle platform has been established, surrounded by the influential families of the city. In the area designated for the Lin family, the head of the family, Lin Che, turned to Lin Yu. How has your progress been of late? Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Yu quickly responded with respect. Rest assured, esteemed head of the family. Ever since the family resources have been fully open to me. 3 days ago, I have successfully advanced to the 8th level of Qi gathering. The 8th level of Qi gathering. Observing Lin Yu's proud demeanor, Lin Che did not feel relieved. Instead, his expression grew increasingly solemn. The gathering of energy in 8 layers is merely a realm that Lin Che had already stepped into a year ago. In comparison, Lin Yu's talent starkly pales in contrast to that of the traitor who defied the family. This disparity filled Lin Che with profound regret. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident a year prior, perhaps the Lin family could have truly ascended to the support of the Daocang Academy. However, it is now futile to dwell on what could have been, and the Lin family can only place their last hopes upon Lin Yu, despite Lin Che's underlying disdain for him. As for Lin Che, with the 5th elder's intervention, he has likely perished in some desolate wilderness. These thoughts flickered through Lin Che's mind, yet his expression remained impassive throughout. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said, Do not bear any burdens. Strive to fight with all your might. As my nephew, you must certainly strive to bring glory to the Lin family. For over a decade, overshadowed by Lin Che's brilliance, Lin Yu was taken aback by Lin Che's esteem. Lord City Master has arrived. A thunderous commotion erupted just as the crowd buzzed with chatter. As heavy hoofbeats resonated from the central street, a cadre of armored soldiers galloped forward, escorting a middle-aged man with a countenance as radiant as jade, directly toward the colossal circular platform. Upon witnessing this formidable presence, members of the prominent families in Kanglan City rose to their feet in a show of respect. This was the power of the city lord's mansion, and the man at the center was none other than the city lord of Kanglan, Xiaofeng. Though families proliferated in Kanglan City, even the foremost family dared not openly challenge the city lord's mansion, not only due to its formidable martial strength, but also because of the authority it represented. After ascending the platform, Xiaofeng waved his hand and declared, "Please welcome Mentor Ji to the stage." Immediately, an opulent sedan chair appeared before the crowd. As the curtains were drawn aside, a beaming elder emerged. This elder was none other than Ji Zong, a mentor from the Daocang Academy. Upon seeing this elder, who held the fate of all families in Kanglan City in his hands, the onlookers from various families displayed sycophantic gazes. Yet, the elder, undistracted by their glances, ascended the high platform with an air of solemn authority. On behalf of the Daocang Academy, I have come to Kanglan City for the first time. Should there be any shortcomings in my reception, I hope for your understanding, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Lord City Master is too courteous. I am merely serving the Daocang Academy, hoping for everything to proceed smoothly. Hearing that Mentor Ji had a limited time in the city, Xiaofeng remarked, "In that case, let us not delay any further. We shall commence at once." Very well. With that, Ji Zong stepped to the center of the circular platform and proclaimed, "I am Ji Zong, serving as a mentor at the Daocang Academy, and I am the one responsible for the assessment in Kanglan City. I believe you are all aware of the purpose of my visit, thus there is no need for me to elaborate further. Therefore, I shall clearly state the rules of this assessment. All young individuals under the age of 20 are eligible to participate in this evaluation, which is divided into 2 rounds. The first round will be the preliminary test, and as for the method of passing the preliminary test," Ji Zong paused, suddenly waving his sleeve. With a resounding thud, the 3 wooden figures emerged upon the arena. Ji Zong spoke slowly. "All participants, ascend the stage. If you can withstand the onslaught of these 3 wooden figures for the duration of a single incense stick, you shall pass the first round of evaluation. The simplicity of the statement belied the gravity of the situation, as the onlookers, upon witnessing the three figures wielding wooden blades, could not help but exhibit expressions of solemnity. They sensed, with acute awareness, that the moment the three figures manifested, the very fabric of space trembled subtly, and a formidable aura of pressure enveloped them. This was a testament to the exceptional combat prowess possessed by the wooden figures. A hush fell over the crowd for a moment. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, someone finally ascended the stage. It was none other than the eldest scion of the Song family, Song Lei. Many recognized the young man, making his way toward the arena. Song Lei, at the 6th level of Qi gathering, though not considered among the pinnacle geniuses of Kanglan City, was nonetheless of respectable strength. His audacity to be the first to step forward earned him a chorus of cheers from the crowd. None dare to be the first? Then allow me to seize this opportunity, thought Song Lei, as he confidently ascended the stage, his demeanor unruffled. How difficult could the first round truly be? However, just as he placed his foot on the final step, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him. One of the wooden figures sprang to life. With a swift motion, the wooden figure raised its blade, unleashing a fierce wind that bore down upon Song Lei with overwhelming momentum. In the next instant, Song Lei was sent hurtling off the stage. Chapter 10. A powerful breakthrough bang. The disheveled figure of Song Lei crashed heavily into the dust, and in an instant, the entire central plaza fell into a profound silence. With the 6th level of energy concentration, he was defeated in a single strike. If previously the crowd had not fully grasped the strength of these three wooden figures, now they could not help but gasp in astonishment. How terrifying. At this rate, how many could possibly pass the first round of assessment? In Kanglan City, many young aspirants, once filled with ambition, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Instructor G, is this perhaps too severe? Inquired Mayor Xiao quietly from the observation platform. This was merely the first round of assessment. If the elimination rate was this astonishing from the outset, it would reflect poorly on Kanglan City. This city only allows one to be chosen by the Daotsong Academy, with the rest facing elimination. Is there truly any distinction in that? Jizong responded with a smile. Of course, if not a single person from Kanglan City can pass the first round, then I too shall return empty-handed. Xiao Feng fell silent upon hearing this, understanding the truth in Jizong's words. This was the Daotsong Academy, the dominant force in Yangzhou. Gaining entry was a lifelong honor for any young talent from Yangzhou. In stark contrast, the younger generation of Kanglan City now appeared somewhat disheartened. Song Lei's prowess was regarded as above average within Kanglan City, and with his elimination, many who considered themselves inferior to him silently chose to give up as well. The individuals brave enough to take the stage next would undoubtedly be the rising stars of the younger generation, the elite talents of Kanglan City. Yet even so, until now, not a single one had succeeded in passing the assessment. Could it be that the talents of Kanglan City could not even surpass the initial threshold? How disheartening. Who would rise to redeem the honor of Kanglan City and stand out among them? As time passed, the crowd grew increasingly silent. At that moment, however, the appearance of a figure reignited the dim spirits of the spectators, elevating their enthusiasm once more. It was a woman. With features as exquisite as a painting and a graceful figure, her calm demeanor radiated a subtle, yet unmistakable air of pride. The confidence emanating from her very being made it clear at first glance what it meant to be exceptional, a leader among peers. Morong Yen, an extraordinarily brilliant presence in Kanglan City, she possessed not only striking beauty, but also remarkable strength. Her family, the Morong clan, was the foremost in Kanglan City. It could be said that she was naturally the focus of attention, had it not been for years overshadowed by another's brilliance. She would have been deemed flawless in every respect. Nevertheless, following that person's fall, Morong Yin seamlessly ascended to be recognized as the first prodigy by the majority in Kanglan City. Ha ha ha, Miss Morong has finally stepped forward. Indeed. If the first genius of Kanglan City could not succeed, it seemed that the city would face total annihilation. Amidst the anticipatory gazes of the multitude, the graceful figure of Morong Yin stood resolutely upon the arena. In a swift motion, three wooden figures sprang to life. Judging from their prior performances, the coordination of these three wooden sentinels was nothing short of impeccable, both offensively and defensively. Their relentless assault was executed with utmost ferocity. Each strike delivered at such cunning angles that they nearly sealed off every possible escape for the challenger. However, unlike the previous contenders who faltered under pressure, Morong Yan's demeanor throughout the encounter could be described as effortlessly composed. Each time, She deftly evaded the tempestuous onslaught before it could reach her. Her flowing garments dancing gracefully around her, her elegant form seemingly imbued with a unique allure that captivated the hearts of those who beheld her. As time elapsed, the three wooden figures eventually ceased their relentless barrage, and it was then that the onlookers realized that not a single strand of Murong Yan's hair had been disheveled. Was this the conclusion? Only when she gracefully descended from the arena did the long silent central square erupt into thunderous applause. Such foresight. Though Murong Yan had not engaged in combat, her confidence in her agility and keen perception was truly remarkable. From the observation platform, Xiaofeng clenched his fist in secret. Should the entire army of Kanglan City be defeated, he, as the city lord, would find it difficult to maintain his dignity here. Not to mention, in the forthcoming examination at the Dao Song Academy, Kanglan City would likely be forsaken, rendering it a laughingstock throughout Yangzhou. Following Murong Yan's performance, the assessment continued. Yet the number of participants had dwindled significantly. However, to Xiaofeng's surprise, as the assessment neared its conclusion, two more individuals emerged victorious. The first, undoubtedly, was Shinta Yuan, a competitor of equal caliber to Murong Yan. The second, astonishingly, was Lin Yu, the newly appointed heir of the Lin family. It was unexpected that Lin Yu had also passed the trial. It appeared that despite Lin Che's downfall, the Lin family had not entirely succumbed to decline. Upon witnessing Lin Yu become the third individual to succeed in the wooden figure trial, a murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. Although his path to success had not been as effortless as that of Murong Yan or Shinta Yuan, in light of the near-total defeat of the younger generation of Kanglan City, his achievement was indeed noteworthy. After passing the trial, Lin Yu proudly made his way back to the Lin family's designated area, reveling in the admiring glances directed his way. After so many years, in this moment, he felt as though he had finally emerged from Lin Che's shadow, proving that the Lin family was not solely defined by Lin Che, but also by him, Lin Yu. "Well done, my son," exclaimed the elder of the Lin family, slapping his thigh with fervor. The family head, Lin Xianghai, merely nodded slightly, acknowledging that Lin Yu's success in the first round indicated that the family resources afforded to him in recent times had not been in vain. There remained a glimmer of hope for the Lin family in this trial. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, Jizong shook his head discreetly. Thus far, only 3 individuals have emerged. Kanglan City has made its debut in the 100 cities list, and this year marks its first appearance in the realm of Daosong Academy. However, judging by the elimination rate of the first round, it appears that their foundation is rather insubstantial. Initially, I anticipated some surprises on this journey. Yet it seems I am left with a sense of disappointment. Fortunately, the girl named Murong Yan possesses a talent that is truly remarkable, providing some solace for this expedition. As this thought crossed Jizong's mind, he prepared to rise and announce the results of the first round. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted. Look! Someone else is daring to participate in the assessment. With this exclamation, all eyes turned once more. On the lengthy stone steps, a youthful figure was ascending the platform. Step by step, this individual bore a long sword on their back, wore a conical hat, and was clad in a black robe that billowed in the wind, exuding a calm yet powerful aura with each stride. Yet, within the hearts of the onlookers, a sense of unrest prevailed. Who is this person? Aside from the 3, could anyone from Kanglan City possess the confidence to pass this examination? Countless minds were filled with questions. Simultaneously, the distinguished figure had reached the final tier of the stone steps, standing upon the battle stage. In an instant, a wooden puppet lunged forward, wielding a wooden blade with a fierce downward slash. The blade's glow flared, emanating an overwhelming momentum. The attack was indeed ferocious. Sensing the impending strike, Lin Che's gaze flickered beneath his hat. In the next moment, he unsheathed his sword, meeting the assault head-on. Clang! The wooden blade wielded by the puppet was forcefully blocked by Lin Che's sword, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Not only that, but the puppet was also unexpectedly pushed back a step. At that moment, Lin Che's second strike followed swiftly. This strike was silent, devoid of any cutting wind. As if it had melded with the breeze, the flash of his sword left a distinct mark upon the wooden puppet. Witnessing this scene, Xiaofeng suddenly sprang to his feet from his seat. What a swift sword! What an ingenious angle! His gaze flickered intensely, for he realized that the mark left by that strike was precisely at the puppet's eye level. One could say, had the puppet been a living body, it would have lost its combat capability in that instant. It was akin to facing 3 formidable foes and dispatching one with a single exchange. Such a lethal technique was indeed astonishing. Xiaofeng could not fathom that Lin Che, Under the guidance of a mysterious woman in the ancient jade space within the Shifeng Mountains, had honed his skills through battles against demonic beasts. Practicing the art of delivering a fatal blow, he aimed to resolve conflicts with the simplest of methods. Naturally, the wooden puppet was not a living entity. It would not cease to function due to Lin Che's strike. Moreover, individuals with keen insight like Xiao Feng were few and far between, allowing the contest to persist. Swish, swish, swish. The three wooden puppets simultaneously launched their attacks, their coordination reaching an exquisite pinnacle, enveloping the entire battle stage in a terrifying display of blade light. However, Lin Che, far from choosing to evade the oncoming challenge, propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, resembling an arrow aimed directly at the three wooden figures. Evading? Lin Che had no intention of retreating. His approach was one of direct confrontation, meeting force with force. The sound of clashing swords echoed as Lin Che's long sword continuously collided with the wooden blades, creating ripples of energy in the air. This fellow is incredibly fierce. Below the arena, the onlookers stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the dazzling display of swordplay. While the spectacle was undeniably captivating, it also exuded an air of peril. It could be said that should the challenger's vital energy wane or a flaw be revealed, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Yet, just as the crowd pondered how much longer this enigmatic swordsman could endure, the three wooden figures abruptly ceased their movements. The time of a stick of incense had elapsed. He had passed the test. Witnessing Lin Che triumph in such a formidable manner, the spectators erupted into a fervent clamor. Some even exhaled in relief. Although he appeared less at ease than Murong Yin, it was undeniable that this style of combat was exhilarating, stirring the emotions of the audience with its intense fluctuations. Meanwhile, countless individuals grew increasingly curious about the youthful figure standing resolutely on the arena. When had such a young powerhouse emerged in Kanglan City? Chapter 11. You remain so weak the heart, throat, eyes, and brow all are vital points, and not a single strike has gone astray. Quite commendable. As the wooden puppet ceased its assault, Lin Che sheathed his sword, a satisfied expression gracing his visage. It was evident that the three wooden figures bore a total of 19 sword marks, each etched upon a crucial area. Yet, what material were these wooden puppets forged from? They were truly formidable. Lin Che had infused each strike with a substantial amount of true energy, confident that even a piece of blue steel would have been shattered by a sword aura. However, at this moment, the wooden figures bore only faint traces of his efforts. Those were defensive inscriptions. These three wooden puppets were indeed birthed from an intricate formation. Suddenly, a mysterious woman's voice resonated deep within his mind. The formation is indeed profound. I am utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. Were there no time constraints, I would likely have been defeated. Lin Che realized with clarity. It is merely your weakness. With sufficient strength, no formation can withstand a single strike. The mysterious woman responded. Lin Che. Foolishness. The wooden figures are lifeless, oblivious to pain, and fearlessly reckless. Engaging in such a barbaric manner is nothing short of brutish. I am certain that without the time limit, under the severe consumption of true energy, this individual would undoubtedly perish. Meanwhile, in the Lin family section, Lin Yu gazed at the figure on the stage, experiencing an inexplicable sense of familiarity that eluded his grasp, stirring within him a feeling of disquiet. Lin Xianghai shared this sentiment. However, moments later, Lin Xianghai's eyes underwent a transformation, as if he had recalled something, and he sprang up from his seat. You ungrateful wretch, so it is you, this ungrateful child. Lin Che, you are Lin Che. You have not perished and still dare to participate in the trial. Lin Che? The sudden outburst from Lin Xianghai struck like a colossal stone, shattering the tranquility of the waters and instantly stirring tumultuous waves. This individual is Lin Che? How could this be? Rumor had it that a month prior, he had already been expelled from Kanglan City by the Lin family. Indeed, Lin Che's dantian had been shattered, his realm greatly diminished. If he were truly Lin Che, how could he have successfully passed the preliminary trials? Feeling the multitude of gazes directed towards him, the figure on the battle stage remained as tranquil as a pristine spring. Moments later, he removed his hat, revealing a clean and handsome young face. Instantly, the breath of everyone beneath the stage was caught in their throats. It truly was Lin Che. The name Lin Che had once shone too brightly in Kanglan City. It could be said that none of the young generation there would forget this name. Like a mountain, it had loomed over the hearts of all youthful talents. A year ago, everyone believed that the presence which had overshadowed the younger generation of Kanglan City had completely fallen. Yet, Who would have anticipated that he would re-emerge into the public eye in such a manner? You ungrateful wretch, how dare you return? Lin Xianghai was filled with countless questions. He speculated that after Lin Che's dantian had recovered, he had sent the fifth elder to secretly eliminate him. How could Lin Che possibly appear here now? Could it be that the fifth elder had failed? Certainly not. With the prowess of Elder Lin at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, how could he possibly falter? It must be that he has merely missed this young man. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Xianghai's mind as he rushed to the observation platform. Clasping his fists in respect and declaring, Master Ji, Lord Xiao, this Lin Che is a traitor of my Lin family. A month ago, I personally expelled him from the clan, rendering him unworthy to partake in this assessment. I beseech both esteemed gentlemen to revoke his qualification to ensure this rebellious offspring does not disrupt the proper order of the sex selection competition. Old dog. Upon hearing Lin Xianghai's words, Lin Che's eyes turned icy as he suddenly roared in rage. You continuously label me a traitor of the Lin family. I ask you, what heinous act have I, Lin Che, committed against the Lin family? Lin Xianghai paused momentarily, but soon retorted with a cold smile. You are not of Lin blood. Yet for over a decade, the Lin family has raised you. Now, you audaciously turn against us. Does this not constitute treachery? Ha ha. Lin Che erupted into maniacal laughter. What a splendid upbringing, Lin Xianghai. What you valued was merely my talent and the hope I could bring to the Lin family. In reality, I was nothing more than an instrument in your eyes. Over the years, I fought for the Lin family, surviving countless perils and securing innumerable resources through my very life. What I earned with my blood and sweat ultimately served to benefit you, the parasites who sit comfortably in the shadows. Even so, I, Lin Che, have never harbored grievances for the kindness of my upbringing. Yet a year ago, when my dantian shattered, how did you treat me? You stripped me of my position as the young master and even sent me to the execution mountain, allowing mere servants to bully me at will. It was then that I clearly saw the Lin family's true nature, merely a group of heartless, ungrateful beasts. I, Lin Che, owe the Lin family nothing, and I have long since severed ties with you. As for you, Lin Xianghai, what qualifications do you have to admonish me as an elder? Lin Che's words pierced the hearts of all present, leaving them deeply moved. Indeed, Lin Che had brought immense glory to the Lin family, and if his words held any truth, then the Lin family could truly be deemed unfeeling and ungrateful. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Xianghai's expression darkened significantly. Regardless, Lin Che's appearance posed an unpredictable variable, one that neither he nor the Lin family wished to confront. You little wretch, speaking such slander against the Lin family. For this alone, I have the right to cleanse our ranks. Today, I shall personally eliminate you, the unfilial traitor. A sinister expression crossed Lin Xianghai's face as his entire being surged with energy, revealing a murderous intent. Hold on. At that moment, Xiao Feng interjected, halting the proceedings. Lin Xianghai was taken aback. Lord Xiao, I am merely cleansing my own household, which is entirely reasonable and should not concern others, correct? Lin Che has already severed ties with the Lin family, and now he is merely a participant in the selection competition. If you kill him like this, what will the Dao Tsang Academy think? Indeed, at Xiao Feng's inquiry, Master Ji's cold gaze fell upon Lin Xianghai. Although the gaze directed at Lin Xianghai exuded no overwhelming force, it nonetheless caused him to shudder. Indeed, this was a recklessness on the part of the old man. Though Lin Xianghai harbored murderous intent towards Lin Che, the present circumstances made it abundantly clear that any attempt to eliminate him was futile, at least until the conclusion of the trial. With this realization, despite his reluctance, Lin Xianghai could only return to his seat with resignation. On the arena, Lin Che turned his attention to Xiao Feng. Though he remained uncertain as to why the Lord of Kanglan City chose to assist him, he nonetheless cast a grateful glance in his direction. He then prepared to descend from the stage. Just then, the aged voice of Ji Zong resonated through the air. Wait a moment. Lin Che halted, puzzled by the elder's words. With an impassive expression, Ji Zong declared, the first round of assessments has concluded, and 4 individuals will advance. I hereby announce the commencement of the second round, which will consist of arena battles. You shall be the first to participate. As for your opponent, his gaze swept over Murong Yin and Shinti Yuan before settling on Lin Yu. A rivalry steeped in familial conflict, this promises to be intriguing. You two shall face off. At his words, a wave of excitement rippled through the central square. Arena battle. Lin Che versus Lin Yu. In truth, upon hearing the rules for the second round, Lin Yu's expression darkened. He lacked the courage to contend with the renowned talents Murong Yin and Shinta Yuan of Kanglan City. Yet, when he learned that his adversary was Lin Che, a flicker of unexpected delight crossed his features. Compared to the aforementioned two, Lin Che had squandered a year. Although his dantian had seemingly regained some vitality, he was undoubtedly weaker than before. To Lin Yu's perspective, among the four who had passed the first round, Lin Che was indisputably the weakest. Facing Lin Che means Murong Yin and Shinta Yuan will inevitably clash in the next match. Given their prowess, should they engage in a fierce battle, they may very well lead to mutual destruction. If I can defeat Lin Che, would that not present me with a genuine opportunity to vie for the title? In this moment, Lin Yu felt as though a glimmer of hope had pierced through the darkness, bringing with it an unexpected sense of joy. Do you possess confidence? Inquired the grand elder of the Lin family. Father, do not worry. Lin Che has wasted a year, although he has regained some strength. You witnessed how he fared in the Wooden Man trial. I surmise that under such intense exertion, his inner true energy has been depleted significantly. In a duel against him, is there truly any suspense? Upon hearing Lin Yu's assured response, Lin Xianghai and the Grand Elder nodded in agreement. It stands to reason. Should the opportunity arise, do not allow him to survive. Lin Xianghai's gaze turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. I understand. With a cold smile, Lin Yu strode confidently toward the arena. Moments later, two figures stood in a tense standoff upon the battle platform. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth as he fixated on Lin Che, declaring, Lin Che, did you ever imagine that your opponent in this round would be me? For how many years have I, Lin Yu, lived in the shadow of your brilliance, bearing humiliation and hardship? The world knows only you, Lin Che, yet remains oblivious to my existence. At last, I possess the opportunity to demonstrate to everyone that I, Lin Yu, am not inferior to you. You certainly hold yourself in high regard, Lin Che replied coolly. At this remark, Lin Yu's gaze darkened with resentment. You should never have returned to Kanglan City, but since you are here, it is all the more fortuitous. Today, you shall serve as my stepping stone, and this battle will mark the rise of Lin Yu. Enough with your prattle, Lin Che said, a hint of impatience in his tone. Seeking death, are we? Lin Yu, having accumulated pent-up grievances, felt an overwhelming frustration as Lin Che's indifferent demeanor made him feel as though he were striking a fist against cotton, utterly vexed. In the next instant, he seized his words, cracking stone palm. With fury surging through him, Lin Yu surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging at Lin Che. Under the pressure of an imposing aura, one of Lin Yu's hands, resembling an iron claw, lunged violently toward Lin Che's shoulder. This was a mid-tier combat technique of the human level, possessing extraordinary power. A successful strike could fracture bones and inflict excruciating pain. In response to this ferocious attack, Lin Che stepped forward, and with a clenched fist, he retaliated. The punch connected squarely with Lin Yu's palm, swift, precise, and fierce. In the next moment, Lin Yu's figure was sent hurtling backward with a velocity surpassing that of his advance. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps echoed as Lin Yu narrowly managed to stabilize himself at the very edge of the battle platform, his predicament utterly disheveled. Lin Che regarded him with a mocking shake of his head, saying, after neglecting my training for so long and granting you an entire year to grow, how is it that you remain so weak? Chapter 12. The Innate Martial Enthusiast. Lin Che, I shall end your life. Upon seeing the disdainful expression on Lin Che's face, Lin Yu's countenance became exceedingly ferocious. I refuse to believe that after a year of idleness, you can still rise like a phoenix. With a resolute heart, Lin Yu charged forward once more. This time, he held nothing back, channeling all his vital energy as he unleashed his fists. With a powerful swing, a roar akin to that of a lion reverberated across the arena, while the tempestuous waves of vital energy surged violently towards Lin Che's position. The Heavenly Lion Fist, a superior technique of the human rank. It was also a treasured martial art passed down through the Lin family. Even during his prime, Lin Che, despite achieving countless military merits for the Lin family, had never been deemed worthy of this technique. Yet today, it was executed by Lin Yu. One cannot help but acknowledge that Lin Xianghai had spared no expense to ensure Lin Yu achieved a remarkable result in the upcoming sex selection competition. Alas, while the superior technique of the human rank is formidable, its efficacy is contingent upon the skill of the practitioner and the strength of the opponent. In the face of Lin Yu's intensified assault, Lin Che maintained his composure. Get lost. As Lin Yu approached, Lin Che suddenly thrust his sword forward. Boom. This strike, though delivered late, arrived with a force akin to a torrential flood. In the next instant, Lin Yu's body was struck as if by a massive mountain, hurtling him out of the arena and crashing heavily onto the ground. Puff, he spat a mouthful of blood, his expression one of disbelief. But soon he grasped the gravity of the situation, his face shifting dramatically. You have crippled my dantian. It turned out that Lin Che's sword not only sent him plummeting from the stage, but also struck at his dantian. The dantian shattered. No. Impossible. How could I possibly lose to you? Ah! Feeling his cultivation dissipate rapidly, Lin Yu's eyes turned crimson, embodying madness. With a cry of unwilling rage, he spewed another mouthful of blood, ultimately succumbing to the unbearable reality and fainting. Heavens! Lin Yu has actually lost. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the spectators below erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Not merely a defeat, it was a sheer one-sided obliteration. A year ago, the physicians in the city had declared Lin Che's dantian utterly ruined, leaving him devoid of any hope in martial arts for life. Yet, a year later, his cultivation had miraculously recovered, and despite a year of neglect, he possessed such formidable combat prowess. Who could have believed it without witnessing it firsthand? As they gazed upon the figure on the stage, countless hearts were shaken with indescribable wonder. Could it be that, even after a year of inactivity, the peak that once stood as a beacon for all the youth of Kanglan City still remained unyielding? In stark contrast to the astonishment of those around her, Mu Rongyan, with her cascading hair like a waterfall and eyes sparkling like the stars, seemed capable of captivating anyone's heart. Yet at this moment, a subtle smile graced her lips, a mere whisper of a curve. The atmosphere was thick with disappointment as Lin Che's progress over the past year was deemed negligible. Lin Che, you have left me somewhat disheartened, murmured Murong Yen, her eyes once again fluttering shut, seemingly impervious to the clamor surrounding her, enveloped in a serene tranquility. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's location, the elder of the Lin clan witnessed a scene that set his heart ablaze with fury. He charged towards Lin Yu, swiftly assessing the gravity of his condition. His son was utterly ruined. You wretched creature, dare you inflict such cruelty? I shall end your life. The elder's white hair stood on end, his countenance a terrifying visage akin to a raging lion, poised to ascend the stage of battle. Yet, before he could take a single step, a formidable aura enveloped him. The city lord, Xiaofeng, rose from his seat. Impudent! I have declared that during this election battle, no elder of any sect is permitted to intervene. Elder of the Lin clan, do you heed my words? Upon hearing this admonition, the elder of the Lin clan trembled. His fists clenched tightly, yet he was compelled to regain his composure in the face of the lord's authority. Forgive my impudence, my lord. Ultimately, he could only cast a fierce glare at Lin Che before retreating with the gravely injured Lin Yu back to the Lin family. Ruined. The elder Lin Xianghai's face turned ashen as he discerned Lin Yu's state. Simultaneously, Lin Yu stirred from his stupor, gazing at Lin Xianghai with a pale, weakened visage. Uncle, I have disappointed you, and let the Lin family down. Humph. At this remark, Lin Xianghai narrowed his eyes. His hand clenched tightly within his voluminous sleeves. After a cold snort, he cast a disdainful glance at the injured Lin Yu and turned away. Observing the family head's departure, the remaining members of the Lin clan stood in silence for a moment before following suit. With Lin Yu's defeat, what significance remained for the Lin family in this place? Only Lin Yu and his father remained, the area now starkly empty in contrast to the throngs that had surrounded them. The elder of the Lin clan wore an expression of utter bewilderment. His son had sustained grave injuries for the sake of the Lin family. Even in the absence of merit, he had paid a heavy price, yet now he was met with such cold indifference. Beside him, Lin Yu's face mirrored the gloom. Your veins carry the blood of the Lin family, unlike Lin Che. All of the family's hopes rest upon you. Do not bear any burdens. Strive with all your might. Lin Xianghai's tender words echoed in his ears, yet, in that moment, Lin Yu felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He even found himself acutely aware of Lin Che's experiences within the Lin family over the past year. However, the sentiments of this father and son pair were of little concern to the onlookers. To all families in Kanglan City, should anyone obstruct the trial, do not blame the city lord for his lack of courtesy. This is my final admonition. After the Lin family departed, Xiaofeng on the viewing platform spoke once more. The previous actions of the Lin family had indeed irked him, although Ji Zong had remained silent throughout. This was the inaugural selection of disciples by the Daotsong Academy in Kanglan City. Any ongoing interference with the assessment's normal order would not only undermine his authority as the city lord, but would also tarnish the reputation of Kanglan City as a whole. With Xiao Feng's imposing presence, the various families within Kanglan City settled down considerably. As Lin Che left the battle stage, it signified that the next contest was about to commence. The upcoming match, Murong Yen versus Shintu Yuan. Historically in Kanglan City, apart from the anomaly that is Lin Che, these two individuals stood out as the most prominent figures of the younger generation. Unlike Lin Che, who had once experienced a fall from grace, these two had consistently maintained their positions at the pinnacle. Now, although Lin Che had returned, no one could ascertain the extent of his restored strength. Nonetheless, it was an undeniable fact that Lin Che's martial prowess had languished for a year. Thus, many believed that the duel between Murong Yen and Shintu Yuan might serve as a preview for the champion of this trial. Let the battle begin. With Jizong's command, a robust figure from the Shintu family rose. This man, with his crimson hair and pronounced brow, possessed a vigorous physique reminiscent of a raging bull, exuding immense power. With a heavy stomp, Shintu Yuan leapt onto the battle stage, his piercing gaze fixed below. Murong Yen, I have awaited a year for the opportunity to duel with you once more. Come forth. At his words, Murong Yen opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then rose gracefully, her enchanting silhouette advancing step by step towards the stage. The skirt billowed in the gentle breeze. Her exquisite visage and delicate figure captivated the hearts of all present with each step. In the central plaza, countless men gazed intently. This woman, not only stunning in appearance, but also endowed with extraordinary talent, could scarcely be described by any term other than perfection. To wed her would be a life fulfilled. Some secretly lamented. Simultaneously, many recalled the engagement between Lin Che and Murong Yen from years past. Lin Che's talent had once justified such a match, yet alas, it was a missed opportunity. That engagement had been personally annulled by the Murong clan. In my view, Lin Che now seemed unworthy of such an unparalleled beauty. Should Murong Yen indeed gain entry into the Daocang Academy, the chasm between them would likely widen irreparably from this year onward. Whispers of speculation filled the air around them. However, Murong Yan's expression remained unperturbed throughout. For this celestial prodigy, compliments had long since become a commonplace occurrence. Is there even a need to compare? Last year, you fell to me. This year, our disparity will only grow. Ultimately, Murong Yen positioned herself before Shintu Yuan, a confident smile adorning her snow-white visage. Only in battle will we know. Shintu Yuan, a natural martial enthusiast, had previously tasted defeat against Murong Yen in their last encounter. Yet since then, he had devoted himself to rigorous training in seclusion. At this moment, when facing Murong Yen, his eyes were ablaze with fervent intensity. Without uttering a single word, following those two simple sentences, Shintu Yuan suddenly clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating blow. A formidable force that surged forth like a colossal wave. The giant shark divine fist. With a thunderous roar, Shintu Yuan's overwhelming fist power rapidly enveloped the entire arena, completely shrouding Murong Yan's figure. Such a fierce assault from Shintu Yuan demonstrated a profound lack of tenderness and appreciation for the delicate. Witnessing Murong Yan's slender silhouette, like a fragile boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, evoked a sense of pity among many, while simultaneously inciting indignation at Shintu Yuan's brutish behavior. Tenderness and appreciation? For the young men of Kanglan City, Murong Yen might be regarded as a goddess, yet there were two notable exceptions. One was Lin Che, who, based on past encounters, had always struck with ferocity, never once yielding to his nominal fiancée. The other was, of course, Shintu Yuan, a natural-born martial enthusiast, whose gaze held no regard for women. Chapter 13. The night visit. The air reverberated with a resounding rumble as Shintu Yuan launched an extraordinarily swift assault. At the moment he struck, an overwhelming pressure emanated, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. Yet, in the face of such a formidable offensive, Murong Yan's expression remained remarkably tranquil, even exuding a hint of disdain amidst her calmness. Suddenly, one of her arms shot upward, and in the next instant, a palm imprint formed from her true energy surged forth like a mountain's might. During the Wooden Man trial, Murong Yen had refrained from making a move. Therefore, this marked her first direct action, causing every spectator present, including Shintu Yuan, to feel their hearts race with astonishment. True energy manifested, entering the realm of spirit martial. What? In just a year's time, Miss Murong had remarkably transcended the gathering chi stage, advancing into the spirit martial realm. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, Amidst the gasps of countless onlookers, Mu Rongyan's palm imprint of true energy charged forward. Waves of ferocious palm force cascaded like a tide, ultimately engulfing Shun Tu Yuan's form entirely. With a thunderous crash, when the palm force dissipated, the crowd realized that Shun Tu Yuan had been forcefully subdued, lying on the ground, utterly immobilized. His arms, at this moment, were drenched in blood. What a shocking scene. The entire central plaza erupted into a wave of astonished exclamations. Was this the end? Initially, everyone anticipated a fierce battle of equal might between the two. However, who would have thought that from the moment they stepped onto the stage until Shun Tu Yuan's suppression, Mu Rongyan had merely executed a single palm strike. Spirit Martial. First level. Shun Tu Yuan's eyes turned a deep crimson. He finally comprehended the source of Mu Rongyan's confidence. She had indeed ascended to the Spirit Martial realm. Although she had only reached the first level, the chasm between the gathering Qi and Spirit Martial stages was immeasurable. I have lost. Shun Tu Yuan's gaze suddenly dimmed. As a naturally gifted warrior, it was nearly impossible for someone like him to concede defeat. In the past, even in defeat, he would only immerse himself deeper in frenzied training, never admitting defeat. Yet this time, upon sensing Mu Rongyan's ascension to the Spirit Martial realm, it felt as though he instantaneously lost the will to pursue. When one realizes that they stand before an insurmountable peak, anyone would inevitably lose the conviction to climb. The celestial prodigy. With Shun Tu Yuan's collapse, Mu Rongyan's brilliance shone even more radiantly in the eyes of all in Kanglan City. If Lin Che's cultivation had not faltered a year ago, could he have stepped into the Spirit Martial realm within this past year? This question lingered in many minds. Of course, there would be no answer to this query, but at this moment, in the hearts of the crowd, the 17-year-old Mu Rongyan, having entered the Spirit Martial realm, was undoubtedly the unrivaled genius of Kanglan City. She had even surpassed the Lin Che of yesteryear. Only one final battle remained. Yet, it seemed devoid of any suspense. After this battle concluded, only the ultimate contest for the championship would remain. However, unlike previous years, this time, Mu Rongyan's formidable prowess undoubtedly tilted the balance in the hearts of the onlookers. Mr. Ji, shall we continue? Lord Xiaofeng inquired, casting a glance at Ji Zong from the viewing platform. At that moment, Ji Zong glanced at the dimming sky as twilight descended and the sun sank below the horizon, casting a faint gloom over the surroundings. He then rose leisurely, stretched his limbs, and proclaimed, "There is but one match remaining. No need to rush. I find myself rather fatigued today, so let us resume tomorrow." With these words, he waved his sleeve and departed. Upon witnessing the elder's somewhat languid demeanor, Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he understood that the other was the envoy of the Dao Song Academy, and since he had chosen to leave, the battle must inevitably be postponed. Thus, Xiaofeng promptly announced this decision. Tomorrow's duel? Is this not a waste of anticipation? How disappointing it is to have stirred such excitement in vain. The audience, filled with eager anticipation, could not help but erupt into a chorus of boos. Nevertheless, following the discontent, they had no choice but to acquiesce to the personal wishes of the Dao Song envoy, which could not be altered. In a short while, an increasing number of individuals shook their heads and departed, leaving the vast central square gradually desolate. In the midst of the emptiness, Lin Che's expression was equally peculiar. However, shortly thereafter, he too turned to leave the scene. After descending from the platform, Lin Che found Xiao Yao, and together they meandered down a street in search of an inn, ultimately securing 2 rooms. Throughout their journey, he made no attempt to conceal his presence, for Lin Che understood that evading the scrutiny of both the Murong and Lin families in Kanglan City was an impractical endeavor. Of course, he bore no fear of potential retaliation from the Lin family or the Murong clan's attempts to eliminate him, their competitor, preemptively. During the course of the trials, it would be utterly foolish for these 2 families to engage in such reckless behavior. Yet, after checking into the inn, a visitor's arrival caught Lin Che by surprise. As a gentle knock echoed at the door, Lin Che opened it to reveal a figure clad in a flowing azure garment, exuding an aura akin to an ethereal orchid. Lin Che was momentarily stunned, but quickly furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there something you need? Would you care to take a stroll?" Murong Yen replied with a soft smile, her eyes glimmering. Hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Che's face, yet after a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. As evening descended, the lights of Kanglan City began to twinkle. The tea houses, taverns, pawnshops, and workshops lining the streets had quieted, shedding the raucousness of the day. Centered around the towering city gates, The red-bricked, green-tiled houses stretched out in an orderly fashion, reaching into the tranquil outskirts. The protective river shimmered like silver under the moonlight, casting a beautiful glow upon the streets. It felt as though it had been an eternity since he had strolled through Kanglan City in such a manner. Beneath the night sky, Murong Yan's long, raven-black hair danced in the wind, adorned with a golden hairpin whose jewels swayed gently with her movements. Her shoulders were delicately sculpted, and her waist was slender, embodying an extraordinary beauty. Alas, it was a pity that once she departed for the Daotsong Academy, she might not behold the enchanting nightscape of Kanglan City for several years. Upon hearing the exclamation, Lin Che cast a sidelong glance at Murong Yan. But her exquisite profile revealed no hint of emotion. You sought me out. It cannot merely be for the sake of enjoying the street scenery. Speak your mind. Murong Yan halted her steps and regarded Lin Che, stating, Lin Che, if you possess any self-awareness, you should recognize that tomorrow, victory will elude you. You seem quite confident. Lin Che remarked casually. Murong Yan smiled lightly. In truth, the engagement between us was never my desire. It was merely my family that esteemed your talent. Yet, even without you, I could lead the Murong clan to glory. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of Kanglan City, reaching towards Daotsong Academy, Yangzhou, and even the entirety of Tsongfeng Nation. And you? Merely the scion of a second-rate family in Kanglan City. Oh, I nearly forgot. You have been expelled from the Lin family. One might say you are now a solitary cultivator without support. When she uttered these words, Murong Yan exuded an air of tranquility, her demeanor reminiscent of an elevated being casually assessing the weak. Lin Che furrowed his brow. What exactly are you trying to convey? In response, Murong Yan fixed her gaze upon him. Lin Che, if you are willing, you could serve as my martial servant. Martial servant. This entailed forming a blood pact with a powerful individual, pledging a lifetime of allegiance. Lin Che, Daotsong Academy admits only one disciple from Kanglan City. Should I gain entry, your elimination is inevitable. Without the protection of Daotsong Academy, Lin Xianghai could easily dispose of you. It would be a pity for someone of your talent to meet such an untimely end. By becoming my martial servant, the Murong clan could provide you with a stronghold. Perhaps you might even enter Daotsong Academy under my banner, and though you may not become a formal disciple, you could still attain the status of a servant disciple. A venture with nothing but benefits for you. Murong Yan's tone was earnest, seemingly genuinely concerned for Lin Che's welfare. However, Lin Che's expression darkened considerably. He regarded her, a singular thought occupying his mind. This woman, from whence does her sense of superiority arise? Are you so certain that you will triumph over me tomorrow? Murong Yan shook her head. Lin Che, your naivety is astounding. I have stated unequivocally that you shall lose. And what if I emerge victorious? At this, Murong Yan's brows knitted slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face, before she coldly retorted, Lin Che, do you know what I most disdain about you? It is your current facade of moral superiority, your self-righteousness. This time, Lin Che smiled. It appeared that not bowing to her ambitions was tantamount to moral hypocrisy and arrogance. How fortuitous. I too hold little regard for a woman entirely consumed by ambition. Farewell. We walked divergent paths. With that, Lin Che turned and departed. As he vanished into the shadows of the night, Murong Yan's indifferent gaze flickered momentarily. On this occasion, her intention in seeking out Lin Che was not only to persuade him to withdraw from the imminent battle, but also stemmed from a genuine appreciation for his remarkable talent. However, the outcome of their conversation seemed rather unsatisfactory. This young girl exhibited an excessive arrogance. As they made their way back to the inn, Lin Che remained silent. Yet he could hear the voice of the enigmatic woman resonating within him. At 17, possessing the spirit martial realm, she certainly had the audacity to be arrogant. Lin Che remained noncommittal. Humph, the mysterious woman remarked. When I was her age, I had already attained the Dao martial realm, yet I maintained a low profile. Lin Che responded with disbelief, 17 years old, and at the Dao martial realm? In the entire Kanglan City, merely reaching the spirit martial realm is considered a feat of strength. As for the Xuanwu realm, that is a force capable of shaking Yangzhou with a mere stomp. Yet, the Dao martial realm, though Lin Che had never encountered such a level, he could easily surmise that within the vast expanse of the Tsongfeng kingdom, it would be exceedingly rare to find such formidable beings. Even if they existed, they would undoubtedly be ancient practitioners who had toiled for countless years. Yet, the mysterious woman claimed she had stepped into the Dao martial realm at just 17. Senior, Why must you reveal such a low-key accomplishment? I sense a profound malice in your words, Lin Che thought to himself, feeling somewhat disheartened. The enigmatic woman replied, I did so intentionally. Lin Che could only respond with silence. Chapter 14. A sword on the path back to the inn. Lin Che felt a weight of gravity upon his heart. Although he did not perceive a threat from Murong Yan's words, there lingered an unspoken implication that unsettled him. Her overwhelming confidence instilled in Lin Che a sense of impending danger, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. It seems I must exercise greater caution. With this thought in mind, upon returning to the inn, Lin Che retrieved a spatial ring. A dazzling light flashed as 70 spiritual herbs materialized before him. These were the spoils he had acquired after vanquishing the fifth elder of the Lin family. It was estimated that they would be sufficient to elevate his cultivation further. However, with the imminent sect selection battle, he had lacked the time to refine them. The delay of the competition by a day is indeed fortuitous. Now, it is time to absorb these martial resources. Devour them. Seated in a meditative posture, Lin Che moved his hands in a deliberate manner, causing the energy within his body to surge, setting his meridians vibrating in unison. Simultaneously, the pile of spiritual herbs before him transformed into a torrent of vibrant energy, flooding into his being. To the naked eye, Lin Che appeared to be enveloped in a divine radiance. As time passed, one could sense Lin Che's aura rising at an astonishing rate. After a night spent in this transformative state, as the first light of dawn streamed through the window, a thunderous sound erupted from within him. Boom. At that moment, Lin Che opened his eyes, revealing a newfound clarity. 9th level of Qi gathering. Feeling his inner energy reservoir expanding once more, Lin Che clenched his fist, his face alight with surprise. To break through a level of cultivation in a single night. Such a pace of advancement is truly exhilarating. Calming his excitement, Lin Che rose to stretch his limbs. As he sensed his body gradually acclimating to this newfound strength, he promptly pushed open the door and departed the inn, making his way toward the central street of Kanglan City. In the central square, the throngs of people showed no signs of waning compared to the previous day. Today was not only the unveiling of the trial competition's champion, but also determined the final allocation of disciples for the Daotsong Academy. To become a member of this dominant power in Yangzhou could utterly transform one's destiny. Though this battle did not concern the vast majority, it did not diminish their fervor, admiration, curiosity, and aspirations for this grand event. He has arrived. Lin Che has finally arrived. Moments later, as Lin Che's figure emerged, a ripple of commotion spread through the crowd. Who would have thought that after witnessing Miss Murong step into the spirit martial realm yesterday, he would still dare to challenge her? Of course, having come this far, one would assume that no one would easily concede, for this was the Daotsong Academy. Entry into its ranks could alter the course of one's life. Upon hearing such discussions, Lin Che slightly furrowed his brow, then his gaze drifted toward the distance. There stood Murong Yan upon the battle platform, hands clasped behind her, her beautiful eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che strode directly toward the fighting stage. I had thought you would not come. It appears my reminder yesterday was of no consequence to you. Murong Yan gazed at Lin Che, who was ascending the battle platform step by step, and shook her head slightly. What do you say? Lin Che retorted. As the words fell, he reached the final stone step, and with a sudden stomp of his foot, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling toward the spot where Murong Yan stood. This scene astonished everyone. They had not anticipated Lin Che's decisive action. With remarkable speed, Lin Che closed in on Murong Yan, unleashing a powerful punch that seemed to swallow her whole. Do you think you can threaten me, even in the spirit martial realm? Murong Yan replied with a cold smile, her sleeve flicking upwards as her true energy intertwined and surged, transforming into a tempest of rippling force that bore down upon Lin Che. The clash was thunderous. It was evident that the true energy of the spirit martial realm was overwhelmingly potent. The moment their forces collided, Lin Che's punch was utterly obliterated. Moreover, the residual force remained formidable and relentless. Lin Che's expression shifted as he hastily retreated, drawing his sword from behind him and executing a fierce slash. With a resounding boom, the entire battle platform quaked violently. What an impressive sword technique, murmured the spectators below, astonished that a strike from the spirit martial realm could be so readily countered. Following their rapid exchange, gasps of astonishment echoed from the crowd. Clearly, Murong Yan's strike bore a striking resemblance to the one that had effortlessly crushed Shun Tiyuan the previous day. However, unlike Shun Tiyuan, who had been defeated in one blow. Lin Che had withstood the attack head-on. It is crucial to note the vast difference between the spirit martial realm and the Qi-gathering realm. Even at the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering stage, one would struggle to withstand a casual blow from a spirit martial expert. Yet how had Lin Che accomplished this? Qi-gathering at the 9th level? Lin Che, did you conceal your true level yesterday? Mu Rongyan furrowed her brow. Recalling the wooden puppet trial, where she had distinctly sensed Lin Che's cultivation at the 8th level of Qi-gathering. But now she detected his power firmly anchored in the 9th level. She naturally did not believe that he could have broken through a level overnight, and thus surmised that he had deliberately hidden his prowess. Does it matter? Lin Che inquired. Indeed it does not. Mu Rongyan replied with a faint smile. As long as you remain within the Qi-gathering realm, whether at the 1st level or the pinnacle, it makes no difference in my eyes. Sometimes excessive confidence is not a virtue, especially when it borders on arrogance. Losing would be quite embarrassing. Lin Che taunted. Mu Rongyan's composure faltered. She realized that no matter how serene her demeanor, this fellow had a knack for igniting her inner fury with just a few words. Then watch closely as I demonstrate how I shall defeat you. With this declaration of utmost confidence, Mu Rongyan's figure sprang into motion. Whoosh! Her form was graceful, yet her speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Lin Che, and a cold gleam erupted from her hand. A dagger materialized in Mu Rongyan's hand, piercing forth at an exceptionally cunning angle, its tip releasing an aura of the spirit martial realm. Lin Che's gaze sharpened as he swung his sword. The sound of a piercing metallic clash resonated throughout the arena, sparks flying in every direction. Missing his strike. Mu Rongyan involuntarily furrowed her brow. Yet, with her swift reflexes, she exhibited no hesitation. The dagger twirled in her grasp, transforming from a thrust to a slash as she launched another attack at Lin Che. However, at that very moment, Mu Rongyan sensed a hint of danger. It turned out that, as she made her move, Lin Che had also inexplicably aimed his sword towards her eyes. Clearly, the dagger was significantly shorter than the long sword. Thus, Mu Rongyan's expression shifted slightly as she retracted her dagger to defend herself. But just then, Lin Che's sword altered its trajectory, sweeping towards her delicate neck. A rare flicker of panic crossed Mu Rongyan's beautiful eyes. With a swift step, she retreated several meters, narrowly evading the strike. Once she steadied herself, astonishment filled her gaze. What kind of swordplay is this? I could say it's just random flailing. Would you believe me? Lin Che chuckled lightly. Though Mu Rongyan's agility was formidable and her attacks cunning, they posed little threat to Lin Che. Within the Shinkong Mountains, he had encountered numerous beasts adept at stealth, ambush, and assassination, honing a combat instinct that surpassed that of ordinary warriors. Most importantly, under the guidance of a mysterious woman, Lin Che had learned that facing beasts of the same realm, if he unleashed a second strike, he would be reprimanded, compelling him to pursue a single, lethal blow thereafter. Mu Rongyan recognized this as well. She discerned that Lin Che resembled an assassin more than a swordsman. For someone like him, engaging in close combat was evidently unwise. As this thought crossed her mind, a subtle smile graced Mu Rongyan's lips. It seems I have truly underestimated you. However, this shall be the end. The smile faded, her hair billowing as she moved her hands, conjuring a mysterious thunderous seal that suddenly appeared before her. This was a low-grade spirit realm battle technique. The Thousand Shadows Purple Thunder. Could it be? Miss Morong has actually mastered this technique, and now she intends to use it against Lin Che. As the aura emanating from Mu Rongyan enveloped her, a wave of shock rippled through the onlookers below the arena. The Thousand Shadows Purple Thunder. This was the ancestral battle technique of the Murong clan and the only spirit realm technique in Kanglan City outside of the enigmatic city Lord's Mansion. With a crackling sound, as the thunderous seal solidified at Mu Rongyan's fingertips, the entire arena shimmered with purplish-red arcs of electricity, as if brewing a tempest of thunder. Lin Che, I never anticipated you would force me to this extent. Yet, I must inform you that, despite the unexpected turn of events, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Today, your defeat is inevitable. Mu Rongyan proclaimed with a fierce shout, launching the thunderous seal forward. With a terrifying velocity, the thunder mark approached Lin Che. It was evident to all the sheer ferocity of the power it contained. A low-tier spirit-grade combat skill? Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Lin Che's expression remained utterly composed, exuding an air of tranquility. He stepped forward, his robes billowing as his true energy surged, rustling in the wind. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions. The 9 influences of rebellion. As the intensity of Lin Che's presence reached its zenith, he unsheathed his sword and struck with a decisive slash. Boom. As the overwhelming sword force surged forth, the surrounding tempest of thunder was entirely extinguished. In the expanse of heaven and earth, it seemed that only the unyielding figure advancing forward and the majestic sword strike remained. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the thunder mark conjured by Murong Yin shattered with a resounding crash, engulfed by the mighty sword force. When the blinding brilliance subsided, Lin Che's sword hovered ominously at the center of Murong Yan's brow, mere inches away from delivering a fatal blow. The victor was clear. My heavens! What? What have I just witnessed? This cannot be. Lin Che has triumphed. How is this possible? Murong Yin is at the spirit martial realm. How could she possibly be defeated by Lin Che, who is merely at the gathering chi realm, below the battle platform? No one could maintain their composure upon witnessing this outcome. Initially believing this battle held no suspense, the revolutionary result left everyone utterly flabbergasted. As they gazed at the young figure standing on the battlefield, a profound sense of awe welled up from within. At this moment, atop the platform, Lin Che turned to the woman before him and calmly stated, Murong Yin, you have lost. Chapter 15. You have finally invoked trouble. You have lost. At this moment, Lin Che's calm words resonated like a heavy hammer, striking forcefully upon Murong Yan's heart. The clamor of the crowd below had faded into oblivion for her. Her gaze was solely fixated on the young man before her, the icy aura emanating from the blade's edge at his brow. I do not understand. Murong Yan's expression was vacant. She could hardly comprehend how Lin Che, given his status, could possess a spirit-level combat technique. Even if he did possess such a technique, how could he possibly triumph over her, a practitioner of the spirit martial realm, with merely his gathering chi cultivation? Lin Che offered no response to Murong Yan's questions. In the next instant, he sheathed his sword and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Undoubtedly, this battle had concluded, yielding a definitive outcome. All eyes turned towards the observation platform. Instructor Ji, do you think it is time to announce the results? Xiaofeng inquired quietly. This is rather unexpected. Ji Zong rubbed the wrinkles on his forehead and then rose from his seat. At this moment, he held a green wooden token in his hand. Without a doubt, this token symbolized the identity of a disciple of the Daotsong Academy. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Ji Zong sent the green wooden token soaring, ultimately landing at Murong Yan's feet. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, countless spectators were left bewildered. Had Lin Che not emerged victorious in the arena? Yet, how could this token be awarded to Murong Yan? Was it a mistake? What does this mean? Simultaneously, Lin Che's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura enveloping him. In response, Ji Zong smiled lightly, his aged voice resonating. This time down the mountain, the individual I shall take is Murong Yan. A wave of uproar erupted across the central square upon this declaration. Even Xiaofeng's gaze was filled with astonishment. It was no mistake. The sole disciple spot of Daotsong Academy had indeed been bestowed upon the defeated. At this moment, Lin Che's gaze grew even colder. He suddenly recalled Murong Yan's confident words from the previous night. You are too naive. No matter what, you cannot win. Does Ji Zong have ties to the Murong clan? Lin Che turned to Murong Yin and inquired in a low voice. In response, Murong Yin shook her head. Then I understand. To bribe a mentor at Daotsong Academy, the price the Murong clan must have paid was surely staggering, was it not? Murong Yin nodded, indicating that the entirety of the Murong clan's wealth had been at stake. All for a single spot? In truth, I never anticipated losing, yet the clan proceeded as such. To be precise, it was for the sake of assurance. As long as I can enter Daotsong Academy, what the Murong clan has lost will eventually be reclaimed. Murong Yin spoke with an unusual glint in her eyes. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Che felt a surge of blood rise within him. As though a colossal stone had settled heavily upon his heart, he had indeed underestimated the cruelty of this world. At times, it is not merely one's own strength that determines fate. Rather, it is also power, wealth, and influence. In comparison to the vast riches of the Murong clan, his current prowess evidently lacks any capacity for resistance. Lin Che stood in silence for a moment, a hint of self-mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Then, without uttering a word, he turned and descended from the arena. Does he harbor resentment? Indeed, to an extreme. This elder, driven by his own avarice, uttered a decree that not only stripped him of what was rightfully his, but also cast him into an abyss from which he could never return. Upon receiving this news, The Lin family would undoubtedly seek his life at any cost. In Kanglan City, what awaited him was a bloody battle, the outcome of which was uncertain. Yet at this moment, Lin Che understood more than ever that he could not allow his anger to dictate his actions, nor could he confront Jizong. He possessed neither the means nor the strength to do so. Acting impulsively in youthful bravado was not a matter of avenging grievances, it was sheer folly. In the presence of someone who could extinguish his life with a mere gesture, feelings of rage, passion, and resentment were but a farce. Vengeance would surely come, but only by surviving could he hope to reclaim his honor. Step by step, Lin Che descended the stone steps, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. His eyes alight with a fierce crimson hue. One could easily imagine the suppressed hatred roiling within him. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the divine jade space. Do not leave. Confront him. Confront him. Lin Che paused, taken aback. Yet, how could he contend with such a foe? It could very well lead to his demise. The mysterious woman reassured him, with me by your side, what do you have to fear? Her words halted Lin Che in his tracks. Initially, he had intended to depart, knowing that although he would still face relentless pursuit from the Lin family, at least he would have a chance to fight back. However, to offend such a significant figure from the Daocang Institute would likely result in his immediate demise. Thus, he chose to endure, biding his time until he had grown strong enough to exact his revenge. Yet, upon hearing the mysterious woman's voice, a realization dawned upon him. Why should he cower? He had someone backing him, a terrifying existence who had stepped into the realm of martial prowess at the tender age of 17. Such a support would ensure that, at the very least, no one within Yangzhou could threaten him. With this thought, Lin Che abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon the esteemed elder on the viewing platform. Jizong. As an envoy of the Daocang Institute, engaging in favoritism and corruption, what right do you have to stand there? Get down. The sudden roar reverberated through the air, creating ripples of astonishment in this moment and setting. It was akin to a boulder crashing into a tranquil pond. When Moron Yen entered the Daocang Institute, many spectators, though initially surprised, could surmise the underlying implications, leading to a sense of sympathy for Lin Che. However, they never anticipated that Lin Che would dare to confront an envoy of the Daocang Institute head-on. At that moment, countless onlookers were left speechless, convinced they must have misheard. On the viewing platform, Jizong's expression darkened. After announcing the results, he had assumed Lin Che's silence and departure indicated a measure of wisdom on the youth's part. Yet now, Jizong found himself somewhat astonished. Was this young man seeking his own demise? Are you questioning my decision? It is not merely a question. I am utterly unconvinced. In the arena, I emerged victorious while she faced defeat. Yet you ultimately chose a vanquished opponent. Pray, enlighten me as to the significance of this assessment. Justify your choice to me. Lin Che pointed a finger at Jizong, his voice icy. He chuckled coldly in response. When have I ever claimed that the outcome of the arena battle serves as the criterion for the selection of Daocang Academy? If you seek justification, allow me to provide one. I judge based on realm, and your realm is inferior to Moron Yen's. Is that sufficient? Inferior in realm? Anyone could discern the blatant insincerity of Jizong's reasoning. What a splendid excuse. Jizong, your self-serving arrogance tarnishes the reputation of Daocang Academy. Do you not fear that I shall bring this matter before the higher echelons of Daocang Academy to hold you accountable? Lin Che queried. Upon hearing this, Jizong laughed outright, his expression grotesquely amused. He regarded Lin Che as one might a rustic villager claiming he would travel to the capital to petition the emperor. Utterly ridiculous. Your naivety surprises even me. Today, I shall make you comprehend that as long as I represent the assessment of Daocang Academy, I am the law here. As a mere insignificant insect, your audacity in offending my authority is sufficient grounds for me to extinguish your life. This proclamation was exceedingly domineering, causing Xiaofeng to furrow his brow in concern. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he chose to remain silent, for Jizong's words indeed reflected reality. Faced with the sovereign of Daocang Academy, a mere city lord from Kanglan City held no sway. You wish to kill me? Lin Che chuckled at this. He had been troubled by Jizong's apparent reluctance to act in anger. Thus, he added fuel to the fire. You want to kill me? I stand right here. Come and try. Insanity. In the central square, countless gazes converged upon Lin Che, with a singular thought racing through their minds. It seemed Lin Che could no longer withstand the provocation. He had truly lost his mind. Are you truly seeking death? Jizong's gaze grew frigid. Enough with the idle chatter. If I were to distill 1,000 words into a single one. Jizong, I curse your ancestors. If you have the courage, then kill me. Boom. As Lin Che's words echoed, Jizong sprang from his seat, which was instantly reduced to dust. Not only that, but it became evident that the elder's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with a menacing glare. In the next moment, Jizong, without uttering a word, charged toward Lin Che with his frail frame. To Lin Che, it felt as though a colossal mountain was looming over him, an indescribable sense of oppression washing over him. Senior, you may act now, Lin Che thought. However, no response came. Senior Tian knew, he is already upon us. Yet, within the divine jade space, there remained an eerie silence. Senior, as he beheld the terrifying figure drawing ever closer, Lin Che could no longer maintain his composure. Promise to stir up animosity while you engage in combat. Don't let me down. Lin Che felt as though he had perhaps, possibly, been deceived, but regrettably. It was too late for such realizations. Jizong's figure had already surged within a 30-meter radius, a colossal hand descending from the heavens. In an instant, the immense battle platform, succumbing to this terrifying pressure, was riddled with cracks, as if it were on the verge of collapse. At the center of this tempest of power, Lin Che felt an even more formidable impact, as if, in the next moment, his entire being would shatter. Faced with this overwhelming disparity of strength, the very notion of resistance seemed futile. Nevertheless, Lin Che resolutely gripped the sword in his hand. With no one else to rely on, he had no choice but to depend on himself. Even if death was inevitable, he would meet it on the battlefield. Just then, before that formidable hand of true energy could descend, an even more magnificent force unexpectedly manifested on the scene. A torrent of true energy surged from the horizon, ultimately coalescing before Lin Che into a formidable wall of qi. Boom! Jizong's palm strike collided with this qi wall, erupting in a thunderous roar. Following the impact, Jizong's aging body was propelled backward by a powerful rebound, soaring several dozen meters away. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His once vibrant face now pale. Lin Che stood in a daze, acutely aware that this mysterious power did not originate from the realm of the divine jade. Just then, a towering figure descended beside Lin Che. Clad in a flowing silver robe and adorned with a silver mask, he bore a golden insignia upon his chest, intricately engraved with the character Wu. Although the face of this silver-robed man remained obscured, Lin Che sensed a flicker of vague resentment in his gaze. Subsequently, the silver-clad warrior placed a hand upon Lin Che's shoulder, saying, "Young man, you have been entangled in this for a month now, and it seems you have finally attracted trouble that you cannot resolve on your own." Lin Che? Chapter 16. Is today exciting? Lin Che wore a puzzled expression, but more than that, he was filled with astonishment from the depths of his being. To his recollection, he had never encountered the man in the silver robe, making any sort of connection impossible. What, then, did the silver-robed man's words signify? Does the senior know me? Not at all. Well, I extend my assistance to you due to a fortuitous connection. Of course. The fact that this old rascal has tarnished the reputation of the Daosong Academy is also a contributing factor. The silver-robed man waved his hand dismissively, indicating he preferred not to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt even more bewildered. Simultaneously, Jizong gazed at the suddenly appearing silver-robed figure, his face drained of color, and his body trembled slightly. The golden insignia silver attire. The Martial Hall. Jizong's mind buzzed, leaving him in a state of blankness. The Martial Hall represented an exceedingly forbidden existence within the Daosong Academy, a name so shunned that even the higher-ups within the academy spoke of it with trepidation. He could scarcely fathom how he had ended up in this remote corner of Kanglan City, tasked with an assessment, only to encounter such a taboo. What is your name? What position do you hold within the Daosong Academy? The silver-robed man suddenly pointed at Jizong and inquired in a commanding tone. I am Jizong, a mentor at the Outer Academy of Daosong. Upon realizing the identity of the silver-robed man, Jizong dared not meet his gaze, lowering his head in trepidation as he spoke. You need not continue as a mentor. Henceforth, you shall sweep the floors at the Outer Academy. What? Jizong trembled at the words, his face a portrait of shock. Do you dispute this? The silver-robed man sneered. The Daosong Academy entrusted you with the responsibility of assessment, yet you filled your own pockets and engaged in corruption. A mere mentor daring to claim to represent the rules of Daosong Academy. What are you really? The silver-robed powerhouse took a step forward, an invisible pressure enveloping Jizong entirely. In the next moment, without any discernible motion, A hand of true energy struck Jizong's aged face with a resounding slap. Bang! Jizong was sent flying by the force of the blow. Witnessing this scene, not only Lin Che, but everyone present stood frozen in disbelief. Here was a mentor from the Daotsong Academy, publicly humiliated, and what was most astonishing was that Jizong exhibited no resistance whatsoever. What level of power did this silver-robed man possess? What is your name again? After sending Jizong flying, the silver-robed man furrowed his brow and repeated his question. The name is Jizong. When Jizong finally managed to rise from the ground, half of his face was swollen and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, leaving him in a most disheveled state. The regulations of the Daotsong Academy dictate that any individual descending the mountain for assessment must don plain robes, shun arrogance and extravagance, refrain from taking any local gains, and uphold a stance of fairness and transparency. Are you aware of this? I am aware. Jizong dared not argue. Awareness, is it? That means you knowingly committed an offense, which exacerbates your punishment. As he spoke, the silver-robed powerhouse delivered another slap. Bang! This time, the other side of Jizong's face swelled, and several of his teeth were knocked out. The weighty body of Jizong crashed onto the ground, his disheveled hair and bloodied mouth eliciting a sense of horror in anyone who beheld the scene. Yet, for Jizong, the predominant sentiment was one of dread. Having transgressed the Academy's regulations, he deemed his offense unforgivable. Upon returning to the Academy, he was prepared to accept his punishment, offering to resign from his mentorship and surrender all personal assets to the institution. Please, no more strikes. Jizong had completely cowered. If he did not relent, he feared his frail bones would surely meet their end here. At that moment, the powerful figure in the silver robe withdrew his overwhelming aura of authority. He regarded Jizong, asking, "What is your name again?" Jizong, sir." Jizong nearly wept. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the square were left agape, having been asked his name thrice. It was clear to them that the silver-robed figure was not forgetful. The implication was that Jizong, as an external mentor, perhaps held no merit worth the attention of such a formidable presence. "I have taken note of it. Upon your return, I will verify this matter. You need not concern yourself with the remaining assessments. Return to the Academy," the silver-robed figure concluded. Yes. Jizong felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He dared not linger, hastily leaving, resembling a lost dog in his haste. A mentor from the Daotsong Academy was, in the eyes of those in Kanglan City, regarded as a personage far removed from the ordinary. Yet, before this silver-robed figure, he was reduced to a submissive chick. What, then, could be the identity of this silver-robed figure? In that instant, the central square fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Countless gazes were fixed upon Lin Che, with some beginning to suspect that Lin Che's earlier defiance of Jizong stemmed from the backing of such a powerful ally, granting him unfounded confidence. After resolving the matter with Jizong, the silver-robed figure extended his fingers, summoning the verdant wooden token beneath Murong Yan's feet. Without casting a single glance at her, he casually tossed the token to Lin Che. "What is your name, lad?" Lin Che stammered. Senior, did I mention it? Will you remember?" The silver-robed figure waved his hand dismissively. It's of little consequence now. You are qualified to enter the Daotsong Academy. In 2 days, a cloud ship from the Academy will come to fetch you. Await it." With those words, before Lin Che could respond, the silver-robed figure's form shifted, blending seamlessly into the void, vanishing from sight amidst the gazes of the crowd. Lin Che stood rooted to the spot, still in a state of bewilderment, for he remained unaware of the true origins of this silver-robed figure. Evidently, he appeared to be a high-ranking individual from the Daotsong Academy, a fact corroborated by Jizong's palpable fear of him. Yet, how could a high-ranking member of the Daotsong Academy find himself in a remote city like Kanglan? And what did he mean by saying, "After a month, you have finally caused trouble, boy"? Lin Che shook his head, clearly unable to grasp the answers to these questions. Yet at that moment, he felt a stirring within his heart. The elusive dragon, when shall I possess such formidable strength? The realm of martial arts is undeniably harsh. In truth, even without it, the world lacks absolute fairness. However, the existence of martial power starkly unveils this reality. When a mere thought possesses the power to move mountains and overturn seas, who would remain calm and rational enough to engage in discourse with an ordinary mortal? Lin Che contemplated the relentless ascent towards greater heights, steadfast in his convictions, yearning to master the power that could alter the very rules of existence. At the very least, He did not wish to be oppressed as he was today, without any means of resistance. The selection battles of the sect had finally drawn to a close. Yet the ripples created by the events were far from calming. Who could have anticipated that a mere selection battle would unfold with such tumult? The entire central street was abuzz with countless discussions. A year ago, when everyone presumed Lin Che had fallen into obscurity, who could have foreseen his return in such a manner, proving to the world that among the younger generation of Kanglin City, he remained an invincible force? Lin Che had become a disciple of the Dao Song Academy. Though the Lin family did not attend the battles, upon hearing this news, they must have been left reeling. Not only would they be aghast, but they would likely be filled with regret, realizing that such an extraordinary talent, who could have elevated the Lin family, had been driven away from his own kin, a blunder more foolish than that of a swine. At this moment, many turned their thoughts to the Lin family. Had they not been so harsh towards Lin Che a year prior, perhaps they would now be the undisputed victors in all of Kanglin City. Yet now, Lin Che had severed all ties with them. On the contrary, his status as a disciple of the Dao Song Academy dealt a resounding slap to the Lin family's face. Undoubtedly, the Lin family was not the only one struggling to accept this outcome. In the territory of the Murong clan, a cloud of despair hung over everyone's faces. The young lady, who had been the beacon of hope for the family, had suffered defeat. The middle-aged man at the forefront slumped heavily into his chair, as if all vitality had been drained from him. This man was none other than the head of the Murong family. In pursuit of a position at the Dao Song Academy, he had poured all the family's wealth into bribing the examiners. Yet how was he to explain this outcome to the entire clan? On the battle platform, Murong Yin appeared somewhat dazed, her exquisite visage devoid of color. She turned to behold her father, who seemed to have aged a decade in an instant, biting her lip fiercely, lost in a state of despair. She had lost. Everything before her clearly signaled that she had been utterly defeated. Although the Dao Song Academy recruits disciples annually, this was the first time Kanglin City had come into the Academy's sight, and whether there would be an opportunity to enter the ranks of the 100 cities next year remained uncertain. Even if Kanglin City were to remain a testing ground next year, the stain of the Murong clan's bribery would forever exclude them from the Dao Song Academy as consideration. In other words, regardless of Murong Yan's innate talent, she would forever remain excluded from the Dao Song Academy. Her fate was already sealed, a life of mediocrity. Quietly inheriting her family's legacy in the future, perhaps marrying, raising children, and eventually fading away into obscurity, all while remaining trapped within the confines of Kanglin City. To her, Kanglin City felt like a cage. Confronted with this outcome, all of Murong Yan's previous confidence, pride, and ambition were shattered in that moment, reduced to mere dust. Meanwhile, Lin Che cast a glance at Murong Yan, shook his head slightly, and turned to walk down from the stage. Throughout the encounter, he neither mocked nor belittled her. He simply passed by her with serene composure. Departing from Central Street, the cacophony behind him gradually faded away as Lin Che remained silent, returning to the inn. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Was today thrilling? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Che lost his composure, nearly shouting, "Senior, you've betrayed me. Wasn't it agreed that I would provoke animosity while you shielded me? I almost got crushed. But you didn't die, did you?" The celestial maiden replied with an air of nonchalance. "Wait, did you already know that powerful figure was lurking in the shadows? Which is why you had me intentionally anger Jizong to force his hand." Lin Che speculated. "What do you think?" The celestial maiden retorted. "If he doesn't intervene to resolve your troubles, he won't leave. Having such a tale following you is quite bothersome. But what if the silver-robed expert hadn't appeared? Would you have intervened?" Lin Che inquired with curiosity. "Are you lacking in wits? I recall telling you that I cannot leave the divine jade space. Does that mean I'm doomed? So I ask you, was it thrilling?" The celestial maiden emitted a charming, no, infuriating laugh. Lin Che was left speechless, thoroughly perplexed. He thought to himself, "You gambled with my life. How could it not be thrilling?" However, he hoped for a less intense experience next time, fearing that his heart might not withstand it. Suddenly, as Lin Che's expression turned somewhat bitter, a series of knocks echoed at the door. He composed himself and rose to open it. A middle-aged man, strikingly handsome and exuding a remarkable presence, stood outside, a warm smile gracing his face. This man was none other than the Lord of Kanglin City, Xiaofeng. Chapter 17. Aftermath. Lord Xiao. Lin Che was somewhat taken aback. "Ha ha ha, there is no need for surprise, young Master Lin. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your qualification for promotion to the Dao Song Academy. I have come specifically to offer my felicitations, Xiao Feng responded amiably. Why not invite me in for a moment? Upon hearing this, Lin Che gestured invitingly. Xiao Feng, unreserved, entered the room and took a seat. He continued, I have long heard of your reputation as the foremost talent among the younger generation of Kanglan City. Yet this marks our first opportunity to converse face to face. It is indeed a pity that we could not establish a connection with such an exceptional young man sooner. Lin Che smiled politely. As a junior, there was no pressing need for Lord Xiao to seek his companionship. Detecting the underlying meaning in Lin Che's words, Xiao Feng maintained a composed demeanor as he replied. As the Lord of Kanglan, I represent the authority of the government. The rules of the Songfeng dynasty dictate that any governmental influence must remain unentangled with local families, which is indeed unfortunate. This statement held a kernel of truth. For Kanglan City, even the most formidable family, the Murong clan, had never managed to establish a rapport with the Lord's estate. Although Xiao Feng's visit surprised Lin Che, he soon grasped the intent behind it. Ultimately, it was about forging connections. The potential of becoming a disciple of the Dao Song Academy was immense. In the past, despite Lin Che's remarkable talents, he remained merely a promising scion in the eyes of the Kanglan Lord. However, becoming a disciple of Dao Song Academy signified boundless opportunities for growth, elevating him to a status where Xiao Feng could regard him as an equal, perhaps even look up to him in the future. Of course, while Xiao Feng's overtures were pragmatic, Lin Che bore no resentment. At the very least, this lord had never been adversarial towards him. Moreover, today's events illuminated for Lin Che the truth that a martial artist cannot rely solely on personal strength. At times, one must also depend on the influence of external forces. Young Master Lin, regarding today's incident, although Ji-Zone was indeed overbearing, I had my own constraints, which compelled me to remain silent. I hope you can find it in your heart to understand, Xiao Feng asserted candidly, offering no excuses. I can understand, Lin Che replied casually. Although Xiao Feng was aligned with the government as a city lord, he had his own considerations in the face of the dominant Dao Song Academy. Thus, Lin Che had no grounds for resentment over the lord's inaction at that moment. Observing Lin Che's expression, Xiao Feng revealed a relieved smile. A youth capable of such composure indicated that he had not misjudged him. Nonetheless, Xiao Feng recognized that his visit now, as opposed to his intervention during the trial, would undoubtedly hold a fundamentally different significance in the young man's heart. Yet, in pursuing friendship, Xiao Feng was acutely aware that he did not expect anything in return for the young man's future growth. That would be excessively presumptuous. His intention was merely to cultivate a benevolent connection, nothing more. Xiao Feng did not linger for long. Shortly thereafter, he departed from Lin Che's residence, leaving behind a sword as he took his leave. In this world, there exists a revered profession known as the art of forging. This vocation is capable of crafting various divine weapons, which significantly enhance the strength of warriors, akin to the wings of a tiger. The weapons forged by a master craftsman correspond to the realms of martial arts and are categorized into mortal artifacts, spiritual instruments, profound tools, Dao artifacts, and heavenly devices. The sword left behind by Xiao Feng is an exquisite spiritual instrument, the Linghan sword. With a swift motion, Lin Che drew the sword from its sheath, and in an instant, the room seemed to be enveloped in a layer of frost. What a magnificent sword, truly worthy of being a superior spiritual instrument. Possessing this sword would elevate my prowess by at least 30%. As he caressed the blade, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy, Lin Che felt a surge of excitement within him. A superior spiritual instrument is worth no less than 300,000 gold coins. I never anticipated that this city lord would be so extravagant. Lin Che mused. 300,000 gold coins. Even if the Lin family were to forego food and drink, it would take them a year to amass such a fortune. This illustrates the considerable value of a spiritual instrument. Merely a spiritual instrument, yet you display such ignorance. The disdainful voice of the celestial maiden suddenly echoed. When you mature, you will discover that the outside world is rife with temptations. Beautiful maidens, divine weapons, wealth, and power. Even if you do not desire them, they shall be incessantly offered to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Che queried, Senior Celestial Maiden, you were once so formidable. You must have attracted many powerful factions who feared or sought to curry favor with you. Have they ever sent you handsome men? Handsome men? The Celestial Maiden's voice seemed to freeze the air. Do you wish to learn how to write the character for death? A chill ran down Lin Che's spine as he recalled the terrifying scenes from the past year spent training under this enigmatic woman. and he promptly lost his curiosity. I do not wish to know. My apologies. In the past 2 days. Upon hearing that Lin Che had triumphed in the sect selection battle and had become a disciple of the Daocang Academy, Xiao Yao had been jubilant for 2 consecutive days. To this innocent young girl, Lin Che was akin to her world. His remarkable achievements filled her with genuine joy. However, during this time, Lin Che noticed that the young girl seemed to be writing a letter. One day, unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Who are you writing to?" "To my brother." Xiao Yao never concealed anything from Lin Che. Brother? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. As far as he remembered, this young girl had grown up in the Lin family, and he had never heard of her having any relatives. "You have a brother?" "Yes, and he is at the Daocang Academy. Now that you have become a disciple of the Daocang Academy, I believe we shall meet very soon." "Your brother is a disciple of the Daocang Academy?" "Yes," Xiao Yao nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Lin Che's expression turned to one of astonishment. Disciples of the Daocang Academy are regarded as geniuses within the Yangzhou region. How could Xiao Yao's brother be a disciple there, yet allow his sister to join the Lin family as a servant? Upon observing Lin Che's expression, Xiao Yao hurriedly interjected, "Young master, please do not misunderstand. My brother, although a disciple of the Daocang Academy, spent a full decade as a menial servant before gradually rising through the ranks. Even within the academy, he occupies a position at the very bottom, which is vastly different from your extraordinary talents and strength that secured your entrance into Daocang." "I see." Upon hearing this, Lin Che began to comprehend. Even the most elite of abilities require the foundation of menial servants. If a servant possesses some talent, it is not uncommon for them to endure 10 years and be promoted to an official disciple. Yet, even those who are elevated find their prospects for advancement exceedingly limited, remaining among the lowest tier. Thus, it is understandable that Xiao Yao's brother, despite such circumstances, continues to serve as a maid in the Lin family. However, Lin Che still felt a hint of confusion. "I seem to hear of your brother for the first time." To this, Xiao Yao smiled and replied, "The Daocang Academy is quite distant from here. I have only had the chance to see my brother once a year during the New Year festivities. Moreover, when you were the young master of the Lin family, you spent most of your time battling in the outside world, naturally lacking the leisure to notice someone like me." Upon hearing her words, Lin Che fell into a moment of contemplation. After dedicating so many years to the Lin family, he had only experienced the coldness of human nature. Throughout it all, this young girl remained steadfastly by his side. With this thought in mind, Lin Che earnestly declared, "Xiao Yao, I shall treat you better in the future." Xiao Yao's face briefly showed a hint of panic. "Young master, what are you saying? I am merely a servant. You have already treated me exceedingly well. Then I shall do even better." In Kanglan City, although the sect selection battle had concluded, its repercussions did not dissipate. Overnight, a shocking piece of news swept through the city. All of the Lin family's numerous assets in Kanglan City, including shops, taverns, and pawn shops, were entirely sealed by the authorities. For the entirety of Kanglan City, the Lord's Mansion had consistently maintained a stance of detached observation, as long as there was no upheaval. This power retained an air of mystery, rarely revealing itself to the public, yet no one dared to underestimate its formidable influence. The prominent families in Kanglan City rose to prominence through martial prowess, and their enterprises often bore a hint of gray areas. If the authorities chose to investigate, no establishment could escape scrutiny. The swiftness and targeted actions of the Lord's Mansion in this instance were evident to all, revealing their intent to align with Lin Che. "Have you heard? The Lin family's elder, disheartened by the fate of his only son, has completely severed ties with the Lin family and taken his child away. Not just that. Now everyone can see that the Lord's Mansion is set on dismantling the Lin family, causing widespread panic among its members. Many clansmen have already chosen to defect. When a family faces calamity, the scattering of its members speaks volumes about its unity, revealing the absurdity of their cohesion. The Lin family is destined to become the greatest jest of Kanglan City. Whispers abound throughout Kanglan City, as the Lin family has overnight transformed into the talk of the town. In the ancestral hall of the Lin family, Lin Xionghui stands before the portraits of his forebears. His expression profoundly grave, his once dark hair now transformed into a cascade of white, as though decades of age had overtaken him in a single night. In stark contrast to the usual vibrancy of the family, an air of desolation envelopes the Lin household. After tremblingly offering incense to his ancestors, Lin Xionghui collapses to his knees, uttering a mournful cry, "Xionghui, I have failed my ancestors." At this moment, Lin Xianghai has relinquished all semblance of authority. Stripped of the ambition that once characterized him, resembling more a frail elder at the twilight of life, his countenance etched with regret and guilt. Had he not made that fateful decision, the fate of the Lin family would be entirely different today. Lin Che, the prodigy who could have altered the course of their lineage, was forced to leave by the very hand of his patriarch. Now, amidst this calamity, as family members flee in droves, Lin Xianghai is confronted with the stark reality of his failure as a head of the family. In a lineage that has never fostered a sense of belonging, what right do they have to unite their kin in the face of adversity? I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Lin Xianghai is consumed by regret, his demeanor despondent. But what does it matter now? There is no remedy for regret in this world. All signs indicate that the Lin family of Kanglan City has irrevocably plunged into an abyss from which there is no return, with no hope of resurgence ever again. Chapter 18. You are a sword cultivator. 2 days later, at noon, a cloud ship gracefully descended from the heavens into the heart of Kanglan City. This spectacle captivated the townsfolk, who paused in their tracks, their faces displaying profound astonishment. A flying vessel. Could this be the cloud ship utilized by the Daotsong Academy to ferry disciples? Its grandeur was truly awe-inspiring. This ship measured several dozens of feet in size, rendering nearby onlookers as insignificant as ants. Its hull, composed of an unknown material, shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Such an aerial craft must undoubtedly be a treasure of at least the Xin grade. Even Lin Che felt a sense of wonder at the sight before him. The depth of Daotsong Academy's heritage was indeed extraordinary, affirming its status as a dominant force in Yangzhou. Master, a melodious voice called from behind Lin Che. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback. Little Yao approached him, shouldering an oversized bundle that made her already delicate figure appear even more fragile. Why are you carrying so much? He inquired. These are just daily necessities, some food, and a change of clothes prepared for you, Master, Little Yao replied casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Che furrowed his brow and retrieved a spatial ring, offering it to her. It was the very ring he had acquired from the vanquished fifth elder of the Lin family. Take this and store those items within. We wouldn't want anyone to think I'm mistreating you, he said. Seeing this, Little Yao quickly shook her head. Master, this is too valuable. Before she could finish, Lin Che interjected, if you refuse, I shall have you warm my bed tonight. Startled by his words, Little Yao paused, inhaling deeply before responding, understood. To the bed, I mean, to the ship. A moment later, the two boarded the cloud ship. It became evident that the vessel boasted over 100 guest rooms. The sheer size and opulence of the ship was even more pronounced once they were aboard. New arrivals. Please come forward to register. Before Lin Che and Little Yao could further admire the magnificent vessel, an elderly voice echoed through the air. Turning toward the source, Lin Che saw an extremely aged man reclined in a wicker chair along the ship's corridor, with a long table in front of him adorned with paper and writing instruments, clearly designated for registration. However, both Lin Che and Little Yao were taken aback by the man's frail appearance. His face and hands were etched with deep wrinkles resembling ravines, and his white hair had all but vanished, leaving only a few strands fluttering in the breeze. What is your name, traveler from Kanglan City? The old man inquired. I am Lin Che, Lin Che replied respectfully, despite the old man's seemingly fragile demeanor. Lin Lu the elder nodded, his trembling hand reaching for the paper to write. Lin Che was taken aback and quickly clarified. Not Lin Lu. My name is Lin Che. As in clear. Speak up. Old eyes are dim. I can hardly hear. The elder gestured dismissively. I said, my name is Lin Che. Lin Che raised his voice. Linda, good, virtue and integrity, a fine name, the elder responded. The elderly man nodded once more, inscribing the character for forest and then attempting to write virtue halfway through, only to erase it immediately, encircling the space instead. Observing this scene, Lin Che felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It appeared that the old man was not only hard of hearing and vision, but also lacked literacy. Yet he was still tasked with the responsibility of registration aboard this cloud vessel. This elder must surely be a privileged associate of the Daotsong Academy, and a rather influential one at that. Drawing a mere circle was inconsequential, and gazing at the old man, Lin Che ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Simultaneously, the elder's murky gaze shifted towards Xiao Yao, mumbling, didn't that fellow say the disciples recruited by Kanglan City were all young lads? Why is there a girl among them? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao hastily picked up a pen and inscribed the words maidservant. So, she is a maidservant. How intriguing! It was evident that the old man still recognized these two characters. He then tossed two wooden plaques to Lin Che, inscribed with rune numbers. Don't mistake your quarters. This vessel is filled with prodigies from various cities, each prouder than the last. If misunderstandings lead to conflict, this old body of mine cannot dare intervene. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder, Lin Che replied with a respectful fist salute, and then departed with Xiao Yao. His deference stemmed from his suspicion that the old man had strong connections within the Daocang Academy, coupled with the fact that the fellow he mentioned was likely the formidable figure in silver robes. The elder's audacity in addressing him thus hinted at something significant. Thus Lin Che was not inclined to underestimate him based on mere appearances. However, once Lin Che and Xiao Yao had taken their leave, the old man chuckled softly to himself. Heh, it has been quite some time since I encountered such a polite young person. A rarity indeed after uttering these words. The elder closed his eyes once more, leisurely basking in the sun. Lin Che and Xiao Yao found their room but opted not to rest. Instead, they made their way to the deck. At that moment, the cloud vessel had taken flight, gliding through the celestial expanse. Gazing at the billowing sea of clouds, the magnificent vista instantly evoked a sense of vastness within one's heart. How beautiful! Xiao Yao exclaimed, spreading her arms wide as if to embrace the sky. Her blue dress fluttering in the wind, a gentle smile adorning her exquisite visage, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. This scene left Lin Che momentarily stunned. It was undeniable that this young girl, who had followed him since childhood, possessed remarkable beauty. Though still youthful, it was clear she was destined to be a stunning beauty. How enchanting it is! I wonder when I shall soar through the skies with my own power, surveying this vast land below. Returning to his senses, Lin Che too felt a surge of admiration. To traverse the skies, wandering freely through the realms, this must surely be the initial dream of every martial artist. As Lin Che was lost in thought, a deep voice suddenly yanked him back to reality. Turning around, he beheld a robust young man before him, towering over 2 meters. The young man's muscles bulged like coiling dragons, standing there like an iron tower, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sunlight. Upon encountering the youth's gaze, which was tinged with a hint of disdain, Lin Che furrowed his brows. Before he could utter a word, the youth declared, I am Tsang Ming, naturally awakened with the indomitable battle physique and the young lord of Giant Elephant City. You appear to be a wandering cultivator, am I correct? Typically, martial artists adorn themselves with family insignias on their garments. Thus Tsang Ming's contempt grew stronger as he observed Lin Che's attire. What do you intend to convey? Lin Che retorted coldly. Tsang Ming broke into a broad grin and turned to Xiao Yao, inquiring, what is your relation to him? I am the young master's attendant, Xiao Yao replied, her distaste palpable as she sensed the glimmer of greed in his eyes. Excellent. I reside in room 16A. This evening, have her come to attend to me, Tsang Ming asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. In an instant, as soon as Tsang Ming's words fell, Lin Che drew his sword with swiftness. The sword's momentum surged forth. Without the slightest reservation, Lin Che unleashed the reverse Chaos 9 strikes, a spiritual-grade combat technique. In that fleeting moment, waves of sword energy erupted, traversing the air with such ferocity that it seemed capable of rending the very atmosphere asunder. Suddenly sensing the oncoming blade's fierce energy, Tsang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Indomitable battle physique. He bellowed, swiftly crossing his fists before his chest, enveloped in a layer of earthy luminescence that formed a defensive barrier before him. With a thunderous crash, the force of Lin Che's strike met the barrier, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The two forces clashed, momentarily locked in a stalemate before the barrier shattered. Simultaneously, Tsang Ming's imposing frame was forced to retreat 3 steps on the deck, a dull thud echoing with each movement, rendering him somewhat disheveled. You are a sword cultivator. Once he regained his footing, Tsang Ming's gaze towards Lin Che was now laced with deep apprehension. What do you think? Lin Che replied with a cold smirk. I misunderstood earlier. A look of astonishment flickered in Tsang Ming's eyes. After uttering this, he turned and departed without hesitation. It was not an act of cowardice. Initially, he perceived Lin Che as weak, thus attempting to assert dominance. However, witnessing Lin Che's display of strength rendered further conflict unnecessary. Lin Che made no effort to stop him, merely watching his retreating figure with a contemplative gaze. Spirit Martial Realm, 2nd level? Lin Che discerned that the youth was at the 2nd level of the Spirit Martial Realm. The earlier strike could be deemed Lin Che's full power, and given that he had initiated the attack. The fact that he only managed to force Song Ming back 3 steps spoke volumes about the talents aboard this cloud ship. Indeed, those who entered the Dao Song Academy were the most exceptional prodigies from the major cities of Yangzhou, none of whom could be considered weak. Like Song Ming, who not only advanced to the 2nd level of the spirit martial realm, but also awakened with a unique physique. Of course, this also stemmed from the fact that Lin Che wielded an ordinary sword. Had it been the Linghan sword, Song Ming would likely have paid a significant price. The individual boarding the ship at Kanglan City possesses remarkable strength. Indeed, sword cultivators tend to be more troublesome compared to other martial artists. Meanwhile, numerous talented youths, also enjoying the scenery on the deck, observed the recent events, and their gazes towards Lin Che shifted subtly. For the first time, Kanglan City entered the purview of the Dao Song Academy, and those who emerged from it were, in the eyes of the geniuses from other major cities, initially deemed weak. Moreover, Lin Che, being a rogue cultivator without any faction to rely upon, had limited resources for cultivation. Previously, when Song Ming sought trouble, these individuals had mostly scoffed. But now, their glances towards Lin Che were imbued with a newfound seriousness, even a hint of reverence. This world operates on a simple principle. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one command the respect one deserves. "Young master, I have brought you trouble," remarked Xiao Yao. Standing beside Lin Che, her face etched with remorse after Song Ming's departure. This conflict arose because of her, and it appeared that the young man was indeed formidable. "It cannot be deemed a trouble," Lin Che replied, shaking his head. "Since everyone perceives us as easy targets, even without this fellow, others will inevitably come forth. After this encounter, at the very least, those weaker than him will reconsider their intentions, which, in fact, may save us quite a bit of hassle." Lin Che's gaze swept across the array of talented youths on the deck. He understood that establishing dominance was one of the reasons for his decisive action just moments prior. Chapter 19. The true essence of the sword. After lingering on the deck for a brief moment, Lin Che and his companion returned to their quarters. At this time, Xiao Yao had meticulously arranged Lin Che's bedding and tidied the room with great care. Although Lin Che had grown accustomed to Xiao Yao's attentiveness, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. The sensation of being served was indeed delightful. At the very least, the mundane affairs of daily life were no longer his burden. However, after the initial excitement, life aboard the cloud ship proved to be somewhat monotonous and dreary. The expanse of Yangzhou was vast, and even at the speed afforded by the aerial artifact, the journey felt rather prolonged. One night, Lin Che stood alone on the deck of the cloud ship, gazing at the boundless starry sky, lost in thought. "Senior Tian knew. When will I be able to wield my sword across the heavens, using my own strength to survey this landscape?" Lin Che extended his hand, as if he could touch the stars on the horizon, a look of yearning gracing his face. After reaching the Xuanwu realm, naturally, the celestial maiden replied casually. "The Xuanwu realm. Warriors of the Xuanwu realm possess an exceptional mastery over their true energy, enabling them to traverse the skies with ease." Yet, as Lin Che reflected on his current state, he realized he had yet to enter the spirit martial realm, indicating that he still had a long journey ahead. Nonetheless, Lin Che did not feel disheartened by the disparity. Rather, his gaze sparkled with resolute determination. For the dream of soaring through the skies, he was resolved to reach the Xuanwu realm in the future. "Do you have a fondness for the sword path?" the celestial maiden inquired suddenly. "I do," Lin Che replied without hesitation. In truth, the Lin family to which Lin Che belonged was not a lineage of sword practitioners. Few had dedicated themselves to the study of the sword. During his year of training under the celestial maiden, the enigmatic woman had never imparted the sword path to him. Yet, Lin Che had practiced and explored swordsmanship on his own from a young age. If it were not for his genuine passion, it would have been difficult to persist until now. For reasons unknown, Lin Che was deeply enchanted by the notion of walking the path of the sword, shattering myriad techniques with a single strike. However, it seemed that those who practiced the sword path were exceedingly rare. "Is it possible that there is something inherently flawed about the sword path?" Lin Che asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. To his knowledge, there were very few sword practitioners in Kanglan City. Some had claimed that the sword path was a diversion from the true martial way, asserting that a true warrior should possess a breadth of knowledge and not confine themselves to a single discipline. Which fool uttered such nonsense? Came the celestial maiden's derisive voice from within the divine jade space. The scarcity of sword practitioners is not due to flaws in this path, but rather because it is arduous. No, It is more accurate to say that the beginning is exceedingly difficult, yet it becomes easier over time, provided one can endure to the end. Beginning is difficult, yet later it becomes easier? Lin Che was perplexed, clearly not comprehending her words. However, the celestial maiden continued, the path of martial arts is inherently one of defiance against destiny. To aspire to excel in every aspect and ultimately break free of one's shackles is not called being well-versed, it is folly. Thus, there are prodigies who dedicate themselves to a singular path, such as the sword path, and ultimately manage to transcend illusions, emerging first from the confines of ignorance. Transcending illusions. Shattering the superficial. The celestial maiden spoke simply, as if she had opened the gates to a sacred hall of martial arts for Lin Che, stirring his heart and solidifying his resolve toward the path of the sword. After a brief moment, Lin Che composed himself and inquired, "Senior celestial maiden, do you wield a sword?" "No," came her cool voice, followed by an additional remark, "I am omnipotent." Lin Che felt a wave of confusion, yet he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Before he could complete his sentence, the celestial maiden interrupted him, saying, "Do not ask. There is no reason. If there were, it would simply be because I am strong." Lin Che found himself at a loss for words. Each interaction with this enigmatic woman left him profoundly impacted. He understood he had no grounds for rebuttal in the presence of a peerless prodigy who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts at just 17. Feeling inadequate was a privilege in itself. "Senior, you mentioned that the path of the sword is difficult at the beginning. What do you mean by that?" Lin Che continued to press for answers. In that moment, he resembled a sponge, eager to absorb every morsel of martial wisdom offered by the celestial maiden. However, this time, she did not respond. "Senior, look at that star. Does it not resemble a sword?" After a brief silence, the celestial maiden suddenly uttered. Lin Che was taken aback and looked up. At that instant, a star hanging in the sky unexpectedly fell. The great star plummeted, trailing a long tail of light, leaving a magnificent arc across the night sky. Its momentum was relentless. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Che's gaze shifted dramatically, as if he had entered a trance. In his eyes, the star transformed into a sword, a divine blade piercing the heavens. Then, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he felt a newfound sharpness within. "I understand now." Lin Che finally grasped why the path of the sword is so challenging at the outset. It requires enlightenment. Compared to the realms of martial arts, the path of the sword undoubtedly possesses its own hierarchy, but unlike martial cultivation, it demands a profound level of insight. As the sun rises and sets, as mountains and rivers flow, as countless lights illuminate the night, everything can reveal the essence of the sword. It was as if a whole new world had opened before him. With this newfound comprehension, Lin Che took a step forward on the deck. Whoosh, an invisible force swirled around him, causing his dark hair to billow and his garments to dance. At that moment, Lin Che formed a sword gesture with his fingers and thrust forward. Boom! A mass of clouds before him was instantly dispersed. Not only that, but the force also created intense ripples within a 10-jong radius. Sword momentum. Lin Che's cultivation had not yet ascended to the spirit martial realm. Thus, this was not a manifestation of true energy. What he achieved was purely the power emanating from the sword's force. Remarkably, this time, Lin Che did not rely on any spiritual techniques, nor did he even wield a sword. This meant that Lin Che could now exert the purest sword momentum without the aid of any external object. Understanding the sword's force, condensing its intent, forming a domain, and transforming it into a principle. Now, you have taken your first step into the path of the sword and can modestly be referred to as a sword practitioner, echoed the celestial maiden's voice. Senior sword maiden, is what you just described the true realm of swordsmanship? After comprehending the sword momentum, Lin Che's expression turned somewhat agitated. If I wish to progress further, what should I do? At your current level, being able to grasp the sword momentum is quite commendable. Do not always aspire for unattainable heights. However, you may solidify your current insights. Lin Che hurriedly inquired, how can I solidify them? Through combat. The sword maiden uttered these two words, her voice descending into a profound silence. Combat. Lin Che stood frozen for a moment. Then, he abruptly turned and made his way towards a room on the cloud ship. Room 16, marked with the character Jia. Chapter 20. I prefer to keep a low profile with a thunderous boom. The tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered aboard the cloud ship. The intense sound jolted everyone from their slumber, and curiosity compelled them to venture out of their quarters. Gazing toward the source of the disturbance, What could have transpired? Uncertain, some wondered if it was an earthquake. Are you foolish? The cloud ship sails high in the sky. How could there be an earthquake? Regardless, let us go investigate. In mere moments, an increasing number of individuals congregated towards the origin of the noise. Among them, the most bewildered was undoubtedly the young lord of Giant Elephant City. In room 16 of Block A, Songming had been in the midst of a romantic rendezvous with a beautiful woman, on the verge of unveiling his affections, when suddenly the door to his room was flung open. Startled, he jolted awake, his heart racing. "Songming, come out and fight," Lin Che declared from the doorway, his eyes glimmering in the darkness like a specter. Realizing who it was, Songming struggled to comprehend the shadow before him. However, an overwhelming impulse to retaliate surged within him. "You bastard! I'll kill you," he roared, his eyes aflame with rage. He leapt from his bed and dashed out of the room. Meanwhile, Lin Che had already ascended to the deck of the cloud ship. It was about to escalate into a fight. The gathered geniuses, drawn by curiosity, quickly grasped the situation upon witnessing the confrontation between the two, their faces reflecting shock. "You little brat. I made it clear last time. Yet you dare to come looking for me. Do you think I fear you?" Songming shouted furiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's ring shimmered, and he grasped a mundane iron sword, pointing it directly at Songming. "Enough with the chatter. Let us battle." Songming was nearly driven to madness by Lin Che's audacity. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to bully others. Never had he been confronted in such a manner. Although he had retreated in their previous encounter, it was only because he wished to avoid mutual destruction. That did not mean he feared Lin Che. In fact, if they were to unleash their full powers in battle, Songming believed he was unequivocally superior. "Clearly, I was too lenient last time. You were courting death," he vowed inwardly, fueled by intense anger. Today, he was determined to bring this insolent fool to his knees, vanquished like a dog, to assuage his resentment. Immovable battle body. With that thought, Songming unleashed a thunderous roar, awakening his unique physical prowess. A layer of earthy yellow light enveloped him, forming a protective armor. With a mighty punch, he unleashed his true energy, manifesting as a radiant fist that reverberated through the air. The sheer force of his blow was formidable, causing the very atmosphere to tremble. Indeed, Songming was formidable. Even this single punch positioned him among the elite aboard the gathering of prodigies on the cloud ship. Upon witnessing the dual manifestation of the Songming's spirit martial arts and the indomitable battle body, the onlookers were utterly astonished. At that moment, Lin Che took action. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the air. Devoid of any ostentation, Lin Che simply unsheathed his sword and delivered a single, unadorned strike. This seemingly straightforward attack was crystal clear to all present, yet it carried an inexplicable elegance. With a thunderous crash, Lin Che's seemingly mundane sword met the grand force of Songming's fist, resulting in an outcome that left everyone astounded. In an instant, Songming's formidable figure was sent flying 10 meters away. How could you? At that moment, Songming's mind was shaken to its core. Despite his unwavering confidence, he could sense that this young man had grown significantly stronger since their last confrontation. However, before Songming could articulate his thoughts, Lin Che sprang forward, his figure slicing through the air like a tempest. The second strike followed seamlessly. Songming's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly gathered all his strength, his fists raised in a defensive posture. In front of him, his true energy coalesced into a thick layer of armor. Yet, with a resounding crash, that protective armor shattered beneath Lin Che's blade, propelling Songming back another 10 meters. Moreover, a trickle of blood escaped from Songming's lips, a clear indication of the internal injuries inflicted by the violent shockwave. Lin Che's two strikes were nearly identical. They hardly qualified as sword techniques, nor did they incorporate any combat skills, merely the act of swinging the sword. Yet, should the opponent falter, it became the most formidable offensive maneuver, utilizing sheer force. This was the essence of momentum, the sword's momentum. The gathered talents, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, felt a jolt of realization. A youth so young had indeed grasped the concept of sword momentum. How could one rationalize such an occurrence? The most vexing aspect of the indomitable battle body was its overwhelming defensive capabilities. Yet under this young man's sword momentum, it appeared so utterly beleaguered. The capacity of a swordsman to breach defenses was indeed formidable. Continuous discussions erupted among the spectators, awakening a newfound caution within the hearts of these elite individuals hailing from various cities. An unassuming youth was, in fact, a swordsman who had comprehended the essence of sword momentum. This cloud ship truly concealed hidden talents. It seemed prudent to maintain a low profile in the future to avoid making enemies. At this moment, Lin Che could distinctly sense that with each swing, his mastery over sword momentum became increasingly fluid. The heavenly maiden had not deceived him. Practical experience was indeed the wellspring of progress. Songming felt a profound sense of despair. Overwhelmed by the might of Lin Che's sword momentum, he was astounded to realize that in just 2 short days, this young man posed an even greater threat than before. Having abandoned the notion of direct confrontation, he chose to evade the onslaught. As he darted about in a state of panic, he implored, "Little brother, no. Big brother, please cease your assault. We can discuss this matter amicably. The previous conflict was indeed a misunderstanding. I should not have harbored ill intentions towards your maid. I now offer you my formal apology. Shall we bury the hatchet? Did you not previously express a desire to end my life?" Lin Che inquired. "I was merely jesting." Suddenly, with a swift movement, Lin Che wielded his sword once more, unleashing a terrifying force that surged forward. With a thunderous crash, Songming was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily against the distant hull of the ship, blood spewing from his mouth. At that moment, sensing an enhanced mastery over the sword's momentum, Lin Che sheathed his weapon with satisfaction, casting a cold glance in Songming's direction. "I am inherently a modest individual, yet you have persistently sought to oppress me. Reluctantly, I was compelled to act against you. I hope you can learn from this experience and refrain from such arrogance in the future." With a shake of his head, Lin Che conveyed an air of reluctance, as if to say he had been forced into this confrontation. After leaving these words behind, he turned to depart. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a pathway. If they had previously regarded Lin Che with mere interest, witnessing this battle instilled in them a sense of reverence. They realized that this seemingly innocuous youth was, in fact, a formidable adversary not to be trifled with. As Lin Che's figure receded from view, Songming's heart erupted in sorrow. "Arrogant? Have I endeavored to oppress you? I merely sought a peaceful slumber. Who is truly the oppressor here?" A sense of injustice surged within him, and he felt on the verge of tears, his heart raging with turmoil. Chapter 21. The Celestial Mirage Upon the Ethereal Vessel. News swiftly spread of a prodigious talent who had grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Such tidings were inevitable, for all resided aboard the cloud ship, where one could scarcely avoid the gaze of others. Even the slightest occurrence would soon become common knowledge. In the days that followed, the eyes of the passengers turned towards Lin Che with a mixture of reverence and trepidation, as he was now regarded as one of the few individuals to be avoided at all costs. The towering figure from the city of giants, Songming, would promptly evade Lin Che's presence, as though he were a harbinger of misfortune. This situation left Lin Che feeling exasperated. The monotony of such an existence was unbearable. Reclining upon his bed, he wore an expression of melancholy. "I am but at the pinnacle of energy accumulation, my rank the lowest aboard this vessel. Why is it that no one dares to confront me?" This sentiment did not stem from any masochistic tendencies, but rather from the frustration that arises when one learns a new skill, yet finds themselves unable to employ it. After comprehending the essence of swordsmanship, Lin Che was consumed by an unrelenting urge to engage in combat. Regrettably, despite brandishing his sword with ostentation for 2 days aboard the ship, he found no opportunity to fulfill this desire, resulting in a significant reduction of the usual onlookers who enjoyed the scenic views on deck. Fortunately, this torturous period did not persist for long. One day, the cloud ship traversed a particular expanse of land. The Daotsong Academy. Is this truly the Daotsong Academy? At long last, we have arrived. All aboard the vessel gazed into the distance, where, through the layers of clouds, an ancient academy loomed amidst the surrounding mountains. Within its confines, monumental edifices stood like grains of sand along the Ganges, their grandeur evoking a profound sense of admiration in all who beheld them. I had never encountered such awe-inspiring architecture throughout my life. It was nothing short of spectacular. Many young individuals who had traveled from various cities could not suppress their astonishment, akin to rustic villagers encountering a steel metropolis for the very first time. As the crowd marveled at the sight, a white crane soared gracefully towards the cloud ship. As it approached with great speed, they discerned a figure atop it, an imposing middle-aged man of remarkable presence. Upon his arrival on the cloud ship, the middle-aged man first bowed respectfully to the elder seated in a wrought-tan chair, then spoke. Outer Academy instructor Song Long pays his respects to Elder Bai. The elder, somewhat hard of hearing and visually impaired, seemed oblivious to the words spoken by Song Long, merely gesturing towards the name roster on the table. At this juncture, Song Long again bowed deeply, then proceeded to pick up the roster, declaring, "I shall now verify those to be enrolled. All whose names are called, please step forward." After uttering these words, he announced the first name, Chang Ping. After a brief silence with no response, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there anyone from the city of giants named Changping?" Just then, a robust figure in the crowd stood forth eagerly. "Instructor, I hail from the city of giants, but my name is Tsang Ming, not Changping." Song Long paused momentarily, yet offered no further comment. Continuing to read, "Qianlong City, Tu Niao. I report to you, instructor, my name is Dupong." A voice, nearly in tears, hastily spoke. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Che was left utterly dumbfounded. He cast a glance at the elderly gentleman reclining comfortably in a wrought-tan chair, basking in the sun, and inwardly mused that it seemed this old man's mischief had ensnared more than just himself. Moments later, the middle-aged instructor's voice echoed again, "Kanglan City, Lin." Lin? What was the name again? Lin Quan? Lin Yuan? Or was it Lin Dan? Uncertain how Old Bai had overheard this, he suddenly bellowed, "His name is Linda, the virtue of virtue. Lin Che. I am Lin Che, as clear as the water." Lin Che nearly shouted. And thus, it was unclear how much time had passed before this excruciating roll call finally concluded. At that moment, the source of countless grievances, Old Bai, rose from his chair, lazily stretched, and remarked that all these little ones had been delivered. The old man had completed his task and was leaving. With that, Old Bai patted his backside and leaped from the cloud ship, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This spectacle astonished everyone. Is this old man mad? Doesn't he fear falling to his demise? Nonsense. Old Bai is a formidable figure of the Xuanwu realm. He can already traverse the skies. You ought to speak with more respect. Hearing these comments, Song Long reprimanded with a stern expression. The Xuanwu realm. At the mention of this, all the young individuals aboard the cloud ship felt a jolt in their hearts. Recalling the elderly man's unremarkable appearance, many felt a sense of disbelief. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over them. Had they known this elder was a master, they would have certainly sought to establish a favorable rapport. Yet now, it was all too late. Paying no heed to the crowd's emotions, Song Long, after a brief reminder, steered the cloud ship toward the academy grounds. As they approached the Daosong Academy, a gasp erupted from the crowd. "Look, what is that?" In the central area of the Daosong Academy, there stood a celestial staircase, reaching towards the heavens, illuminated by radiant beams of light cascading down, exuding an aura of mystery. That is the Tianhuan Divine Realm, a secret domain arranged by our Academy's founder during his lifetime. Anyone who can pass through this realm shall be deemed an extraordinary prodigy and will receive the Academy's utmost cultivation. Song Long casually explained. The Tianhuan Divine Realm. In an instant, the eyes of all aboard sparkled with fervor. The notion that anyone who could traverse this realm would receive the Academy's full support stirred excitement among the new disciples. However, just then, a statement from the middle-aged man doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Don't get your hopes up. In the entire history of Daosong Academy, no one has ever successfully passed through this secret realm. What? No one has ever passed through this secret realm. Upon hearing this, the flickering flame of hope that had ignited in their hearts was abruptly extinguished. Even though they were the foremost young talents from various great cities, they had not inflated their egos to the extent of believing they could surpass the esteemed prodigies of Daosong Academy throughout the ages. In truth, securing the top position in the selection battles of various city sects merely grants one a ticket to the esteemed Daosong Academy. For this ancient institution, talent is in abundant supply. Since its inception, not a single individual has successfully traversed the Tianhuan Divine Realm. Thus, they remain far from the arrogance of believing they possess any likelihood of passing this formidable assessment. Chapter 22. The Leaf Alliance. As the cloud vessel gradually distanced itself from the realm of Tianhuan, it continued its journey until it alighted upon a vast plaza. The passengers disembarked, following Song Long into a grand edifice, where they were promptly provided with the apparel of outer disciples and identity tokens. At this juncture, Song Long once again summoned the group and stated, "The residences for the newly admitted disciples are situated in the back mountain of the Daosong Academy. Upon arrival, your identity tokens will grant you assistance in your arrangements. When shall we receive guidance for our cultivation?" One inquired. "None," replied Song Long nonchalantly. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Wasn't the Daosong Academy an educational institution? How could there be no one to instruct them in their cultivation? Outer disciples had but 3 years to ascend to inner discipleship, at which point elders would personally mentor their cultivation. Thus, for you newly admitted disciples, this period would necessitate self-cultivation. Self-cultivation. This statement cast a pall over the hearts of the crowd. Was it not akin to survival of the fittest? They had assumed that entering Dao Song Academy would mean becoming formal disciples, yet it appeared this was merely the beginning. Only by advancing to the inner academy could they truly access the resources of Dao Song Academy. Of course, within the outer academy, numerous alliances formed by the disciples of previous generations existed. For you newcomers, it is advisable to join an alliance. This could provide assistance in your life at Dao Song Academy and spare you some missteps. Master, how do we join an alliance? Another asked. Every year. As new disciples enter the academy, alliances seek to recruit them. You may explore this further in the plaza we just traversed. After imparting these words, Song Long offered a few brief reminders before turning and departing, leaving the new disciples exchanging bewildered glances. Is that all? They were left in a state of confusion. This was far removed from the idyllic academy life they had envisioned. I am, after all, the first talent of Qianlong City. How have I become so insignificant upon my arrival at Dao Song Academy? This is quite disheartening. Let us cease our lamentations. It appears that Dao Song Academy is not lacking in prodigies. We should head to the plaza and see if we can join an alliance, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, despite the sense of disappointment, the group acquiesced and made their way to the previously mentioned plaza. Lin Che was among them. Upon entering the pristine plaza, they were greeted by numerous alliance representatives, all eagerly waiting to recruit these new disciples. This was also a custom of the outer academy. These alliances were established by the disciples of prior generations, and only with a continuous influx of new disciples could they flourish and grow. For the new disciples, who were relatively powerless, it was essential to join an alliance for protection. Young master, will you also join an alliance? Xiaoyu asked as they arrived at the plaza. Certainly, Lin Che nodded. His experiences in Kanglan City had already imparted upon him the significance of relying on powerful affiliations. Moreover, the Dao Song Academy felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Thus, being able to join a faction would undoubtedly offer him greater convenience. After observing for a moment, Lin Che directly approached one of the factions, the Qianxiu Alliance. Lin Che noticed that among the various alliances, the individuals responsible for recruitment at Qianxiu possessed considerable strength. Since he had to make a choice, it was only natural to select a more powerful alliance. Are you accepting new members? Lin Che inquired of the bald man at the forefront of the Qianxiu Alliance. Upon hearing the question, the bald man glanced at Lin Che, and his brow furrowed slightly. We are accepting members, but not you. Why? Lin Che asked, puzzled. You are merely at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, having yet to break through into the spirit martial realm. You lack the qualifications to join the Qianxiu Alliance, the bald man replied with a tone laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's expression darkened. However, he chose not to respond further and turned to leave with Xiaoyao. Subsequently, Lin Che attempted to join several other alliances. But each time, upon sensing his level of cultivation, they, like the Qianxiu Alliance before them, either politely declined or expressed their disdain. Do I really appear so weak? Lin Che mused in frustration. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that on the Yunchuan, he was indeed among the weakest at the pinnacle of Qi gathering. They failed to recognize the master's potential. That is their loss, Xiaoyao consoled him. Meanwhile, an unusual scene unfolded in the plaza. For many new disciples seeking the protection of an alliance, it was customary to take the initiative to sign up. However, at that moment, two young men, approximately 28 or 29 years of age, were seen each holding a thick stack of flyers, persistently inquiring if the newcomers would be interested in joining their alliance. Young brother, would you like to join our Yi alliance? We are quite reputable. Just take a look. The two men were fervently promoting their alliance. But the passing new disciples, after inquiring briefly about the so-called Yi alliance, shook their heads and chose to walk away. Just then, a man from a nearby faction mocked them, saying, You Tianlang, we you're in, you too should give it a rest. With the meager strength of your Yi alliance, you are among the weakest in the outer court. Who would be foolish enough to join your ranks? The members of your Yi alliance are merely former servant disciples who have endured for 10 years, pitifully promoted to outer court disciples. Do you really believe that becoming outer court disciples allows you to stand shoulder to shoulder with us true talents? With your limited abilities. How dare you attempt to establish an alliance? It's simply laughable. Following his taunt, a wave of laughter erupted from those behind him. Hearing this derision, Lang and Wu Yuan both flushed with embarrassment. However, they seemed somewhat apprehensive and did not retort. Yet, the commotion drew Lin Che and Xiao Yao's attention. Xiao Yao glanced over, and suddenly, she exclaimed with delight, "Brother." Upon hearing the call, the man named Lang suddenly froze in expression, then slowly turned around, exclaiming, "Yao. Yaoer." It turned out that he was the elder brother of the young lady, Xiao Yao. "Sister, how is it that you are here?" As Xiao Yao and her companion approached, Lang's face was filled with surprise. Upon hearing his inquiry, Xiao Yao quickly recounted the reasons for her presence. After listening to her tale, Lang turned to Lin Che, expressing his gratitude. "I have always heard Xiao Yao speak of how well you have cared for her in the Lin family. Our reunion is entirely thanks to you, Lin Xiaozhu. This kindness, I am forever grateful for." Lin Che shook his head, saying, "Brother Yi, I am no longer the young master of the Lin family. Please do not address me as such. Moreover, we are now both disciples of the Daotsong Academy, and as you entered first, you may simply call me junior brother." "Very well, Lin Shitty," Lang replied, not one to be overly modest, nodding in acceptance. At that moment, Lin Che also noticed the flyers in Lang's and his companion Wu Yuan's hands. "Yi Alliance," he read aloud. "Has an alliance been established in the Outer Academy as well?" "Indeed," Lang answered without hesitation. "Are you still recruiting?" This time, Lang appeared momentarily stunned. Could it be that Lin Shitty wishes to join our Yi Alliance? Given that other alliances seem to overlook me, I am uncertain whether Brother Yi would be willing to accept me," Lin Che remarked casually. Upon hearing these words, both Lang and Wu Yuan's expressions transformed with excitement. Lin Shitty's intention to join the Yi Alliance is indeed a welcome surprise. They exclaimed, "How could someone of such a weak faction like the Yi Alliance still attract members? Is this person blind? Ha, this is hardly surprising. Just look at that newly admitted disciple's cultivation level, not even having broken through to the spirit martial realm. With such strength, he is naturally unqualified to join other alliances. Such a character is only fit for the Yi Alliance." Witnessing the Yi Alliance actually manage to recruit someone, those who had previously mocked them began to jeer once more. Simultaneously, some seemed to take note of Xiao Yao. What a pity, such a beautiful young girl, yet she must follow this person into such a weak faction. She will surely suffer for it in the future. Ha, little girl, why not consider becoming my warm bed servant? It would surely be better than following these few worthless fellows. Hearing these comments, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Yao's beautiful eyes. Yet she understood that these individuals were all disciples of the Daotsong Academy, each regarded as a genius in the eyes of the outside world. Although their words were cruel, she, not wanting to trouble her master, could only lower her head in silence. However, Lin Che could not tolerate such insults. He pulled Xiao Yao behind him and coldly declared, "You lot have mouths only to spew filth? I have just joined the Yi Alliance. If anyone dares to look down upon it, step forward." Upon hearing this, those who had just begun to mock were momentarily taken aback, and then a hint of amusement spread across their faces. This newly admitted disciple actually dares to retort? This year's newcomers are truly audacious. A member of the Gun Dao Alliance stepped forward, casting a derisive glance at Lin Che and uttering, "What are you even?" Suddenly, his words were abruptly cut off, for a cold blade had already been pressed against the throat of this Gun Dao Alliance member. How swiftly the sword was drawn. At least half of the onlookers were unable to perceive the movement. Nevertheless, the astonishment among the crowd in the square was palpable. Members of various alliance factions gazed at the sword in Lin Che's hand, which seemed to emanate an aura of power, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. A sword cultivator. This young man had indeed comprehended the essence of the sword. Meanwhile, many new disciples who had accompanied Lin Che were left in a state of shock. They thought to themselves, "This guy is truly a rebel. Having just entered the Daotsong Academy, he is already clashing with his seniors." Not far away, a figure from Giant Elephant City, Song Ming, wore a face of indignation upon witnessing this scene. "Did you see that? You all saw it, right? With such a fiery temper, he claimed I oppressed him on the cloud ship. Can someone like him truly be oppressed? I'm wronged." Chapter 23. The heavenly rankings. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the sword's edge, the member of the Gun Dao Alliance gulped audibly, his back drenched in cold sweat. "My dear brother, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. My prior words were most disrespectful. I apologize sincerely." The man had completely shed his earlier arrogance. Now his eyes brimmed with trepidation as he hastily offered his apologies. Lin Che had previously assessed the realms of the members surrounding him. which justified his domineering display meant to instill fear. However, this did not imply that Lin Che sought to court further trouble. Upon hearing the apology, Lin Che sheathed his sword and surveyed the area. Noticing that no one dared to speak further, he prepared to depart. Yet at that moment, the bald man from the Qianqiu alliance suddenly appeared before him. The sight of this figure elicited an instinctive flicker of reverence in the eyes of Yu Tianlang and Wu Yuren. To their astonishment, it turned out that he was a sword practitioner who had grasped the essence of sword intent. The bald man scrutinized Lin Che with a glimmer of intrigue before proclaiming, "You are now qualified to join the Qianqiu alliance." This declaration left those around them momentarily stunned. It was unexpected that this youth, upon revealing his prowess, had attracted the attention of the Qianqiu alliance. Lin Che furrowed his brow and replied, "I am sorry, but I am not interested." Initially, Lin Che had aspired to join the Qianqiu alliance, only to be met with a callous rejection. Now, having displayed his strength and already allied with the Yi alliance, the overture from the Qianqiu was rather too opportunistic. What truly irked Lin Che was the bald man's demeanor, which exuded an air of superiority and condescension, rendering the interaction quite uncomfortable. "I refuse." Many onlookers were left dumbfounded by this scene. A newly admitted disciple declining an invitation to the Qianqiu alliance was unprecedented in previous years. Most surprising was the fact that the youth had opted for the Yi alliance, a faction that stood in a vastly different echelon compared to the Qianqiu alliance. If you understood the might of the Qianqiu alliance, you would surely regret your decision today. The bald man's expression darkened. In response, Lin Che cast a disinterested glance at him, dismissing the remark, and proceeded to lead Xiao Yao and the others away from the square. As Lin Che's figure receded into the distance, the bald man's countenance grew exceedingly grim, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. "Foolish. Spend some time in the outer court, and you will realize how foolish it was to reject the Qianqiu alliance. Brother Lin, I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable." Once they had exited the square, Yu Tianlang and Wu Yuren remained engulfed in astonishment. They had assumed that, given Lin Che's realm, joining the Yi alliance was merely a reluctant choice. However, witnessing Lin Che in action revealed that he was, in fact, a powerful sword practitioner. "Not too bad." Lin Che merely shook his head in response. He then inquired, "Brother Yi, judging by today's events, it seems the Yi alliance's standing in the outer court is rather precarious?" Yu Tianlang let out a bitter laugh. The members of the Yi alliance were primarily those who had ascended from the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples. In terms of strength, they were nearly the weakest among the many alliances in the outer court. "To be honest with you, Junior Brother Lin, we have not recruited any new members for almost 3 years. If we fail to attract new talent this year, we may be on the brink of dissolution." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuren, standing nearby, consoled him, "Brother Yi, do not be so disheartened. We have indeed recruited someone this year, and he is as formidable as Brother Lin. Indeed, with Junior Brother Lin's addition, the Yi alliance will surely have a glimmer of hope." Yi Tianlang responded with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, he cautioned Lin Che, "Junior Brother Lin, when you walk through the outer court, be sure not to provoke the Qianqiu alliance lightly." "Why? Is the Qianqiu alliance very powerful?" Lin Che inquired. The Qianqiu alliance is one of the strongest among the outer court alliances. Their leader, Lu Qianqiu, is exceptionally capable, being a direct disciple of an elder from the Pill Pavilion. "Pill Pavilion?" Lin Che echoed. "Yes, within the Daotsong Academy. The two most formidable institutions are the Punishment Hall and the Pill Pavilion. Thus, with an elder from the Pill Pavilion backing Lu Qianqiu, she wields immense power among the disciples. Moreover, her own strength is not to be underestimated, as she ranks on the heavenly list." "Heavenly list?" Confusion once again crossed Lin Che's face. Noticing this, Yu Tianlang elaborated. "The heavenly list is the ranking of disciple strength within the Daotsong Academy, comprising 30 positions. Lu Qianqiu holds the 10th rank on the heavenly list, possessing a cultivation of the 6th layer of spirit martial. The 6th layer of spirit martial, and that is merely the 10th rank on the heavenly list." Lin Che furrowed his brow at this revelation. After a moment, he asked, "Then, what is the realm of the one ranked first on the heavenly list?" Although he understood the vast disparity, his curiosity compelled him to inquire. "The first on the heavenly list is named Bei Lingtian at the Xuanwu realm, and he is the chief disciple of the Punishment Hall. In truth, this individual is an existence that all disciples of the Daotsong Academy must look up to. Xuanwu realm. There is indeed a formidable presence among the disciples who has reached the Xuanwu realm." Even Lin Che felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing this. It seemed that his previous perspective in Kanglan City had been rather limited. With his current pinnacle of chi gathering, he felt like a mere small fish in the vast ocean of the Daotsong Academy. However, despite understanding the gap in prowess, Lin Che's character would not succumb to discouragement. Rather, it would ignite the fire of ambition within him. Before long, the group arrived at a courtyard. Junior brother Lin. This is our Yi alliance, Yi Tianling announced. After saying this, he and his companions led Lin Che and Xiao Yao into the courtyard. Zhao junior brother, come out quickly. I have good news to share with you. Yi Tianling called out to the interior of the courtyard. Shortly after, a door swung open, revealing a slightly languid young man who stepped outside. Upon seeing Lin Che and Xiao Yao, the young man frowned slightly, asking, Brother Yi, who are these two? Haha. This is my sister, and this is Lin Che, our junior brother, who is also a new student at Daotsong Academy this year and has officially joined our Yi alliance. After making this introduction, Yi Tianling continued, Junior brother Lin. This is junior brother Zhao Yu. Before your arrival, the three of us were the entirety of the Yi alliance. A peculiar expression flickered across Lin Che's face. Before him, the Yi alliance had only 3 members. No wonder it was on the verge of dissolution, such a meager number. However, Lin Che said nothing further and clasped his fist towards the young man, saying, Junior brother Zhao, I have just joined the Yi alliance. I hope for your guidance in the future. To this, Zhao Yu did not respond, merely sizing Lin Che up. Chi gathering realm? He mused, shaking his head slightly. Alas, it seems there is little hope for the Yi alliance. It would be best not to disturb my slumber. With that, he disregarded the reactions of the others and returned to his room. Seeing this scene, Yi Tianling appeared somewhat awkward. Junior brother Lin, please do not take offense. Junior brother Zhao has this temperament. When the 3 of us established the Yi alliance, Zhao contributed significantly, but now that the alliance is facing difficulties, he cannot see any hope and has grown despondent. However, I believe if he were to learn of your strength, he would certainly regard you with newfound respect. In response, Lin Che smiled, indicating that he took no offense. After a moment, he inquired, Brother Yi, I would like to know where I can cultivate after entering Daotsong Academy. Upon hearing that the outer courtyard disciples had to cultivate independently, Lin Che was eager to discover the locations for training within the academy. There are numerous cultivation sites within the academy, such as the training tower and the fire spirit chamber in the outer courtyard. Moreover, every new disciple also has an opportunity to enter the scripture repository to select combat techniques. Additionally, there are many wild mountain ranges surrounding Daotsong Academy where one can engage in practical training. Yi Tianling added, by the way, our Yi alliance will be entering the nearby Yandang mountain range for a hunt tomorrow. Junior brother Lin, if you're interested, you can join us. Yandang mountain range. Lin Che's internal energy reservoir required a substantial amount of resources, so upon hearing this, he immediately replied, all right, I will accompany you all. Chapter 24. The Cloud Dung Mountain Range. After the members of the Leaf Alliance convened and resolved to venture into the Cloud Dung Mountain Range for training, they set forth the following day. Throughout the journey, Yi Tianling appeared noticeably more solemn than the day prior. On our expedition to the Cloud Dung Mountain Range, I will select a route that has been previously traversed by others, ensuring relative safety. However, once we enter, I urge everyone to remain cautious and to avoid becoming separated. His caution stemmed from the fact that the Cloud Dung Mountain Range lay beyond the jurisdiction of the Daotsong Academy. Carelessness here could lead to perilous consequences. The members of the Leaf Alliance acknowledged this understanding. A day later, they finally arrived at the borders of the Cloud Dung Mountain Range. This region was notorious for its ferocity, harboring countless monstrous beasts, with rumors of incredibly powerful spiritual creatures lurking in its depths. As the Leaf Alliance members passed through a barrier and entered the mountains, the surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. A primal aura enveloped them. With towering thickets and forests blotting out the sun, intertwined vines, and verdant terrain stretching infinitely outward. Everyone, please exercise caution, Yi Tianling reiterated. In truth, no further reminders were necessary. Upon entering this place, the group instinctively became more vigilant. After traversing several miles, they were suddenly met with an ominous fluctuation in the air. It's a spirit viper, Yi Tianling announced at once. Before them, a massive emerald-scaled python coiled upon an ancient vine. Its cold gaze fixated on the members of the Leaf Alliance. Just an 8th-tier beast. Let me handle this, Wu Yuren proclaimed, stepping forward with the intent to slay the obstructive creature. Be careful not to let the spirit viper's venom touch you, Yi Tianling cautioned from the side. Have no worries. Wu Yuren replied confidently, thumping his chest. and then he dashed forward in a single leap. Although the spirit viper appeared fearsome, its 8th tier status was merely equivalent to a human at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Wu Yuren, having already entered the realm of spiritual martial arts, regarded it with disdain. With a swift motion, Wu Yuren soared into the air, executing a palm strike that cleaved downwards. With a resounding crash, the spirit viper had no time to evade and was severed in two by his energy-infused strike. After dispatching the serpent, Wu Yuren grasped one of its severed halves and smugly declared, "I told you, this little snake was no match for me in a single move." However, before his words could fully settle, a shocking turn of events occurred. The severed spirit viper did not perish entirely, as Wu Yuren held it aloft. Its massive head suddenly jolted, attempting to bite down on his arm. "Watch out." The faces of Yi Tianlang and the others turned to alarm. Even Wu Yuren was momentarily stunned, unable to react. In that instant, a figure shot forth with incredible speed, delivering a powerful punch to the serpent's head just before it could strike Wu Yuren. The force of the blow obliterated the enormous head, and the assailant was none other than Lin Che. Wu Yuren was still in a state of shock. Although the spirit viper was not particularly powerful, its venom was exceedingly potent. If bitten, he feared that his arm would be irreparably damaged. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Coming back to his senses, Wu Yuren expressed his gratitude towards Lin Che. At that moment, Lin Che waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary. "Brother, look. This large snake has a beast core." Suddenly, Xiao Yao's voice rang out. Everyone turned to see that after the head of the spirit viper had been obliterated, a verdant beast core rolled out onto the grass. Wu Yuren picked up the beast core and approached Lin Che. "Brother Lin, you saved my life. And it was you who ultimately vanquished this great serpent. The beast core rightfully belongs to you." The others nodded in agreement. However, Lin Che smiled and replied, "Since this was a collective hunt, let us regard this beast core as a communal gain." To be candid, for Lin Che, an 8th tier beast core offered negligible assistance given his current needs. After transitioning to cultivate the Qi method, the resources required for his advancement were exceedingly daunting. "Brother, you were quite generous," Yi Tianlang remarked, patting Lin Che on the shoulder. An 8th tier beast core was worth at least several thousand gold coins. And hearing Lin Che's words elevated the group's regard for him even further. Subsequently, the group continued on their journey. However, in the following days, Lin Che found himself somewhat disheartened. The reason was simple. The route chosen by Yi Tianlang had evidently been traversed by many before, thus presenting minimal risk. Yet, this also implied a lack of significant rewards. Lin Che had embarked on this expedition to cultivate, and given the current pace, it was evident that obtaining sufficient resources for his training was an unattainable goal. Consequently, Lin Che resolved to delve deeper into the heart of the Yunnan mountain range each night while the others rested, exploring uncharted territories, returning to the camp by dawn. Naturally, this could not remain a secret from the others. Upon learning of Lin Che's nocturnal ventures, Yi Tianlang repeatedly urged him against going alone due to potential dangers. Nevertheless, Lin Che remained resolute in his decision. As the members of the Yi Alliance observed Lin Che returning safely each time, with his aura increasingly refined, their initial shock left them speechless. One fateful night, in a perilous gorge within the depths of the Yunnan mountain range, a silver-blooded demon ape, shrouded in dark energy, appeared as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, its blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before it stood a young human boy bearing a long sword. With a thunderous roar, the silver-blooded demon ape charged at the unexpected intruder. The boy swiftly leaped backward to avoid the onslaught just in time. Boom! The ferocious ape's foot crashed down on the ground nearby, creating a long trench and raising clouds of dust, a testament to the terrifying power it wielded. In the distance, the young lad cast a glance at the devastation wrought by the monstrous ape. "A third-tier spirit beast, you shall be the target of my training today." Undoubtedly, the youth in question was Lin Che. A third-tier spirit beast equates to a martial artist at the 3rd level of spiritual mastery. Lin Che's audacity to select such a formidable adversary stemmed from the confidence he had acquired over the past few days of rigorous training, which had significantly enhanced his prowess. With a surge of conviction, Lin Che unsheathed his sword and executed a powerful strike. The sound of a shrieking sword aura resonated through the air as a piercing beam of sword light hurtled forth, aimed directly at the colossal ape. The clash. The sword light collided fiercely with the silver-blooded demon ape, the force contained within propelling the beast's massive form backward several paces. Roar! This encounter only served to infuriate the silver-blooded demon ape further. With a thunderous bellow, it unleashed a menacing glare, its enormous hand descending violently towards Lin Che. Lin Che's expression turned frosty as he faced the titanic paw. With a leap, he again wielded his sword. As he struck, ripples of powerful energy surged through the air, akin to tumultuous waves. Boom, boom, boom. In response, the gargantuan form of the silver-blooded demon ape was once more driven backward by the force of the impact. Huffing. In that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed the demon ape's eyes. It had not anticipated that the diminutive human before it harbored an energy so formidable that it elicited a sense of caution from the beast. The might of a third-tier spirit beast was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, Lin Che furrowed his brow. The strength of his strike, even against an average martial artist at the third level of spiritual mastery, would be insurmountable, yet this demon ape withstood it. Not only did it endure, but it also proved to be a significant challenge for Lin Che to breach its defenses. The silver-blooded demon ape seemed to discern this fact, concluding that Lin Che posed no threat. In the next moment, it charged at Lin Che with renewed fury. Boom. The colossal figure leapt with a might that could shatter mountains, its fist aimed squarely at Lin Che. Shadows enveloped Lin Che as the massive form obscured the light, yet his countenance remained utterly unperturbed. Though he had previously underestimated the beast's physicality, it would not be so simple for the silver-blooded demon ape to intimidate him. Just as the ape's assault was about to descend, Lin Che's form flickered and vanished from view. This bizarre occurrence caused the demon ape's pupils to constrict in surprise. In the next instant, Lin Che reappeared at eye level with the ape's head. With a fierce shout, he executed a dual-handed sword stroke. The sword's momentum, propelled by the exquisite spirit weapon, the Lingtian sword, surged forth. Surrounding true energy surged and swirled, and a dazzling beam of sword light swept outward. Swoosh! The blade pierced directly into the silver-blooded demon ape's neck, and time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Immediately, one beheld the colossal head of the silver-blooded demon ape severed from its massive body. From the wound gushed forth silvery blood, cascading like liquid mercury. With a thunderous roar, the gargantuan form of the silver-blooded demon ape, akin to a small mountain, crashed heavily upon the earth, sending countless particles of dust swirling into the air. Chapter 25. Breaking into the spirit martial realm, what an exquisite sword. After vanquishing the colossal beast, Lin Che gently caressed the blade of the Lingtian sword. As a superior spiritual weapon, it was indeed remarkable. Under its enhancement, the power of Lin Che's strike had increased by at least 30%, enabling him to breach the defenses of the ferocious spirit beast and ultimately sever its head. Of course, beyond this, the mastery Lin Che had developed through countless battles was also crucial. In the realm of swordsmanship, each level is divided into stages of minor success, major success, and perfection. Previously, while aboard the Cloud ship, Lin Che had barely achieved minor success, but upon entering the Yundang mountain range, his sword momentum had reached major success and was approaching perfection. Such rapid progress in such a short span of time could certainly be deemed extraordinary. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Che made his way to the spot where the silver-blood demon ape had fallen. With a swift motion, he drove his sword down, cleaving the heart of the beast, and a silvery spirit pearl emerged before him. The beast core of a third-tier spirit beast should suffice to help me shatter the barriers of the chi-gathering realm. Lin Che mused, his face illuminated with anticipation. Without hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged posture in the nameless canyon, grasping the silver spirit pearl to commence the process of refining it. At that moment, a powerful force of absorption formed within him, akin to a dragon drinking water, devouring the violent energy within the pearl and fortifying his bones, meridians, and flesh. As night passed, the first rays of dawn broke on the horizon. By this time, the silver spirit pearl in Lin Che's hand had dimmed considerably, its surface riddled with cracks. With a soft crack, the pearl shattered into powder, and a resounding rumble echoed from within Lin Che's body. Boom! In an instant, Lin Che's aura underwent a profound transformation. A majestic presence emanated from him, hinting at a grand and overwhelming force. He had finally broken through to the spirit martial realm. As Lin Che opened his eyes, they sparkled with exhilaration. Although the difference was merely a single realm, the transition from the chi-gathering realm to the spirit martial realm felt like stepping into an entirely different world. In that moment, Lin Che could distinctly sense the terrifying energy coursing through his body. Now, if he were to confront the demon ape once more, a single casual strike would suffice to obliterate it. Having grasped this newfound power, Lin Che brimmed with unwavering confidence. Will junior brother Lin encounter danger? In a clearing at the periphery of the Yundang mountain range, members of the Yi Alliance rested while Yi Tianlang gazed into the depths of the mountains, his expression tinged with concern. Throughout these days, although Lin Che had ventured out at night, he generally returned by dawn to reunite with them. However, today the sun had already risen high in the sky, yet his figure was nowhere to be seen. Consequently, the members of the Yi Alliance remained vigilantly at their post. This brother Lin is quite enigmatic, Wu Yuan suddenly remarked from the side. It is indeed shrouded in mystery, otherwise one would not dare to venture alone into the depths of the mountains. I can sense that each time he returns, there is an aura of ruthlessness surrounding him. And within this brief span of time, his presence seems to have become remarkably refined, although he is at the pinnacle of energy gathering. Even a formidable warrior at the second tier of spiritual martial arts would not instill such an overwhelming sense of pressure within me. Beside me, Yi Tianlang nodded in agreement. The reason the Yi Alliance finds itself on the brink of dissolution is primarily due to the limited talents of its members after years in the outer court. The hope of advancing to the inner court has become bleak. Yet, at this moment, they all perceive that this young man, who has just joined the Yi Alliance, possesses an inherent distinction from them. Sister, you should know Lin Che best. Can you elucidate what kind of person he truly is? The young master is a genius, a prodigy since childhood. At the mere age of 15, he was already hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of Kanglin City. This young girl spoke with unabashed admiration for Lin Che. A genius? However, Zhao Yu shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that despite his talents, joining the Yi Alliance casts a shadow over his future. Zhao Shidi, what do you mean by that? Yu Tianlang inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Over the years, several disciples have joined the Yi Alliance, yet any individual with a modicum of talent, upon grasping the current state of the Alliance, ultimately chose to withdraw. I ponder. How long can this Lin Che remain within the Yi Alliance? Just as Yu Tianlang was about to counter this assertion, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from not far away. Soon, 4 or 5 figures emerged into the sight of the Yi Alliance members. It was members of the Qianqiu Alliance. They too had ventured into these mountains for training. Upon seeing their attire, the expressions of the Yi Alliance members shifted dramatically. At that moment, the individuals from the Qianqiu Alliance also took notice of them. Oh, aren't these the so-called weaklings from the Yi Alliance? The leader of the Qianqiu Alliance was none other than the bald youth responsible for recruiting members in the square that day. Upon spotting Yi Tianlang and the others, a smirk of mockery crept across his face. We should leave. Yu Tianlang wished to avoid conflict with these individuals and intended to take his companions away. Yet, at that moment, the members of the Qianqiu Alliance directly obstructed their path. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Feng Lidao, the bald youth, inquired with a sardonic tone. In response, Yi Tianlang's countenance darkened as he regarded the bald youth. Upon hearing his words, Feng Yidao's lips curled into a cold smile. What do you think? Witnessing the other's demeanor, Yu Tianlang hesitated for a moment before proposing, we will relinquish all our gains from these past few days to you. Will you permit us to depart? Feng Yidao shook his head slightly, asserting, the goods must stay, and so must you. The Qianqiu Alliance never leaves behind any loose ends. Understanding the implications of Feng Yidao's words, Yu Tianlang and the others felt a jolt of fear. But we are all of the same sect. Must it be so ruthless? Of the same sect? Feng Yidao chuckled darkly. Precisely because you are of the same sect, you must perish. Robbing one's own brethren does not reflect well on our reputation. However, by eliminating you in this desolate wilderness, no one would ever know it was we who committed the act. Such malevolence. Although it was already known that the Qianqiu Alliance acted tyrannically within the Daosong Academy, Yi Alliance and others were still unprepared for such cruelty from these ruffians. They actually intended to commit murder and robbery within the Yundang mountain range. Yi Tianlang, as the ineffectual leader of the Yi Alliance, possesses only the cultivation of the second level of spiritual martial arts, whereas I stand at the third level. If you possess any sense, you should realize that resistance is utterly futile. Feng Yidao wore a look of disdain, observing the members of the Yi Alliance as one would regard a group of prey awaiting slaughter. Yu Tianlang clenched his fists tightly, yet at that moment, a sense of helplessness engulfed him. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and said, "Spare my sister, allow her to leave here first. She is still so young." "Brother, I will not leave." Upon witnessing this, Little Yao firmly grasped Yi Tianlang's arm and declared, "Haraha." At that moment, Xiao Yidao turned his gaze toward Little Yao and said, "Rest assured, with your words, not only will we not spare her, but we shall also have our fun with her." "What did you say?" "Beast, I will fight you." Hearing Feng Yidao's shameless remarks, Yi Tianlang was overwhelmed with fury. The next instant, he clenched his fists and charged directly at his adversary. Chapter 26. To kill you. One sword is sufficient, how presumptuous. Feng Yidao let out a cold laugh, observing Yi Tianlang rushing towards him like a prey willingly stepping into the hunter's grasp, a mocking expression adorning his face. Boom. As Yi Tianlang drew near, Feng Yidao abruptly unsheathed a heavy battle blade and struck with a single, decisive slash. A glimmer of cold light erupted, and a powerful blade aura surged forth. Bang! The strike not only shattered Yi Tianlang's offensive maneuver, but also cleaved into his chest. In an instant, Yi Tianlang was sent staggering backward, a gruesome wound carved across his torso. This highlighted the considerable disparity between the two, even as the leader of the Yi Alliance. Yi Tianlang found himself incapable of countering a single blow from his opponent. At that moment, Feng Yidao advanced steadily, wielding his battle blade with an imposing presence. I have already stated, you are no match for me. Why subject yourself to such humiliation? Now, I shall be the one to send you on your way. As these words fell, a cold, murderous intent emanated from Feng Yidao. He swung his blade once more, enveloping Yi Tianlang in a formidable wave of lethal energy. Brother, Yi Shixiao. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yao and the others turned pale with fear. However, just as everyone anticipated Yi Tianlang's impending demise under the blade, the next moment unfolded in a manner that astounded them all. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a gigantic hand, conjured from pure energy, materialized nearby and exerted a powerful force, yanking Yi Tianlang away several meters. Bang! The blade missed its target, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep gash, dust scattering in its wake. At the crucial juncture, someone had intervened to save Yi Tianlang's life. Feng Yidao furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting towards a certain direction. Not far off, a young figure emerged within his line of sight, advancing step by step towards him. It's you. Upon recognizing the individual, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Yidao's eyes as he realized this was the young man who had previously declined to join the Qianqiu Alliance at the outer courtyard square. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi Alliance displayed expressions of astonishment upon seeing Lin Che. Lin Che, thank you for your timely intervention. Not far away, Yi Tianlang, still shaken by the recent perilous encounter, gazed at Lin Che with profound gratitude. Lin Che approached him, patting his shoulder. Yi Shixiao, I've returned a bit late, but do not worry, I shall handle what comes next. Fool. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, the expression on Feng Yidao's face shifted from initial astonishment to a cold smirk. Kid, I nearly forgot that you have also joined the Yi Alliance. This is even better. Now the useless members of your alliance have truly gathered, and it is time to send you all on your way. Do you think of yourself as some kind of deity, deciding who lives and who dies? Lin Che regarded Feng Yidao with a piercing gaze, his eyes glinting like a sword drawn from its sheath, subtly revealing a sharp edge. Feeling the contempt embedded in that gaze, Feng Yidao narrowed his eyes. With his cultivation at the third level of spirit martial arts, he felt invincible here. He was akin to a deity. I decree your demise, and you shall meet it. Merely at the third level of spirit martial arts, yet you dare to boast so brazenly. Today, let me enlighten you. To eliminate a wretch like you, I need but a single strike. Just one strike. After a brief silence, the members of the Qianqiu Alliance erupted into laughter. This fool, a mere novice disciple, dares to be so audacious. Ha ha ha. No wonder he rejected the invitation from the Qianqiu Alliance. It turns out he is truly a simpleton. Swoosh. Amidst the mockery of the Qianqiu Alliance, Lin Che's figure suddenly sprang into action. With a powerful stomp, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling toward the members of the Qianqiu Alliance. Fool, if you so desire death, I shall grant it. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yidao's expression darkened as he raised his bloodied blade and brought it crashing down. Boom. The terrifying blade aura rampaged, causing leaves to scatter from the surrounding trees. One must admit, a full-force strike from a third-level spirit martial artist is indeed formidable. The might of a single strike is fearsome. However, facing this dreadful blade light, Lin Che displayed no sign of trepidation. Suddenly, he drew his sword. A simple action, the Linghan sword pierced forward. Whoosh! Yet with this seemingly mundane strike, an overwhelmingly terrifying sword intent surged forth. Simultaneously, the blade aura unleashed by Feng Yidao seemed to encounter some forbidden force, rapidly dissipating. Sword intent perfected. Witnessing this, Feng Yidao's countenance shifted dramatically. A sword cultivator who comprehends sword intent is already astonishing. Yet, how old could this youth possibly be? He has actualized his sword intent to such a profound level. Even those who have immersed themselves in the sword for years might not achieve this. Feeling this, Feng Yidao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, his expression turning ghastly. He sensed a looming threat of death from the boy's sword. Alas, it was too late. Swish. As the dazzling sword flashed, Feng Yidao's forehead was pierced. A fountain of blood erupted forth, and his body slowly crumpled to the ground. A third-level spirit martial artist was truly obliterated by this youth's single sword strike. What? Brother Feng, dead, dead. At the same time, those members of the Qianqiu alliance who had been laughing moments ago were now stricken with terror, drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing this horrific scene. Feng Yidao, the strongest among them at the third level of spirit martial arts, had been slain by this mere youth in a single blow. Realizing this, when they looked at Lin Che again, it was as if they were gazing upon a harbinger of death, a being who held dominion over their fates. Thud, thud. With this realization, the group instantly lost their will to resist, kneeling down in abject supplication. Big brother, please, don't kill us. We are willing to offer all the gains from our venture into the Yundang mountain range. We humbly beseech the esteemed brothers of the Yi Alliance to spare our lives, considering our shared affiliation as disciples of the Daocang Academy. However, as these individuals pleaded for mercy, Lin Che's gaze remained frigid as ice. Just moments ago, they had shown no regard for the bonds of brotherhood when they sought to slay the members of the Yi Alliance. Now, with the roles reversed, they suddenly invoked the camaraderie of their shared sect? How laughable! With a swift motion of his sword, Lin Che swiftly dealt with the assailants, leaving no survivors. He was not a man who reveled in bloodshed, yet his experiences within the martial world had imparted a crucial lesson. Human hearts can be treacherous, and sometimes showing mercy to one's adversaries is a form of cruelty towards oneself. Should he allow these individuals to live? The repercussions of today's events could lead to devastating retaliation from the Qianqiu Alliance, ultimately endangering the very members of the Yi Alliance he sought to protect. Chapter 27. Taboo. After the events in the Yundang mountain range, Yi Ming and his companions did not linger in the mountains, but chose to return directly to the Daocang Academy. Along the journey, they encountered no further obstacles. However, all eyes were filled with awe as they gazed upon Lin Che. Previously, they had assumed that Lin Che, like them, had joined Yi Ming due to limited talent. Yet, after witnessing Lin Che's true abilities, the members of Yi Ming came to realize that this young man was a genuine prodigy, vastly different from them. A sword cultivator who had attained mastery in the realm of sword intent at such a tender age. One could only imagine that such a genius would shine with unparalleled brilliance even amidst the talented individuals of the Daocang Academy. Beyond their reverence and admiration, the members of Yi Ming also felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Lin Che. Had it not been for him, they might have met their demise in the Yundang mountain range. A day later, they finally beheld the mountain gate of the Daocang Academy. And it was then that the members of Yi Ming let out a collective sigh of relief. Yiren chuckled, "Ha ha, we have finally returned. This journey to Yundang Mountain can be deemed thrilling yet safe. Moreover, our gains this time are substantial, surpassing any previous expedition." Yi Tianlang produced a spatial ring and spoke. "Given our cultivation levels, our previous explorations of Yundang Mountain yielded little. However, with the martial resources left behind by the Qianqiu Alliance, we now have a considerable haul. Roughly estimated, our total gain is around 50,000 gold. I will divide these resources into 4 equal parts to distribute among everyone," Yi Tianlang declared. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuren interjected, "Yi Shixiao, that would be unfair. We entered the Yundang mountain range as a group of 5. How can the resources be divided into only 4 parts? In my opinion, Xiaoyao should receive a share as well." Xiaoyao quickly shook her head. No. I did not contribute in any way during our venture into the Yundang mountain range. How can I accept a portion of those resources? He Xiaoyao. Although you did not slay a single beast, you were the one who tirelessly prepared meals and tended to our needs throughout the journey. Thus, I believe you rightfully deserve a share of these resources, Wu Yuren insisted once more. At this, the others nodded in agreement. In truth, none of them possessed culinary skills. Had it not been for Xiaoyao, they would have been reduced to subsisting on dry rations during their time in the Tiandang mountain. Furthermore, during their battles with the beasts, it was Xiaoyao who tended to their injuries. Despite her youth, this thoughtful young girl left an exceptionally favorable impression on everyone. So, What do you think, Lin Che and Zhao Shidi? Yu Tianlang inquired. Considering that Xiao Yu was his sister, he sought the opinions of Lin Che and Zhao Yu. Naturally, Lin Che had no objections. However, upon hearing these words, Zhao Yu momentarily froze, as if just realizing something. I shall act solely upon Brother Ye's instructions. Noticing Zhao Yu's expression, Yi Tianlang felt a tinge of curiosity. It seemed that throughout their journey, this junior brother Zhao had been somewhat absent-minded, lost in thought. Nonetheless, Yi Tianlang attributed this to the aftermath of the recent events in the Yunnan mountain range and did not dwell on it further. Very well, Yi Tianlang turned to Xiaoyao. Sister, since this is everyone's acknowledgement of you, you ought to accept it without hesitation. At this point, Xiaoyao found it difficult to refuse. However, she quickly added, then, my share shall go to young master. Lin Che was slightly taken aback, but before he could respond, Xiaoyao cheerfully continued, this time, young master saved us all. You should rightfully receive the greatest share of resources. Besides, as a mere girl, I cannot cultivate, so please do not refuse. Although Lin Che did not particularly require these resources, he could not bear to reject the kind intentions of this little girl. Observing her obedient demeanor, Lin Che gently patted her head and said, all right, I shall accept it. Is this truly my little sister? Yu Tianlang, witnessing the scene, was left contemplating his existence. This little girl received a portion of cultivation resources and did not immediately think to reserve it for her elder brother. Yi Tianlang felt somewhat disheartened. Of course, while he feigned anguish, it was all in jest. In truth, it was only natural for Lin Che to receive the most resources in everyone's eyes. After a brief moment of laughter, Lin Che became serious and addressed Yu Tianlang, Brother Yi. I have heard that each newly promoted disciple is granted an opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion to select combat techniques. I wish to know the location of this scripture pavilion. A single combat technique can significantly enhance a martial artist's prowess. However, thus far, Lin Che had only practiced a single low-tier spiritual combat technique, which was undeniably insufficient. Thus, he had kept this matter in mind, and upon returning to the Daocang courtyard, his immediate desire was to visit the scripture pavilion and see if he could select a few formidable combat techniques. Junior brother Lin, if you intend to visit the scripture pavilion, I shall accompany you, Yi Tianlang offered directly. I appreciate it, Brother Yi, Lin Che replied with a smile and a nod. Afterwards, the group parted ways, and Yi Tianlang led Lin Che towards the scripture pavilion. After walking for a while, Yi Tianlang appeared to remember something suddenly, his expression turning serious. By the way, junior brother Lin, I must remind you, when you arrive at the scripture pavilion, if you encounter an elderly woman guarding it, you must be particularly respectful in your demeanor. Why is that? Lin Che inquired, puzzled. Though she oversees the pavilion, her status is quite unique. Even the elders of the inner courtyard do not dare to provoke her. An elderly guardian of the scripture pavilion, whom even inner courtyard elders fear to confront. Lin Che was undoubtedly more perplexed by this statement. At that moment, Yu Tianlang spoke with utmost seriousness. In fact, this elderly woman was once an elder of the martial hall. The martial hall. Upon hearing those two words, Lin Che felt a stir within his heart. If memory serves correctly, the mysterious silver-robed figure who once aided him in Kanglan City was indeed affiliated with the martial hall. Is the martial hall, as mentioned by Brother Yi, also a faction within the Daocang Academy? At that moment, Yu Tianlang shook his head, glanced around cautiously, and whispered, the martial hall is a taboo within the Daocang Academy, a subject so sensitive that even the higher-ups dare not speak of it. A taboo? Lin Che's expression shifted slightly at the mention of this term. Brother Lin, do you recall the division of powers within the Daocang Academy? Yes. It seems Brother Yi once informed me that the two most powerful factions within the Academy are the Punishment Hall and the Pill Pavilion. Lin Che pondered aloud. You speak truly, Brother Lin, but that pertains to the present. 10 years ago, the most formidable institution within the Daocang Academy was singular in nature, and that was the Martial Hall. Chapter 28. The former glory in the heyday of the Martial Hall, a formidable force emerged. Undeniably a sharp sword that rendered the Daocang Academy invincible. However, tragically, a decade ago, this once mighty institution fell into utter decline amidst a tumultuous upheaval. How could this be? Lin Che questioned in astonishment. From Yi Tianlang's remarks, it was evident just how powerful the Martial Hall had once been. If that were the case, how could it have been reduced to such a state due to a single disturbance? This necessitates a discussion on the origins of the Martial Hall. The Martial Hall was established at the inception of the Daocang Academy, tasked with overseeing all high-ranking officials within the institution. Previously, the academy boasted only two positions of utmost authority, the esteemed position of the dean and the master of the Martial Hall. Realizing this, Lin Che began to comprehend that the master of the Martial Hall possessed the power to contend with the dean, serving as a counterbalance. The significance of the Martial Hall's existence was to prevent the concentration of power within the academy, ensuring a system of checks and balances. With this understanding, Lin Che further remarked, the disappearance of the Martial Hall must be related to the current dean. Am I correct? This was not a difficult deduction. Human desire knows no bounds, and the struggle for power has persisted since time immemorial. When an ambitious figure wields considerable power, yet faces constraints, it is only natural for them to seek the removal of such limitations. Junior brother Lin, you are quite astute, Yi Tianlang smiled. In truth, a decade ago, the dean and the master had significant ideological differences, often engaging in open and covert conflicts. The accumulation of these tensions eventually culminated in an explosive confrontation. Under the leadership of the dean, the high-ranking officials of the academy entered into a prolonged struggle against the Martial Hall, a conflict that spanned 3 arduous years. During this time, countless disciples were embroiled in violence, resulting in bloodshed and numerous fatalities, with even more than 10 elders of the academy perishing in the turmoil. Listening to Yi Tianlang's account, Lin Che felt a stirring in his heart. The elders, at the very least, were formidable beings who had entered the Xuanwu realm. Even such powerful figures had met their demise in droves. Although Lin Che had not lived through those events, he could vividly imagine the darkness and chaos that enveloped the Daocang Academy during those 3 years. Brother Yi, does this mean that it was from those 3 years onward that the Martial Hall gradually succumbed to the dean's faction, ultimately leading to its complete decline? No. In response, Yi Tianlang shook his head. While the dean's faction was indeed powerful, the Martial Hall was by no means weak. Even throughout the conflict, the dean's faction never truly subdued the Martial Hall. It was more of a stalemate. In fact, the Martial Hall was disbanded by the master himself. What? Lin Che exclaimed in disbelief. If the Martial Hall had not been decisively defeated, why would its master choose to disband it personally? Yet, upon reflection, Lin Che began to grasp the underlying complexities. Taking the Daocang Academy as an example, once internal power struggles arise and reach a stalemate, it will inevitably evolve into a trend of division. One can only imagine that had that conflict continued, either one side would achieve ultimate victory, leaving the Daocang Academy severely weakened and unable to recover, or the academy would be irrevocably split in two. In either scenario, it would represent a mortal blow to such a powerful entity. The Daocang Academy, which once stood for millennia, embodies the collective efforts of countless sages. Perhaps the master of the Martial Hall harbored a profound yearning and affection for this ancient institution, unable to bear witness to its gradual descent into the abyss. Thus, he may have chosen to concede. After the dissolution of the Martial Hall, many elders within the hall felt disheartened and opted to depart, with only a handful remaining, choosing to withdraw from the world. For instance, the elderly guardian of the scripture repository was once an elder of the Martial Hall. After Yi Tianlang recounted these events, he sighed deeply. This conflict had unknowingly spanned a decade, and the current Martial Hall seemed to be obscured by the passage of time, with traces of its former existence becoming increasingly elusive within the Daocang Academy. Indeed, it evokes a sense of melancholy. Yi Tianlang had entered the Daocang Academy a decade ago, which is why he possessed such knowledge of its secrets. However, upon hearing his lament, Lin Che secretly shook his head, for he did not share this perspective. The Martial Hall, having existed for such an extensive period within the history of the Daocang Academy, had long since become intertwined with its very essence and should not be so easily erased. The recounting of the Academy's past left Lin Che in a state of contemplation. Yet he also recognized that this was beyond his current purview, as he was merely an outer disciple at present. After continuing their journey, Yi Tianlang finally halted before a magnificent white edifice. We have arrived, Junior Brother Lin. This is the scripture repository. At these words, Lin Che raised his gaze to the imposing structure, expressed his gratitude to Yi Tianlang, and then stepped inside. Watching Lin Che's figure fade from sight, Yi Tianlang turned and departed. He made his way back to the courtyard of the Yi Alliance, only to find it occupied by Wu Yurin and Xiao Yao. Where is Zhao Shidi? Yi Tianlang inquired with curiosity. Oh, Zhao Shixiang just mentioned he had something to attend to outside, Wu Yurin replied casually. Yi Tianlang nodded. not giving it further thought, and prepared to return to his room for rest. Boom. Just then, the gate of the courtyard housing the Yi Alliance was forcefully burst open. Immediately, over a dozen figures charged in, each emanating a fierce aura. Qinqiu Alliance. Upon seeing the attire of these individuals, Yi Tianlang and the others' expressions changed dramatically. However, when they beheld the woman leading the members of the Qinqiu Alliance, their astonishment deepened. This woman was none other than Lu Qinqiu, the leader of the Qinqiu Alliance. This individual not only holds the 10th position on the celestial rankings, but is also a direct disciple of a revered elder from the Dan Pavilion. Therefore, upon encountering her, Yi Tianlang felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. Leader Lu, what brings you to our Yi Alliance today? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinqiu let out a cold laugh. Your Yi Alliance is indeed brazen. I have heard that in the Yunning mountain range, for members of my Qinqiu Alliance were ruthlessly slain by you. She inquired. What do you think is the reason for my presence here today? At her words, Yi Tianlang's heart jolted. Simultaneously, he was filled with disbelief. Leader Lu, you jest. Our Yi Alliance is but a modest faction. How could we possibly have killed esteemed members of your alliance? Surely, this is mere slander. Is that so? Lu Qinqiu retorted with another cold laugh, then glanced over her shoulder. Come forward. As she spoke, a figure emerged from the crowd, revealing none other than Zhao Yu, junior brother Zhao Yu. Upon seeing him, Yi Tianlang and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had suddenly grasped the truth. A traitor. The events in the Yunning mountain range were known only to a select few within their Yi Alliance. Logically, as long as they remained silent, the information could never leak. Yet, witnessing this scene, Yi Tianlang and the others could no longer deny it. Zhao Yu had betrayed them. Why? Yi Tianlang glared fiercely at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu lowered his head slightly, seemingly unable to meet Yi Tianlang's gaze. Brother Yi, do not hold it against me. One must look after oneself to survive in this world. After years in the Yi Alliance, I see no hope and do not wish to continue in this decline. Only through this betrayal can I have the opportunity to join the Qinqiu Alliance. So, Zhao Yu, you wretched beast. Yi Tianlang exclaimed in fury at Zhao Yu's words. However, at that moment, Lu Qinqiu advanced menacingly, stating, I shall ask one last time. Were Feng Yidao and the others slain by members of your Yi Alliance? At this juncture, Yi Tianlang could only respond, Leader Lu. The incident in the Yunning mountain range was not a deliberate provocation by our Yi Alliance. Rather, it was Feng Yidao who attempted to rob us. But before Yi Tianlang could finish, Lu Qinqiu moved with astonishing swiftness, appearing before him like a specter. In the next instant, her hand clutched his shoulder. Crack! With a surge of force, Yi Tianlang's shoulder was instantly pierced, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. His arm was rendered useless. Aya! The excruciating pain from his severed limb elicited a scream from Yi Tianlang, causing him to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Brother! Yi Shixiao. Meanwhile, witnessing this brutal scene, Xiao Yao and Wu Yuren both cried out in alarm, their faces turning ashen. Chapter 29, The Sword of True Qi. Within the scripture repository, a sudden voice, aged and resonant, commanded, Halt. As Lin Che entered, he was met by the sight of a frail old woman with hair as white as snow. Her face, lined with deep wrinkles, rendered her appearance almost ghostly, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Yet, for reasons unknown, she stood before him, seemingly merging with the void, exuding an air of ethereal mystique. Understanding the concept of intent through his swordsmanship practice, Lin Che became acutely aware of this enigmatic presence. The old woman was no ordinary figure. She possessed the comprehension of profound realms, marking her as a formidable force. Shock coursed through his mind as he realized that she was likely the guardian of the scripture repository, an exalted elder from the martial hall of Ur. Thus, he promptly bowed respectfully. Junior disciple Lin Che pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Respects? Have you truly seen me? The old woman retorted sharply, her temperament appearing rather unyielding. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Lin Che raised his gaze, only to discover that his disciple token had mysteriously found its way into the old woman's grasp. This revelation startled him. The manner in which she had acquired it eluded his senses. It dawned on him that, had she intended harm, he would have had no chance to react. Casually inspecting the token, the elder confirmed Lin Che's status as a newly initiated disciple and then tossed it back to him. As an outer courtyard disciple, you may select one battle technique of superior spiritual rank. The entrance is over there. Proceed as you wish. With her words, the old woman's presence dissipated. And only then did Lin Che feel the oppressive aura lift, revealing her to be at least a Xuanwu realm expert with a grasp of intent. Truly formidable, he mused. Shaking off his thoughts, he ventured towards the direction indicated by the elder. Although disciples of the outer courtyard were permitted to choose only from the first floor of the attic, Lin Che was taken aback by the sight before him. The first floor was adorned with an array of ancient battle technique tomes and jade slips, finger techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, and boxing techniques, all meticulously categorized, overwhelming his senses. In comparison to the Lin family's modest collection, the treasures of the Daocang Academy were nothing short of vast. Yet, regretfully, he could select but one. I practice swordsmanship, Lin Che reflected, dismissing the need for techniques such as boxing or palm strikes. As for sword techniques, he hesitated and shook his head. Despite being a sword cultivator, after comprehending the essence of the sword, he felt disinclined to adopt any specific sword techniques. He wished for his sword to remain unbound by any forms. That left only movement techniques. It dawned on Lin Che that he had yet to practice any form of movement techniques. During his encounters with spirit beasts in the Yundang mountain range, he had recognized this deficiency. Frequently, he had missed crucial opportunities to strike due to shortcomings in his agility. With this understanding, he made his way directly to the section housing the movement technique manuals. The gentle breeze caresses the willows, and the ethereal void seems to beckon. As Lin Che perused the various tomes, he found himself shaking his head in disappointment after each one, returning them to their places. It was not until he halted before a particular martial arts manual that he felt a flicker of hope. This tome was noticeably dust-laden, a clear indication of its infrequent borrowing. Initially, Lin Che held no expectations, but upon glancing inside, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The manual detailed the explosive step, a high-grade technique of the spiritual tier. Upon scrutinizing the descriptions within, Lin Che made his decision. This was the one. After selecting this martial technique, he did not leave the repository immediately. Within the repository, there existed dedicated training chambers for disciples, and he resolved to commence his practice of this movement technique right away. Upon entering the training stone chamber, Lin Che unfurled the chosen scroll. The intricate illustrations depicted various meridian pathways and the patterns of energy flow, making it evident that they elucidated the method to cultivate this technique. During his selection process, Lin Che had taken considerable time to discern the various techniques, ultimately drawn to the explosive step due to its unique attributes compared to other movement arts. Despite being a high-grade martial technique of the spiritual tier, few warriors venturing into the realm of spiritual martial arts would dare to practice it. The demands on the practitioner's physical strength and the depth of their internal energy were exceedingly stringent. In essence, mastering this technique required the instantaneous mobilization of a substantial amount of internal energy for movement. If a warrior possessed insufficient internal energy, even a lateral movement of several meters could completely deplete their reserves. This was precisely why so few chose to pursue this technique, allowing it to gather dust in obscurity. However, Lin Che was distinctly different from those who cultivated their skills through the dantian. He was a practitioner of the Qi, with an extraordinarily refined and potent internal energy, more than capable of sustaining the demands of this technique. The most critical aspect was that despite the technique's substantial energy consumption, the advantages it offered in terms of short-distance speed were unparalleled, far surpassing even the common mystic tier techniques. Having made this determination, Lin Che embarked upon the arduous journey of mastering the explosive step. It was undoubtedly a tedious endeavor. Initially, his attempts were sluggish, as if his legs were burdened with lead, moving with great difficulty. Yet, as time progressed, his command over the technique intensified, and his speed increased remarkably. 3 days later, with the technique in full motion, Lin Che channeled his internal energy through his meridians, continuously infusing it into his legs as he sprinted within the chamber. With each step, a golden vortex formed beneath his feet, unleashing a tremendous propulsive force, propelling Lin Che to astonishing speeds. From a distance, it appeared as though he were teleporting, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Haha, what exhilaration! With a speed almost ghostly in nature. I am confident that the moment my opponent reveals a flaw, I can seize the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow in an instant. Having thoroughly mastered this secret technique of movement, a look of satisfaction gleamed in Lin Che's eyes. Of course, during this period, in addition to honing this particular footwork, Lin Che has not been remiss in his training of sword intent. After ceasing his practice of the explosive steps, Lin Che focused his thoughts. causing the Linghan sword to float gracefully before him, controlling the sword with his inner energy. This was Lin Che's most significant advancement since breaking through to the spirit martial realm, enabling him to wield the spirit sword with his internal energy, without any movement. At that moment, he could feel the presence of sword intent swirling around him like a true dragon. As this momentum reached its zenith, the Linghan sword suddenly sliced through the air before him. Boom! The sound reverberated. This strike met the stone wall before him, leaving behind a terrifying chasm etched into the wall maintained by a special formation. The violent disturbance caused the entire stone chamber to tremble. The sword intent was perfected. Witnessing this scene, within the unseen realm of divine jade, a glimmer of light flickered in the beautiful eyes of the mysterious woman in purple. This young man's cultivation in the realm of swordsmanship was indeed unexpected. To achieve perfection in sword intent within such a brief period indicates that he possesses a talent for the sword that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Of course, Lin Che remained oblivious to the thoughts of the enigmatic woman. However, observing the destructive power of his strike, Lin Che felt considerable satisfaction. Controlling the sword with internal energy and refining sword intent to perfection, combined with his complete mastery of the explosive steps, I believe my progress over the past few days has been quite substantial. A look of great contentment spread across Lin Che's face. Retrieving the Linghan sword, Lin Che decided it was time to conclude his training within the scripture pavilion and thus exited the stone chamber. Yet, shortly after Lin Che's footsteps departed, an elderly figure inexplicably appeared within the training stone chamber. This individual was the ancient matron who guarded the scripture pavilion. Gazing at the sword mark left upon the stone wall, the elder's eyes trembled with intensity. In such a brief time, this young man has mastered a top-tier spiritual combat technique. Furthermore, at such a tender age, he has actually perfected his sword intent. It seems that this academy will soon witness the emergence of another prodigy. It is a pity that the martial hall no longer exists. Otherwise, with such talent, he would undoubtedly have entered its halls. With a sigh of resignation, the matron lingered momentarily before her figure silently vanished from the place. Chapter 30. Death is not to be regretted. Stepping out of the scripture pavilion, Lin Che squinted slightly as the brilliant sunlight enveloped him. Once he acclimated to the brightness, he luxuriated in a leisurely stretch. Having spent the past few days in the stone chamber practicing, he wondered how Xiao Yao and the others were faring. This thought spurred him onward towards the Leaf Alliance. Before long, upon arriving at the courtyard of the Leaf Alliance, Lin Che sensed an ominous atmosphere pervading the air. The courtyard lay in ruins, the remnants of its walls starkly indicating it had suffered severe devastation. A sense of foreboding welled up within him as he entered the courtyard. There, in a corner, he spotted a solitary figure seated in a daze. The individual had disheveled hair, a pallid complexion, and one arm hung limply by their side, devoid of any glimmer of vitality. It was Yu Tianlang. Only when Lin Che approached did a flicker of awareness stir in Yi Tianlong's eyes. Lin, junior brother Lin. Lin Che glanced at Yi Tianlong's clearly incapacitated arm and solemnly inquired, "Who did this?" Yi Tianlang offered no response. But Lin Che suddenly seemed to grasp a realization, asking, could it be the Qinqiu Alliance? This time, under Lin Che's piercing gaze, Yi Tianlang finally nodded. Junior brother Wu. He suffered the same fate as I, having lost an arm. The Qinqiu Alliance has learned of the incident that transpired in the Yunnan mountain range, and this is their act of retribution. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank. For a practitioner at the spiritual martial realm, lacking the strength to regenerate from the loss of a limb meant a severe hindrance to their future cultivation. How did the Qinqiu Alliance come to know of this? Lin Che pondered in confusion. It was Zhao Yu. He betrayed us. Yi Tianling spat through clenched teeth. Understanding dawned on Lin Che. So that is how it is. But doesn't the Daotsong Academy have a punishment hall? How can they allow such ruthless actions from the Qinqiu Alliance to go unchecked? At this, Yu Tianlang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Lu Qinqiu is a prodigy on the heavenly ranking and a disciple of the Pill Pavilion, who would concern themselves with us mere insignificant figures. Seeing the expression on his face, Lin Che fell silent. He realized he had no need to pose that question. If the Qinqiu Alliance had any reservations, they would not have resorted to such brutal measures. We are merely lowly figures within the academy, and our plight goes unnoticed. Strangely, upon hearing these words, Lin Che felt as though a heavy weight had suddenly settled upon his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. In that moment, Lin Che abruptly turned to Yi Tianlang. What about Xiao Yao? Do not inquire further, junior brother Lin. You must leave. depart from Daocang Academy at once. If the Qianqiu Alliance discovers your presence, they will not spare you. Lin Che remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tianlang. Feeling the weight of that gaze, Yi Tianlang's eyes suddenly turned red, and after an uncertain duration, he finally spoke. It is my inadequacy. Her eyes. It is that wretched Lu Qianqiu, who, along with the Qianqiu Alliance, not only incapacitated me and my fellow disciple, Wu, but upon leaving, encountered Xiaoyao. She remarked, "Your eyes are quite beautiful, little girl, but I despise being stared at in such a manner," and thus, she ruined her eyes. At this juncture, Yu Tianlang, a grown man, was unable to suppress the tears cascading down his face, his voice hoarse as he lamented, "I am utterly useless. I cannot even protect my own sister. I am a complete failure." Boom. Upon hearing Yi Tianlang's recounting, a thunderous sound reverberated in Lin Che's mind. Subsequently, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, spreading wildly in all directions. In a dimly lit room, Lin Che tread heavily, gradually approaching the bedside. There, a young girl lay, her eyes swathed in thick bandages, which were stained with blood despite their covering. Her face was as pale as death, devoid of color. Her brows knitted tightly, and her small hands clenched together, as if she were enduring excruciating pain. "Does it hurt a lot?" Lin Che inquired gently as he drew near. Upon hearing his voice, the young girl extended her hand, groping around. "Master, is that you?" Lin Che knelt down, allowing Xiaoyao to grasp his hand. After a brief silence, he asked again, "Does your eyes hurt a lot?" "And no, it doesn't hurt." Xiaoyao hesitated before shaking her head. "Doesn't hurt? How could it not hurt when your eyes have been destroyed?" Upon hearing her response, Lin Che felt as though something had tightened around his heart. He could certainly surmise that Xiaoyao said this merely to spare her loved ones from sorrow and guilt. A girl so kind and understanding had lost her sight due to another's words. At merely 14, it was hard to fathom a future devoid of light. Her life would be shrouded in darkness and torment. In this ruthless world of martial arts, sometimes kindness and fragility are sins. Lin Che had not anticipated that even after entering the Daocang Academy, such cruelty would persist. "Xiaoyao, do you trust me?" After a prolonged silence, Lin Che suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao solemnly nodded. "Trust me, no matter the cost, I will restore your sight and bring light back into your life. As for those who have harmed you, I shall make them repay tenfold, 100-fold. After uttering these words, Lin Che rose and turned to leave. He exited the Leaf Alliance, his demeanor silent and contemplative. Shortly thereafter, he found himself in a familiar place, the Qianqiu Alliance. Upon arriving, Lin Che spotted a familiar figure. Zhao Yu had recently joined the Qianqiu Alliance, but due to his status, he held little power and was currently on guard duty. Upon seeing Lin Che, Zhao Yu's expression shifted slightly, clearly surprised that this young man dared to appear here. Lin brother Yu. Sizzle. Before Zhao Yu could complete his sentence, he witnessed Lin Che raising his hand, and in an instant, his throat was pierced by a long sword. This scene unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, leaving Zhao Yu no time to react. Lin Che gazed at him, his expression frigid, devoid of compassion, betraying friends for personal gain. He was unworthy of pity. Zhao Yu's countenance reflected sheer astonishment, the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimming, perhaps until his last breath. He never anticipated that his relentless ambition to ascend would culminate in such a tragic fate. With a swift motion, Lin Che withdrew his blade, hot blood splattering onto the ground. Simultaneously, this brutal and sanguinary spectacle inevitably drew the attention of everyone within the Qianqiu Alliance. The assembly was left in stunned silence, shock evident in their expressions. Murder. This individual dared to commit homicide within the Daocang Academy, and the victim was a member of the Qianqiu Alliance. Although Zhao Yu had recently joined the alliance and held a lowly status, the audacity of the act was enough to leave onlookers aghast. A member of the Qianqiu Alliance, regaining his composure, furiously pointed at Lin Che, eager to voice his condemnation. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Che's palm unfurled, and a piercing glimmer of cold light surged forth. With the mastery of swordplay, he unleashed his energy. In the next moment, the chilling sword executed a horizontal slash in the air, severing the man's head, blood gushing forth. Subsequently, the headless corpse slowly toppled backward. Chapter 31. The incarnation of the killing god. In this moment, the members of the Qianqiu Alliance were utterly awakened to the gravity of the situation. A madman. This individual was undoubtedly a lunatic, a reckless fiend who had the audacity to slaughter members of the Qianqiu Alliance in broad daylight. How could this be tolerated? This person dared to act with such impunity within the domain of the Qianqiu Alliance, and furthermore, he had the audacity to murder our brothers. Let us unite and eliminate him. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, and instantly, all members of the Qianqiu Alliance surged forward with frenzied determination. Dozens of figures, all cultivators who had entered the spirit martial realm, unleashed their lethal techniques. In that fleeting moment, Lin Che was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent from every direction, making it nearly impossible to withstand such indiscriminate onslaught. Just then, Lin Che abruptly stamped his foot. Explosive step. In an instant, his figure vanished before the eyes of all, leaving behind only an afterimage. This bizarre scene caused the gazes of all Qianqiu Alliance members to shift sharply, momentarily rendering them speechless. The next moment, a chilling sword light surged forth from an unpredictable direction that none could foresee. Swish! The blade cleaved through the throat of one member, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. With unrelenting momentum, it slashed again, bisecting another member from head to toe. The ground was drenched in vivid red as the life of two more was extinguished in the mere blink of an eye. In truth, every member of the Qianqiu Alliance possessed considerable strength, yet in the presence of this youth, they felt an unsettling tremor within. In a single exchange, for had been slain, and all before their very eyes, they finally grasped the peril. This young man was formidable, strong enough to threaten their very lives. This is bad. The youth is a swordsman, a remarkably powerful swordsman. Fall back. Alas, by the time they came to this realization, it was already too late. Lin Che vanished once more. Each step he took leaving behind a golden vortex of energy, his speed akin to that of a specter, elusive and unpredictable. Yet, whenever he materialized before a member of the Qianqiu Alliance, he effortlessly claimed a life. In the span of mere breaths, at least 10 members of the Qianqiu Alliance were eradicated, each falling in an instant. The air was thick with the stench of blood. So, this is the arrogance of the Qianqiu Alliance, bullying the weak and reveling in tyranny? It amounts to nothing. Observing the remaining members of the Qianqiu Alliance retreating in terror, Lin Che's words dripped with scorn. However, just as his taunts fell from his lips, an invisible pressure surged forth. Boom! It was the force of a punch, imbued with the weight of a mountain, forcibly halting Lin Che's spree of slaughter. Lin Che's gaze sharpened, and he countered with a sword strike to meet the oncoming force. Rumble! The two powers collided violently, and in the next instant, Lin Che and the assailant were forced to retreat. Brother Yuan Chong. The remaining members of the Qianqiu Alliance were united in expression as they beheld the figure that had suddenly appeared on the scene. A figure known as Yuan Chong, a practitioner of the fourth realm of spiritual martial arts, stood amidst the chaos. Although the Qianqiu Alliance was founded by Lu Qianqiu, given his innate talent, he seldom returned after ascending to the inner academy. Consequently, the daily affairs of the Qianqiu Alliance were predominantly managed by Yuan Chong. Undoubtedly, he could be regarded as the second most formidable presence within the alliance, following Lu Qianqiu. Did you slay all these members? Yuan Chong inquired, his gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a fierce intent for retribution igniting in his eyes. Simultaneously, he was intrigued by the audacity of the youth standing before him. Who exactly are you? Calmly, Lin Che replied, Ye Alliance, Lin Che. Ye Alliance. Upon hearing these two words, the expressions of all present members of the Qianqiu Alliance shifted dramatically. They finally comprehended the madness of the youth's actions. It was an act of vengeance for the Ye Alliance. Yuan Chong furrowed his brow, unaware that the Ye Alliance harbored such a decisive and formidable master. Had he known, he might have exercised greater caution when dealing with individuals from the Ye Alliance. Yet, this was merely a possibility. You are foolish. Given your displayed prowess, seeking vengeance is ill-advised. If you were aware of Senior Sister Lu's temperament, you would have chosen to endure. Endure? Lin Che chuckled at this term, but remained silent. In any case, you have offended the Qianqiu Alliance. More accurately, you have offended Senior Sister Lu. This will be the gravest error of your life. Yuan Chong stated coldly. However, before he could finish, a change came over his expression. The youth before him had suddenly vanished from sight. With a whoosh, Lin Che's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling toward Yuan Chong. The sword, imbued with spiraling true energy, resembled a dragon emerging from the water, crashing violently towards Yuan Chong. Even Yuan Chong, sensing the might of this strike, could not hide his astonishment. Daring not to underestimate his opponent, He channeled his formidable true energy into his fists and struck fiercely at the void, the force of his blows warping the very space before him. At that moment, Lin Che's sword descended with unparalleled ferocity. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Yuan Chong was forced to retreat several paces. It was only after nearly stumbling backward that he managed to stabilize himself. Yet, his countenance was no longer composed. Despite his cultivation at the fourth realm of spiritual martial arts and unleashing a perfected fist technique, he had still been repelled by his adversary. The swordsmanship was perfected. Stunned for a moment, Yuan Chong's expression turned to one of sheer horror. It was well known that the path of the sword cultivator was fraught with difficulty, requiring greater insight than that of other martial artists. Achieving a profound understanding of fist techniques was already commendable. He was considered a genius in the outer academy. Yet, this youth had managed to refine his sword technique to a state of perfection. What astonished Yuan Chong further was the fact that this young man was merely at the first realm of spiritual martial arts. Yet his internal true energy was so solidified that it was not in the slightest inferior to his own fourth realm cultivation. Before Yuan Chong could fully process this revelation, Lin Che, having repelled him with that sword strike, launched yet another attack, offering him no respite. With explosive speed, Lin Che's foot struck the ground, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. Lin Che thrust his sword forward with unwavering precision. The force of this strike seemed to summon a tempest, the air howling fiercely in its wake. The tiles on the ground beneath Yuan Chong shattered into fragments within a 10-meter radius, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. A flicker of trepidation crossed Yuan Chong's face. He quickly summoned all his strength, attempting to intercept the blade. However, as his fist collided with the gleaming sword light, it was as if ice and snow met the sun, melting away effortlessly. How could a perfected fist technique withstand the might of a consummate sword strike? In an instant, the sword light flickered and vanished, piercing through Yuan Chong's brow. Chapter 32. Rules. Merely to bind the weak, a formidable warrior, having ascended to the fourth level of the spirit martial realm, fell beneath Lin Che's blade. In truth, it was not that Yuan Chong lacked strength. Even those who had comprehended force to perfection would find it no simple task to vanquish him. The reason Yuan Chong met such a swift demise at the hands of Lin Che was that this was the method by which a swordsman claims lives. Simple and direct, a single strike to end it all. This is precisely why all martial artists harbor a deep-seated trepidation when facing a swordsman. Brother Yuan has fallen. In an instant, the atmosphere turned somber and silent. As Yuan Chong's body crumpled to the ground, the faces of all members of the Qianqiu alliance turned an ashen hue. Even a warrior of the fourth level of the spirit martial realm was no match for this youth. They gazed upon the figure standing with sword in hand, akin to a deity of death emerging from the depths of hell, and a chilling dread coursed through their very souls. Flee. In the next moment, the remaining members of the Qianqiu alliance abandoned all thoughts of resistance and fled in a frenzy. Could they truly escape? Simultaneously, Lin Che's figure moved as well. Indeed, as Lin Che had asserted, how could those individuals hope to elude the ethereal sword manipulated by his true energy? With each step he took, it was as if he teleported, the sword's radiance radiating from him in intricate patterns. With each flash of the blade, another soul succumbed to the blood-soaked ground. Ah, ugh. As the cries of anguish gradually faded, it was not long before the remaining individuals met their demise right there, all falling to a single sword thrust. The air was thick with a viscous scent of blood, and Lin Che stood resolute among the carnage, surrounded by lifeless bodies, yet his gaze remained devoid of any emotion, instead exuding an unsettling chill. After standing still for a moment, he turned to exit the Qianqiu alliance. However, before he could leave, several figures suddenly appeared before him. The punishment hall. These individuals were all clad in the garb of the punishment hall, unmistakably disciples of that very institution. What ruthless efficiency! Not a single survivor left. They cast their eyes upon the scene, resembling a battlefield of the damned, and their expressions shifted to one of shock. Among the punishment hall disciples, a young man with a prominent hooked nose and piercing eyes glared at Lin Che with an intensity that could cut. Did they all perish by your hand? Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement. The young man's countenance darkened further. Do you not realize that killing within the Song Academy is punishable by the rules of the punishment hall? Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept upon Lin Che's lips. The swift arrival of the punishment hall indicated that they had numerous informants within the Song Academy. Yet, when Lu Qianqiu brazenly led the Qianqiu alliance to torment the Yi alliance, the punishment hall had remained conspicuously absent. Clearly, They had heard the news. The only possible explanation was that they chose not to intervene at that time. But now, they had chosen to appear. Lin Che looked at him. Where was the punishment hall when the Yi Alliance was being tormented? Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the punishment hall slightly darkened in countenance. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Are you afraid of Lingtian? Lin Che questioned once more, his tone laced with defiance. At that moment, a man with a hawk-like nose calmly remarked, Lingtian ranks among the heavenly list. Her future achievements are boundless. Most importantly, she is a direct disciple of an elder from the Dan Pavilion. The punishment hall would not lightly offend the Dan Pavilion without cause. Without cause? Lin Che retorted with a sardonic smile, his fury bubbling beneath the surface. Indeed, there is no cause, for in the eyes of these higher-ups, all members of the Yi Alliance are but insignificant ants. Their deaths would hardly stir a ripple within the Dao Song Academy. The existence of the punishment hall, along with its so-called rules, merely serves to bind the weak. Historically, this has always been the case. The powerful create rules while existing beyond them. Only the weak are left to adhere to these purported regulations. Are you here now to kill me? The man with the hawk-like nose sneered, glancing at the scattered corpses. In truth, we need not lift a finger. If that woman learns of this, you likely won't survive. He was naturally referring to Lingtian. However, before that, the punishment hall is indeed willing to do her a favor. A favor? Lin Che laughed heartily, his laughter steeped in sarcasm. If it were due to academy rules, perhaps I could have regarded the punishment hall with a modicum of respect. However, this enforcement serves merely to benefit a talented disciple, or rather, to allow the Dan Pavilion to owe a favor. This reveals the utter corruption of this so-called enforcement agency within Dao Song Academy. After a maniacal laugh, Lin Che boldly declared, if you wish to kill me, then do so. Arrogance! Seize him! Commanded the man with the hawk-like nose, waving his hand. Instantly, two imposing disciples from the punishment hall charged towards Lin Che. Yet, even before they could close the distance, a beam of sword light erupted from Lin Che's hand. With a swift and resounding thud, the sword light, akin to a long rainbow, surged with astonishing might, severing both disciples' arms in a single encounter, blood gushing forth. Ah, my arm! They howled in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Perfect sword momentum. The hawk-nosed man involuntarily twitched at the sight of this strike. Although surprised, he felt a chill deepen on his face upon realizing that Lin Che dared to defy the enforcement of the punishment hall. Your talent is formidable. Had you not offended Lingtian, perhaps you could have carved a place for yourself on the heavenly list in the future. Alas, your foolishness is your undoing. You should not have made an enemy of Lingtian before you had fully matured. With her ruthless nature, you likely will not live to see tomorrow. Nonsense. Lin Che found the man's words tedious, akin to the banter of Yuan Shou. His demeanor prompted the hawk-nosed youth to narrow his eyes sharply. Without uttering another word, a formidable aura erupted from his body. Recognizing Lin Che as a powerful swordsman, he understood that he must take action himself. Swish! In a fleeting moment of silence, the young man with a hawk-like nose suddenly charged towards Lin Che. His figure surged within 10 meters of Lin Che, unleashing a terrifying force that rippled through the air, causing a tremor in the void. At that instant, the young man pointed a single finger into the air, the prison sky finger. With a resounding boom, a colossal hand, seemingly forged from jade, manifested in the sky, descending violently towards Lin Che's position. As turbulent true energy surged wildly, a low-grade profound technique. A flicker of solemnity crossed Lin Che's eyes, and in response, his internal energy surged, continuously converging into the sword in his hand, which he then swung through the air. With a thunderous crash, despite his effort, Lin Che was still forced to retreat several meters. 5th level of Spirit Martial Realm. Sensing the realm the young man had attained, Lin Che's gaze sharpened slightly. Chapter 33. A ruthless individual. Senior brother Duan Lai not only possesses formidable strength, reaching the 5th level of Spirit Martial, but also ranks 15th on the heavenly rankings. Today, with senior brother Duan Lai personally taking action, you, a mere outer court disciple, should surrender obediently. Upon witnessing Lin Che being forced back, the punishment disciples nearby began to jeer loudly. 15th on the heavenly rankings. At the mention of this individual's status, Lin Che's gaze darkened slightly. In truth, regardless of his mastery of the sword through true energy or the exquisite techniques of movement, Lin Che's capabilities would only suffice to defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of Spirit Martial. This was his limit. faced with an opponent at the 5th level. These skills alone were evidently insufficient. As one ascends to the realm of spirit martial, the disparity between levels becomes increasingly pronounced with each advancement. Nevertheless, even so, it would not be an easy feat for this young man named Duan Lai to slay Lin Che. However, Lin Che had no time to engage in a stalemate. Under the current circumstances, prolonged conflict would only heighten his peril. Making this assessment, Lin Che raised his hand, sending the Ling Han sword slicing through the air once more. Sensing the power behind this strike, even Duan Lai, despite being at the 5th level, dared not underestimate it, countering with a robust display of finger strength. Boom! The two forces collided again. Yet at that moment, Lin Che executed a swift movement technique, transforming into an afterimage, evading the hawk-nosed youth in midair. When he reappeared, he had already seized the punishment disciple who had spoken earlier in a flash. With one hand gripping the back of the disciple's neck, Lin Che summoned the Ling Han sword back to him, its cold blade poised at the disciple's throat. Such a bizarre speed. Witnessing this scene, Duan Lai felt a renewed shock. That peculiar movement technique surely surpassed even the lower-tier mystic-grade methods. How could this youth, clad in the garb of a newly initiated disciple, be so difficult to contend with? Please, don't kill me. The punishment disciple, held in Lin Che's grasp, turned pale at the murderous aura emanating from him. Seeing this, Duan Lai coldly threatened, "You may have escaped death after annihilating an outer court Xinqiu alliance. But should you kill a punishment disciple, I assure you, there will be nowhere on this earth for you to hide." In response, Lin Che chuckled disdainfully. If a punishment disciple were to die at my hands, the entire punishment hall would lose face in the Daotsong Academy. Therefore, you would do well to refrain from pursuing me, or I shall show no mercy. After uttering these words, Lin Che leaped backward, vanishing in the blink of an eye beyond the gates of the Xinqiu alliance. Watching Lin Che's retreating figure, Duan Lai clenched his fists tightly. "Senior brother Duan Lai, are you truly going to let him escape like this?" One of the punishment disciples inquired. "He cannot escape. This is Daotsong Academy. What can a mere newly initiated disciple possibly achieve?" Upon uttering these words, Duan Lai contemplated for a moment before saying, "Go and notify Lu Xinqiu." Duan Lai was all too familiar with the ruthless methods of this cold-blooded woman. She was not only merciless, but also vengeful. Once she became aware of this matter, the young man would not only be unable to escape from the Daotsong Academy, but even if he possessed 10 lives, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Upon hearing Duan Lai's command, a disciple from the punishment hall vanished from sight. At that moment, Duan Lai cast a glance in the direction Lin Che had departed. His gaze, apart from being piercingly cold, also revealed a hint of excitement. It seemed that the Daotsong Academy had not encountered someone so reckless in quite some time, which indeed sparked a sense of anticipation. "Pursue. I am eager to witness how this ignorant fool will ultimately meet his end." After leaving the Xinqiu alliance, Lin Che raced through the outer courtyard. However, his destination was not the main entrance of the Daotsong Academy. In truth, with the considerable bloodshed among the Daotsong disciples, attempting to break free from the academy was an impossible endeavor. A single strike from any elder of the inner court would render Lin Che powerless to resist, given his current strength. Therefore, seeking to escape the academy was undoubtedly akin to courting death. The direction Lin Che chose led him toward a magnificent range of towering peaks within the Daotsong Academy. Along this path, his figure undeniably attracted countless gazes. Who is this person? His attire suggests he is a newly appointed disciple, but the individual he has captured seems to be a disciple of the punishment hall. My goodness, it truly is a disciple of the punishment hall. Has he gone mad? Is he attempting to rebel against the academy? How audacious to offend even the punishment hall. This youth is definitely a formidable character. Observing Lin Che, drenched in blood and resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell as he dashed through the academy while gripping a disciple of the punishment hall. All the disciples who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded, standing in shock. Meanwhile, Duan Lai and the pursuing disciples from the punishment hall felt their rage surging. Ultimately, Duan Lai's gaze hardened, and he pointed at Lin Che's figure, declaring, "There is no need for any hesitation. Strike with full force to kill him. If we allow Lin Che to flaunt himself like this, even if that hostage survives, the punishment hall will lose all face within the Daotsong Academy." As Duan Lai's words fell, 2 disciples from the punishment hall surged forth, each unleashing a palm strike aimed at Lin Che's back. Sensing the fluctuations of true energy approaching from behind, Lin Che's expression turned cold. Whoosh! Channeling his true energy through his sword, the Linghan sword flew from Lin Che's hand, transforming into a streak of light that slashed horizontally towards the source of the impending threat. This time, Lin Che showed no mercy. Thud, thud. With a single sweep of the sword, two heads soared high into the air, and amidst the astonished gazes of all present, they crashed back to the ground, rolling away a considerable distance. This young man dared to slay disciples of the punishment hall. Duan Lai stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, an extremely sinister expression surfaced on his face, and he spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. You, truly, wish to die? Upon hearing this, Lin Che halted his steps and turned around. I have previously stated that should your punishment hall persist in its entanglements, I shall show no mercy. Do you truly believe I am jesting? With these words, Lin Che raised his hand, and as a blade of light descended, the hostage in his grasp slowly fell into a pool of blood. Since the punishment hall had cast aside all reservations, the hostage was rendered useless and instead became a burden. Before Duan Lai, the act of slaying yet another disciple of the punishment hall evidently served as Lin Che's resolute reply to Duan Lai's inquiry. Chapter 34. A glimmer of hope. The actions of Lin Che enraged all the disciples of the punishment hall, their fury palpable. Yet, beneath their anger lay an inexplicable thread of trepidation. The youth before them exhibited an utter disregard for consequences, wielding his power with ruthless efficiency. At that moment, Duan Lai was consumed by rage, his face contorted in a menacing grimace. In the Dao Tsang Academy, the punishment hall stood as a symbol of authority. The mere mention of its name invoked a deep-seated reverence. However, on this day, the disciples of the punishment hall were slaughtered like dogs in plain view of the crowd. This was, without a doubt, a blatant affront to the hall's dignity. Boy, you are doomed. Do you know that the current top disciple, Lingtian, the chief disciple of the punishment hall, cannot tolerate any affront to its authority? Today, in full public view, you have slain 3 of the hall's disciples, provoking the dragon's reverse scale. Not even the King of Heaven can save you now. Upon hearing Duan Lai's threats, Lin Che cast him a calm glance before turning to leave. He was ignored. Duan Lai's expression stiffened, yet deep within, he felt a profound shock. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the strength of this youth. Most importantly, he was a sword cultivator, capable of dispatching foes with alarming ease. Among them, unless Duan Lai intervened personally, any number of them would merely be walking to their deaths. Yet, the youth's movement was bizarrely elusive. Even Duan Lai could not guarantee his capture. Thus, watching the boy depart, Duan Lai refrained from issuing further orders to pursue. Instead, he gazed at the retreating figure, his eyes filled with a cold resolve. As the sovereign power of Yangzhou, the Dao Tsang Academy boasted an extraordinarily profound foundation, sprawling across vast and varied terrain. In the eastern region of the academy lay a majestic mountain range, where a youthful figure raced through the crags. This was Lin Che. With the disciples of the punishment hall no longer in pursuit, Lin Che found himself in a considerably more favorable position. Upon his arrival, he looked up to behold an illusionary realm before him, the heavenly illusionary realm. It was said that this secret domain was established by the founder of Dao Tsang, and for millennia, no disciple had ever successfully traversed it, cloaking the place in an air of mystery. Lin Che was no simpleton. He understood the consequences of his recent actions within the academy. Yet, he had already devised a plan for retreat. His hope lay within this illusionary realm. With this thought in mind, Lin Che pressed forward. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger enveloped him. Boom! A tremendous surge of true energy surged toward Lin Che at a perilous angle, causing the air around to explode with terrifying force. Lin Che furrowed his brow and swiftly dodged to the side, simultaneously slicing at the incoming assault with his sword. In that moment, he unleashed the full potential of the sword's momentum. With a resounding thud, even after the impact, Lin Che was propelled several meters away. Upon landing, a metallic sweetness filled his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant internal injuries. He cast a cold, piercing gaze at his assailant, a woman clad in red, exuding an air of chilling beauty, her eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent, radiating malice. In her grasp was a long whip, her entire presence suffused with an icy aura of murderous intent. Lu Chinchio. Although Lin Che had never encountered this woman before, her identity was not difficult to deduce. You have fled all the way here. Do you truly believe you can succeed in the trial spoken of in whispers? Lu Chinchio glanced at the illusion behind Lin Che, a mocking smirk gracing her lips. I can only say, your thoughts are exceedingly ludicrous. As he regarded her, a profound murderous intent welled up within Lin Che. Xiao Yao's eyes, irrevocably destroyed by this woman. She was indeed as venomous as a viper. Yet, Lin Che was acutely aware that he lacked the strength to confront this ruthless adversary. The sixth realm of spiritual combat was far beyond his current capabilities. Upon reaching this conclusion, he chose not to engage directly, wiping the blood from his lips and resolutely making his way towards the heavenly illusion realm. To his surprise, Lu Qianxiu did not attempt to obstruct him again. For her, witnessing the struggle of her prey was one of her many delights. However, as she observed Lin Che's retreating figure, she hissed, I hear you've slain many members of my Qianxiu alliance to avenge those worthless individuals from the Yi alliance? Rest assured, once you are dead, not a single soul from the Yi alliance shall survive. Oh, and that little girl, I shall not kill her. Last time, I merely took her sight. This time, I will sever her tongue and limbs, turning her into a wretched being, eternally tormented. Such is the price you must pay for crossing me. Boom. At these words, an icy wave of murderous intent emanated from Lin Che, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. His fists clenched tightly, veins visibly bulging, yet he remained silent, his steps resolute as he advanced towards the heavenly illusion realm, ultimately vanishing into its entrance. What no one knew was that within his heart, a singular thought resonated with fervor. Lu Qianxiu, if I do not kill you, I shall not be worthy of the title of man. Upon entering the heavenly illusion realm, the surrounding space shifted dramatically. Before Lin Che, a staircase materialized, seemingly crafted from white jade, reaching upward as if it truly connected to the heavens, its end lost among the clouds. Simultaneously, a vast and overwhelming aura descended from the firmament, illuminating each step with a radiant glow. Could this be the fabled path to the heavens? Standing before such a magnificent sight, Lin Che felt his own insignificance acutely. This is the remarkable masterpiece left behind by the Taoist master, comparable to the immense powers of heaven and earth. It is difficult to fathom the heights this extraordinary figure, who once single-handedly established the Taoist Academy, must have reached. Indeed, although Lin Che was astonished by the sight before him, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Without further hesitation, he stepped forward onto the white jade staircase. Suddenly, a wave of heavy pressure surged towards him, nearly causing Lin Che to falter and collapse to the ground. This sensation was akin to a colossal hand pressing down upon his shoulder, intent on pinning him to the earth. Gravity. What a terrifying force. Lin Che finally comprehended why no one had ascended to the pinnacle of this celestial realm for millennia, having merely set foot on the first step. He was already beset by such immense pressure. It is almost inconceivable to imagine how formidable the gravity would be at the summit. Chapter 35. Ling Daocang. Although Lin Che felt the terrifying aspects of the celestial illusion realm, he understood that retreat was not an option. Press on. Gritting his teeth, Lin Che ascended once more. Someone was daring to challenge the celestial illusion realm. As the emblem of Daocang Academy, every attempt to conquer it in the past had effortlessly drawn countless gazes, and this occasion was no exception. At that moment, whether from the outer or inner academy, all eyes were drawn to the figure appearing upon the heavenly staircase of the celestial illusion realm, filled with incredulity. This individual appeared to be a newly initiated disciple. How could this be possible? Had they lost their senses? The celestial illusion realm had existed within Daocang Academy for millennia, and throughout this vast expanse of time, not a single prodigy had succeeded in passing through. Yet here was a fledgling disciple audacious enough to ascend the staircase. In every corner of Daocang Academy, countless onlookers gazed at the figure laboriously advancing on the staircase, overwhelmed by disbelief. It was no wonder they were astonished. For generations, disciples of Daocang Academy harbored dreams of reaching the pinnacle of the celestial illusion realm. Yet dreams remained mere fantasies, and in truth, even the most exceptional talents listed on the heavenly rankings seldom dared to undertake such a foolhardy endeavor. Now, a newly initiated disciple had ventured into the illusion. How could this not evoke astonishment? Look, that thousand-layer staircase. He appears to have already ascended halfway, someone exclaimed. As the crowd turned to look, they indeed witnessed the youthful figure, having unconsciously climbed to the midpoint of the staircase. Those who beheld this scene were struck with astonishment, affirming that this new disciple's talent was remarkably formidable. Meanwhile, upon the staircase, Lin Che's body trembled violently. He felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, and every inch of his flesh felt as if it had turned to stone, unbearably heavy. His gaze fell, and even the act of opening his eyes had become an arduous task. No one could fathom this sensation, as if a mountain bore down upon him, threatening to crush his spine. Having only traversed halfway, with great difficulty, Lin Che lifted his head and glanced at the stone steps that continued to stretch into the distance, a sight that evoked a profound sense of despair. It was evident that if he continued in this state, he would likely be crushed into a pulp by the accumulating, terrifying weight before he could even reach the end of the staircase. Yet even so, Lin Che's eyes remained resolute, for he knew retreat was not an option. He could only forge ahead with reckless abandon. "I am a sword cultivator. Nothing can bend my spine." A roar echoed within his heart, as the energy within him surged violently. Not only that, a formidable sword intent emanated from him, counteracting the pressure from all directions. Thus, Lin Che continued his ascent. Though it was slow, as if moving inch by inch, his steps never faltered. Upon witnessing this scene, numerous disciples of Daosong Academy seemed frozen in time, their gazes following the distant horizon, where that diminutive figure evoked a deep, heartfelt reverence. In that instant, the entire Daosong Academy seemed to fall into a profound silence. Beyond the realm of illusions, gazing at the figure ascending relentlessly, Lingtian was inexplicably seized by a wave of agitation, a foreboding sense stirring within him. In the inner courtyard, atop a verdant peak, an elder with white hair and beard, his aura flickering with such intensity that it warped the very space around him, observed the distant scene with murky eyes, which suddenly stirred with a flicker of emotion. He murmured to himself, "Intriguing. It has been quite some time since such an interesting young talent has appeared in the Daosong Academy." Meanwhile, by a crystal-clear spiritual creek, two other venerable elders of remarkable presence were engaged in a game of chess. Yet, at that moment, their thoughts were far removed from the board before them. What step had Lingtian reached in those days? The 900th step, only to succumb under the immense pressure and retreat. It appeared that this individual had surpassed Lingtian and was likely on the brink of reaching the pinnacle. Even if he did reach the summit, it did not guarantee success, for no one had ever traversed to the final step of the heavenly illusion divine realm, and none could predict what would transpire thereafter. As the two elders conversed, their eyes were unmistakably stirred by the silhouette within the illusion. Time slipped away, minute by minute, and it was unclear how long had passed. Upon the celestial staircase, the final step, at the apex, Lin Che's teeth trembled violently, and even speaking felt laborious. Merely uttering those few words caused his teeth to clash with such ferocity that they seemed on the verge of shattering. Moreover, blood seeped from every pore of his skin, twisting his once handsome visage into a grotesque mask. Yet, amidst this inhuman torment, Lin Che smiled. For only one step remained to reach the peak of the celestial staircase. Without hesitation, Lin Che took that final step, with a resounding rush. As he labored onto the last tier, the immense weight of pressure that had felt like a mountain suddenly receded like a tide. What was happening? Surprised by this inexplicable shift, Lin Che found himself astonished. He had anticipated that upon reaching the summit, the pressure within the heavenly illusion divine realm would become even more terrifying. However, the reality was starkly contrary to his expectations. Furthermore, in his struggle against that overwhelming pressure, Lin Che's energy reservoir had nearly been depleted, the last vestiges of true energy completely drained. Yet now, as that pressure abruptly diminished, a formidable surge of true energy rippled through his once exhausted reservoir, as if it had returned to its zenith. Could it be that simply reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly illusion divine realm would eradicate all pressure? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Che's eyes, but he did not dwell on it. As the fatigue within him vanished, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him, as if even his breath had become remarkably effortless. In that moment, he finally found the leisure to appreciate the beauty surrounding him. Gazing down from the pinnacle of the celestial ladder, layers of mist drifted before me, as if I were standing at the edge of the sky, granting my heart an unparalleled sense of expansiveness. Through the swirling fog, the contours of the Daosong Academy became discernible, a magnificent sight that rendered the surrounding mountains insignificant. Have I truly transcended into the realm of Tianhuan? Lin Che murmured to himself. Not quite. A voice suddenly replied. Startled by this voice, Lin Che swiftly turned to look behind him. There, on the opposite side of the celestial ladder, a figure emerged. Not merely a figure, but more accurately, a spectral apparition. Ethereal as a soul, existing in a state of insubstantiality. It was a young boy, with rosy lips and white teeth. Though not particularly tall, in fact, somewhat diminutive, before him floated a black longsword. The essence of the sword, Sensing the profound aura emanating from the dark blade, Lin Che's gaze turned profoundly astonished. This boy, appearing to be of a similar age, was indeed a master of sword intent. Who might you be? Lin Che inquired gravely, studying him intently. The boy smiled and replied, Ling Daocong. Ling Daocong, the revered ancestor of Daocong. Upon hearing this name, Lin Che's heart trembled violently, for it belonged to the legendary figure who had established Daocong Academy in its inception. Chapter 36. A sword that transcends the river of time. Before him stood a youth, the very Daocong master from a millennium ago. Lin Che's eyes were filled with astonishment. Yet soon, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. But why do you appear so youthful? Because I ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly illusion divine realm at the age of 17, my visage reflects that age as well. After speaking, the youth smiled faintly, adding, to truly pass through the heavenly illusion divine realm, the 17-year-old you must surpass the 17-year-old me. Upon hearing this, Lin Che seemed to grasp the meaning. He also understood why, for an entire millennium, no disciple of Daocong had ever managed to overcome this illusion. To succeed in this realm, one must defeat the Daocong master of the same age. One can only imagine the prowess of this extraordinary figure, who established such a transcendent force as the Daocong Academy. He must have been an unparalleled genius, dominating his contemporaries. How challenging it would be to surpass an equal. As these thoughts swirled in Lin Che's mind, Ling Daocong suddenly turned to him and inquired, Young one, shall we engage in battle? To confront the Daocong master of 17 across the river of time? Although this notion seemed somewhat mad, an astonishing fervor for battle ignited within Lin Che's eyes. I am willing to try. With Lin Che's declaration, the long sword before Ling Daocong suddenly stirred. It appeared to transcend a stretch of time. And in the blink of an eye, the dark blade was before Lin Che. Sword intent. The black radiance surged, creating ripples of true energy that spread outwards for miles, resonating through the void. Sensing the terrifying might of this sword, Lin Che dared not hesitate. He thrust forth the Linghan sword, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Che was hurled back several dozen feet, spitting a mouthful of reverse blood. This scene vividly illustrated the horrifying power of the Daocong master's strike. Having repelled Lin Che with a single blow, Ling Daocong stood tall, his expression calm as he remarked, Young one, I shall not hold back. Lin Che's gaze sharpened slightly, yet upon hearing those words, he felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged even higher. Explosive step. Lin Che advanced, leaving a phantom in his wake, choosing to strike first against the formidable Daocong master. Swish, swish, swish. In Lin Che's hand, the Linghan sword erupted with myriad glimmers, instantaneously forming a tempest of sword energy that howled forward, pressing toward Ling Daocong. Witnessing this spectacle, Ling Daocong merely shook his head, lifting his hand. Boom. The black sword pointed into the void. Though only a single strike was unleashed, it instantly shattered the tempest of sword energy conjured by Lin Che. Simultaneously, the overwhelming force transmitted from the black sword sent Lin Che flying back once more, blood spilling from his lips. It was evident that even with Lin Che's perfected sword momentum, the disparity in sword intent was insurmountable. After all, such a gap lay in the realm of swordsmanship itself. Yet, despite being repeatedly repelled, Lin Che did not falter in the slightest. With each setback, he pressed forward, akin to a swift gale, relentlessly charging at Ling Daocong. He would not turn back until he had shattered the southern wall. This almost masochistic scene persisted for an indeterminate duration, and at that moment, an inexplicable essence began to emanate from Lin Che's sword. This lad seemed to aspire to forge his own sword intent amidst the fray. Sensing the shift in Lin Che's sword aura, an expression of astonishment suddenly flickered in Ling Daocong's eyes. In the illusory realm, a series of profoundly muffled thuds resonated repeatedly. Accompanying these sounds, a figure was hurled away time and time again. The terrifying sword force of Master Daocong made Lin Che feel as though he were being crushed by a colossal peak with each clash, causing his blood to surge and his internal organs to feel as though they were dislocated. Were it not for the unique nature of the Qi Si within him and the extraordinary density of his true energy, he might have been fatally shaken. Nevertheless, even under such relentless assault, Lin Che chose not to retreat. In this almost self-inflicting ordeal, a glimmer of enlightenment seemed to dawn within him. The sword's momentum thrived on the brink of death, advancing fearlessly, akin to an overwhelming force. Yet at its core, It relied on the power of the sword rather than a true fusion with it. Conversely, sword intent was the profound understanding of the sword's essence, achieving unity between man and blade. Every sword possesses its own characteristics: noble, aloof, sharp, lethal. When a swordsman genuinely merges with the sword, comprehending its true nature, the sword itself comes to life. Buzz. In a moment of clarity, without any movement, the Lingtian sword before Lin Che began to tremble of its own accord. Accompanied by this tremor, an enigmatic intent enveloped the entire blade, rendering the surrounding space ethereal and elusive. A prodigy of swordsmanship, this youth is indeed formidable. Sensing Lin Che's current state, the ripples in Ling Daozong's eyes became tumultuous. Sword intent. This young man before him had truly grasped the essence of swordsmanship even in the heat of battle. Even after a lifetime immersed in the sword, Ling Daozong found himself profoundly astonished by this spectacle. Realizing this, Ling Daozong pointed to the black longsword before him and once again inquired of Lin Che, "Young one, how about we exchange a strike? I am willing to give it a try." Lin Che replied, his words now infused with unwavering confidence. "Very well." With that one word, the sword intent surrounding Daozong surged into a frenzy. As he thrust forth his sword, streams of sword energy surged like dragons, howling onward, seemingly intent on tearing the heavens asunder. It was evident that Ling Daozong held nothing back with this strike, manifesting the true essence of the sword to its fullest extent. At this moment, Lin Che calmly gripped the Lingtian sword. In that instant, he appeared to merge completely with the blade in hand, transforming into a drawn sword, its sharpness laid bare. The unity of man and sword was indeed the embodiment of true sword intent. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Che too unleashed a sweeping strike. Two formidable sword intents clashed in the air, their confrontation seemingly freezing time itself. In a fleeting moment of silence, the anticipated cataclysm born from their collision failed to materialize. As the blades of the two swords met, the ethereal figure of Daozong ancestor began to fragment, dissipating like sand in the wind. With a soft whoosh, the Lingtian sword gradually pierced through the illusory form of Daozong ancestor, their bodies intertwining in a final embrace. Locking gazes, Lin Che beheld the ancestor's eyes, which radiated not despair, but rather a profound appreciation and contentment. Clearly, Lin Che's innate talent in the swordsmanship had garnered the recognition of this remarkable figure. Moments later, the last wisp of the ancestor's lingering soul faded into oblivion, merging with the cosmos. As Lin Che stood with his sword, watching the fragments of light gradually dim and ultimately vanish, he remained rooted in place for an extended period. After an indeterminate time, Lin Che gazed up at the heavens and bowed deeply, expressing his eternal gratitude for the guidance of his esteemed predecessor. Suddenly, a vast surge of spiritual energy swept from the heavens and earth, flooding into Lin Che's being. Chapter 37. I Want Her Dead. After the battle between Lin Che and Master Daozong concluded, the spiritual energy in this realm surged towards Lin Che like a tidal wave. Sensing this phenomenon, Lin Che's expression reflected a hint of astonishment. However, he soon comprehended that this might be the gift bestowed upon him by Master Daozong following his passage through the celestial illusion realm. With this thought, Lin Che seated himself in a meditative posture, commencing the operation of his Qi, fervently absorbing the incoming spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Time became a nebulous concept as he remained enveloped in this profound state, until finally, a resounding roar erupted from within him. Boom! The shackles of martial arts were shattered in succession, elevating his realm to an unprecedented height. Spirit Martial Triple. After refining the vast amounts of spiritual energy, Lin Che directly broke through 2 levels, achieving the Spirit Martial Triple realm. Feeling the infusion of this newfound power within his body, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Che's eyes. Boom! Simultaneously, within the celestial illusion realm, a colossal beam of light shot skyward. This radiant column pierced the clouds, visible from every corner of the Daozong Academy, presenting a grand and awe-inspiring spectacle. Heavens! Am I not mistaken? This phenomenon indicates someone has passed the trial of the celestial illusion realm. How is this possible? That is the celestial illusion realm, which has seen countless talented individuals from the Daozong Academy fail for millennia. Surely, I must be dreaming. As the extraordinary manifestation unfolded above the Daozong Academy, every disciple present wore expressions of shock and disbelief. It was not only the disciples, even the elder generation, known for their formidable presence, gazed up at the sky, their eyes stirred with waves of emotion. At that moment, it was as if everyone within the Dao Song Academy were pilgrims, their gazes fixated upon the location of the illusion. Across countless eras, the Academy had witnessed the emergence of numerous prodigies, with countless individuals attempting to navigate the illusion left behind by the master. Yet, not a single one had succeeded. But today, someone had achieved such a miracle. How could this not evoke astonishment? Without any formal organization, disciples from both the outer and inner courts instinctively surged towards the source of the illusion, eager to discover the identity of the one who had etched their name in the annals of Dao Song Academy's history. Meanwhile, Lin Che had emerged from the illusion. Outside the illusion, upon seeing Lin Che's figure, Lu Qianqiu's face turned an ashen white, devoid of any color. No, this is impossible. You actually managed to pass the celestial illusion realm. What a joke. Lu Qianqiu, in a daze, unconsciously retreated a few steps, lost in a state of disbelief. Swish. At that moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly echoed from the sky, descending like a radiant rainbow. Following this, an elderly man clad in a purple robe appeared in midair, standing with an air of authority. This individual emanated an exceptionally powerful aura. The Grand Elder. Upon witnessing this elder's presence, all the disciples of Dao Song Academy were taken aback, respectfully bowing towards the heavens. At that moment, the old man's gaze lingered on Lin Che, his eyes reflecting intense fluctuations. "Are you a newly admitted disciple?" he inquired, astonished by Lin Che's attire. Upon hearing the surrounding crowd refer to the elder, Lin Che hastily bowed respectfully and replied, "I have only recently joined the Dao Song Academy." Good. At such a young age, you have managed to traverse the heavenly illusion realm set by the ancestor. Truly, a remarkable youth. It seems that our Dao Song Academy is destined to nurture yet another exceptional prodigy. The elder, with a face etched in age, brimmed with approval and excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good. Child, what is your name?" he inquired. "My name is Lin Che," Lin Che responded. "From this day forth, you shall be recognized as a true disciple, with all resources of the Dao Song Academy at your disposal." The term true disciple sent a tremor through all present at the academy. They understood the weight of those words. Within the Dao Song Academy, aside from the outer and inner disciples, there existed a coveted identity, the true disciple. This designation signified one who was to be nurtured with the utmost dedication by the academy. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, often ranking among the elite, regarded as the true children of destiny. With the elder's promise, it was easy to foresee Lin Che's future as resplendent within the academy, destined for greatness. Consequently, the gazes cast upon him were filled with envy. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your favor, but I have one request." Lin Che expressed his gratitude before suddenly declaring, "Oh, what is it?" the elder asked, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Che turned and pointed towards Lu Qianqiu, his eyes sharp and resolute. "I want her dead. I want her dead." As he uttered these words, a potent aura of murderous intent surged from him. In the distance, Lu Qianqiu had lost her earlier composure, her countenance dark and laced with a hint of fear. Indeed, it was fear, as Lin Che navigated the heavenly illusion realm. Her heart had been thrown into turmoil. The elder glanced at Lu Qianqiu, sensing the profound enmity between them. Lin Che then recounted the events leading up to this moment in detail. After finishing, he looked at the elder and stated, "The hatred between us has reached the point of life and death. Had I failed to pass through the illusion, I am certain I would have perished at her hands, and in the most cruel manner. This enmity cannot be resolved. Thus, I beseech you, esteemed elder, to take action on my behalf." Upon hearing this, the elder narrowed his eyes as he turned his gaze towards Lu Qianqiu, asking in a deep voice, "Is this true?" Lu Qianqiu felt the elder's wrath and her expression shifted. However, before she could respond, an abrupt voice echoed through the air. "What a domineering young upstart, daring to bully my disciple." The thunderous rebuke echoed like rolling thunder, and with the sound, an elder clad in a cerulean robe abruptly materialized in the arena. "Master." Upon seeing this venerable figure, Lu Qianqiu's expression transformed instantly. This man, known as Elder Dantian, held considerable influence within the Dan Pavilion and was indeed Lu Qianqiu's master. "Master." This young man, emboldened by his passage through the celestial illusion realm and favored by the Grand Elder, seeks to exploit his position to oppress his disciples, even wishing for my demise. While my death may seem inconsequential, it would tarnish your reputation within the Dao Song Academy. and the prestige of the Dan Pavilion would be diminished. I implore you, Master, to uphold the honor of the Dan Pavilion and take action on behalf of your disciple. In that moment, Lin Che appeared strikingly different from her usual domineering and fierce demeanor. Upon the arrival of Elder Dantian, she donned a visage of utter grievance, tearfully accusing Lin Che. Chapter 38. The first of the celestial rankings, Elder Dantian raised his hand, gesturing for Lin Che to refrain from further remarks. He then cast a disdainful glance at Lin Che, scoffing, "What of your passage through the celestial illusion realm? You are but a newly initiated disciple. With your current standing, do you truly believe you can eliminate a genius from the celestial rankings? Such a young mind, harboring such malice. My disciple has merely injured a few outer courtyard students and taken the side of a wretched girl, yet you seek to incite the elders against her. Do you presume that the Daotsong Academy is your family estate?" Upon hearing Elder Dantian's words, Lin Che's hand clenched tightly. His gaze fell upon Lin Che, who was feigning weakness, and an intense rage simmered within him. How could a person so brazenly invert right and wrong, descending to such depths of depravity? Elder Dantian continued. "Elder, this little beast has ruthlessly slaughtered several inconsequential characters in the outer courtyard, even daring to defy the punishments of the punishment hall. This is a sign of inherent rebellion, if he is not dealt with severely." "Enough!" Elder Taishang interjected with a sharp command, cutting him off. Observing this, Elder Dantian's expression shifted slightly, yet his status and cultivation did not allow him to act recklessly before Elder Taishang, so he merely snorted and fell silent. Elder Taishang pondered for a moment before addressing Lin Che again. Lin Che is, after all, ranked in the celestial rankings and is backed by the Dan Pavilion. Even if she has erred, her punishment is not death. Lin Che, I can assure you that within the Daotsong Academy, she will not dare to act against you again. Furthermore, she will be sentenced to 3 years of solitary confinement. As for the victims from the Yi Alliance you mentioned, the Academy will ensure their proper care. As for you, you shall still ascend to the rank of true disciple. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che merely scoffed, his resolve unwavering. Although Xiao Yao was but a maid, during Lin Che's most destitute year in the Lin family, this young girl had remained by his side, and he had long regarded her as his sister. The ruthless woman before him had robbed her of her sight, condemning her to a life of darkness. A mere 3-year punishment was far from sufficient. What threats, what prospects, none of it mattered. The moment this vicious woman harmed his kin, Lin Che had vowed in his heart to ensure she paid a painful price tenfold. With this thought, Lin Che enunciated each word with conviction. "I desire no conditions. I only wish for her to die. In Daotsong Academy, there is I, without her." Boom. Witnessing Lin Che's defiance, Elder Dantian suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. He pointed at Lin Che, coldly admonishing, "You little beast, do not overstep your bounds." Just as Elder Dantian was about to strike Lin Che, Elder Taishang extended his hand, effectively suppressing Dantian's imposing presence. The Grand Elder fell into a momentary silence, seemingly contemplating something, before his expression solidified, and he spoke in a deep voice. "I accept your terms." "What?" "Grand Elder, this is absolutely unacceptable," Elder Dantian exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's face turned pale, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. In truth, for the Grand Elder, this decision was not difficult. From Lin Che's demeanor, it was evident that if the Daotsong Academy did not punish Lin Che, he would not let the matter rest, and might even choose to sever ties with the Academy. Even though Lin Che ranked on the heavenly list, the choice was not one worthy of much deliberation when compared to Lin Che, who had traversed the celestial illusion realm. That realm had never been crossed by anyone in the millennia-long history of the Daotsong Academy. One could only imagine that Lin Che's future achievements would be boundless, potentially elevating the Academy to unprecedented heights. Just as everyone thought this matter was about to conclude, a cold voice echoed from the heavens once more. Suddenly, a colorful phoenix soared across the azure sky, its tail feathers shimmering with brilliance, dispersing layers of vibrant ripples. Upon this resplendent phoenix stood a young man clad in white, with a handsome visage and an ethereal presence. Most notably, he emanated an overwhelming aura, as if he could crush the very void. The Xuanwu realm. While this realm may not be remarkable among the elders of the Daotsong Academy, this individual appeared to be no older than 20. Such a fact was astonishing. Bei Lingtian. It was none other than Senior Brother Bei. At the sight of this formidable youth, countless disciples of the Daotsong Academy gasped in surprise. Lingtian's name shone too brightly within the academy. Not only within Daocang, but across the entire Cangfeng kingdom, he could be considered a paragon among the younger generation. Entering the Xuanwu realm at the tender age of 20, holding the top position on the heavenly list, and being the chief disciple of the punishment hall. When so many accolades converge upon a single individual, they evoke not jealousy, but rather deep-seated admiration. Having encountered the Grand Elder, Lingtian first offered a slight bow to him. Then, with a trace of a cold smile, he turned his gaze directly toward Lin Che. Your grievances with Lu Qianxiu are of no concern to me, but you must provide an explanation for the deaths of 3 disciples from my punishment hall. What kind of explanation do you seek? Lin Che furrowed his brow, sensing the other's overbearing demeanor. Quite simple, kneel and apologize. With that, a tremendous force erupted from Lingtian, resembling the thunderous crash of the heavens, bearing down upon Lin Che's position. The foremost prodigy of the Daocang Academy had directly taken action against Lin Che. Chapter 39, President Daocang kneel. Lingtian stood high above like a deity, his words descending with an overwhelming force that bore down upon Lin Che. Boom. In an instant, it felt as if a colossal mountain had been placed upon him, nearly forcing him to the ground. The immense pressure elicited a grave intensity in Lin Che's gaze. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent erupted from within him, valiantly resisting the oppressive weight. Fortunately, within the realm of Tianhuan, Lin Che had developed an instinctive response to such sudden pressure. Thus, despite his body bending slightly, he quickly straightened once more. Crack, crack. Even so, the sound of his knees cracking echoed, his legs trembling violently. It was evident that the might of the Xuanwu realm was not easily countered. At that moment, Lin Che remained standing solely through extraordinary willpower. Noticing Lin Che's spine still resolutely upright, Lingtian's gaze sharpened slightly. He pressed down again, unleashing an even more formidable wave of pressure. Stop! At that moment, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve, completely nullifying the force weighing upon Lin Che. This child has passed through the Tianhuan realm. He is a once-in-a-millennium talent of Daocang Academy and must not be killed, the Grand Elder proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lingtian's expression grew colder. This individual has harmed my disciple of the punishment hall. Is it too much to ask him to kneel and apologize? Kneel and apologize? Lin Che wiped the blood from his lips, fixing his gaze on Lingtian with a sudden, sinister smile. You are fully aware that I am a swordsman. A swordsman must also cultivate the heart. Should I kneel before you, my sword heart will be tainted, and I would live a life of mediocrity. Ultimately, you know I will never kneel. You merely seek an excuse to kill me. Lingtian, your appearance now is because I have passed through the Tianhuan realm, and you fear I might one day threaten your status as the foremost talent of Daocang Academy. Is that it? Fear? You think a mere newly initiated disciple could instill fear in me? Lingtian's expression momentarily stiffened, his eyes turning as sharp as a blade. However, since you have said this, I shall kill you openly today. Let us see who can protect you. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed deeply, displeasure evident on his face. Lingtian, I have previously stated that this child cannot be killed after passing through the Tianhuan realm. Do you truly disregard my authority, even as the top of the heavenly rankings? Of course, I would never defy the Grand Elder, Lingtian replied, a cold smirk emerging. However, if you insist on protecting this individual, then I, Lingtian, shall withdraw from Daocang Academy from this day forth. What? The Grand Elder was taken aback. As the chief disciple of the punishment hall, I must uphold its dignity. If he lives, the sect may abandon me. What choice would Daocang Academy make between us? This. The Grand Elder's brow tightened, his face reflecting profound difficulty. If the choice lay between Lin Che and Lu Qianxiu, it would be an easy decision. However, when faced with the dilemma of choosing between Lin Che and Lingtian, one a practitioner who has traversed the celestial illusion realm, and the other the first on the heavenly ranking and the foremost disciple of the Daocang Academy, the decision becomes exceedingly arduous. Enough is enough. This farce must come to an end. Just as the Grand Elder found himself in a state of profound quandary, a resounding voice reverberated through the heavens, shaking the hearts of all present. A colossal bronze mirror appeared in the sky, measuring 10 zhang in diameter, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, exuding an air of unparalleled authority. Beneath the projection of this mirror, the imposing figure of a middle-aged man emerged before the crowd. This was the Academy Master's intrinsic treasure, the Haoyan mirror. Upon witnessing the bronze mirror in the sky, countless onlookers gasped, their spirits in turmoil. They had not anticipated that today's events would even stir the Academy Master. Of course, the majestic figure cast by the mirror was not the true body of the Daotsong Academy Master, but merely a projection. At that moment, the authoritative gaze of the Master's projection fixed upon Lin Che, and he spoke. You two must yield to one another. You must yield. Though these were merely 4 words, they unequivocally conveyed the Academy Master's stance. Ultimately, the Academy Master chose to side with Lingtian over Lin Che. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, and he hastily communicated through thought. Master, this young man has indeed passed through the celestial illusion realm. Before the Grand Elder could finish, the Academy Master interrupted. A talent that has yet to mature versus one who stands at the pinnacle. If a choice must be made, I will undoubtedly choose the latter. After all, even if this young man possesses great talent, he remains an unknown. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril, and it is uncertain whether he will successfully reach the Xuanwu realm in the future. With this thought, the Academy Master unequivocally addressed Lin Che. Your ability to traverse the celestial illusion realm is a testament to your talent. Yet it does not grant you leverage over the Academy. The promises made to you by the Grand Elder still hold. But since you have slain a disciple of the Punishment Hall, as per Lingtian's words, you must kneel and apologize to him. And this matter will be laid to rest. After stating this, the Academy Master added, of course, you have a second option. To betray the Academy. To betray the Academy means I must die? Lin Che's eyes turned icy as he inquired. Indeed, with your talent, should you harbor treasonous thoughts against the Daotsong Academy? The Academy will certainly not allow you to remain as a potential threat. The Academy Master's words were unambiguous. Haraha. Upon hearing this, Lin Che suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He had merely sought to obtain justice for the lesser figures of the Yi Alliance. Yet he had encountered such insurmountable obstacles. Strength. It was still his strength that was insufficient. Even though he had proven his talent by passing through the celestial illusion realm, talent alone did not equate to power. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Daotsong Academy, I remain an inconsequential figure, one whose disobedience could be extinguished with a mere flick of a finger. The raucous laughter that echoed through the air stirred something within everyone present. Yet, after the frenzy, Lin Che's expression abruptly shifted to one of tranquility. He proclaimed, I choose to betray the Academy. At this declaration, a wave of shock rippled through all those affiliated with the Daotsong Academy. They had initially perceived Lin Che's laughter as a mere outlet for frustration, expecting him ultimately to acquiesce to the harshness of reality. Who could have anticipated that Lin Che would make such a bold choice? What did you say? The Academy head's tone darkened ominously. I possess but one life, which is indeed precious. However, my dignity surpasses my life in value. I cannot contend with Lingtian. If it comes to it, I would rather embrace death. Yet, to lose my dignity is to become a mere shell of existence. What meaning is there in living without it? In Lin Che's heart, the pursuit of martial arts is fundamentally about liberation from oppression. This endeavor transcends the mere acquisition of power. It embodies a journey of self-discovery and resilience. To bow before the might of another is to render one's martial journey meaningless. You possess remarkable fortitude. Thus, I, the Academy head, shall grant your wish. With narrowed eyes, the head of Daotsong Academy chose not to utter another word. Boom. At that moment, the Haotian mirror, suspended in the heavens, suddenly emanated a series of lethal patterns, instantly conjuring an overwhelming force of annihilation directed at Lin Che's position. Chapter 40. Rising amidst oppression in the distance, as the esteemed director Daotsong made his move, a sinister smile crept upon Lu Qianqiu's face. Previously, she had indeed felt an unprecedented pressure. However, once Lin Che was eliminated, all her burdens would dissipate into thin air. Above, Lingtian maintained a serene countenance. Yet his gaze towards Lin Che bore a hint of mockery and derision. At that moment, enveloped in a terrifying aura of murderous intent, Lin Che did not experience any fear of death. Instead, he was filled with an unwillingness to succumb. He was still young, and if only he had time to grow. If he were a formidable master of the Dao martial realm at this moment, he could resolve the oppressive situation before him with a mere stroke of his sword. Alas, time was not on his side. Such was the cruelty of the martial world. In the air, ominous patterns of lethal energy intertwined, seemingly poised to grind Lin Che into dust at any moment. Yet, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! A radiant hand of true energy, exuding a brilliant luminescence, pierced through the heavens, and hurtled toward this very spot. Ultimately, as the celestial mirror descended, it clashed against this force. Boom, 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 boom. At the instant these two immense powers collided, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, akin to a tsunami sweeping through the area. The overwhelming shockwave forced all disciples of Daotsong Academy to retreat in panic. Even several elder-level experts hidden in the shadows were compelled to reveal themselves, trembling at the sheer force. What was happening? This astonishing scene sent shockwaves through the minds of everyone present, eliciting exclamations of disbelief. Someone within Daotsong Academy could withstand the terrifying strike of the director's lifebound treasure. Meanwhile, on a distant peak, the director of Daotsong Academy felt a stirring in his spirit. His figure flickered before materializing at the scene. He then directed his gaze toward a certain location, demanding, "Since you have made your move, why do you not reveal yourself?" Swish. As his words fell, the void trembled, and soon after, a graceful figure appeared in the heavens. It was a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her cascading hair reminiscent of a waterfall, and her exquisite visage left onlookers breathless. However, upon seeing her, the eyes of the elder generation of Daotsong Academy flickered violently. The Martial Hall, the Hall Master. The Martial Hall, a name regarded as a taboo within Daotsong Academy, had not been uttered for nearly a decade, yet this did not imply that this taboo had faded from memory. In truth, none of the elder generation of Daotsong Academy could forget the upheaval that transpired 10 years prior, a turmoil that nearly altered the fate of the academy. Amidst the myriad of awestruck gazes, the woman in the black dress pointed towards Lin Che. "This person, I shall protect." A simple statement that caused the eyes of everyone present to shift. Meanwhile, Lin Che found himself in a daze, for he recognized this woman. She was none other than the enchanting figure he had encountered in the Shinfeng mountain range. Yet, she was the Hall Master? Lin Che instinctively swallowed hard, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Lin Che. All eyes in the arena were fixated upon the two ethereal figures soaring in the sky. The expression on Principal Daotsong's face was exceedingly grim. A decade ago, he had vowed to cease any involvement in the affairs of Daotsong Academy. The woman in the black dress remarked, "He once saved me. Now, I am merely repaying that debt." Is that too much to ask? The implication that Lin Che had rescued the master of the Martial Hall lacked any credibility, yet no one dared to voice a challenge. Even if it were merely a fabrication conjured by the woman, the elders wisely opted for silence. Nonetheless, Principal Daotsong's gaze remained dark and unyielding, seemingly unwilling to relent. Sensing his stubbornness, the black-dressed woman furrowed her brow and posed a question. "Feng Feiyang, if you and I were to engage in battle, what would the outcome be?" This time, Principal Daotsong's countenance softened slightly. It was not that he feared the strength of the Martial Hall's master. In fact, they had crossed swords a decade prior. Yet the encounter yielded no definitive conclusion. Should the opposition truly wish to preserve this young man, he would find it impossible to eliminate him. Not only would he be unable to do so, but a clash between two Daowu realm powerhouses would also endanger the entire Daotsong Academy. The adversary needed only to protect one individual, while he was tasked with safeguarding the entirety of the academy. Noticing Daotsong's silence, the woman in black turned her attention to Lin Che and said calmly, "Let us depart." Upon hearing this, Lin Che remained motionless. In fact, he advanced forward instead. Witnessing this, the woman furrowed her brow in concern. At that moment, Lin Che halted before the assembly of Daotsong's higher-ups and spoke. "I was mistaken." Upon hearing these words, a look of bewilderment spread across the faces of those present. It seemed the young man was indeed frightened. Despite the master of the Martial Hall standing to his defense, he still felt the weight of that terrifying pressure. Was he attempting to provide the higher-ups of Daotsong an avenue for retreat, or perhaps seeking to ease the tension? However, Lin Che's next statement caused their expressions to shift dramatically. "I erred in overestimating myself. I believed that by traversing the heavenly mirage divine realm, I could sufficiently demonstrate my talent and worth. Yet now I realize that only strength, true strength that I can wield, can validate me. I was wrong to underestimate the vastness of the heavens and the earth, to think that my current abilities could contend against the esteemed powers of Daotsong Academy. But since I have made this error, I shall embrace it to the end. The enmity of today, the grievances of today, I shall etch them into my heart. And I urge you not to forget." Lin Che clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his hands. He suddenly raised his gaze toward Bei Lingtian and declared, "1 year from now, I will challenge you, and I shall personally cleanse this humiliation." If I should fall, I, Lin Che, willingly accept death. A nascent disciple from the outer academy had declared war on the #1 contender on the heavenly rankings. Madness. In that moment, all present were left speechless, thinking that the young man must have lost his mind. Yet for Lin Che, everything he had endured today rendered his heart restless. Were it not for the appearance of the woman in black, he would have met his demise without leaving a trace, dying in utter despair. In the realm of martial arts, such is the nature of existence. Lin Che did not lament his fate nor curse the heavens. After being rescued by the woman in the black dress, he could have chosen to survive in obscurity, avoiding any drastic measures. Yet, Lin Che was unwilling to settle for such a fate. You wish for my demise. Then I shall embrace death to be reborn, he resolved, desiring to transform this immense pressure into a vigorous force that would relentlessly spur him onward. Let me etch this humiliation into my memory. 1 year hence, I shall rise amidst oppression, repaying tooth for tooth, blood for blood. Chapter 41. Rebooting. The martial hall silence enveloped the entire dantian Academy, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The only sound resonating in the air was the resolute oath of the young man in the arena. The woman in the black dress gazed upon Lin Che's figure, momentarily lost in thought. Before Lin Che stood titans of the dantian Academy, each possessing extraordinary status, whilst Lin Che's own identity and strength appeared minuscule in comparison. Yet, even in the face of such towering figures, the youth maintained an unwavering posture. If I had been as steadfast as he is, how different would the dantian Academy be? Observing the young man's silhouette, the woman in black felt an unexplainable stirring within, her eyes shimmering with emotion. At that moment, Lingtian suddenly let out a mocking laugh. 1 year from now? Shall we clash? Are you afraid to accept? Lin Che fixed his gaze upon him. It is not fear that keeps me from accepting, but rather the realization that you do not merit my attention. Do you think that by provoking me, you can extend your life by a year? Even a year hence, you will still be unworthy of my regard, yet I refuse to squander time waiting for you. Lingtian's words dripped with disdain. Meanwhile, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the eyes of the head of the dantian Academy, a person who could traverse the celestial mirage divine realm, yet stands against the dantian Academy, must be eliminated swiftly. Though Lingtian's words were laced with contempt for Lin Che, they were, in essence, far from mere derision. Rather, they conveyed a ruthless determination to eliminate any potential threats, an essential trait for any individual of high standing. If I so wish, I could take your life at any moment, Lingtian declared, pointing a finger at Lin Che, each word articulated with a domineering force. But just as his declaration fell from his lips, a resounding slap echoed throughout the arena. The spectators watched in disbelief as Lingtian was sent flying several dozen feet away. The renowned genius, who held the top position on the celestial rankings, had been struck down by a single blow. The assailant was unmistakably the woman in black. She dusted off her hands, a contemptuous expression gracing her face. You have grown far too arrogant. Even I cannot abide it. In that instant, the crowd was left dumbfounded. The illustrious first-rank genius had been publicly humiliated. Lingtian, having landed some distance away, felt the swelling on half of his face, but he quickly raised his head, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Upon meeting his gaze, the woman in black stepped forward with an imposing aura. Are you dissatisfied? Faced with her challenge, Lingtian fell into silence, not daring to respond. Indeed, he was the top of the celestial rankings, a prodigy who had entered the realm of Xuanwu by the age of 20. However, against Luoro, he possessed no means of resistance. After all, this woman in black was an undeniable master of the Dao martial realm. Luoro, if this continues, it will be difficult for everyone. We cannot let this gather dust. At that moment, the head of the dantian Academy intervened. Countering the terrifying pressure exerted by the woman in black, his eyes clouded with a heavy gloom. If it is difficult, then let us not proceed. Luoro suddenly let out a cold laugh, her spirit soaring. 10 years ago, during that struggle, I chose to step back. Unwilling to witness the dantian Academy step deeper into the abyss. Initially, I believed that my concession would restore tranquility to the dantian Academy. However, that has not come to pass. Over the past decade, the Academy has devolved into an autocratic realm under your dominion. You have marginalized dissenters, elevated those who are close to you, yet remain oblivious to the rampant abuse of power by your confidants, who, bolstered by their connections, act with impunity. Within the Academy, individuals of considerable talent, such as Lin Che, have been allowed to bully lower-ranking disciples, while Elder dantian, as their mentor, not only fails to impose discipline but also, driven by personal biases, wields life and death authority over the Academy's gifted students. Moreover, the punishment hall, though an enforcement body, has been misusing its authority. These instances merely represent the tip of the iceberg. They reveal the extent of decay within the Daosang Academy. It is evident that, without intervention, the Academy will continue its descent into oblivion due to such corruption. If there were still oversight from the Martial Hall, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. The words of the woman in the black dress resonated deeply with those present, particularly the lower-ranking disciples, whose gazes shimmered with intense emotion. They had entered the Daosang Academy with the hope of finding a sense of belonging, only to discover a brutal hierarchy far worse than the outside world. Luo Ro then fixed her gaze upon the Academy's higher-ups and declared, "From this day forth, I shall reinstate the Martial Hall." The proclamation of reinstate the Martial Hall was uttered with remarkable calmness by the woman in black, yet it sent shockwaves through the audience, evoking an unimaginable tumult. Many of the Academy's senior members trembled, their expressions dramatically shifting. "From this moment on, Lin Che shall be my disciple in the Martial Hall. Should the elders of either the Dan Hall or the Punishment Hall attempt to stifle him, I will not let it go unchallenged." At this juncture, Luo Ro pointed towards Bei Lingtian, stating, "Including you, he is not to be touched for 1 year. After that, I will personally escort him to you to resolve this grievance." Bei Lingtian felt the formidable presence of the woman in black, his gaze flickering, yet he dared not speak. "Luo Ro, do you comprehend the implications of reinstating the Martial Hall? It could plunge the Daosang Academy into irreparable ruin." At that moment, the Academy head spoke with a countenance darkened by foreboding. 10 years ago, I shared your sentiment. However, now, should I retreat further, it would indeed lead the Daosang Academy into irreversible despair. I shall not yield any longer. Feng Feiyong, if you wish to fight, the Martial Hall stands ready at any time." With these words, Luo Ro turned her attention back to Lin Che, asking, "Now, may we depart?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded and followed the woman as they left together, their figures eventually fading from view. Boom. The Academy had clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an icy aura that shattered the space within a 10-foot radius. All present were rendered silent by the palpable tension. Suddenly, the Academy head's gaze fell upon Elder dantian, remarking, "You have taught your disciple well." This statement, laced with an undercurrent of menace, was unmistakable. Indeed, had it not been for the incident involving Lin Che, such prodigies who have traversed the ethereal realm might not have severed ties with the Daosang Academy. Now, not only has the Academy lost a superlative genius, but it has also compelled Luo Ro to reinstate the Martial Hall. How could the head of Daosang Academy not be enraged? Sensing the palpable fury emanating from the headmaster, Elder dantian's countenance turned ashen, and he hastily remarked, "I acknowledge my transgressions. It is my laxity in teaching that has led to this. Upon my return, I shall impose strict penalties." Meanwhile, Lin Che knelt prostrate on the ground, daring not to utter a word, his entire being trembling, clearly terrified to the utmost degree. The headmaster's gaze lingered on the two for a moment before he emitted a cold snort and vanished from the scene. After the headmaster's departure, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, astonishment evident on their faces. It seems that the Daosang Academy is on the brink of transformation, all due to a mere youth who has only just joined its ranks. Chapter 42. Indeed, you have bested me. Lin Che followed silently behind the woman in the black dress, observing her graceful steps and delicate silhouette, while his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The enchanting figure he had encountered in the Shinkong Mountains turned out to be the master of the Martial Hall, and even now, Lin Che felt somewhat dazed by this revelation. Throughout their journey, Luo Ro remained silent, and Lin Che chose to do the same. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally felt compelled to break the silence, hesitating slightly before saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving me today. Now that you are also a member of the Martial Hall, I should address you as Hall Master. Thank you, Hall Master, for your assistance today." "You're welcome," Luo Ro replied casually. "Hall Master, where are we headed?" After a while, Lin Che inquired once more. "The Martial Hall. To be precise, it is the remnants of the original Martial Hall." The Martial Hall? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, recalling that it had been said the Martial Hall had vanished from the Daosang courtyard a decade ago. Subsequently, the two continued walking until they reached a stop amidst a cluster of peaks. At that moment, a grand palace-like structure came into view, sprawling across a vast area. yet clearly long abandoned, giving off an air of desolation. While the walls were not entirely crumbled, weeds and wild grasses had overtaken the surroundings. Lin Che curiously asked, "Isn't the Martial Hall supposed to be within the Daotsong courtyard?" "The existence of the Martial Hall is to oversee the Daotsong courtyard, so it naturally cannot be situated within it," Luo Ro replied nonchalantly. After speaking, her gaze drifted into the distance, her eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion. Lin Che sensed that emotion. The Martial Hall had once been resplendent and thriving, yet after a decade, it lay in ruins, dismantled by the very hands of its master. Thus, witnessing the scene before them, Lin Che speculated that perhaps the sight stirred poignant memories within her. "I'm hungry." At that moment, Luo Ro suddenly turned to Lin Che and asked, "Can you cook?" Lin Che blinked in surprise and then shook his head. "From today onwards, you will learn." "Lin Che?" Luo Ro's beautiful eyes fixed on him, a look of resolute determination shining through. "Since we are to revive the Martial Hall, it must begin anew. We shall reside here, and if you cannot cook, do you expect us to starve? There are only the two of us here. Do you think such trivial tasks should be beneath the hall master?" Lin Che. After a brief moment, a bonfire was lit in the area. Lin Che crouched beside the fire, awkwardly skewering a wild rabbit he had procured on the spot. After some time, he proudly presented the glistening roast rabbit to Luo Ro. "Hall master, this is my first attempt at grilling. Please, do have a taste." Luo Ro took it, tearing off a piece of meat and placing it into her mouth. "Is it good?" Lin Che inquired curiously from the side. Luo Ro remained silent, merely furrowing her brow. "Not good?" Lin Che asked, slightly anxious. Luo Ro directly handed the roasted rabbit back, saying, "You should taste it yourself." After trying it, Lin Che awkwardly chuckled. "It is a bit burnt, but considering it is your first attempt, it is understandable." After saying this, Lin Che sat down beside Luo Ro. They were so close that he could catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. This action caused Luo Ro to furrow her brow slightly, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Che. Feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, Lin Che scooted away a little, asking, "Master, will it truly be just the two of us in the Martial Hall from now on?" Upon uttering this, Lin Che felt a twinge of frustration. After all, he was a disciple of the Martial Hall, yet it appeared that apart from him, only the master remained. If this continued, would all the burdens eventually fall upon him? Surely, there would be others joining. Hearing this, Lin Che felt somewhat reassured. "Do you know why the Martial Hall vanished in the first place?" Suddenly, Luo Ro inquired. Lin Che nodded, aware of some details regarding the turmoil that had transpired years ago, having heard snippets in the Daotsong Academy. "If that is the case, then you should understand what the revival of the Martial Hall entails." Luo Ro glanced at Lin Che, her expression turning grave. Compared to the upheaval a decade ago, the current situation of the Martial Hall will be even more precarious. Those people do not wish to see the Martial Hall reemerge. Lin Che understood well who Luo Ro referred to. He recognized the adversaries she spoke of. Over the past 10 years, the head of the Daotsong Academy had eliminated dissent, and now the upper echelons were entirely comprised of his faction. They certainly did not want the Martial Hall to reappear on the horizon. Reviving the Martial Hall would mean opposing the entire Daotsong Academy. "I can contend with the old guards within the Daotsong Academy, but beyond that, the disciples of the Academy will come after you, including the prodigies from various halls and even the monstrous talents on the ranking list. You can imagine the pressure that entails, can't you? Of course, if you wish to withdraw from the Martial Hall now, it is not too late. I will ensure your safe departure from Yangzhou." As Luo Ro spoke these words, her gaze flickered slightly when she looked at Lin Che. She understood well that for anyone, the formidable presence of the Daotsong Academy was enough to inspire awe, even fear. Moreover, he was but a youth, and it was not surprising for him to feel overwhelmed by such immense pressure. If he did not wish to be swept into this maelstrom, she would not insist. Yet, despite this understanding, a flicker of hope stirred within her. Isn't the essence of martial cultivation about sifting through the sands of adversity? Only those who emerge alive from countless trials can truly be called strong. From the very first day I embarked on this path, I grasped this truth. I am unafraid to confront the entire Daotsong Academy. Since they wish to oppress me, I shall fight them to the end. Lin Che clenched his fists as he recalled the humiliations he had endured within the Daotsong Academy. Observing the spark in the boy's eyes, Luo Ro couldn't help but smile. In truth, her initial act of saving Lin Che stemmed from a sense of cherishing talent. However, upon witnessing Lin Che bravely confronting the high-ranking members of the Daotsong Academy alone, she was reminded of her own past concessions, which profoundly moved her heart, prompting her to revive the martial hall. Fortunately, she had not misjudged him. Lin Che not only possessed the audacity of youth, but, more importantly, he harbored an unwavering heart for martial arts. In a world where the strong reign supreme and the weak often bow in servitude, such a heart for martial arts is indeed a rare gem. After a moment, Lin Che suddenly recalled something and requested, "Hall Master, may I bring some friends to stay here?" He thought of Yi Ming and the others. Having thoroughly offended the Dao Song Academy, his friends, if still within its confines, might face repercussions. Residing in the martial hall under the protection of this formidable Dao martial realm expert would surely ensure their safety. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ro nodded. The moment she consented, Lin Che felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that juncture, Luo Ro rose, brushed off the dust from her skirt, and surveyed the surroundings, stating, "I'll give you 2 days to tidy this place up." Lin Che was taken aback, gazing at the overgrown weeds surrounding him, his mind in a daze. Noticing his expression, Luo Ro added, "There are just the two of us here. If you do not clean, should I do it myself?" Lin Che remained silent. After issuing her directive, Luo Ro departed, leaving him to confront the disarray that awaited him, standing there in a daze. What a predicament! Within the Dao Song Academy, disciples of various factions only needed to focus on their cultivation, while all other matters were managed by designated individuals. The martial hall had once been the foremost power of the Dao Song Academy. Now, as a disciple of the martial hall, he found himself relegated to menial labor. It was a bitter irony indeed. Nevertheless, despite his discontent, Lin Che understood he had no choice. Without the protective shield of the martial hall, he would likely face dire consequences upon stepping outside. Thus, he resolved to work. Over the following 2 days, Lin Che busied himself with the task at hand. Fortunately, although the place had been abandoned for a decade, the structural integrity of the buildings remained largely intact, suffering minimal damage. After clearing away the overgrowth and thoroughly cleaning the main hall and several side halls, Lin Che even descended the mountain once to procure various daily necessities from the marketplace below. After his efforts, the martial hall appeared revitalized compared to its previous state. It could certainly accommodate residents without issue. During this time, he also brought Xiao Yao and the others over. In the ensuing days, Yu Tianlang and the others naturally heard of the events transpiring at the Daosong Academy. Upon learning that Lin Che had recklessly ventured into the Qinxiu alliance to exact vengeance on their behalf, even going so far as to sever ties with the entire Daosong Academy, the gratitude they felt was beyond words. Xiao Yao, however, wore a look of concern and trepidation. Lin Che reassured her not to dwell on it, advising her to simply rest easy in their new abode. Thus, 3 days later, Luo Ro's figure once again graced their presence. The surroundings were tidily arranged, and she nodded in satisfaction at the sight before her. "Considering the effort you have exerted over the past few days, I have decided to elevate your position. From this moment forth, you shall be promoted from an ordinary disciple of the martial hall to an elite disciple." Luo Ro patted Lin Che on the shoulder, wearing an expression that conveyed her confidence in him. Is it truly possible to attain a promotion merely by tidying up? Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he suddenly sensed something amiss. An elite disciple is still, after all, just a disciple. Currently, apart from the hall master, he was the sole disciple in the martial hall. This meant that, even with the promotion, his status within the hall had not undergone any substantial change. He would still bear the brunt of all the laborious tasks. How wonderful it would be to ascend to the position of the Grand Hall Master. Shaking his head, Lin Che mumbled softly, "Bang!" No sooner had Lin Che spoken than his entire body was sent flying, landing with a resounding thud. Luo Ro looked at him and said, "Do you wish to become the Grand Hall Master and rise above me? That is feasible, as long as you can defeat me." This woman certainly possessed remarkable hearing. Clumsily, Lin Che picked himself up from the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Master, I was merely jesting. In truth, being an elite disciple is quite satisfactory. Haha." Engaging in combat with a being at the Dao martial realm, given Lin Che's current cultivation level, would be tantamount to courting death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lin Che finished speaking, a sudden sound of air being sliced through echoed from the distance. Almost immediately, 3 figures descended upon this area in an instant. As he beheld the 3 unexpected arrivals, Lin Che's heart stirred, for he recognized all of them. Chapter 43. The profound truth among the 3 individuals. One was clad in a silver robe, his visage concealed by a silver mask. He was none other than the enigmatic silver-robed warrior who had previously aided Lin Che in Kanglan City. The second, though unremarkable in appearance, emanated an inexplicable and formidable aura of martial intent, unmistakably the elderly matron tasked with guarding the scripture pavilion. As for the final figure, he was a frail old man, balding and trembling with every step, the very same elderly gentleman aboard the cloud ship, who was hard of hearing and had difficulty reading. Later, Lin Che would learn that their names were Feng Wuying, Dao Qiangwei, and Bai Qiuli. Each possessed considerable strength, yet they held merely nominal positions within the Dao Tsang Academy. It turned out that they had once been elders of the martial hall. Upon their arrival, upon seeing Luo Ro, their expressions were filled with emotion as they knelt before her. Particularly, the elder Bai Qiuli wept profusely, his sorrow palpable. "Hall Master, you have finally revived the martial hall. To witness its reconstruction in my lifetime, I could depart this world in peace," he lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, Hall Master, we have long awaited this day, and our yearning has been profound." The elderly matron, Dao Qiangwei, and the silver-robed warrior, Feng Wuying, shared similar expressions of grief. It was evident that these three harbored a deep-seated affection for the martial hall. "Rise," Luo Ro instructed calmly, her gaze fixed upon them. Upon witnessing this, Lin Che hastily assisted them to their feet. "Hall Master, when the martial hall disbanded, many of its powerful members scattered. Now that it has been revived, shall we summon them all back?" Feng Wuying inquired, having regained his composure. "No need," Luo Ro replied, shaking her head. "I have summoned you three back for a specific task." At her words, the trio's expressions turned solemn. "If the Hall Master has any commands, we shall not hesitate to face death." "It is not so grave," Luo Ro smiled, gesturing toward Lin Che. "Your task is to instruct him in his cultivation." As soon as Luo Ro finished speaking, Lin Che felt the gaze of the three formidable warriors fix upon him. This young lad is the one who has set a death match with Bei Lingtian for a year from now. Indeed, he possesses the audacity of youth, though his disposition is quite to my liking. They scrutinized Lin Che, and Dao Qiangwei's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Clearly, they were aware of the recent upheaval within the Dao Tsang Academy. Unlike many others, they did not perceive the boy as reckless. Rather, they felt a sense of gratitude. If it were not for his bold actions, perhaps the Hall Master would not have resolved to revive the martial hall. "I, disciple Lin Che, pay my respects to the three esteemed seniors." Though these three were not particularly striking in appearance, they were clearly concealed masters, and thus Lin Che dared not show any disrespect, bowing with utmost reverence. The balding elder regarded Lin Che with a slight shake of his head, displaying a commendable sense of decorum. Yet, this young man appeared rather frail, hardly resilient to hardship. Nearby, an elderly matron remarked, "His realm may be somewhat lacking, but his foundation is relatively solid. I believe that with proper guidance and rigorous training, he could potentially become a pillar of strength. The question remains, however, whether he can endure it." Upon hearing the conversation among these individuals, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rose within Lin Che. At that moment, Luo Ro furrowed her delicate brows, noting that among the current disciples of the martial hall, he was the sole remaining hope. The three elders immediately reassured her, "Rest assured, Hall Master. We are well aware of our limits and will not go overboard." "Ah, do not misinterpret my words," she continued. "I mean, we should not indulge him simply because he is the last of his kind. Rather, he must be well cared for. Let us not forget that in a year's time, he will face a life-and-death battle with Bei Lingtian, and should he falter, it would be a disgrace to the martial hall. Therefore, I believe it is imperative that this young man trains under the three of you with double the intensity." At this moment, Luo Ro's expression was exceedingly serious. Double the intensity. Upon hearing her words, Lin Che felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Half a day later, in an uncharted mountain range, a resounding roar echoed through the air. 1,000-meter-high waterfall cascaded from the heavens, the tumultuous waves crashing down like a colossal dragon plunging into a frigid abyss, the thunderous sound reverberating throughout the valley. At this juncture, an elderly matron and a young man appeared on the scene. "He, as the first to train with me. What are your thoughts?" the elder asked Lin Che. "To be able to cultivate alongside a senior is indeed a privilege for one as junior as myself," he replied. "You have a way with words," she chuckled. "Rest assured, among the three of us, I am the most lenient with my disciples, unlike those two hard-hearted fellows who are exceedingly stringent. So, as you train with me, there is no need for undue tension. you may relax." Hearing this, Lin Che indeed felt a measure of relief. Just then, the elder continued, "I have heard you are a swordsman. Now, demonstrate a strike for me." "Very well." Lin Che nodded and drew his sword, executing a swift slash. With a resounding crash, a boulder standing half his height was instantly shattered into fragments by the sword's aura, debris scattering in every direction. Sword intent. Witnessing this spectacle, the elder's gaze shifted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. The sword scar Lin Che had left in the scripture pavilion clearly indicated that he had reached the pinnacle of sword momentum. Yet, merely a few days had passed, and he had already stepped into the realm of sword intent. Although it was only a minor achievement, considering Lin Che's age, it was indeed extraordinary. One could even deem him a prodigy of the sword. Nevertheless, despite her inner astonishment, the elder did not reveal it outwardly. This strike possesses sufficient power, but it is evident that, while you have grasped sword intent, your mastery over its essence remains rather rudimentary. Thus, from today onward, I shall specifically instruct you on mastering essence. Watch carefully. With a sharp command, Dao Qiangwei produced an iron blade from seemingly nowhere. The iron blade bears the marks of rust, with numerous nicks and imperfections. Were it not for its distinct shape, one might mistake it for merely a corroded piece of metal. However, when the old woman grasped the sword, her entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Lin Che's eyes widened momentarily. It turned out that this elderly figure was a practitioner of the sword path. With a swift motion, the sword rose like a blooming rose. This strike aimed at the towering waterfall before them. In an astonishing display, the cascading waters were cleaved asunder, reversing their flow. It was only after a considerable time that the waterfall resumed its thunderous descent, sending sprays of mist into the air. To sever water with a blade. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Che found himself momentarily speechless, grappling with the incredibility of it all. Just moments earlier, he had shattered a stone with sheer explosive force. Yet to reverse the flow of water, such power alone was evidently insufficient. The old woman had achieved this feat through the subtlety of the essence of water. Essence? Lin Che's confusion deepened upon hearing this term, one he had never encountered before. The sword wielder explained, "In this world, there are various realms of understanding, such as the essence of the sword, the essence of the blade, the essence of the spear. As a sword practitioner, your essence lies within the sword itself. The so-called essence is the characteristic you imbue upon your sword path. Countless essences exist, including the essence of water, the essence of fire, the essence of wind, and the essence of earth. The more essences you integrate into your sword, the stronger your sword intent becomes. In a more precise sense, essence represents a martial artist's comprehension of the universe. The deeper the understanding, the greater the alignment with the forces of nature, and consequently, the more formidable one's strength becomes." "Do you grasp my meaning?" Lin Che nodded in understanding. In essence, it was about melding the essence into his sword intent. The more essences he could incorporate, the more potent his sword intent would be. "Then, esteemed elder, how might I comprehend these essences?" Lin Che inquired, a fervor igniting in his gaze. "Typically, there are two methods. The first involves seeking rare treasures of heaven and earth for refinement. For instance, the fire spirit Xin fruit, which flourishes in the eternal flame domain, is infused with an exceedingly rich essence of fire. The ice soul cold lotus, found in the ancient cold pool, embodies an exceptionally strong essence of ice. Although such rare entities cannot guarantee mastery over an essence, they can significantly enhance the comprehension of it, thus improving the likelihood of success." Chapter 44. The Malignant Toxin and the Refinement of Celestial Materials. Lin Che's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he thought to himself, "This is my forte." However, upon witnessing his expression, Knife Rose spoke candidly, "You need not entertain such thoughts. Whenever a mystical herb imbued with profound principles emerges, even formidable warriors at the Xuanwu realm will vie for it. It is simply beyond your reach at present." The notion that even Xuanwu-level beings would contend for a mystical herb filled Lin Che with a sense of gravity, prompting him to relinquish that ambition. "Then may I inquire, esteemed elder, what is the second method?" Lin Che pressed on. "Enlightenment." The elderly woman regarded him intently. "Understanding the profound principles is contingent upon one's insight. Certain unique locales can enable you to grasp specific characteristics of these principles. From today forth, you shall practice your swordsmanship beneath this cold waterfall. When your sword can embody even the slightest essence of water, You will have unlocked the potential to comprehend the principle of water. Upon hearing this, Lin Che grasped the essence of her words. Subsequently, he leapt into the icy depths of the lake. Boom! In an instant, torrents of ferocious water cascaded from above, crashing down upon him with tremendous force. The sheer intensity of this downward force was daunting, yet Lin Che gradually steadied himself. He then faced the waterfall and swung his sword. He could feel the immense resistance against his blade, rendering his movements sluggish. It was as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his arm. After merely executing a few strikes, an excruciating ache surged through his entire arm, causing it to tremble as if it had lost all strength. Nevertheless, Lin Che gritted his teeth and persevered, continuing to wield his sword. Although he possessed the unique cultivation method of the Qi, Lin Che understood that mere elevation in realm was insufficient in the martial arts. To genuinely become a powerful warrior, there are no shortcuts. One must endure hardships and toil beyond ordinary comprehension. The pressure exerted by Lingtian left him no room for complacency. Throughout this endeavor, Lin Che focused solely on one repetitive motion, swinging his sword. As time elapsed, it became evident that both of his arms were violently trembling, and a grimace spread across his face. Observing this scene from a distance, the elderly woman felt a sense of satisfaction. This young man was extraordinarily gifted, yet what made him truly remarkable was his unyielding tenacity. In a world filled with prodigies, those who possess both innate talent and relentless diligence are undoubtedly the ones that evoke despair in others. After watching for a while, the elderly woman realized her supervision was unnecessary, and thus she quietly departed. Time passed. Eventually, Lin Che sensed that he had surpassed the limits of his physical endurance, prompting him to emerge from the cold waterfall. At that moment, both of his arms were swollen and trembled violently, as though they had lost sensation. Despite this, after half a day of sword practice, he felt no discernible insight into the principle of water. Fortunately, Lin Che was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, and thus he felt no discouragement. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Che sought the figure of the old crone, but she had vanished without a trace. Instead, not far away, a bald elder leisurely reclined in a wicker chair, basking in the sun. Upon noticing Lin Che's emergence, the elder gestured towards an adjacent chair. Understanding the unrelenting fatigue that enveloped him, Lin Che sank into the seat with a heavy sigh. The elder, known as Baiqiuli, cast a glance at Lin Che's swollen arms and inquired, "How do you feel?" Not much," Lin Che replied candidly. Of course, he felt nothing, for both of his arms had succumbed to numbness. Baiqiuli chuckled heartily. "I could tell. That old woman has quite the ruthless disposition. At this rate, your arms will surely be rendered useless." Startled by the remark, Lin Che was about to respond when the elder produced a large porcelain bowl filled to the brim with an unidentifiable liquid. "Drink this." Lin Che eyed the greenish concoction warily and frowned. "Elder, what is this?" "This is the essence I have refined from 108 precious herbs, capable of awakening your latent potential," Baiqiuli declared with an air of pride. Yet, to Lin Che, the elder bore the semblance of a charlatan peddling dubious remedies. "Elder, might you be an apothecary?" Lin Che asked cautiously. In this world, the status of an apothecary was revered, rivaling that of a master alchemist. Could this elder, a venerable member of the martial hall, possess extraordinary expertise in the art of alchemy? Roughly speaking, Baiqiuli replied nonchalantly. With his doubts dissipated, Lin Che grasped the bowl and drank it in one swift motion. "It's quite sweet," he noted, only to realize that the elder was observing him with eager anticipation. "How do you feel?" "Not much, just a slight dizziness and a sensation of heat within." Suddenly, as Lin Che uttered these words, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he vomited a torrent of blood. To his horror, blood also streamed from his eyes, nose, and ears. "Blood from the 7 orifices?" Baiqiuli exclaimed, his eyes widening in perplexity. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's mind erupted with alarm. "Elder, didn't you say this medicine?" "This concoction is still in the experimental phase," the elder replied, dismissing Lin Che's concerns. "But fear not. As a master of toxins, I can certainly bring you back from the brink of death." "Toxins? Master of toxins?" Lin Che nearly wept. Baiqiuli waved his hand dismissively. "One enters the path through poison. Long exposure to toxins leads to healing. Apothecaries and poison masters are not so different." "Not so different. Surely, the 108 precious herbs you mentioned are not all poisons, are they?" "It is indeed a poison, yet it possesses the power to awaken your latent potential. As a master of toxins, I have devoted my life to the art of poison and have finally conceived an unparalleled method to refine the flesh through myriad toxins, ultimately forging a body impervious to all poisons. Furthermore, the fierce nature of these toxins can completely unleash the dormant capabilities buried deep within you. Nevertheless, I realize that you may not fully grasp the significance of this. In any case, heed my words. Henceforth, take your medicine regularly. As Lin Che listened, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Senior, regarding this so-called impervious body, has it ever been applied to others? You are the first. Otherwise, it would not be deemed unparalleled. The old man replied, growing somewhat impatient. Lin Che pressed on. Why do you have so many questions? Enough. For today, focus on assimilating the toxins within your body. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a new concoction for you. Having said this, Bai Qiuli stood up, dusted himself off, and departed, leaving Lin Che alone amidst the swirling winds. Perplexed and disoriented. Chapter 45. A surge in strength after the departure of the bald elder, Lin Che hurriedly examined his own condition. There was something inherently dubious about the old man, an unease gnawed at him. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no apparent anomalies. He merely felt a pervasive warmth coursing through his body, accompanied by an itch akin to being swarmed by ants. Could it be that the toxins had infiltrated his system to such an extent? Although no overt symptoms manifested, anyone who ingests a bowl of poison would inevitably feel a sense of dread, and Lin Che was no exception, engulfed in anxiety. Young one, you have caught the attention of that toxic old man, and your days ahead may not be so pleasant. At that moment, a figure materialized from the void, observing the old man's retreating silhouette, and spoke gravely to Lin Che. This person was Feng Wuying, the silver-robed man. Lin Che was slightly startled by the sudden appearance of Feng Wuying. He had failed to detect the man's presence beforehand, yet he had appeared out of thin air. However, Lin Che was now more concerned with the implications of his words. Senior, why do you say that? Lin Che inquired. Do you know how old that toxic elder is this year? Feng Wuying asked. Lin Che shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Allow me to enlighten you. That old poisoner is merely 50 years old. 50 years old? Lin Che exclaimed in disbelief. The elder appeared so lifeless, his face etched with wrinkles, as if he were already halfway in the grave. To claim he was only 50 seemed utterly implausible. Do you know why he has come to look this way? Feng Wuying queried calmly. Before Lin Che could respond, Feng Wuying continued. This old poisoner is exceedingly harsh on himself, testing poisons on his own body. He has experienced every toxin under heaven. Some have significant side effects that he cannot counteract, ultimately leading to his current state. Lin Che was taken aback. He suddenly recalled his first encounter with the bald elder aboard the cloud ship, where he had been deaf and disoriented, unable to comprehend what others said. Yet, this time, conversing with him had been remarkably fluid. Could it be that the elder had rendered himself deaf through his toxic trials, and that his symptoms were only now beginning to wane? If that were true, then this old man was indeed ruthless. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Che felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. It was evident that the elder had targeted him as a new test subject, and the prospect of aging prematurely filled him with despair. Rest assured, while that old man is toxic, you are now the sole disciple of the Marshall Hall's next generation. He would not truly wish you harm. Seeing Lin Che's distress, Feng Wuying offered a word of comfort. Now, you shall train with me, and I assure you, I am far gentler than those two. Follow me. With that, Feng Wuying turned and proceeded in a specific direction, prompting Lin Che to follow suit. Before long, the two arrived before a desolate mountain. For a martial artist, the solidity of one's internal energy is equally as crucial as the robustness of one's physique. From this day forth, you shall train under my guidance to enhance your physical strength. Do you see that desolate mountain? Without the use of your internal energy, when you can shatter that mountain, only then will your corporeal strength be deemed adequate to break through a mountain with mere flesh and blood. Lin Che stared blankly at the silhouette of the man in the silver robe before him. Is this what they call a gentle method of cultivation? Lin Che realized that within this martial hall, from the hall master to the three elders, not a single one was normal, and each one was more ruthless than the last. Go. Without regard for Lin Che's emotions, Feng Wuying spoke directly. Lin Che's expression darkened. Yet knowing he had no authority to question his training alongside these three elders, he stepped forward. Upon reaching the base of the desolate mountain, Lin Che twisted his body and delivered a punch. Bang! Without the covering of internal energy, a single punch left his entire fist bloodied. It was excruciating. Continue. The stern voice of the man in the silver robe resonated. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's gaze hardened as he began to assault the mountain. Or perhaps it could be said that he was subjecting his own body to torment. Fist, leg, knee, shoulder, elbow. With each strike came a surge of agonizing pain, causing his flesh to tear. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of impact reverberated through the mountains. The desolate mountain was adorned with numerous protruding stones, their sharpness rivaling that of blades. By dusk, Lin Che's body was covered in wounds, some so deep that bone was visible. Yet even so, the mountain before him had only yielded a pit roughly a yard deep. This cannot continue. Lin Che gazed at the scene before him, shaking his head in despair. In martial cultivation, there is always a limit. Greater intensity does not equate to better results. If one exceeds their capacity, not only can it be counterproductive, but it may also render one crippled. The intensity of training imposed by these elders had clearly surpassed his limits. If this persists, he would surely meet his end. However, just as Lin Che harbored this thought, an inexplicable transformation surged within him. It was a warm current flowing through his body. As this warmth coursed through, Lin Che's wounds rapidly scabbed over, and the fatigue he previously felt began to dissipate. It felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, his entire being uplifted. Realizing this, Lin Che's expression shifted. This energy seemed to be the poison that old man had fed me. Previously, Bai Chili had forced him to drink a bowl of poison. And at that time, he had felt the medicinal potency lie dormant within him, nearly impossible to refine. But now, as his bodily functions reached their limits, the essence of that medicine was thoroughly awakened. That old man's concoction truly could unleash potential. It could heal injuries. With this delightful revelation, Lin Che's earlier concerns were entirely dispelled. He resumed his cultivation. In the following days, Lin Che embarked on an almost frenzied regimen of cultivation. Each morning, he wielded his sword beneath the chilling cascade of the dantian waterfall, and each afternoon, he engaged in body refinement upon the desolate mountain. Of course, he was not spared the daily insistence of the bald elder, who compelled him to consume an array of peculiar and bizarre concoctions. Each day, Lin Che could distinctly sense his prowess surging forward at an astonishing rate amidst this near-manic training. 3 months later, with a thunderous roar, the barren mountain within the martial hall erupted with a cataclysmic sound. As the massive mountain trembled violently, a figure burst forth from its depths. In an instant, stones were sent flying, and dust swirled chaotically around. Upon landing, the sheer force of the impact fractured the ground beneath him, creating fissures that spiderwebbed outward. At that moment, Lin Che turned to look back. Behind him, the once solid mountain bore a gaping hole of 10 zhang in size, a passage that pierced through its very core. In the span of 3 months, Lin Che had indeed shattered a mountain. One could only imagine the extent of Lin Che's physical might at this juncture. Ha ha ha. I have truly accomplished this. Clenching his fist and reveling in the surge of power coursing through his body, Lin Che was overwhelmed with exhilaration. These past 3 months had nearly driven him to madness, as his physique teetered on the brink of its limits each day within this relentless training. Yet, under such immense pressure, his progress had been nothing short of extraordinary. Now, even without harnessing the true energy within me, I should be capable of obliterating a martial artist at the 3rd level of spirit martial, Lin Che concluded in his heart. Furthermore, the enhancement of his physical strength was merely a facet of his training. Thus, his burgeoning prowess did not solely hinge upon this aspect. After breaking through the mountain, not long thereafter, Lin Che reappeared at the dantian waterfall. He leapt directly into the icy waters, and with a flicker of light from his storage spirit ring, the Lingtian sword materialized before him. Channeling his true energy, Lin Che swung the sword against the crashing waterfall. With a resounding whoosh, he encountered no resistance. The sword seemed to meld with the water, surging forth with the ferocity of a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a series of thunderous explosions, the waterfall, plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters, reversed its course, creating a scene of unparalleled awe. It was only after several breaths that the reversed torrents cascaded back down, sending sprays of mist soaring into the air. The sword wave, manifesting his sword intent into a wave. It was evident that Lin Che had infused his swordsmanship with a trace of the water's essence, grasping the profound truths of its nature. To master the essence of water within a mere 3 months, even if only at a rudimentary level, testified to the extraordinary nature of Lin Che's comprehension and talent. With his physical strength advancing by leaps and bounds, and his understanding of the water's essence deepening, One could assert that Lin Che's capabilities had experienced a qualitative leap in this brief span of 3 months. Yet, this was not the entirety of his transformation. Let us not forget that the bald elder had administered a series of potions to Lin Che over these 3 months. Although most were toxic and bore numerous side effects, such as bleeding from the 7 orifices, foaming at the mouth, dizziness, and swelling throughout his body. For a period, Lin Che's entire body was enveloped in a hue of deep purple and black, resembling a grotesque transformation. However, amidst this inhumane torment, Lin Che persevered. Not only did he endure, but the potent elixirs provided by the bald elder were imbued with extraordinary medicinal strength. Despite his relentless efforts in physical cultivation each day, he could not fully unleash their potential. Consequently, this immense energy lay dormant within his meridians, bones, and flesh, coalescing into a formidable reservoir of power, making Lin Che feel as though he could at any moment surge into a new realm of existence. Throughout these 3 months, he had been suppressing his desire for breakthrough, aiming to accumulate strength for a decisive release. Now, he sensed that the time had come. Before long, Lin Che arrived at the edge of the cold pond. Seated cross-legged as he began to channel the dormant energy, launching an assault on the martial barriers within his body. With a swish, his 6 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, aligned perfectly, and Lin Che entered a state of profound emptiness. Time became indeterminate, and soon, his aura began to swell dramatically. The true chi emanating from him surged like a tempest, causing the nearby cold pond to boil in an instant. Boom. At last, this enigmatic state persisted for a while, and suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Che. He had reached the 4th level of spirit martial arts. As he opened his eyes and felt the elevation of his realm, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. At that moment, his energy sea had expanded to twice its previous size, the terrifying power contained within it now a stark contrast to what it had been before. Chapter 46. Descending the mountain. Indeed, in a mere span of 3 months, his strength has significantly advanced. Just as Lin Che was immersed in the delightful sensation of his burgeoning power, a sudden voice broke his reverie. Turning his head, he beheld a graceful figure that had inexplicably appeared beside him. It was Luo Ro. At this moment, Luo Ro regarded Lin Che with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. To have grown to such a degree in just 3 months astonished even someone of her caliber. This young man, indeed, proved worthy of having traversed the celestial mirage realm, showcasing unparalleled talent. However, at the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm, he was still far from posing a threat to Bei Lingtian. Lin Che, stirred by a thought, spoke. Mistress, I wish to understand the precise strength of Bei Lingtian. Have you ever heard of the 2 prodigies of the Zhongfeng kingdom? Upon hearing this, Lin Che shook his head. The 2 prodigies referred to the most exceptional talents of the younger generation in the Zhongfeng kingdom, one being the 3rd princess of the royal family, and the other, Bei Lingtian from the Daocang Academy. By mentioning this, you should grasp why, despite your passage through the celestial mirage realm, the head of the Daocang Academy still chose Bei Lingtian over you at the time, Luo Ro remarked. Lin Che nodded gravely. Although Luo Ro did not explicitly delineate Bei Lingtian's exact prowess, Lin Che could discern that this individual was extraordinarily formidable. With such talent, he was destined to become a figure of great significance in the Zhongfeng kingdom. Thus, even with Lin Che having traversed the celestial mirage realm, the head of the Daocang Academy opted for Bei Lingtian. On one hand, it was due to Lin Che's current strength being vastly inferior to Bei Lingtian's. On the other, it was a matter of prudence. Regardless of whether Lin Che possessed greater innate talent than Bei Lingtian, the ascent of a formidable individual is not solely contingent on talent. It also hinges on fortune. The weaker one's strength, the greater the likelihood of their downfall. Even with exceptional talent, the resources expended by the Daocang Academy to cultivate Bei Lingtian to this level were undoubtedly substantial. Abandoning Bei Lingtian to cultivate Lin Che anew would entail excessive risk. As long as Bei Lingtian continued to progress smoothly, the future of the Daocang Academy would be secured with a superlative powerhouse. Why would they take such a gamble? Now, do you not think that, within a year, this decision was rather impulsive? Luo Ro gazed at Lin Che, her words carrying an implication. The pressure was indeed considerable. However, impulsive Lin Che shook his head, his expression filled with indignation. I had no prior acquaintance with this Bei Lingtian, yet he sought to trample me upon our first encounter, intent on annihilating me. Therefore, I must eliminate him. What are the 2 prodigies of the Zhongfeng kingdom? They have merely trained for an additional 2 or 3 years compared to me. I find a year to be excessive. If I could defeat him, I would wish to do so immediately. The desire for vengeance burns fiercely within me. Upon hearing Lin Che's fervent declaration, Luo Ro fell silent, pondering the weight of his animosity. Yet, it must be said that possessing such a mindset provides ample motivation on the path of cultivation. Luo Ro had come this time with the intention of provoking Lin Che for his benefit, but it seemed that such provocation was no longer necessary. After a brief pause, Luo Ro said, "You should descend the mountain." "Descend the mountain?" Lin Che questioned, somewhat perplexed. At this moment, Luo Ro continued. "Although you have made remarkable progress over the past 3 months, it is essential to understand that no one becomes a true master solely through solitary cultivation. To ascend above others, one must navigate the precipices of life and death, emerging from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, before ultimately reaching the pinnacle. Do you grasp this principle?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded. He understood well that without experiencing life and death, one remains merely a flower in a greenhouse. No matter how splendidly it blooms, once deprived of protection, it will swiftly wither under the ravages of wind and rain. I have received news that a tomb of a Xuanwu realm expert is about to be unearthed along the southern border of the Songfeng dynasty, and I wish for you to go there. A tomb of a Xuanwu expert must undoubtedly contain astonishing treasures. At this revelation, Lin Che's spirit stirred. Yet, he cautiously inquired, "But wouldn't the treasure of a Xuanwu expert attract some ancient monsters?" Luo Ro shook her head. Merely a Xuanwu tomb would not entice those ancient beings. But it will undoubtedly become the prime destination for the talented from the various factions within the Songfeng dynasty, all vying for fortune. These talents will likely come from some of the most powerful families within Songfeng. Their strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, once you enter, your life may be at stake. Luo Ro's tone grew notably grave as she uttered the last 4 words. After all, Lin Che was only 17 years old. Within the Dao Song Academy, individuals of his age typically had just begun their journey in the outer academy. Competing against those renowned talents from the Songfeng dynasty was indeed a significant disadvantage. However, Lin Che did not hesitate. His gaze was unwavering as he declared, "I am willing to go." Seeing the determination in Lin Che's expression, Luo Ro nodded approvingly. "Very well, I will send Elder Bai to accompany you, to prevent those old-timers from the Dao Song Academy from playing tricks along the way." After saying this, Luo Ro added earnestly, "On this journey to the Xuanwu tomb, your advancement in strength is not of utmost importance. My only request is that you return alive. Upon your return, I shall promote you from elite disciple to a core disciple of the martial hall." Lin Che, in the luxurious alchemy chamber of the inner academy, an elderly man clad in splendid attire, with white hair and downcast eyes, sat at the northern end. This elder emanated a fierce aura. He was one of the core elders of the inner academy's Dan Hall, Elder Danqing. In the central part of the alchemy chamber, 2 extraordinary young individuals stood, a young man named Ding Lai and a young woman named Lu Qianqiu. Before them were their respective alchemical bronze furnaces. At this moment, Lu Qianqiu and Ding Lai were harnessing the flames emanating from beneath the chamber, continuously enveloping the bronze furnaces before them. From within the furnaces, the fragrant aroma of medicinal pills wafted into the air. It was evident that Lu Qianqiu and Ding Lai were engaged in a fierce competition of alchemy. Their expressions were marked by utmost seriousness, sweat beading on their foreheads. At last, after an indeterminate period, Ding Lai was the first to complete the alchemical concoction, joyfully proclaiming, "Master, I have succeeded." "Very well, let us take a look," Elder Danqing replied, waving his robe. Yes, Ding Lai extinguished the ground fire in the alchemical chamber and lifted the lid of the furnace, whereupon a rich fragrance of herbs surged forth. Within the bronze cauldron lay a perfectly formed pill, its surface adorned with 5 exquisite patterns. Ah, splendid. This Yuhing Yuanyang pill is classified as a 7th grade spiritual pill, one of the more challenging to forge among its peers. The fact that you have inscribed 5 patterns is a testament to your burgeoning skill in alchemy. Elder Danqing nodded, his voice tinged with approval. Upon hearing the elder's praise, a look of delight spread across Ding Lai's face. "Thank you, Master. My modest achievements in alchemy are entirely due to your diligent guidance." However, he continued, "I crafted this Yuheng Yuanyang pill alongside junior sister Lu. Yet her pill has yet to be produced. Why is that?" Suddenly, Ding Lai's gaze shifted to Lu Qianqiu, a glimmer of subtle triumph surfacing in his eyes. Lu Qianqiu's countenance darkened at his words. They were both competing in front of their master, and having fallen behind in the alchemical endeavor, she felt she had already lost. The implied mockery in his tone stirred a flicker of anxiety within her. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the pill she had been crafting finally reached completion, prompting Lin Che to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. "Master, I have not failed you. I too have succeeded in creating the pill," she said respectfully. "Open the furnace," commanded the elder. "Yes," Lin Che replied, promptly unveiling the alchemical furnace. Another Yuhing Yuanong pill emerged into the air. However, unlike Ding Lai's, this one bore only 2 patterns and assumed an irregular shape. This. Lin Che felt a jolt of shock. She knew that with her abilities, she could have inscribed 5 patterns, yet here she was with a mere 2, a substandard pill. It dawned on her that Ding Lai's taunting words had unsettled her composure at a critical moment, resulting in this disappointing outcome. Humph. Elder Dantian let out a derisive snort upon witnessing Lin Che's creation, his face clearly reflecting disappointment. "Master, it was he, Ding Lai, who influenced me at the last moment. Otherwise," Lin Che attempted to explain, but at that moment, Elder Dantian shot her a cold glance. "Silence. Do not offer me excuses. As an alchemist, the most crucial qualities are a steady heart and steady hands. If you allow a mere word from another to disrupt your focus, that is solely your own failing. Furthermore, Ding Lai succeeded before you, which signifies your defeat. Should you not be reflecting on this?" the esteemed master admonished, and Lin Che hastily bowed his head in response. "Lin Che, you have been under my tutelage for a year now, have you not? Initially, I recognized your potential due to your spiritual prowess, which is why I took the exceptional step of accepting you as my direct disciple. However, heed my words, should you ever bring me such disappointment again, I can expel you from the alchemy pavilion at any moment. Is that clear?" "Why, yes, it is clear," the disciple replied, his heart heavy with trepidation. Drenched in cold sweat at Elder Dantian's merciless words, "I will remember this lesson and will never allow my master to be disappointed again." Chapter 47. Here to kill you, inadequate in accomplishment, yet proficient in failure. Upon observing Lin Che's expression, Elder Dantian let out a nonchalant hum. After uttering these words, he averted his gaze from Lin Che, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished within the alchemy chamber. TSK. Lu Jr. sister, were you not once the most favored by our master, holding others in disdain? How is it that now, merely having ruined a single elixir, you face such rebuke from our master? This is rather unexpected." After Elder Dantian departed, Ding Lai remarked with a smirk, his lips curling into a mocking arc. Since both Lin Che and Ding Lai entered the alchemy pavilion and became disciples of Elder Dantian, they had maintained a competitive rivalry, their animosity palpable even in private. Ding Lai. Lin Che clenched her teeth, her face contorted in rage, nearly forcing those 2 words through gritted jaws. Ding Lai, noticing her fury, laughed triumphantly. "Oh, are you angry? Ha! In the past, you were so arrogant under the protection of our master, always keeping me at bay. But from this day forth, that will no longer be the case. Your mistake lies in your ruthless actions. You have finally encountered a challenge. Now, because of your blunder, our master is suffering the repercussions, and his standing within the academy is diminishing. If I were our master, not only would I grow to detest and distance myself from you, but I might even wish to end your life to quench my ire. Lin Che, I bet you never imagined this would be your fate. I want to know, after provoking that fellow named Lin Che, do you regret it?" Ding Lai shook his head, reveling in the comfort of finally speaking such words after being overshadowed by Lin Che for so long. Meanwhile, Lin Che's expression darkened to its utmost depth. Lin Che? The mere thought of his name made Lin Che's fists clench tightly, a chilling murderous intent flickering in her eyes. At this moment, she was in dire need of cultivation resources, yet with her master's disdain, not only would she be deprived of those resources, but Elder Dantian would surely withhold his teachings on alchemy as well. This would irrevocably jeopardize her future. And all of this was because of Lin Che. Were it not for him, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. Observing the impotent fury on Lin Che's face, Ding Lai felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, but chose not to taunt her further, instead striding towards the exit of the alchemy chamber. Just then, a figure appeared at the door, causing him to halt abruptly. Lin Che sensed the anomaly as well and looked up. Lin Che. Upon seeing this figure, a flicker of something unusual crossed Ding Lai's face, while Lin Che's eyes blazed with fury as if she faced the murderer of her father. It was Lin Che. Lu Qianqiu was incredulous. Lin Che, how dare you appear here? I have come to kill you, Lin Che stated succinctly. Kill me? Lu Qianqiu did not lose her composure despite her anger. After a moment of mental probing, her expression twisted into one of savagery. It truly is only you. Lin Che. Do you have any idea how much I have longed to grind you to dust during this time? If you continue to cower within the martial hall, I would truly have no means to contend with you. Yet now, you dare to seek your own demise? Lu Qianqiu felt a twinge of confusion, pondering what courage Lin Che had to venture alone into her territory. However, that was of little consequence. Lu Qianqiu now perceived an opportunity. If she could eliminate Lin Che, she would undoubtedly regain her standing before her master. Noticing the sinister expression on Lu Qianqiu's face, Lin Che let out a cold laugh, his gaze shifting to Ding Lai beside him. Will you intervene? Ding Lai decisively shook his head, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender as he stepped aside. Naturally, he would not assist Lu Qianqiu, given their rivalry. Yet, Ding Lai was immensely curious. Did this young man truly possess the confidence to defeat her? Suddenly, as Ding Lai pondered, Lin Che's figure surged forward. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he charged at Lu Qianqiu, his speed akin to that of a released arrow. In midair, Lin Che clenched his fist and struck out. Seeing this, Lu Qianqiu's eyes narrowed, a glint of ferocity crossing her face as she unleashed a palm strike. She employed a battle technique, a low-grade Xian class skill. In the next moment, their fists clashed. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the area where they engaged was engulfed in a terrifying ripple of true energy. To Ding Lai's astonishment, Lu Qianqiu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the stone wall, which cracked like a spider's web under the impact. Purely physical prowess. How could this be? At that instant, Ding Lai was stupefied, for with his keen perception, he discerned that Lin Che's punch bore no enhancement from any battle technique, yet it had forced Lu Qianqiu back. The fourth stage of spirit martial. Lu Qianqiu's eyes trembled violently, disbelief etched across her features. Lin Che cast her a cold glance and remarked, "Ranked 10th on the heaven list, you are nothing exceptional." With that, Lin Che vanished from his original position, reappearing mysteriously before Lu Qianqiu. Drawing his sword for a swift slash, a magnificent beam of sword light surged forth. Sword intent. Lu Qianqiu's expression transformed abruptly as she brandished a long whip. This strike encompassed all her true energy, a single lash that seemed to make the very void tremble. Boom, boom, boom. However, upon contact with the sword light, Lu Qianqiu's countenance turned ashen. It felt as though she faced not a mere sword light, but a torrent of colossal waves crashing down simultaneously, generating an unimaginable force of impact. Sword waves. Within the sword intent lay the essence of water, forming layers of sword waves with tsunami-like strength, utterly overpowering Lu Qianqiu's assault. With a resounding crack, that single strike shattered Lu Qianqiu's defenses, leaving a deep gash upon her chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Lu Qianqiu lifted her gaze to the young man before her, her eyes filled with horror. No, it's impossible. Lu Qianqiu recalled their previous encounter, where this youth had been no match for her. Yet now, the circumstances had completely reversed. In just a fleeting span of 3 months, this young man not only ascended to the 4th level of spiritual martial arts, but also mastered a profound principle. How could this be achieved? However, as the thought took root in Lu Qianqiu's mind, the scene that unfolded before her eyes left her utterly astonished. No, the young man had not merely comprehended a single profound principle. It was evident that the spiritual sword, hovering before Lin Che, was enveloped not only in a swirling blue mist, but also shrouded in a layer of black fog. Clearly, both hues were manifestations of the profound principles. This meant that within Lin Che's sword intent, 2 distinct profound principles were intricately fused. Chapter 48. Playing with you until the end. What is that other profound principle, aside from the essence of water? At that moment, Lu Qianqiu inquired with a pale visage. Lin Che responded with a cold smirk. Why not feel it for yourself? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqiu glanced at the wound on her chest, only to discover it shrouded in a layer of ominous black mist. Furthermore, this dark haze was spreading throughout her body via her bloodstream. Poison. In that instant, Lu Qianqiu comprehended the dreadful truth. The second profound principle that Lin Che had mastered was, indeed, the essence of poison. Terror. Feeling the overwhelming surge of the 6th tier of spiritual martial arts, yet unable to suppress the encroaching toxins within her, Lu Qianqiu's heart was consumed by an all-encompassing fear of death. She lifted her gaze towards Ding Lai beside her and screamed, "Hurry! Go summon our master to save me." However, upon her urgent plea, Ding Lai remained frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. He stood as still as a statue. After witnessing Lin Che's ferocity, Ding Lai was acutely aware that the moment he dared to move, the spirit sword would undoubtedly strike him down. Thus, amidst the depths of despair, the poison enveloped Lin Che entirely. Within mere moments, her vitality was irrevocably extinguished, leaving behind a gruesome demise. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Che merely observed in silence. Only after Lin Che breathed her last did he turn to Ding Lai and say, "Now you may inform dantian to collect the remains of his dear disciple." Yet, at that moment, Ding Lai still stood motionless, resembling a sculpture. "Brother, I understand the rules. The instant I turn, you will strike me down with a single sword. I shall remain still." Lin Che cast him a peculiar glance, too apathetic to engage further, and subsequently turned to leave. It was not until Lin Che had walked a considerable distance that Ding Lai's taut nerves finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. The scene he had just witnessed was unspeakably horrifying. After departing the alchemy chamber, Lin Che felt a significant sense of relief. Over the past 3 months, the act of slaying Lin Che had been one of the driving forces behind his relentless cultivation. Now, he had finally accomplished it. With his own strength, he had brought down this venomous woman. No, to be precise, he had poisoned her to death. As for the essence of poison that Lin Che had grasped, it had been instilled in him through the relentless administration of toxins by that bald elder. Over the course of 3 months, subjected daily to various poisons, Lin Che was uncertain whether he had successfully cultivated the 10,000 curses poison body as promised by the old man. However, he had certainly comprehended the essence of poison ahead of schedule, even before mastering the essence of water. In simple terms, Lin Che was now imbued with poison. Indeed, he was truly toxic. Naturally, the notion that a virtuous gentleman would disdain the use of poison seemed utterly foolish to Lin Che. If one were to strike, they ought to do so lethally. This was the very essence of his pursuit of the sword. Moreover, the essence of poison would enable him to swiftly incapacitate his foes, undoubtedly augmenting the potency of his sword intent. Before long, Lin Che was greeted by the sound of a crane's call. A colossal spirit crane emerged into view, and as it swooped down, Lin Che leapt upon its back. "Is it resolved?" Bai Chili inquired. At this, Lin Che nodded affirmatively. To dare enter the inner court and slay Lin Che, Lin Che had indeed made preparations. Initially, the imposing presence of Luo Ro had deterred some of the elder figures within the inner court from making a move against him. Even if Elder Dantian were to act recklessly in defense of his kin, with Bai Lao accompanying him, he would hardly pose a threat. Fortunately, the assassination of Lin Che unfolded smoothly, without any complications, even surpassing Lin Che's expectations. He truly has been slain. Bai Lao's gaze flickered slightly. They had originally intended to proceed directly to the Xuanwu tomb, but just after departing from the martial hall, Lin Che expressed his desire to visit the inner court. Initially, Bai Lao had reservations, deeming it overly perilous, suggesting that seeking revenge could wait until they returned from the Xuanwu tomb and Lin Che had further matured. However, he could not dissuade Lin Che's determination. To his astonishment, Lin Che had indeed killed Lin Che. This revelation left Bai Chuli somewhat taken aback. It seemed that even over the course of 3 months observing Lin Che's cultivation, the youth's growth had exceeded expectations. Nevertheless, Bai Lao's inner astonishment remained concealed. Moments later, Bai Chuli projected a thought, and the spirit crane soared into the sky, heading southward. Half an hour later, within the discussion hall of the Daocang Academy, a group of venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, sat in solemnity, all holding significant power as senior members of the academy. At this moment, they gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground, their expressions transforming dramatically. A mere outer court disciple, having just entered the Daocang Academy for 3 months, had slain the genius ranked 10th on the heavenly list. Such a rate of growth was indeed formidable. Each individual on the heavenly list had undergone years of cultivation within the academy, benefiting from substantial resources. Even in the Tsangfeng kingdom, they were considered geniuses. Yet now, Lin Che had been killed by a mere 17-year-old boy who had only recently joined the Daocang Academy. How could this not evoke shock? Truly, he was the only prodigy in a millennium to have traversed the Tianhuan divine realm, and his momentum of growth was comparable, if not superior, to that of Bei Lingtian in his time. Within the hall, the elders voiced their astonishment. In contrast, the Grand Elder appeared somewhat pained, stating, "Director, we have all erred. Lin Che's potential is undoubtedly on par with Lingtian's. We should not have favored one over the other, forsaking such a talent for the sake of Lingtian. If we act now, it may not be too late." After all, Lin Che merely sought to eliminate Lu Qianxiu, and with Lu now deceased, the Academy should not pursue the matter further. Furthermore, we had initially promised him the status of an inner disciple, granting him access to the Academy's finest resources. I believe that if the Daocang Academy adopts a more humble approach and seeks to mend ties with this young man, there are no significant grievances between them, and I surmise he would not genuinely wish to contend with the Academy. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the brows of the many elders in the hall furrowed deeply, lowering their heads. In the esteemed Daocang Academy, which has stood for millennia as the unrivaled dominion of Yangzhou, how could we possibly bow to a mere boy still reeking of youth? Such news would surely invite mockery from the world. In response, the Grand Elder's expression flickered with a hint of anger as he remarked, "What you truly fear is not the laughter of others, but rather the scrutiny that will come with the revival of the martial hall, where the position of elder will once again be under its watchful eye. I must inquire, during the decade of the martial hall's absence, which among you has not exploited your power for personal gain?" At this point, it became apparent that the words of Lord Luo rang true. There are far too many parasites within the Daocang Academy. If we do not take decisive action to purge this rot, it will not be long before we disintegrate from within, without the need for external pressures. What does the Grand Elder mean by calling us parasites? Is this not a rather exaggerated claim? Each of us within the Daocang Academy has fulfilled our duties diligently. To be slandered in such a manner is unacceptable. The esteemed dean must stand up for us. Many elders rose to voice their objections, their expressions filled with righteous indignation. Enough. At that moment, the dean of Daocang Academy, seated at the head, slammed his hand upon the table, silencing the room. With a darkened expression, he declared, "The martial hall became a relic of the past a decade ago, and shall never again grace the Daocang Academy. The current martial hall's ambition to contend with us is nothing more than folly. Convey my orders. All disciples within the Academy shall take Lin Che as their target for training. Any who succeed in slaying Lin Che shall be directly promoted to the ranks of true disciples, along with a reward of a high-grade battle technique scroll, a superior-grade weapon, 10 high-grade medicinal pills, and 10 million gold coins." What? The Grand Elder's face registered shock upon hearing these words. However, before he could respond, the dean interjected, "This matter requires no further discussion. You may all disperse." Understood. With the dean's decision made, all present, save for the Grand Elder, visibly relaxed. Shortly thereafter, all the elders withdrew. Observing this, the Grand Elder could only shake his head in resignation and ultimately chose to leave. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in the dean's eyes. "Since you have placed your hopes for the martial hall upon the shoulders of a mere youth, I wonder what leverage you will possess to contend with me once I shatter that hope. Luoro, if it is a game you wish to play, then I shall indulge you to the very end." Chapter 49. Tianlong City. After Bai Lao and Lin Che departed from Daocang Academy, the spirit crane soared through the skies for several days before gradually approaching the southern border of Songfeng Kingdom. On this particular day, they descended near a vast city, one that encompassed magnificent landscapes of mountains, rivers, and forests. Upon entering the city, Bai Chili remarked, "This city is named Tianlong City. Situated at the southern border of Songfeng Kingdom, it serves as a formidable bastion guarding the frontier. It is rumored that the tomb of a formidable Xuanwu realm expert was discovered in the vicinity of Tianlong City. We shall linger here for a few days to listen to the rumors." There are numerous martial artists present. As Lin Che traversed the streets, he observed many powerful martial artists, most of whom, like them, were accompanied by an elder. These individuals belonged to influential families within Songfeng Kingdom. The younger ones were likely prodigies, while the older ones served as their guardians. "Guardians?" Lin Che queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Prodigies, before they fully mature, are at risk of falling. Thus, various factions naturally dispatch strong protectors for their journeys. The more exceptional the talent of these young individuals, the more formidable their guardians will be. Do you see the attire they wear? Each bears a star emblem. Songfeng Kingdom categorizes family factions from 1 to 9 stars. The higher the star rating, the stronger the family faction. Families rated 7 stars and above are generally not to be trifled with," Bai Chili succinctly explained. In response, Lin Che asked curiously, What is the standing of Daotsang Academy in the hierarchy of Songfeng Kingdom? Daotsang Academy suffered significant setbacks due to the turmoil a decade ago, which greatly depleted its resources. Nevertheless, it remains the foremost sect within Songfeng Kingdom. Of course, whether family or sect, all are subject to a certain degree of governance by the state. Despite their might, these families and sects still fall short in comparison to the national apparatus. Bai Lao elucidated. After listening to Bai Lao's account, Lin Che gained a rudimentary understanding of the power dynamics within Songfeng Kingdom. It seemed that the most formidable force in the kingdom was the official authority, namely the Songfeng royal family. Ah, is that not the old poisoner? Just as Lin Che and Bai Lao were conversing, an aged and grating voice suddenly pierced the air behind them. Upon hearing those words, both Lin Che and Bai Lao turned simultaneously. They beheld a disheveled old man with graying hair emerging into view. Beside this scruffy elder stood a young man, whose demeanor was imbued with an air of arrogance as he strode with his nose held high. Both the elder and the youth displayed a 9-star badge upon their chests, signifying their affiliation with a 9-star family faction. To encounter members of a 9-star family faction immediately upon entering Tianlong City was indeed unexpected for Lin Che, revealing the extraordinary allure of the Xuanwu tomb. Situ Kong. At that moment, the sight of the disheveled elder caused Bai Lao's brow to furrow slightly. Ha ha ha, old poisoner. It truly is you. I never expected to run into you here. What a stroke of misfortune. Situ Kong grinned broadly, his expression exuding a certain arrogance. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Che inquired curiously, Old Bai, is this your adversary? The individual in question was an elder from the Situ family, with whom I had harbored some grievances many years ago. However, as we have just arrived in this place, it is prudent to avoid making enemies. Old Bai conveyed a thought to Lin Che, preparing to take his leave. It was not that Old Bai feared this man. Rather, the younger talents of the Situ family present in Tianlong City were numerous, and Old Bai did not wish to create enmity for Lin Che, who was about to enter the Xuanwu tomb due to his past grievances. Yet, upon seeing Old Bai and Lin Che attempting to depart, Situ Kong persisted, Old Poison Master. You were once regarded as a formidable figure, yet now you seem so timid. Ah, I almost forgot. Back then you were an elder of the Martial Hall. But with its dissolution over the years, you now lack the backing of power, hence you appear like a mouse before a cat in my presence. Hearing the sharp words, Bai Qiuli clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately suppressed his fury. He glanced at Lin Che and said, Pay him no mind. Let us leave. However, witnessing this exchange, a young man beside Situ Kong interjected, pointing at Old Bai, Old dog. My master is speaking to you. Are you deaf? At this, Lin Che abruptly halted. While the grievances of the older generation could be set aside, how dare this young upstart speak disrespectfully to Old Bai? He then turned to the youth. Dare to utter another word, and I shall render you incapacitated. The youth was momentarily taken aback. Situ Kong furrowed his brows, observing Lin Che with a hint of displeasure on his aged face. Old Poison Master, is this your disciple? Such a lack of upbringing. In response, Bai Qiuli scoffed. It seems the one lacking manners is your disciple. How dare a mere junior speak so disrespectfully to me? Were it not for his association with you? That utterance alone would have sealed his fate in silence. Truly, an ignorant fool. Upon hearing this, Situ Kong nearly erupted, but seemed to suddenly recall something. A smirk spread across his lips as he said, Hee, Old Poison Master, since this lad is your disciple, let us set aside our old grievances for the moment. Why not allow the disciples to spar a bit? Liang, go and seek some guidance from this young brother. Situ Kong's words carried a glint of cunning. He was well aware of the prowess of his own direct disciple, who ranked among the finest talents of the Situ family. How could this young man, still so tender in years, possibly be a match for his disciple? Yes, master. The youth named Situ Liang grinned maliciously upon receiving the command. He took a couple of steps forward and provocatively beckoned Lin Che. Aren't you quite arrogant? Come on. Lin Che's expression darkened as he stepped forward. At this moment, Old Bai opened his mouth, intending to offer a word of caution. However, before he could speak, Lin Che interjected, Rest assured, Old Bai. I promise not to kill him. Bai Lao mused. This young man truly embodies the essence of the Martial Hall, resolute and taciturn. Lin Che approached the young man. Yet before either could engage, Situ Kong abruptly waved his sleeve, erecting a barrier around them. If a confrontation was to ensue, it would be a direct clash. There was little merit in watching someone flee in defeat. Sensing Situ Kong's malicious intent, Bai Lao discreetly shook his head, pondering the necessity of such actions. Previously, He had wished to escort Lin Che away, not from doubt in Lin Che's capabilities, but to prevent him from accumulating too many adversaries before entering the Xuanwu tomb. Bai Lao held considerable faith in Lin Che. Within the barrier, Situ Liang regarded Lin Che with a chilling smile, refraining from further words. He propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of energy. Dragon Ascension Fist. With relentless ferocity, he unleashed a low-grade mystic martial technique, striking with a punch that reverberated through the air. Fourth level of Spirit Martial? Upon sensing Situ Liang's prowess, Lin Che sheathed half of his Linghan sword. This opponent was unworthy of his blade. In the next moment, Lin Che retaliated with a fist of his own. The collision of their fists unleashed a ripple of energy that spread rapidly. Crack! A distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed as Situ Liang let out a blood-curdling scream. His body propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently against the barrier behind him. Despite his initial seriousness and the formidable technique he employed, he had gravely underestimated Lin Che's physical strength. Once steady, Situ Liang felt a sharp pain in his arm and sensed something was amiss. Wait, hold on. But before he could finish, Lin Che had vanished from sight. With explosive speed, Lin Che reappeared, delivering another crushing blow. Bam! This punch landed squarely on Situ Liang's face, shattering his nose and spraying blood. The force of the impact left Situ Liang dazed. Simultaneously, he grasped the vast disparity between their strengths and instantly lost the will to continue fighting. He hastily retreated, attempting to escape the combat zone. Unfortunately, after only a few steps back, he collided with an invisible barrier, the very one his master had set. In that moment, Situ Liang comprehended the essence of despair. No. Please don't. As he witnessed Lin Che closing in, his body trembled in fear. Bam! Without uttering a word, Lin Che surged forward, delivering another punch. This strike shattered Situ Liang's teeth and deformed his visage. Bam! 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 Under the relentless onslaught of Lin Che's fists, the terrified Situ Liang began to cower within the barrier, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. This was no friendly sparring, it was a one-sided annihilation. Master, save me. Within the confines of the barrier, Situ Liang's voice was on the verge of tears, disregarding his dignity as he let out a wretched howl to the outside world. Beyond the barrier, witnessing the scene akin to a father chastising his son, Situ Kong's face flickered between shades of pale and furious red, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. What a disgrace! Truly, a pitiful wretch, you have brought shame upon my name. Despite his profound disappointment, Situ Liang, as his cherished disciple, could not be abandoned. You little brat, do not go too far. Situ Kong bellowed, sweeping his sleeve to dismantle the intangible barrier. Not only that, he followed with a powerful palm strike directed at Lin Che's figure. The force behind this blow was immense, clearly imbued with malice. In his rage and humiliation, Situ Kong intended not only to rescue his disciple, but also to inflict severe injury upon Lin Che. Despicable and shameless. Witnessing this, Old Bai could not remain a mere spectator. At the instant Situ Kong made his move, he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Boom. The ferocious clash between the two formidable Xuanwu realm experts instantly tore the ground asunder, creating deep fissures that extended outward. Subsequently, both figures were propelled backward with great force. A grave expression crossed Situ Kong's face as he exclaimed, "Old Poison Master, I never expected that after years. You would have advanced to the third level of the Xuanwu realm. Heh, you are not too shabby yourself," Bai Qili retorted, a hint of mockery gracing his features, though he lamented the inadequacy of his disciple. Chapter 50. Do I appear weak? Upon hearing the merciless mockery from Elder Bai, Situ Kong's face darkened. However, before he could respond, Elder Bai continued, "Just because I intended to leave does not imply that I fear you. Now that my disciple has completed his sparring, should you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." At these words, Situ Kong fell into silence. He had already discerned the opponent's strength from their earlier exchange. Should a true battle ensue, he might not gain the upper hand. More importantly, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the opponent's use of poison. Not fighting? Noticing Situ Kong's silence, Elder Bai wore a look of derision. "Chair, let us depart." Lin Che nodded in agreement, and the two strode away with an air of confidence. Observing their retreating figures and casting a glance at Situ Liang, who lay in a heap on the ground, Situ Kong felt his frustration boil over. "Master, we cannot let them go just like that." Situ Liang coughed up blood, his words a muddled plea. "Silence. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Situ Kong shot a fierce glare at his disappointing disciple. Nevertheless, The appearance of these two must surely be linked to the Xuanwu tomb. This matter would not simply end here. With this thought, a glint of malice flashed in Situ Kong's eyes. Meanwhile, not far from the street, in a tea house, a nondescript, limping old man cloaked in dark robes observed the scene unfold. As he watched Lin Che's departing figure, a look of approval emerged in his eyes. Such a young age. Yet he has grasped the essence of sword intent. His talent is truly remarkable. Hearing the old man's praise for Lin Che, a nearby youth dressed in exquisite garments appeared puzzled. But he did not draw his sword. How does master know he has comprehended sword intent? This youth, seemingly around 15 years of age, was clearly younger than Lin Che, and while dressed like a young noble, any discerning eye could see that she was, in fact, a young lady. Her features were strikingly delicate, resembling a porcelain doll, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her large eyes sparkling like a galaxy. The limping old man chuckled softly. My lady, to ascertain a person's identity as a sword practitioner, one need not always witness them draw their sword. The boy's movements and offensive techniques clearly incorporate his understanding of the sword path, a distinct manifestation of having integrated sword intent. Sword intent. Upon hearing this, the exquisite young lady fell into contemplation. Suddenly, she rose, hefting what appeared to be an exceedingly heavy battle blade onto her petite shoulder, intent on leaving. The limping old man was taken aback. My lady, what are you doing? I wish to challenge him. Receiving even a single word of praise from master indicates that he is undoubtedly among the elite of the younger generation. I must meet him. The old man hurriedly interjected. This young man's presence here is likely linked to the Xuanwu tomb. There is no need for you to rush into a confrontation. The young lady pondered for a moment and conceded. Indeed, there is no need for haste. With that, she lowered the battle blade from her shoulder and returned to her seat. Then let us enjoy our tea. The lame old man. This girl is embarking on her first adventure. Everything is commendable, yet her impulsive nature is rather unbecoming of one so young. With this thought, the lame old man shook his head in resignation. After departing from the street, Elder Bai spoke gravely. Situ Kong holds a significant position within his family. Having suffered a setback, he is unlikely to relent easily. The Situ clan has likely sent several prodigies. Once you enter the Xuanwu tomb, exercise utmost caution. Will the older generation intervene? Lin Che asked. Not at all. Since you are a disciple undergoing trials, any intervention from the elders would be a breach of protocol. That is a relief, Lin Che replied, feeling somewhat reassured. He continued, I shall strive to avoid provoking them, but should they seek conflict with me, I shall not hold back. Subsequently, the two found a tavern to rest. During their stay, they gathered information regarding the Xuanwu tomb. This burial site lies 100 miles beyond Tianlong City. However, it remains uncertain whose final resting place it is. What is certain, though, is that the protective barrier surrounding the tomb is weakening, and entry should soon be possible. It is palpable that numerous factions covet this treasure. Each day, powerful figures from various clans arrive, riding their spirit beasts, creating an undercurrent of tension within Tianlong City. Finally, after 2 days, the news of the Xuanwu tomb's official opening spread like wildfire, prompting countless martial artists to leave Tianlong City. In a wild mountain range 100 miles from Tianlong City, Elder Bai led Lin Che to this location and remarked, the barrier has completely vanished. Deep within this mountain range lies the tomb of the formidable Xuanwu realm expert. I can only accompany you this far. From here on, you must rely on yourself. Remember what the Hall Master previously stated. You are the sole disciple of the martial hall. Whether you attain fortune is secondary. What matters most is returning alive. Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded solemnly. At that moment, Elder Bai produced several porcelain vials from his robe. Although I refer to myself as the Poison King, my prolonged exposure to toxins has granted me a certain expertise in healing. These are potent medicinal elixirs I have amassed over the years. You may find them invaluable once you enter. Lin Che felt a swell of gratitude as he accepted the vials. However, he soon withdrew a green porcelain vial. Furrowing his brow in concern, corrupted bone-devouring pill. This name hardly suggests a healing remedy. Elder Bai took the vial, glanced at it, and then appeared quite embarrassed. Ah, indeed, I seem to have made an error. This vial contains a deadly toxin, rather than a healing potion. Deadly toxin. Lin Che was taken aback. Was the old man hoping to ensure that he would suffer less in the event of injury? It seemed there was a reason behind his own toxic state. Simultaneously, Lin Che felt a flicker of relief. After 3 months under this old man's care, he had not succumbed to poison. which could only be described as a miracle. "Let us proceed," Lin Che declared after a moment. Without further ado, he ventured deeper into the mountain range. As he ventured deeper, Lin Che could distinctly perceive a myriad of diverse presences surrounding him, some distant and others near, all similarly advancing toward the mountain range. Undoubtedly, these auras belonged to the prodigious disciples of various formidable factions. Although each presence remained vigilant, none dared to initiate a confrontation. Having arrived at the Xuanwu tomb, their intent was to seek fortune. Hence, no one would be foolish enough to reveal their strength and unwittingly create adversaries. However, after Lin Che had traversed a considerable distance, a powerful surge suddenly assailed him. It manifested as a blade of light, slicing through the air from an unusual angle. Lin Che's gaze sharpened as he swiftly evaded the attack. With a resounding crash, the strike missed its target, leaving a deep gash in the ground, dust swirling in its wake. Pausing his steps, Lin Che glanced to the side and beheld a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. In his hand, he wielded a formidable 9-ring broadsword, exuding an intimidating aura of lethal intent. "What is your meaning?" Lin Che inquired coldly. He had never encountered this individual before, thus could not possibly harbor any grievances against him. At that moment, the man in the black robe licked his lips and coldly declared, "Hand over all your possessions, kid." Upon hearing these words, Lin Che grasped the situation. A robbery. This individual intended to rob him right here. Lin Che's expression darkened as he gestured towards several figures that were nearly vanishing from view, questioning, "Why did you not intercept the others who passed through here?" The black-robed man regarded Lin Che with a smirk. "What do you think?" Observing the mocking expression on his face, Lin Che furrowed his brow, beginning to comprehend the man's rationale. Although the black-robed figure possessed considerable strength, he was perceptive enough to recognize the congregation of powerful individuals within the Xuanwu tomb and understood that the treasures therein might be beyond his reach. Rather than compete within the tomb, he opted to abandon that pursuit and resorted to preying on the unwary here. After all, those who ventured forth were all prodigious disciples from significant factions, each one replete with wealth. Of course, engaging in such nefarious endeavors necessitated a keen eye. One must be wary of provoking formidable characters. Thus, he refrained from intercepting the formidable presences that had passed before Lin Che's arrival, until now. Realizing the man's intentions, Lin Che felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Pointing to himself, he asked incredulously, "Do I appear weak to you?" Chapter 51. When Xian grass, you are not only weak, but also lack self-awareness. Upon hearing Lin Che's question, the figure clad in black robes regarded him with an expression of disdain, akin to that reserved for a fool. In response, Lin Che's calm demeanor shattered. He was not merely unsettled, but rather consumed by a profound rage. Whoosh! In the next instant, a resounding cry of a sword pierced the tranquility of the forest. Lin Che fell silent, and with a mere flick of his fingers, the Linghan sword surged forth like a tempest, hurtling towards the black-robed man. This was the manifestation of true energy wielding a sword. Swish! The speed of this strike was nothing short of terrifying, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. A sword cultivator. At the moment the sword was unleashed, tumultuous waves surged within the black-robed man's eyes. His instincts reacted instantaneously, and he attempted to draw his blade to intercept. However, just as his hand lifted, with a sickening thud, the Linghan sword pierced through his throat, crimson blood gushing forth. Thud! The next moment, the black-robed man's lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes still brimming with shock and an unwillingness to accept his fate. Death would not grant him repose. He could hardly have anticipated that the prey he had so meticulously chosen, with utmost caution, would turn out to be the most formidable adversary, a sword cultivator. After dispatching this foe, Lin Che retrieved the Linghan sword, of course, not neglecting the space ring left behind. A brief mental probe revealed an expression of astonishment on Lin Che's face. Within, he discovered a high-grade spiritual technique, 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and a sum of 500,000 gold coins. A high-grade spiritual technique could fetch around 400,000 in an auction, while each mid-grade spiritual artifact was valued at 200,000 coins. Thus, a preliminary estimate placed the total worth of these items at approximately 1,500,000 gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. In the days of the Lin family, such wealth would take 4 to 5 years to amass. It is undeniable that the prodigies entering this Xuanwu tomb were exceptionally affluent, igniting in Lin Che an impulse to plunder. Alas, Given Lin Che's current predicament, he found himself in dire straits. The cultivation methods of the Chi, while extraordinary, demanded far more resources than those of his peers. At this juncture, Lin Che surmised that to break through to the 5th level of spiritual martial arts, he would require resources valued at no less than 10 million gold coins. For Lin Che, 10 million gold coins was an astronomical figure. He couldn't help but wish for more opportunities to encounter such lucrative targets. With his spoils secured, Lin Che turned to depart. The unfortunate black-robed man, if he were to hear this sentiment from beyond, might very well be enraged enough to rise once more. The expanse of the mountain range was vast. Although it served as the burial site for a powerful figure of the Xuanwu realm, the true treasures were not scattered about its periphery. It could be inferred that the riches left behind by that formidable being were likely concentrated within the main tomb. Thus, the various prodigies entering the mountains were converging towards the heart of the range. Lin Che followed suit, eschewing time wasted on peripheral searches. After delving several dozen miles deeper into the mountains, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. Buzz. As soon as Lingtian stepped into this region, it trembled involuntarily. The essence. Lin Che sensed the unusual behavior of Lingtian, and a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Upon careful consideration, it became clear that it was not Lingtian that sensed something. Rather, it was the dual poison and water essences enveloping Lingtian that were agitated. The only force capable of eliciting such a response from the essence could only be another essence. This indicated that this region might very well harbor a medicinal herb containing the essence. With this thought in mind, Lin Che resolutely halted his advance toward the main tomb. The elderly woman from the martial hall had once stated that a herb imbued with essence was worth at least 10 million gold coins, and such treasures were often priceless. Since there was a response, Lin Che did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Of course, many prodigies had entered the Xuanwu tomb, and Lin Che was not the only one fortunate enough to sense the essence. In a certain valley within these mountains, a fierce wind surged perpetually. This was not an ordinary mountain breeze, but a formidable gale. It could tear apart any martial artist below the spirit martial realm who dared to tread here. At this moment, however, more than 20 young warriors stood at the entrance of the valley. Within the valley grew a remarkable herb on the stone wall. It was the Lingtian grass. A treasure containing the essence of wind had actually appeared here. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding young elites were overtaken by a palpable greed. They all understood the immense value of an essence herb. Possessing it could lead to instant wealth. Thus, at that moment, a current of tension and hostility surged through the air, akin to drawn swords. However, before a conflict could erupt over the Lingtian grass, a voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly rang out. The value of a Lingtian grass is so precious. Do you think you all possess the strength to contend for it? As the words fell, a figure approached from a distance. Upon seeing him, someone gasped in astonishment. This individual was Gu Lang, a prodigy from the 9-star clan of the ancient lineage. The Gu clan, a family force of the Tsongfeng kingdom, ranked by star levels, with higher ranks denoting greater strength. Yet, there were no more than 10 9-star families throughout the entire kingdom. Thus, upon recognizing the star insignia on his attire, everyone present became exceedingly cautious. Simultaneously, Gu Lang's gaze swept over all within the valley, asserting unequivocally, the Lingtian grass is not something you all can lay claim to. Wise ones should leave quickly. The command was clear and forceful. The crowd was evidently taken aback by Gu Lang's audacious demeanor, demanding everyone to vacate as soon as he arrived. This was not surprising. Of course, those from the 9-star clan indeed had backgrounds that none present could rival. However, the individuals entering the Xuanwu tomb were not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Gu Lang's threat, some of the weaker individuals discreetly retreated, yet the majority remained steadfast, unwilling to back down. The primary reason being the astonishing value of the Lingtian grass. Another reason, evidently, is that this youth named Gulong lacks sufficient intimidation. Gulong, your family is indeed powerful, yet within the ancient clan, you are merely an average prodigy. As you enter the Xuanwu tomb, the elders are unable to intervene. To think you could command us to retreat with a mere word is rather an overestimation of your own strength, wouldn't you agree? Observing that those around him remained unyielded by the imposing presence of his ancient clan, Gulong's expression darkened, and he was about to speak. However, before he could utter another word, a bizarre scene unfolded in the arena, and an unexpected transformation occurred. Chapter 52. The violent girl, just as Gu Lang and the numerous talented youths in the valley found themselves in a stalemate. The sudden appearance of a figure instantly shattered the prevailing situation. A young man clad in a black robe raced towards them with astonishing speed, weaving effortlessly through the crowd and arriving beneath the stone wall where the Feng Xian grass thrived in the blink of an eye. He then grasped the grass, uprooting it with a single motion, and without a glance back, stowed it away in his spatial ring. This scene, like a flash of lightning, left everyone in the valley momentarily stunned. After a few breaths, they began to comprehend. The Feng Xian grass had been claimed by another. When their eyes finally focused on the young figure, astonishment and indignation surged within them upon realizing he was a mere boy, not yet 20 years old. For the sake of the Feng Xian grass, they had disregarded the ancient clan's intimidation, and yet this boy dared to seize it brazenly. In the next moment, a chorus of furious shouts erupted from the crowd. How audacious! Which faction do you belong to? Seeking death? You little brat, put down that Feng Xian grass. Amidst the chaotic insults, 3 martial artists, unable to contain their rage, charged directly at the black-robed youth. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 attackers were all above the 4th level of spirit martial, making them formidable forces within this valley. Their combined assault unleashed a force that caused the air to crackle ominously. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, the black-robed youth did not flinch. Instead, he drew a long sword with a swift motion. Whoosh! In the next instant, an aura of terrifying sword intent surged forth. Indeed, this boy was Lin Che. Uft, uft, uft. Waves of sword light flitted through the air, and in a heartbeat, the 3 figures that had lunged toward Lin Che plummeted to the ground. Each bore a gruesome gash at their throats, pierced by the spiritual sword. 3 lives extinguished in an instant. The sight left all present in a state of shock. However, as their gazes fell upon the 3 lifeless bodies, their astonishment deepened. A dark mist was emanating from the wounds. This boy's sword is poisoned. No, it is not the sword that is poisoned. Rather, he has mastered the essence of poison. To coat a sword in poison could not threaten those at the spirit martial level. It was evident that this youth's strike contained the profound essence of poison. At that moment, every martial artist who witnessed this was filled with disbelief. Even Gu Lang from the ancient clan found his expression grave. To annihilate 3 martial artists above the 4th level of spirit martial in an instant was no small feat, even for him. This demonstrated the extraordinary prowess of the young man. Lin Che stood calmly, his long sword hovering before him, its blade shimmering with a dance of black and blue hues. At this moment, he cast a sweeping glance around, the wind mystic herb now firmly in his grasp. Should anyone wish to attempt to seize it, let them come forth, he declared. In response, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. A swordsman, a wielder of sword intent. Intriguingly, it appeared that within this sword intent lay the fusion of 2 profound mysteries. Although Lin Che's aura presently conveyed merely the 4th realm of spiritual martial arts, none dared to underestimate the prowess of this youth. The terror of that single sword strike lingered in their minds, and momentarily, no one dared to step forward to contest it. Then I thank you all for your graciousness, Lin Che remarked, observing the scene before him. After speaking, he intended to stride towards the canyon's edge. Yet, at that moment, the crowd made no effort to part, evidently reluctant to allow him to depart so easily. Are you intent on battle? Lin Che inquired once more. Yet again, silence prevailed. The allure of the wind mystic herb was simply too potent. None present wished to relinquish their claim, but under Lin Che's imposing presence, not a soul dared to make the first move. The atmosphere had become palpably tense. Lin Che furrowed his brow slightly, gripping the Linghan sword firmly. This treasured herb would undoubtedly attract even more formidable foes, and lingering here would only exacerbate his predicament. He resolved to break through. As this thought crystallized, he prepared to make his move. However, just as he took a step, an overwhelming aura of danger surged toward him from the side. With a whoosh, a blood-red battle blade manifested before Lin Che, descending like a streak of crimson lightning. The blade intent. Most astonishing was the fact that this strike contained a remarkably profound essence of blade intent. Without a moment's hesitation, upon sensing the approaching attack, Lin Che countered with his sword. Clang! A piercing shriek reverberated, compelling all present to instinctively cover their ears, their faces contorted in pain. Boom! Soon after, the clash of sword and blade intent erupted, sending ripples of immense true energy sweeping outward, engulfing the space in swirling dust. After the initial impact, both Lin Che and the assailant staggered backward. As the dust settled, Lin Che finally discerned the identity of his attacker, his eyes widening in surprise. The assailant was, astonishingly, a young girl. Adorned in a snow-white robe threaded with golden silk, she bore the grace of a noble youth, yet her form was light and agile. Her crystalline eyes sparkled with clarity, and her lips were rosy against her pearly teeth, her beauty accentuated by a certain softness. What left onlookers astounded was that this young girl bore a heavy blood blade upon her shoulder, one that seemed ill-suited to her delicate frame. Lin Che's gaze sharpened. She appeared younger than him, seemingly around 15 years of age, yet she was a practitioner who had comprehended blade intent. With a solemn expression, Lin Che regarded her. "Are you here to vie for the herb as well?" Upon hearing this, the girl shook her head. "I am here to spar with you, to experience the sword intent that you have mastered." "Spar?" Lin Che furrowed his brow. "Do I know you?" "You do not, but I have witnessed your prowess in battle. My master has spoken highly of you. This journey is for my training, and naturally, I wish to engage with formidable opponents. Thus, I have deemed you my first target to conquer." The young girl wore a remarkably serious expression. Lin Che thought to himself, whose child is this? Where did she come from? He felt somewhat vexed. Having just exchanged a strike, Lin Che realized that although the girl was young, her strength was not to be underestimated. If it came to a real confrontation, he would not shy away. However, should a battle ensue, and if other powerful individuals were to arrive, the situation would become precarious. Contemplating this, Lin Che looked at the girl and shook his head slightly. "Did your master not inform you that taking advantage of others in peril is the act of a coward? Look at the circumstances before us. These people seek to kill me. If I were to spar with you, I would have to be wary of others launching a surprise attack. Do you think there is any fairness in our duel?" The girl nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning quite sound. In the next moment, without uttering a word, she turned and delivered a powerful strike behind her. Boom! A blade of light, spanning several dozen feet, sliced through the air, creating a tempest of violent currents. The target was none other than the onlookers present. "Retreat!" The spectators, sensing the ferocity of the blade's intent, hastily withdrew. However, some individuals, weaker in strength, failed to evade in time and were grazed by the blade's intent, feeling as if they had been struck by a colossal mountain, causing them to spew forth blood. Fortunately, it seemed the girl had no intention of taking lives. Yet, even so, as the dense blade intent dissipated, the ground where the crowd had stood cracked, fissures extending outward. "This is the mountain essence." Witnessing this spectacle, all present were taken aback. They discerned that within the girl's blade intent lay a profound realm, the mountain essence. A strike as heavy as a mountain, breaking through myriad loss. Feeling the power of that blow, the gazes of all turned towards the girl, their expressions transformed. To awaken blade intent at such a young age, and to merge it with a profound essence was a talent that could only be deemed extraordinary. Yet, they could not fathom why the girl had suddenly attacked them. At that moment, the girl in the embroidered robe addressed Lin Che. "Let us join forces to eliminate these ruffians first, and then we shall battle. It will be fair, won't it?" The crowd was left speechless. A swordsman and a blade practitioner. These two were actually proposing to collaborate? Upon hearing her words, and witnessing the girl truly stand beside Lin Che, a sense of trepidation began to spread among the onlookers. There was no choice, though the medicinal herb infused with the essence of wind was precious. One must have their life to obtain it. Just Lin Che alone had already instilled immense fear. And while the remaining crowd might still muster the courage to fight if they worked together, the emergence of this formidable young girl meant that facing the duo's alliance was no longer a mere contest of strength, but rather a gamble with their lives, meaningless and futile. "Let us go." After a brief moment of silence, everyone in the valley decisively began to retreat. Even the genius named Gu Lang from the ancient clan, observing Lin Che and the girl, could not help but show a deep sense of wariness in his eyes. Ultimately, after a moment's hesitation, he too chose to depart. Moments later, within the confines of the valley, only Lin Che and the young maiden remained. Chapter 53. The opening of the main tomb. "My name is Li Ziyue. What is yours?" After the crowd dispersed, the young girl cast a glance at Lin Che. "Lin Che," he replied casually. "Lin Che, may I ask, can we begin the fight now?" The girl named Li Ziyue stepped directly in front of Lin Che, inquiring earnestly. Before Lin Che could respond, she had already gripped her blade, adopting a stance ready for battle. Lin Che regarded the ferocious young girl with a sense of helplessness, bewildered as to how he had become her target. However, given the circumstances, he certainly did not fear the challenge posed by a mere child. Thus, He took a step back to gain distance, grasping the Linghan's sword in hand. Suddenly, a fierce sword intent radiated from him, enveloping the air around. The confrontation between the two was imminent. Boom. Yet just as they were about to engage, a violent tremor unexpectedly surged forth. In the heart of the mountain range, a brilliant beam of light erupted skyward, sending powerful ripples that caused all creatures in the forest to flee in terror. The very ground trembled, as if something was about to burst forth from beneath. This bizarre spectacle caused Lin Che's expression to shift. The main tomb. Such an anomaly was likely an omen signaling the opening of the tomb of a formidable Xuanwu realm expert. Simultaneously, every martial artist who had entered this mountain range looked upon the celestial phenomenon with heightened excitement, rushing frantically towards the heart of the mountains. Why had they entered this secret realm? Undoubtedly, it was in pursuit of the legacy left by this Xuanwu expert. And the opening of the main tomb heralded the imminent emergence of true treasures, an allure too irresistible for all martial practitioners. At this moment, Lin Che felt a stirring in his heart and began to move towards the valley's exit. However, as he took a step forward, Li Ziyue interjected, "What are you doing? Little girl, did you not see the main tomb has opened?" Lin Che retorted, "And so what? I have no interest in what lies within the main tomb. You promised to battle me first, so we shall finish that before anything else," Li Ziyue stated earnestly. Lin Che felt defeated. What was this girl's purpose? Had she entered the Xuanwu tomb merely to seek a fight? Yet her indifference to the opening of the main tomb did not imply that he shared her lack of interest. If they were to engage in combat, the treasures within the tomb would undoubtedly be claimed by others. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Che spoke, "Little girl, why are you so fixated on me? There are many talented individuals gathered in this mountain range, and my strength is merely average. Now that the main tomb has opened, numerous powerful figures will surely flock there. If you truly wish to find a worthy opponent, that is where you should head." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Li Ziyue's eyes. Really? Seeing her reaction, Lin Che promptly nodded. "Indeed. Are there many strong individuals?" "Quite a few." "Then let us go." This time, Li Ziyue did not hesitate, shouldering her battle blade as she strode outward. Was she so easily swayed? Lin Che was somewhat taken aback. It appeared that although the young girl exhibited a violent demeanor, she was evidently stepping out of her family for the first time, displaying a remarkable naivety. Deep within the mountainous terrain, a towering peak stood erect, resembling a grand hall, albeit entirely hollowed out within, forming an immensely magnificent edifice. At that moment, the oppressive aura enveloping the entire mountain range emanated from this very mountain. Surrounding it were countless factions, comprised of youthful prodigies, all under the age of 25, amounting to thousands in number. These individuals gazed at the grand hall before them, their eyes ignited with fervent anticipation. They all awaited the moment when the overwhelming pressure within the hall would subside, signaling the onset of a fierce contest for supremacy. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension. Amidst the myriad factions, two powers were evidently regarded with the utmost trepidation, the ancient clan and the Sidu house. These were two illustrious nine-star family factions. In the realm of Songfeng, the nine-star families numbered no more than a handful, and the fact that this Xuanwu tomb had attracted two of them underscored the intensity of the impending conflict. At this moment, in the vicinity of the Sidu house, 6 or 7 young powerhouses sat cross-legged, while other factions kept their distance, for the prestige of the nine-star families in Songfeng was undeniably formidable. The leader of the Sidu house was a young man in his 20s, unremarkable in appearance, yet exuding an astonishing aura. His name was Situ Mingwe, a prodigious talent among the younger generation of the Sidu house, whose strength ranked within the top 5. At this juncture, Situ Mingwe turned his gaze towards a disciple of the Situ house who stood behind him. Surprisingly, the disciple's visage was a sight to behold. His face was bruised and battered, with dark rings around his eyes, a crooked mouth, and several shattered teeth. Anyone who laid eyes upon him could not help but think of the word tragic. Undoubtedly, this individual was Situ Liang, the one whom Lin Che had thoroughly beaten in Tianlong City. Situ Mingwe observed his disheveled state, and although he had grown accustomed to it over the past few days, he could not help but frown every time he saw him. He inquired in a low voice, "Is that brat who beat you in Tianlong City here?" Upon hearing this, Situ Liang quickly rose and scanned the surroundings, shaking his head as he replied, "No, he isn't here, but he must have entered this mountain range. Brother, you must avenge me." His face was a mask of despair, and the mere mention of Lin Che ignited a fierce hatred that made him tremble with rage. Rest assured, you are a member of the Situ house. If he dares to lay a hand on you, he is slapping the face of the Situ family. Moreover, before entering, your master specifically instructed me that if I encounter that brat, I must help you vent your anger, Situ Mingwei casually remarked. Thank you, brother, Situ Liang exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement, as if the prospect of retribution was imminent. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, in the territory of the ancient clan, the leading young man was named Gu Li, who was also the prominent figure representing the younger generation of the ancient clan entering the Xuanwu tomb. Although this individual appeared somewhat diminutive in stature, the ancient clan disciples surrounding him regarded him with an unmistakable air of reverence. This was due not only to Gu Li's formidable prowess, but also to his ruthless disposition. At that moment, Gu Li turned to a companion beside him and inquired, "Did you not mention earlier that you encountered a profound medicinal herb within a certain valley?" Upon hearing the question, Gu Lang promptly responded with utmost respect. In response to brotherly, indeed, just prior to my arrival here, I discovered an herb imbued with profound essence, the wind profound grass. Wind profound grass. At the utterance of these three words, not only did Li Jio's expression shift, but the other disciples of the ancient clan also displayed evident astonishment. An herb of such profound essence held immeasurable value, and they marveled at Gu Lang's extraordinary fortune in having stumbled upon such an opportunity. Gu Li quickly pressed, "Did you secure it?" However, Gu Lang shook his head in evident dismay. Observing this, Li Jio furrowed his brow, pondering whether it had fallen into the hands of the Situ manor. In his estimation, the only force capable of wresting treasures from the ancient clan would be the Situ manor, a fellow nine-star family. Not quite, Gu Lang continued. The wind profound grass ended up in the possession of a young man whose affiliations remain unclear. He appears to be a rogue cultivator. What? Li Jio's frown deepened at the revelation that such a treasure had fallen into the hands of a rogue. Gu Lang's face bore a hint of shame as he recounted. Initially, I was determined to obtain the wind profound grass, yet that peculiar youth, despite being merely at the 4th level of spirit martial arts, is a formidable swordsman. Li Jio waved his hand, interrupting Gu Lang's narrative with a cold tone. The main tomb is about to be opened. Once we acquire the treasures within, no matter how deep we must dig, we shall undoubtedly hunt down that youth. The wind profound grass must not slip through our fingers. Indeed, Gu Lang nodded, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. If he were to truly obtain the wind profound grass, he would certainly keep it to himself. However, now that it had been seized by that youth, he would not easily swallow this indignity. He disclosed this information knowing well the merciless nature of brother Gu Li, who would surely not spare the rogue once he learned of the herb's whereabouts. Look, the barrier, it seems to be dissipating. Just as everyone awaited the true opening of the main tomb, an unknown voice called out, causing all to gaze forward. Indeed, the barrier enveloping the great mountain was swiftly vanishing, revealing a stone door at the foot of the mountain, the very entrance to the grand hall. It has opened. It has truly opened. Witnessing this scene, all factions present stirred with anticipation, their eyes alight with excitement. Charge. With that, as the first individual set forth, it was as if a tsunami had been unleashed. Everyone surged toward the grand hall, eager not to be outpaced by their rivals. As the first wave of individuals surged into the grand hall, they beheld the intricate structure within. The space was compartmentalized into several stone chambers, each emanating a radiant glow and pulsating with intense spiritual energy. A few individuals hastily rushed into one of the chambers, and soon, exclamations of astonishment echoed from within. A spiritual artifact. A superior-grade spiritual artifact. This is an advanced level technique. A 9th-grade spirit pill, huh? I have stumbled upon a 9th-grade spirit pill. How dare you? Which faction do you belong to brazenly seize my treasure? Put down that spirit pill, or I shall make you regret ever stepping foot in this world. As treasures were unearthed, a wave of covetousness swept over the crowd, igniting disputes. In no time, the sounds of clashing blades and fists reverberated through the air. The stone chamber erupted into chaos, waves of true energy cascading outward, mingled with shouts of fury and cries of agony. Even without witnessing the scene firsthand, one could envision the brutality of the bloodshed. However, at this juncture, certain factions appeared disinterested in the treasures contained within these chambers. They deemed the items within as commonplace, unworthy of their time. The true fortune must lie deeper within the hall. Indeed, let us press onward. Superior-grade spiritual artifacts and advanced techniques, while enticing to some martial artists. paled in comparison to the allure of greater riches for the more formidable factions. These individuals cast their gaze towards the depths of the Grand Hall, speculating that the true treasures of the mysterious Xuanwu tomb awaited them there, and thus they pressed forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, it was only after some time that a pair of youthful figures emerged in this place. These two were Lin Che and Li Ziyue. Lin Che glanced at the entrance of the Grand Hall, a flicker of frustration surfacing in his eyes. The main tomb has been opened, and we have arrived too late? After uttering this thought, he dashed into the hall. What met his eyes was a scene of carnage, strewn with blood and corpses. These individuals had evidently perished in their quest for the treasures. Lin Che crouched down, turning over several bodies as if searching for something. Li Ziyue furrowed her brow. What are you doing? Looking for any lost spatial rings or the like? You actually intend to profit from the dead? Aren't you concerned about the bad luck? Li Ziyue remarked with a hint of disdain. Lin Che shot her a glare. Young lady, do you think everyone is like you, born with a silver spoon? Your path has been paved since birth, with resources at your fingertips. I am a wandering cultivator. I must fight for these resources with my life. You may be indifferent, but please refrain from viewing matters solely from your perspective, for it only reveals ignorance and immaturity. Though unaware of the girl's true identity, it was evident that her considerable strength at such a young age implied an extraordinary backing. Nonetheless, had she not intervened, Lin Che would not have missed the opportunity presented by the opening of the main tomb. As he uttered those words, a surge of anger coursed through him, his voice taking on a stern tone. Li Ziyue stood there, momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to respond. However, once she regained her composure, it was not fury that she felt, but rather a sense of grievance. In truth, her character was not one to look down upon others due to her own advantages. The words she spoke were, indeed, thoughtless, stemming from a lack of understanding. As Lin Che had pointed out, she had never lacked resources since her birth, and this was her first foray into the world of cultivation. Naturally, she was unaware of how other warriors acquired their resources. Yet, through Lin Che's words, she understood that her previous condescending demeanor had been somewhat hurtful. Lowering her gaze, she blinked, wanting to apologize, but found the words difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, Lin Che remained oblivious to her current disposition, casually rummaging through several corpses and concluding that the spatial rings of the deceased had likely been taken by someone else. Without hesitation, he proceeded deeper into the Grand Hall. Seeing Lin Che depart, Li Ziyue stamped her foot in frustration, standing alone amidst the fallen bodies. Her expression betrayed a flicker of fear, starkly contrasting her earlier violent demeanor. Wait for me, she called out, hastily setting off in pursuit of Lin Che's figure. Chapter 54. The Art of Opportunism. Deep within the main hall of the ancestral tomb, a series of spatial fluctuations echoed, heralding the arrival of numerous formidable figures. Undoubtedly, those who reached this place first were primarily the prodigies of significant factions, each one far from ordinary. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were all rendered speechless. What was this? At the center of the Grand Hall stood a lotus pedestal, radiating a mesmerizing light. Upon this pedestal rested a sphere the size of an infant's fist, its surface shimmering with a dance of light and darkness, black and white hues flowing languidly, emanating an inexplicable charm that seemed to ensnare the very essence of one's soul with a mere glance. Could it be the Xuanwu transformation pill? The transformation pill. Legends spoke of such treasures forming only after the death of deeply skilled warriors, steeped in the essence of heaven and earth over centuries. A single transformation pill not only embodied the martial insights of the deceased warrior's lifetime, but also sealed a portion of their cultivation. Using a Xuanwu transformation pill to activate a formation could unleash the power of a Dao-level array, while in the realm of weapon forging, it could create superior Xin artifacts. If utilized in alchemy, it could yield 9th-grade Xin elixirs. Even if one merely held this transformation pill, their comprehension of the world would become profoundly clearer, enabling rapid advancement in their cultivation. In summary, regardless of its application, a Xuanwu transformation pill was worth its weight in gold. On the market, the value of a single Xuanwu transformation pill soared to at least 100 million gold coins, and yet it remained a rarity, often unattainable. 100 million gold coins. The mere thought of this figure sent the hearts of all present racing, their eyes widening in disbelief. Among the ancient clan members, Guli, upon arriving, swiftly recognized the significance of this item. He immediately retrieved a communication stone and conveyed, "Master, it is the transformation pill. There lies a Xuanwu transformation pill within the ancestral tomb." What? It is indeed the transformation pill. Moments later, a voice, aged and tinged with excitement, resonated from the communication stone. Disciple, regardless of the cost, we must obtain this pill. Yes, master. Not only Guli, but all the talented figures from various factions deep within the hall utilized their communication stones to relay their thoughts, connecting with their elders outside. The responses they received urged them to exert every effort to secure the coveted Xuanwu transformation pill. Seize it. The atmosphere fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into a frenzy as the prodigies of various factions surged forward, racing towards the pedestal with unparalleled fervor. This treasure must belong to my ancient clan. Those who dare contest it seek to become our enemies. Guli, like a gust of wind, charged towards the pedestal while invoking the formidable name of his clan to intimidate others. However, before he could draw near, a figure intercepted him directly. It was none other than Situ Mingyue of the Situ Manor. With a cold smirk, Situ Mingyue remarked, "What value does your ancient clan's reputation hold?" "The Xuanwu transformation pill. Our Situ Manor is determined to acquire it today. Situ Mingyue, if you dare to obstruct my path, you are courting death." Heh. Guli, while others may fear your ancient clan, Situ Manor harbors no such trepidation. Today, it remains uncertain who shall meet their demise. As the two exchanged words, they commenced a fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. It was evident that neither party held back in their strikes, and with both possessing formidable strength. Each clash unleashed terrifying ripples of genuine energy, causing several martial artists of lesser realms to be sent reeling backward. Moreover, numerous family factions, both large and small, were embroiled in an even more brutal struggle, their eyes ablaze with fervor. In the air, blades flashed, fists blurred, and palm strikes collided. A chaotic tapestry of assaults ensued, with some even resorting to the use of extraordinarily valuable attack talismans, resulting in widespread devastation. In summary, it could be encapsulated in 4 words, all cards laid bare. The anguished cries echoed incessantly. Within a brief span, the grand hall had transformed into a veritable battleground, with staggering casualties. Yet, this turmoil did not persist for long. Just as the fierce combat in the hall reached a fever pitch, the sudden appearance of a figure swiftly altered the dynamics. Whoosh! A youth clad in a black robe darted in like a gust of wind. He swiftly maneuvered past the throng, effortlessly ascending the platform in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, all present were momentarily paralyzed. Silence. The entire hall descended into an eerie stillness until the youth, with nonchalance, stowed the coveted Xuanwu transformation pill within his spiritual ring, prompting everyone to regain their senses. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes turned crimson, casting predatory gazes upon the black-robed youth. Undoubtedly, this young man was Lin Che. At that moment, Li Ziyue also approached Lin Che's side, her expression peculiarly contemplative as she regarded him, as if pondering, "Are you a professional in seizing opportunities?" Recalling how Lin Che had previously acquired the Fengxian grass, and now witnessing his method of obtaining the Xuanwu transformation pill, it was astonishingly similar. Seizing opportunities. Indeed, this was an instance of seizing opportunities. The reasons for this occurrence were threefold. First, the powerful figures among the various factions, including Gu Li and Situ Mingyue, were mutually restraining one another, rendering them unable to intercept Lin Che in that moment. Second, Lin Che's speed was truly remarkable, under the application of his explosive pace. Few within the Grand Hall could react swiftly enough to impede him. Third, the reason that the various factions engaged in battle rather than immediately seizing the Xuanwu transformation pill was that they understood that without determining a victor, the one who first grasped the pill would undoubtedly be courting death, becoming the target of all. Just like now, at the instant Lin Che acquired the Xuanwu transformation pill, all ceased their fierce fighting, their collective gaze fixed upon him, filled with not only fury but also a chilling coldness, as if regarding a corpse. Clearly, in that fleeting moment, Lin Che's actions had drawn the ire of all factions. Chapter 55, Truly Poisonous Brother Mingyue. It is he is the wretched creature who reduced me to this state back in Tianlong City. Upon catching sight of Lin Che, Situ Liang's teeth chattered, his words muddled and filled with agitation. Hearing this, Situ Mingyue narrowed his gaze slightly. Meanwhile, within the ancient clan's ranks, Gu Lang was even more stirred, whispering, "Brotherly, that Wenxian grass was snatched away by this individual." "What? It's this brat?" The Wenxian grass alone was valuable enough. And now that the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill had also fallen into his hands, he must not be allowed to escape. With this thought, Gu Li's expression darkened significantly. Sensing the predatory gazes of those around him, Lin Che turned to Li Ziyue. Didn't you want to fight? The masters are all here. How many can you contend with? How about we each take on half? Li Ziyue hesitated for a moment, surveying the situation, and with a hint of embarrassment, she murmured, "Isn't that a bit too many? I feel I might not be able to handle it if you can't handle it. Then let us flee." Before Li Ziyue could fully comprehend, Lin Che had already grasped her arm and shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the hall's exit. Bursting step. Lin Che executed this technique to its utmost limit, his speed astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed over a significant portion of the crowd. Not good, he intends to escape. At this moment, everyone finally reacted, erupting in furious shouts. Escape? It won't be that easy. Gu Li. Knowing Lin Che possessed both the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill and the Wen Xian grass, became fully alert. He immediately charged toward Lin Che's fleeing figure. Seeing Gu Li make his move, Gu Lang called out a warning. Brother Li, be cautious. This lad is dangerous. Dangerous? I am far more venomous. Gu Li scoffed disdainfully. His figure accelerated, and he hurled a punch towards Lin Che's retreating silhouette. Boom. The terrifying force of the punch surged forth. Sensing the punch approaching from behind, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. The Linghan sword was drawn in an instant, and with a flick of his finger, it lunged backward. Sword intent. Lin Che was acutely aware of the precarious situation, hence he held nothing back. Under the essence of water, though it was but a single strike, it seemed to embody the might of a colossal wave, shattering all in its path. With a resounding crash akin to roaring tides, the sword's edge pierced through the opponent's punch without any hesitation. Plop. Gu Li's entire fist was impaled by the blade, blood gushing forth. Not good. Gu Li's expression shifted in astonishment, clearly unprepared for the youth's formidable comprehension of the sword, and he hastily retreated. Swish. After landing a successful blow, Lin Che showed no inclination to linger. With a few nimble movements, he vanished from the hall, taking Li Ziyue with him. Impressive. This individual is a sword cultivator, possessing a truly terrifying understanding of the sword. As this scene unfolded, the hall fell into a momentary silence, soon erupting into a chorus of gasps and exclamations. In the younger generation of the ancient clan, Gu Li had already distinguished himself as a remarkable talent. However, just moments ago, that young lad, despite his tender years, had managed to force him back with a single strike. Who would believe it if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes? At this moment, Gu Li's gaze flickered. After experiencing such a setback, a more sinister expression emerged upon his face. You little rascal, I have truly underestimated you, but do you think you can escape? After uttering this menacing remark, Gu Li suddenly sensed something amiss. He glanced at his fist and was taken aback to see a dense black mist swirling around his wound. Without hesitation, Gu Li tore open his sleeve, and the sight that met his eyes caused his expression to shift dramatically, nearly causing him to faint. The black poison mist had already seeped into his bloodstream and spread up to his upper arm, rendering his entire arm a pitch-black hue. Gu Li fixed a cold stare upon Gu Lang, resembling a ferocious beast poised to strike. What on earth is happening? Senior Brother Li, I have warned you. This lad is poisonous. He truly possesses a toxic essence. Gu Lang explained cautiously. At this point, Gu Li could hardly remain oblivious. The essence of poison. That young man's sword intent contained the very essence of poison. Damn it, why didn't you make that clear? Gu Li roared in fury, sending Gu Lang flying with a single slap. He then grasped his own arm. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Li steeled his resolve and, with a sharp rip, tore his entire arm from his body. Blood gushed forth. Of course, Gu Li had no other choice. If he allowed the poison's essence to spread further, it would not merely cost him an arm, but potentially his very life. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt their hearts race, their understanding of Lin Che's threat deepening profoundly. A swordsman was already a figure of dread, let alone one who had comprehended the essence of poison. He was truly a killing machine. However, if they were to simply give up, they would never be content. A Xuanwu transformation pill was worth millions of gold coins. Such a sum was enough to compel anyone to risk their lives. Pursue. We must not allow him to escape this mountain range. In an instant, all factions surged out from the Great Hall, racing after the direction in which Lin Che had fled. After leaving the Great Hall with Li Ziyue, Lin Che sped away. It was not until they had traveled several dozen miles that he finally halted, casting an odd glance at Li Ziyue. Throughout the journey, Lin Che had employed the explosive step technique, Yet this young girl had managed to keep pace with him the entire time. This was sufficient evidence that her movement technique was of exceptionally high caliber, at least of the Xian level. What force stands behind you? Lin Che inquired with curiosity. My sister once told me that when venturing outside, one must be wary of others and refrain from casually revealing one's family background. Li Ziyue replied earnestly upon hearing Lin Che's question. Your sister? Lin Che questioned, somewhat perplexed, but he chose not to pursue the matter further, instead reiterating, you should go. Oh, why? Li Ziyue was taken aback. Lin Che shook his head and said, you do not intend to follow me indefinitely, do you? As you can see, I am currently the target of many. All factions within the mountains are pursuing me, and your companionship would only bring you trouble. I am not afraid at all. Li Ziyue interjected, her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement. I have never experienced anything as thrilling as today. To stand against all these forces is simply exhilarating. Lin Che was taken aback. Her perspective was indeed unconventional. Despite being pursued by so many factions, she could still find exhilaration in the chaos. Chapter 56. Breaking the rules. Observing the innocent expression on the young girl's face, Lin Che found himself at a loss for words. If she wished to follow, so be it. With no means to shake her off, he resigned himself to having this little shadow accompany him for the time being. Perhaps she would realize the lurking dangers and choose to depart on her own accord. Without lingering in that location, the two continued their journey. The route Lin Che chose did not lead them away from the mountains. Rather, it took a wide detour, bringing them back near the Grand Hall once more. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Naturally, Lin Che did not enter the Grand Hall. Instead, he sought out a concealed valley nearby as a temporary refuge. After thoroughly inspecting the surroundings and confirming that the area was relatively secure, Lin Che settled onto a slab of blue stone and retrieved his spatial ring. With a mere thought, the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill and the Winxian grass materialized in his palm. The bounty from this venture into the mountains was indeed bountiful. The mere thought of the value of these two items stirred excitement within him. However, he was also acutely aware of the dangers that these treasures could bring him at this very moment. To devour? The notion flickered in Lin Che's mind. Possessing a Qi-Si, he understood that he had the capability to refine these two precious items. Moreover, these treasures would only be rendered safe once they were refined by him. Yet, after careful consideration, he dismissed the thought. The reasoning was straightforward. The violent energy contained within a single Xuanwu transformation dragon pill would require him several days to refine, given his current cultivation level. If during that time, other factions were to discover his whereabouts, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, this mountain range was not truly secure. In addition to the younger disciples from various factions, there were likely numerous seasoned powerhouses lurking in the periphery, deterred only by the rules preventing them from entering. If these ancient beings were to uncover his secret ability to devour spiritual items, the repercussions would be unimaginable. With that in mind, Lin Che once again stored the two treasures within his spatial ring. Just then, a disturbance rippled through the air as three figures suddenly appeared within the valley. Aha! This kid is indeed here. Once we eliminate him, the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill will belong to our Broken Soul sect. The three individuals were cloaked in black, their faces obscured by shadows. On their chests, a 7-star emblem signified their affiliation with the Imperial 7 Stars faction. They arrived with remarkable swiftness. Upon seeing the three, Lin Che furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at Li Ziyue beside him. I'll handle two. The remaining one is yours. How does that sound? At his words, Li Ziyue nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the three figures regarded Lin Che with eyes gleaming with greed. One of them spoke, Kid, as long as you hand over. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a sword resonated sharply. The Lingtian sword flashed with icy radiance, instantly tearing through space. Before the man could react, it pierced through his brow with a sickening thud. Blood splattered forth. You. Beside him, another disciple of the soul-severing sect witnessed the scene, and his expression changed drastically. However, as soon as he uttered a word, Lin Che waved his hand, and with a surge of true energy, the sword shot forth at an oblique angle towards the man. With a swift horizontal slash from the Lingtian sword, a crimson arc erupted, and the man's head was severed from his body. It was another swift execution, devoid of any hesitation. Seeing Lin Che eliminate two foes in an instant, Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she finally shifted her focus to the last remaining adversary. With a thunderous roar, she flicked her delicate wrist, and a blood-red battle knife descended with ferocity. A heavy aura, as formidable as a mountain, enveloped the area. Realizing the grave danger, the last disciple of the soul-severing sect's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily crushed a defensive, life-preserving talisman, conjuring a shield-like barrier before him. Yet, even this could not withstand the might of a blade imbued with the essence of mountains. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and the man's hands were crushed by the force of the blade, sending him tumbling backward. As he struggled to rise, he found Li Ziyue's battle knife poised above his head. Terror etched across his face. He pleaded, "Please, spare me." The desperation in his eyes elicited a flicker of conflict within Li Ziyue. However, in that moment of hesitation, a powerful hand seized her wrist and pressed downward. With a swift motion, the final disciple of the soul-severing sect was instantly slain. Scalding blood splattered onto Li Ziyue's pale cheeks, causing her to shudder slightly. It was at this moment that Lin Che released his grip. "Was that your first kill?" he inquired, and Li Ziyue nodded involuntarily, her demeanor still shaken. Lin Che observed her and remarked, "To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. As this is your first venture into the world, consider today as your inaugural lesson." Li Ziyue remained frozen in place, though Lin Che could empathize with her turmoil. After all, it was a matter of taking a life. He recalled his own first kill, which had left him withdrawn for several days. In comparison, this young woman displayed far greater resilience. Nevertheless, such experiences were hers to process. Lin Che chose to ignore her for the moment and swiftly surveyed the battlefield. Before long, 3 spirit rings appeared in his palm, and he examined them closely. The contents were worth at least 2 million gold coins, prompting Lin Che to once again marvel at how swiftly wealth could be acquired through such means. As he stowed the rings away, his gaze fell upon the 3 corpses on the ground, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Lin Che surmised that this location would eventually be discovered, but certainly not so soon. The ability of these 3 disciples to locate him in such a brief span indicated the involvement of someone guiding them, undoubtedly an elder from the soul-severing sect. Someone was undermining the established rules. A Xuanwu transformation dragon pill was worth at least 100 million gold coins, a sum that would undoubtedly entice various factions. Thus, Lin Che surmised that the value of the Xuanwu transformation dragon elixir must have stirred the restless spirits of those old-timers outside, prompting them even to resort to unscrupulous measures for the sake of their disciples, divulging his whereabouts. To disrupt the established order, one might say. With this thought in mind, Lin Che raised his gaze towards the void, his eyes narrowing slightly. As long as the older generation did not descend to the depths of shamelessness by entering the fray themselves, he had no qualms about them revealing his location. As for the younger generation of disciples, he felt no fear. A genius nurtured by a powerful faction is indeed the result of considerable investment, and the loss of even one would be a significant blow. In light of this, let them come. For each one that approaches, I shall dispatch them, until the pain of loss becomes unbearable. Chapter 57. Counterattack. After Lin Che finished collecting the spoils of war, he did not immediately depart with Li Ziyue. Instead, he chose to wait. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Li Ziyue approached him, her complexion somewhat restored. "Have you come to a conclusion?" Lin Che inquired with a warm smile. Li Ziyue nodded. "If I do not kill them, they will kill me. My death is inconsequential, but my loved ones would be heartbroken, so it is better for them to perish." This perspective was rather shrewd, and Lin Che couldn't help but commend her with a thumbs up, gently patting her shoulder. "Then let us proceed." "Where to?" she asked. Lin Che replied, "To kill. It is not my style to wait for others to hunt me down." Li Ziyue was taken aback. She realized that while she merely harbored a hint of violent tendencies, this youth, only slightly older than herself, was utterly ruthless. At that moment, he was contemplating turning the tables on those who pursued him. Disregarding Li Ziyue's astonishment, Lin Che took her hand and left the valley. When rules are violated, no matter how discreetly, exposure is inevitable. Thus, there is no truly safe territory. Remaining in one place for too long only heightens the risk. What Lin Che aimed to achieve was to keep moving within the mountains, denying their pursuers any opportunity to react. The various factions that had entered the mountains numbered at least 1,000. If they were surrounded, he would genuinely be unable to fight back. However, taking them down one by one would yield a different outcome. Counterattack. In the ensuing days, Lin Che led Li Ziyue in a relentless pursuit of those factions that sought to kill him, with swift and decisive measures. They extinguished their enemies before vanishing without a trace. They moved like phantoms in the night, leaving no evidence behind, yet each appearance brought forth a harvest of lives. After several days, the factions within the mountains finally discerned the unsettling pattern. The death toll in this mountain range continued to rise. Sometimes, two factions would merely cross paths, only to discover the following day the lifeless bodies of one faction's disciples in a nameless locale. A creeping sense of dread began to take root within everyone. It was akin to a hunter who, while stalking its prey, suddenly finds itself the hunted. The sensation of losing control naturally breeds agitation, fear, confusion, and unease. I give up. I'm only 20 years old. I do not wish to be buried in this desolate wilderness. This is not chasing others. I am clearly being hunted. I have not slept in 3 days. I fear that if I sleep, I may never awaken. I want to withdraw. I am done with this. I want to go home. I realize now that the Xuanwu transformation pill is beyond my reach. Before that boy even meets his end, I may quietly perish in this accursed place. Under the shadow of death, an increasing number of individuals approached the brink of psychological collapse. Some of the weaker factions even began to choose withdrawal. Days later, atop a verdant peak, Lin Che sat cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, he was clad in garments stained with blood, and the Linghan's sword beside him bore its share of crimson marks as well. Li Ziyue, standing nearby, was similarly adorned. In recent days, at least dozens of talented individuals from various factions had met their demise at their hands. They could distinctly sense that certain forces were retreating in the shadows. This was sufficient evidence that their retaliatory strikes amidst these mountains were indeed bearing fruit. However, despite this, the pressure they faced remained considerable. Truthfully, you need not confront these dangers. It is still not too late to leave now. Lin Che glanced at Li Ziyue, noticing her expression was tinged with fatigue, and he gently urged her. In response, Li Ziyue resolutely shook her head. My sister once told me that in this world, one must uphold loyalty. If you have made friends, you must treat them sincerely. Only then will they reciprocate with sincerity. If I abandon you now, it would be a betrayal of that loyalty. Lin Che, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of confusion. Throughout their time together, she had frequently mentioned her sister, leading Lin Che to believe that she held an almost blind admiration for her. Thus, he inquired curiously, who exactly is your sister? My sister, Li Ziyue began to reply, but then seemed to reconsider, stating, I cannot disclose that. However, I can tell you that she is one of the most formidable talents in the Zhongfeng Kingdom. Had she been here today, these predicaments would have posed no challenge to her whatsoever. Upon hearing her words, Lin Che refrained from pressing further, falling into a brief silence before he queried. Did you just say we are friends? Of course. Apart from my sister, I've never admired anyone else, but now, I genuinely respect you. Throughout my life, the elders in my family have called me a little menace, but since meeting you, I've come to understand the true meaning of a menace. So I have firmly decided to call you my friend. A menace? Lin Che responded, perplexed. Li Ziyue gravely nodded. Wherever you go, you seem to attract a multitude of factions, relentlessly pursued. Is that not a menace? Lin Che. Suddenly, as the two conversed, a ripple disrupted the nearby void, and an elderly man in a white robe materialized before them. Upon seeing him, Lin Che's expression shifted. This man was none other than Bai Qiuli. However, Bai's complexion appeared ashen, and he bore an air of despondency. Lin Che's heart sank, and he inquired, Elder Bai, have you been injured? He sensed that Bai's aura seemed somewhat unstable, indicating an internal injury. It's merely a minor wound, nothing of consequence. Bai Qiuli waved his hand dismissively. The value of a Xuanwu transformation dragon pill is indeed astonishing, yet I never anticipated that those aged scoundrels would covet it so shamelessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Che finally grasped the situation. It appeared that the hidden old adversaries could no longer remain patient and had already clashed with Bai, the very guardian who had been protecting him. Contemplating this, Lin Che clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, Elder Bai gazed at him solemnly and said, I shall do my utmost to shield you from the pressures of the older generation. However, amidst these mountains, you must remain exceedingly vigilant. I understand that. But Elder Bai Lin Che's expression grew serious as he looked at Elder Bai. Although he was caught in the tumult, he was acutely aware that the pressures faced by Elder Bai in the shadows were certainly not any less burdensome, which caused him concern. Before Lin Che could finish his thought, Elder Bai interrupted. This trifling pressure is of no consequence. Yet, these old wretches are utterly despicable. I have already sent a message to Lord Luo. She is on her way. Once she arrives, we shall address these factions one by one. During this period, you must not leave these mountains. Navigate carefully, and once Lord Luo arrives, everything will naturally be resolved. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded. Within the mountains, the elder warriors were forbidden from intervening, a rule established by all major factions before the commencement of the conflict. Although this rule had become largely ineffective, it still held some restraining power. However, should one venture beyond these mountains, the elder figures from the various factions could seize the opportunity to act openly without any reservations. Be cautious. After leaving this warning, Elder Bai prepared to depart. Just as he turned away, Lin Che's voice suddenly called out, Elder Bai, if you truly cannot endure, then it is better to relinquish your efforts. The value of a Xuanwu transformation pill is indeed staggering, yet in the hearts of your disciples, your safety far outweighs any material worth. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Elder Bai faltered for a moment. Though he did not turn around, his tightly clenched fist trembled slightly. This boy, what is this unexpected sentiment? A hint of warmth and appreciation graced Bai Qiuli's aged face, yet he refrained from speaking further. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished from sight. Chapter 58, Slaying Guli Pressure. After Bai Lao departed, Lin Che stood still, engulfed by an unprecedented weight of pressure. In the following days, he continued to navigate the mountains alongside Li Ziyue, engaging with various formidable factions. As Bai Lao had remarked, this mountainous realm remained relatively safe compared to the outside world. After all, it was a rule established collectively by the older generations. If they intervened, it would not only be a matter of face, but also a breach of decorum. Yet, Lin Che could sense that these old-timers were growing increasingly restless. In recent days, wherever Lin Che appeared, massive boulders would inexplicably shatter, and stones would fly through the air. Within the very mountains where he sought refuge, an enormous handprint, spanning dozens of feet, was imprinted upon a colossal rock face. On one occasion, as Lin Che walked, the ground beneath him, stretching hundreds of meters, suddenly collapsed. Peril loomed. These were trials, which could also be perceived as threats. It must be acknowledged that this ever-present danger of being obliterated indeed instilled fear. Nevertheless, Lin Che had no intention of relinquishing hope. Patience. Bai Lao had mentioned that Lord Luo was en route, and for now, Lin Che could only wait, praying that these antiquated beings would refrain from any outrageous actions before the Lord's arrival. 3 days later, Lin Che encountered a faction that was, thus far, the most formidable he had faced in the mountains. Before him stood a dozen figures, among whom were none other than Gu Li and Situ Mingwei. An alliance. Witnessing this scene, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. These two prodigies from the 9-star families had chosen to join forces against him. You may be cunning beyond measure, but you shall not escape our grasp, Situ Mingwei declared coldly. Lin Che's eyes swept over the group, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Oh, so you have finally wised up by choosing to ally. It seems you are indeed afraid of me. Fear. At Lin Che's words, the faces of the dozen individuals twitched involuntarily. Though reluctant to admit it, deep within, they held a profound apprehension of Lin Che. In recent days, those factions that pursued Lin Che had met with untimely ends, paying a grievous price, which compelled everyone to reassess Lin Che's capabilities. You are all geniuses within your respective factions. Do you not fear that this compromise to slay me may give rise to inner demons in your future? Lin Che inquired with a smile. Inner demons? If I cannot kill you, it is then that my inner demons shall arise. The speaker was, indeed, Gu Li. His gaze towards Lin Che filled with venomous resentment after losing an arm to him. No need for idle chatter. Let us eliminate this brat first. As for the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, we shall later discuss its ownership, Situ Mingwei interjected. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Che and Li Ziyue. Lin Che glanced at Li Ziyue, silently asking how to proceed. Li Ziyue pointed at Gu Li and Situ Mingwei and said, Leave these two to you. I shall handle the rest. Agreed. With a swift motion, Lin Che propelled himself forward, charging directly at Situ Mingwei and his companion. You dare to strike first in such a dire situation? Situ Mingwei scoffed as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Lin Che. The force of the blow reverberated through the air, creating a palpable tremor. In response, Lin Che drew his sword and executed a decisive slash. Instantly, a formidable aura of sword and tin enveloped the Tinjiang radius around him. The sword wave, infused with the essence of water, surged forth like a colossal tidal wave. As their attacks collided, Situ Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically. He was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force, causing him to stagger backward. However, despite having repelled his opponent with that single strike, Lin Che remained vigilant. A sense of impending danger surged from his flank, unmistakably signaling the approach of Gu Li Dai. Gu Li closed and rapidly, launching a fierce punch. He had bided his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and chose to ambush Lin Che the instant he was engaged with Situ Mingwe. His timing was impeccable. Lin Che, having just unleashed his sword strike, knew he could not conjure a second wave of sword intent in such a short span. Yet, he displayed no signs of panic. In the next moment, he pivoted and countered Gu Li's assault with a punch of his own. Heh, I have trained my fists for a decade. You, a mere sword cultivator, think you can match my physical prowess? You are courting death. Gu Li's face twisted into a cruel grin. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression morphed into one of shock. The clash of their fists echoed like thunder, followed by a series of sickening cracks as bones shattered. Gu Li was sent reeling back several zhang, struggling to regain his footing. He glanced at his hand, horrified to see his fingers shattered and his palm grotesquely deformed. This is impossible. The excruciating pain radiated from his fingertips, distorting his features and filling him with dread. Lin Che withdrew his fist, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. I could shatter a mountain. Challenging me in raw strength is sheer folly. Lin Che's words were no exaggeration. After 3 months of rigorous training with a powerful figure clad in silver and further enhancing his body through the refinement of myriad toxins, Lin Che's physical strength had reached an astonishing level. A mere sword cultivator, whose physical prowess was not inferior to that of a body cultivator, was a rarity. As Gu Li observed Lin Che, a chill ran down his spine. What manner of being is this? Is he human or some sort of monster? With a mocking tone, Lin Che remarked, 2 against 1, yet you resort to ambush tactics. Is this the level of shamelessness among the so-called geniuses of the Gu clan? As a single word fell, before the other could respond, the spirit sword before Lin Che suddenly surged forward, aiming directly at Gu Li. The sword's aura tore through the very fabric of space itself. Gu Li's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to defend himself. Yet at that moment, a realization struck him. Previously, within the main tomb, Lin Che had rendered one of his arms useless, and now, as he clashed physically with Lin Che, the other arm had also been incapacitated. How could he defend himself now? Despair, a profound sense of hopelessness flashed across Gu Li's face, as the spirit sword had already darted to his very front. With a sharp sound, and the next instant, his brow was pierced, and his body fell backward. Life extinguished entirely. Chapter 59. Desperation within the ancient clan, a young prodigy, whose strength was sufficient to rank among the top 5, was unexpectedly slain. Witnessing this scene, all present felt their hearts tremble violently. When they glanced back at the figure of the youth, their eyes were now shrouded in intense apprehension. At this moment, Situ Mingwei wore an expression of utmost gravity. Given his comparable prowess to Gu Li, the fact that the latter could be killed implied that he too was vulnerable to the same fate. Thus, following Gu Li's demise, a flicker of fear had taken root in Situ Mingyue's heart towards the youth before him. However, retreat was no longer an option. As a martial artist, harboring fear towards contemporaries would inevitably give rise to inner demons on the path of cultivation. If today he could not eliminate Lin Che, then the shadow of this youth would forever loom over him, a colossal stone weighing heavily upon his heart, potentially becoming a haunting specter of his psyche. He must kill. At any cost, he would slay this individual today. With this thought in mind, a fierce determination spread across Situ Mingyue's visage as he prepared for a desperate fight. Yet, just as his words fell, a sudden sound of piercing air echoed from the heavens above. Whoosh, whoosh. A violent disturbance rippled through the void, and 2 figures abruptly materialized in the sky above. These were 2 elders, both having attained the realm of Xuanwu, capable of traversing the skies. Elders. Upon seeing these 2 venerable figures, the disciples of the ancient clan and Situ family hastily paid their respects. It turned out that their identities were indeed those of the elders from these 2 prominent families. Step back. Upon their arrival, the 2 elders commanded the crowd below. Hearing this, Situ Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically. What? Elders, if we withdraw now. Withdraw. Get out of here. Before Situ Mingyue could finish his sentence, one of the elders from the Situ family snapped in a cold tone. They had observed clearly that Situ Mingyue and his companions were no match for this young man. Retreat would only engender inner demons. However, failing to withdraw would result in the demise of these promising youths, whom they had invested substantial resources in cultivating. Yes, feeling the undeniable authority in the elder's gaze, Situ Mingyue clenched his teeth in frustration, but even with his unwillingness, he had no choice but to concede. Moments later, the younger generation all departed from the scene. Left behind were Lin Che, Li Ziyue, and the two elders before them. At this point, the elder from the ancient clan glanced at Gu Li's lifeless body on the ground and, with a wave of his sleeve, lifted it away. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Che, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Our clan has expended countless resources and efforts to nurture such a junior. Have you considered the consequences of slaying him today? Lin Che furrowed his brow. I am unaware of the consequences. I only know that he came here to kill me. And thus, my counterattack is entirely justified. Sharp-tongued. Hearing Lin Che's words, the expression of the elder from the ancient clan darkened further. Meanwhile, the elder from the Situ family interjected. This youth is protected by the Martial Hall. Martial Hall? The ancient clan elder paused momentarily before stating. And what of the Martial Hall? A decade ago, during the turmoil at the Daosang Academy, the Martial Hall was thoroughly disbanded. What power can it wield now? The two elders exchanged words, yet Lin Che's expression was grave, clearly indicating that their appearance signified an intent to take matters into their own hands. Indeed, moments later, the ancient clan elder addressed Lin Che. Boy, surrender the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, and I may consider allowing you to retain your corpse intact. Lin Che hesitated, contemplating the precarious situation before him, and then proposed, what if I hand over the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill in exchange for our release? The elder's eyes darkened with malice as he retorted, you have slain one of our clan's prodigies. You must pay with your life. There is no room for negotiation. Realizing the elder was resolute in his intent to kill him, Lin Che retrieved the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill from his spatial ring, holding it firmly in his palm. Let us take a step back. You may consider my act of killing your prodigy as my own doing, with no involvement from this young lady beside me. Release her. The elder's voice was cold as he replied, I have already stated, there is no room for negotiation. At that moment, Lin Che's grip tightened, causing intricate cracks to form on the surface of the pill, threatening to shatter it into dust with the slightest exertion. Wait, boy, cease this. The two elders grasped the implication of Lin Che's threat. He was using the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill as leverage against them. While they sought to eliminate Lin Che due to his remarkable talent, fearing future repercussions, their primary desire was to obtain the pill, whose value was astounding enough to compel them to disregard their status and break established protocols. If you agree to this condition, we shall release the girl. Elder Situ's tone softened. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's expression eased as he turned to Li Ziyue, saying, you may leave now. No, I refuse to abandon you. I consider you a friend, and friends should share both fortune and adversity. How can I leave you in danger? Li Ziyue asserted stubbornly. Friend? I never regarded you as such. You have aided me in ending lives, yet have you ever received a share of the spoils? Lin Che countered. Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had never shared any loot with her. After every encounter, he had swiftly claimed all the spoils, leaving her with no opportunity to even glance at them. From the start, I have merely been utilizing you. Spare me your notions of loyalty and depart at once. Lin Che insisted impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. But, when she attempted to protest further, Lin Che raised his voice. Leave. Lin Che, you bastard. Li Ziyue had never been spoken to in such a manner. Stunned for a moment, her face flushed with anger as she ground her pearly tiger teeth. You can go to hell. She stomped her foot and muttered under her breath before shouldering her weapon and turning to leave. As Li Ziyue departed, Elder Situ cast a glowering glance at Lin Che. Young man, we have acquiesced to your demands. Now, it is time for you to surrender the Xuanwu transformation dragon elixir. Is it not? Of course, do not entertain any illusions of stalling for time, hoping that your benefactor will come to your rescue. He is likely preoccupied with his own troubles and has neither the capacity nor the will to assist you now. At this juncture, an elder of the ancient clan added, Indeed, should you relinquish the elixir, I assure you, I shall uphold my promise, allowing you to depart this world without a hint of agony. Otherwise, I possess a myriad of methods to torment you to the brink of despair, even rendering you regretful for having ever graced this realm. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test them. Upon hearing such menacing threats, Lin Che felt as though he were sinking into an abyss, a dead end. From any angle, the situation presented before Lin Che was utterly hopeless. Predecessor Tian, these two old codgers are bullying the weak. Are you not inclined to intervene? If you do not emerge, I fear I shall truly meet my end here. In his despair, Lin Che attempted to communicate with the divine jade space. I cannot exit, replied Tian succinctly. However, at that moment, the enigmatic woman spoke again. Though I cannot exit, I can lend you some of my strength. But you must pay a price. Lin Che quickly inquired, what price? Given your current realm, even 1/10,000th of my power is beyond your capacity to bear. If I forcibly bestow this strength upon you, you will still face death. Even if you survive, with your current physical fortitude, your meridians will likely rupture, reducing you to a mere shell of your former self. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, a wild glint ignited in his gaze. I shall risk it all. After all, death is inevitable. I may as well take these two old geezers down with me. If I can drag down two Xuanwu realm beings, it will be worth it. Just as Lin Che resolved to act, a scene unfolded before him that left him momentarily stunned. Not far away, the petite figure of Li Ziyue had returned. I thought about it and realized you are not that kind of person. You intentionally deceived me into leaving, did you not? Li Ziyue asked seriously, her lively eyes fixed on Lin Che. Lin Che replied, you troublesome girl, when there is a path to heaven, you do not tread it. Yet, when there is no gate to hell, you come rushing in. Simultaneously, the ancient clan elder, seeing Li Ziyue's return, exhibited a flicker of impatience in his eyes. He had initially believed Lin Che was about to make a decision, and her interruption ignited an unnamed fury within him. Since you refuse to take the opportunity to leave, then you shall remain here forever. The elder sneered, and at that moment, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom. The overwhelming force surged towards Li Ziyue, and even a casual strike from someone in the Xuanwu realm was enough to upheave the ground within dozens of feet, a terrifying display of power. Be careful. Lin Che reacted instantly, leaping to Li Ziyue's side, swiftly wrapping his arms around her waist, and with a powerful push, he retreated backward. Yet even then, the speed of that palm strike caught up with them. With no other choice, Lin Che turned and positioned himself in front of Li Ziyue, shielding her with his own body. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated through the air as an overwhelmingly forceful palm strike smashed into Lin Che's back, leaving him with grievous wounds. Had it not been for Lin Che's formidable physique, akin to that of a body cultivator, this blow would have undoubtedly shattered his spine into fragments. Blood erupted from Lin Che's mouth in a violent spray, splattering upon Li Ziyue's delicate neck. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, rolling several meters away before the shockwave dissipated. You, Li Ziyue stammered, pinned beneath Lin Che, feeling the warmth of his blood staining her chest, along with the searing breath escaping his lips. She seemed frozen in place, her eyes reflecting tumultuous waves of emotion. In that moment, Lin Che found himself captivated by her exquisite visage, mere inches away. It was undeniable that despite her youth, Li Ziyue possessed the allure of a true beauty. Her oval face, eyes sparkling like the stars, and her flawless features drew him in, while the faint scent of her body wafted through the air. However, the scene, though enchanting, offered Lin Che no solace, as the intense pain radiating from his back nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Are you all right? Li Ziyue inquired cautiously. Lin Che remained silent, lacking the strength to respond. Observing this, Li Ziyue gently pushed him away and rose to her feet. Her gaze shifted to the three elderly figures, her eyes aflame with a deep-seated resentment. In the next moment, she produced a communication stone and bellowed into it. Old man, if you do not come out immediately, be prepared to collect your disciples' remains. Chapter 60. What are you explaining? Upon witnessing Li Ziyue's actions, the expressions of the two elders were tinged with mockery. Summoning someone to do so in their presence? How naive. Elder Sita grinned. You foolish girl. Your master hasn't dared to show himself until now. Do you not comprehend the reason? I fear he has abandoned you in secret after you offended our two formidable factions. Why would he dare come to your rescue? If he possesses any capability, let him. Before Elder Situ could finish his sentence, his tone faltered. For at that moment, a figure emerged into the sight of all present. In the distance, a limping old man appeared, clad in Taoist robes, with white hair yet a youthful visage, making his way toward them with a peculiar gait. Upon halting before the two elders, the old man squinted and remarked, You claim I do not dare to show myself out of fear of you two? At this juncture, both the ancient clan elder and Elder Situ exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. They could not see through him. They realized that they were utterly unable to discern the capabilities of this limping elder. A hint of caution surfaced on Elder Situ's face as he inquired, May I ask who you are? The old man replied with a faint smile, I am the master of this young lady. Were you not seeking me? Seeing this, the two elders shared a knowing glance and promptly laughed. Ah, you jest, esteemed one. Our intentions are solely to deal with this young man. We have no desire to inconvenience your esteemed disciple. If we have offended you in any way previously, we hope for your understanding. The rapid shift in the elder's demeanor stemmed from one singular reason: their apprehension towards the strength of the limping elder. As formidable beings of the Xuanwu realm, the only potential explanation for their inability to gauge this elder's power was that his realm surpassed theirs. Master, do not heed the words of these two cunning foxes. Swiftly eliminate them all. At this moment, Li Ziyue expressed her indignation. In response, the limping elder shook his head. Miss, while it is not difficult to slay them, both possess considerable backing. Moreover, when you set forth, the Lord gave explicit instructions to avoid unnecessary trouble. My mandate is solely to safeguard your well-being. Taking lives does not fall within my duties. You claim to protect my safety, yet did you not see? Had it not been for Lin Che risking his life to save me, I would have been slain by that old wretch with a single strike. The limping elder chuckled once more. Miss, you possess a protective talisman, even without this young man to deflect that strike. A mere Xuanwu realm opponent could not harm you in the slightest. Thus, this young man's intervention was merely superfluous. You, witnessing the elder's nonchalant demeanor, Li Ziyue clenched her teeth in frustration. However, she understood that the command he had received was to ensure her safety. Unless her life were genuinely in peril, this elder would not intervene. At this moment, the elders of the two prominent families seemed to have discerned the situation, cautiously inquiring, Esteemed elder, we assure you that we will no longer act against your disciple. Our focus will solely be on this young man. Thus, might we inquire if you will still intervene in this matter? Upon hearing this, the lame old man remained silent, seemingly disinterested. Observing this exchange, the elders of the two families finally comprehended each other's stance and felt a sense of relief. Immediately, the elder of the ancient clan cast a mocking glance at Lin Che, saying, Ha ha ha, young lad, do you see now? Your life is destined to be extinguished today. If you wish to lay blame, it must fall upon your own shoulders for lacking a formidable backing, unlike this young lady. Is that so? Just as the elder's words fell, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from a distance. With a swift whoosh, a figure streaked through the clouds, descending upon the area. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a woman clad in a flowing black gown. You are the master of the martial hall. At that moment, the elders of the two families appeared to recognize her identity, their expressions shifting dramatically. I never imagined that after a decade of seclusion, someone would still recognize me. Luo Ro snickered coldly, then pointed at Lin Che, declaring, I am the formidable backing behind this young man. Are you truly intent on taking his life? What? Although they had long suspected that Lin Che's background might be associated with the martial hall, the hall had disbanded many years ago, and some elders had already departed to become solitary cultivators. They merely conjectured that this young man was a disciple of a former elder of the martial hall. However, they could not have anticipated that his background was so profound, with the master of the martial hall supporting him. Realizing this, the elders of the two families wore expressions of dismay. This was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Initially, they had believed that the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill would be easily within their grasp, but they had not foreseen that the identities of this young pair were exceedingly formidable. Although Luo Ro appeared significantly younger than them, her strength was quite the opposite. She was a powerful being at the Dao martial realm. The Dao martial realm was sufficient to dominate within the imperial dynasty, and it exceeded their standing by an entire realm. Consequently, upon Luo Ro's arrival, they had already abandoned any thoughts of confrontation. Let us depart. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the two prepared to turn away. Stop. At that moment, Luo Ro issued a cold command. What is it? The two elders halted in their tracks and looked back. Luo Ro fixed her gaze upon them and inquired, Who established the rule that forbids the elders from intervening in the Xuanwu tomb? Having detected the implication in her words, the elder of the ancient clan chuckled softly, responding, Indeed, this rule was established by our two families, which the various factions have collectively adhered to. However, Lady Luo, I believe today's events are merely a misunderstanding. We shall withdraw at once, and let us regard today's occurrences as if they had never happened. As if today's events had never transpired? Upon hearing this, Luo Ro suddenly smiled, remarking that the rules were established by them, yet it was they who had transgressed them. With a light-hearted insinuation of misunderstanding, did they think they could depart just like that? Lin Che, being the sole disciple of the martial hall, was at risk of being extinguished by the hands of elder warriors during a contest among the younger generation. The martial hall would have no recourse if such a calamity befell him. Yet, Now Lin Che had nearly been obliterated by the very veterans who ought to uphold their teachings. Did they truly consider the martial hall to be a mere soft target for oppression? Thus, Luo Ro was filled with an indescribable fury and immense anger. Sensing her current state, the two elders furrowed their brows slightly. Luo Hall Master, you must understand that the power behind us is formidable. Should we encounter any mishaps here, I fear our factions would not simply let it go. After all, the boy yet lives. It would be wise to turn hostility into harmony. Let us provide each other a way out. Before the two elders could finish their entreaty, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Luo Ro's face. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her delicate form, which stood resolutely against the sky. A terrifying aura, vast beyond description, surged forth, enveloping the two elders of the prominent families in an instant. What do you intend to do? Under the immense force, the two elders felt minuscule, like grains of sand, their very essence locked in place, rendering them incapable of even the slightest movement, their faces painted with terror. However, Luo Ro offered no response. The oppressive force surged forth. With a thunderous roar akin to a colossal thunderclap, the two elders seemed crushed under an unbearable weight, their corporeal forms utterly obliterated. Dismembered limbs fell from the sky, blood cascading down like a rain of crimson. The two powerful figures who had transcended into the Xuanwu realm were obliterated without a trace of resistance. Witnessing this scene, the weakened Lin Che was filled with profound astonishment. In the Xuanwu tomb, these two old men had rendered him powerless, yet now they were effortlessly dispatched by Luo Ro, their lives extinguished with such ease. What a stark difference in strength. After dealing with the two, Luo Ro trembled slightly and appeared before Lin Che. Swiftly, she examined his condition, raised her jade hand, and placed a pure white pill into his mouth. Then, she pressed her palm against his chest, gently channeling a soft yet potent energy into his body. Moments later, color began to return to Lin Che's pale face. Hall Master, he began, but she interrupted him. Do not speak. Rest well. Luo Ro glanced at him, her expression shifting as if recalling something, her delicate brows knitting slightly. Do not engage in such foolishness again. Another life is not necessarily less significant than your own. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flicked towards the limping elder. Seeing this, the elder hastily interjected. It was not that I was unwilling to assist, but before he could finish, Luo Ro lightly snorted. Am I speaking to you? What need is there for your explanation? Awkwardness ensued. Upon being retorted by Luo Ro, the elder's countenance turned exceedingly awkward. However, at that moment, he did not allow himself to succumb to anger. Having just witnessed the capabilities of this woman, he understood that she was not someone to be trifled with, and thus could only manage a self-deprecating smile. Chapter 61. The Azure Wind Royal Family. The elixir that Luo Ro administered to Lin Che was of exceptional quality. Coupled with her pure and potent true qi from the Dao martial realm, it accelerated Lin Che's recovery remarkably. Moments later, although a lingering fiery pain throbbed in his back, he was able to rise to his feet. Master, let us depart, Lin Che spoke, his voice steady. Luo Ro cast a concerned glance in his direction. Are you able to walk? She inquired. Indeed, Lin Che replied confidently. Hearing this, Luo Ro nodded slightly and prepared to leave the area with him. Wait a moment. At that instant, a young girl named Li Ziyue hurriedly approached Lin Che. Thank you for saving me earlier, she said, her expression earnest. Lin Che offered a casual smile in response. The elder mentioned that you possessed a protective talisman. I presumed that even without my intervention, you would have been safe from harm. No, Li Ziyue shook her head vigorously. You were unaware of my protective charm. And knowing the potential peril of a strike from a Xuanwu realm expert, you still unhesitatingly stood in front of me in my heart. You truly saved my life. That was a strike from a formidable Xuanwu realm expert. Lin Che's actions at that moment were instinctive, leaving no room for contemplation. Thus, it was no wonder that Li Ziyue felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. In her mind, aside from her father and sister, no one else would go to such lengths for her. After a brief silence, Li Ziyue produced a token from her bosom. The token gleamed in a resplendent purple-gold hue, exquisitely crafted, emanating a robust aura of spiritual energy. She extended the token toward Lin Che. I have carried this with me since childhood. Now I wish to give it to you. Upon seeing the token, the limping elder's expression shifted dramatically. Miss, this, however, Li Ziyue shot the elder a disapproving glance. Although he was ostensibly her master, the dynamics of their relationship clearly transcended the typical mentor-student bond. Subtle details revealed a sense of deference from the elder towards the young girl, akin to that of a subordinate. Sensing the displeasure in Li Ziyue's gaze, the elder reluctantly shook his head but chose not to voice further objections. Li Ziyue continued, I genuinely consider you a friend, and since you have saved me once more, you must accept this. You cannot refuse me. Very well. I shall accept. Lin Che nodded in acquiescence. At this, a smile graced Li Ziyue's delicate features. During our time together, you have taught me so much. I heard you are a disciple of the martial hall. May I visit you at the Daotsong Academy in the future? Certainly. But Lin Che hesitated. My reputation at the Daotsong Academy may not be the best. It would be wise for you to refrain from mentioning my name there, to avoid attracting any unnecessary troubles. Li Ziyue's countenance reflected confusion. Why is that? Lin Che shook his head, clearly disinclined to elaborate further. Li Ziyue, displaying her understanding, refrained from further inquiries. After a moment's hesitation, she playfully remarked, Then you must come to find me when you have the time. I am in the imperial capital, and if you visit, I will protect you. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. The young girl spoke with considerable confidence. However, he did not dwell on it, and simply replied, All right. Shortly thereafter, Lin Che bid farewell to the girl and departed with Luo Ro. Once they had left that area, Luo Ro cast a glance at Lin Che and casually remarked, That girl's background is rather extraordinary. Why do you say that? He inquired. Luo Ro replied, The token she gave you, if I am not mistaken, is crafted from divine radiant purple gold, an exceedingly rare material. More importantly, it seems to contain a formidable defensive formation capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Xuanwu realm master. Could it be that this token is a life-protecting talisman worn by that young girl? Upon hearing this, Lin Che's expression shifted. To think that such a small token could be so precious. At that moment, Luo Ro continued. The true value of divine radiant purple gold lies not merely in its material worth, but also in its symbolic significance. Furthermore, this token bears a dragon motif. In the Tsongfeng Kingdom, only one power is permitted to wear dragon insignia, and that is the Tsongfeng royal family. The Tsongfeng royal family. Lin Che had heard of them. Although the Tsongfeng Kingdom boasted numerous families and sects, only one could genuinely be deemed a dominant force within the entire dynasty, and that was the Tsongfeng royal family. Thus, upon realizing that the young girl who had been closely following him in the mountains likely hailed from the royal lineage, Lin Che was profoundly astonished. Nevertheless, while he was surprised by the girl's illustrious background, he swiftly accepted this reality, not feeling that it rendered her beyond reach. Weighing the purple gold token in his hand, Lin Che suddenly inquired, Master, how much do you think this would fetch at an auction? It is difficult to ascertain, Luo Ro replied. But given the material of divine radiant purple gold and the defensive formation it contains, it could be valued at over 100 million gold coins. Of course, considering the additional value of royal treasures, it might be even higher. 100 million. Lin Che's eyes widened, clearly taken aback by the figure. The worth of this token rivaled that of a Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. Luo Ro shot him a glance and asked, What do you mean by that question? I must remind you that the significance of this item differs greatly from ordinary treasures on the market. Knowing it is a royal possession, few would dare to take it. I understand. I was merely inquiring, Lin Che replied with an awkward smile. The two continued their journey through the mountains in search of Elderbai's whereabouts. Fortunately, under Luo Ro's formidable spiritual perception, they soon located Elderbai's position. However, upon seeing Elderbai again, Lin Che was slightly shocked by his condition. At that moment, Elderbai was disheveled, covered in ghastly wounds, with fresh blood staining the corner of his mouth, clearly having just endured a fierce battle and sustaining significant injuries. Fortunately, these injuries are not fatal. Master, you have finally arrived. How wonderful it is. Upon seeing Luo Ro's figure, Bai Qiuli felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. A significant weight lifted from his heart. Bai Laozu, are you all right? Lin Che inquired with a look of concern etched upon his face. In recent days, although his situation had been precarious, Lin Che understood that Bai Laozu had endured even greater peril in order to shield him from the lurking threats. Do not worry, although I am but an old relic. It is not so easy for those old wretches to take my life. This minor injury of mine is inconsequential, Bai Laozu reassured Lin Che, who then felt a measure of relief. At that moment, Luo Ro, observing the wounds on both men, coldly remarked, These prominent families are truly despicable and shameless. We shall settle this score with them in due time. But for now, let us depart from this place. Agreed. Both Lin Che and Bai Qiuli nodded in unison. Subsequently, the three of them made their way beyond the mountains together. Chapter 62. Li Qingwan. After departing from the mountain range, the trio made their way directly to a nearby city. Each city within Yangzhou is home to several affluent merchant guilds. Given that both Lin Che and Bai Qiuli were injured and could not endure a lengthy journey, the three of them opted to rent a cloud ship from one of the merchant guilds to return to the location of the martial hall. Upon boarding the cloud ship, Lin Che and Bai Qiuli recounted their experiences during the expedition to Luo in detail. After hearing their tale, Luo felt a surge of anger towards the shameless actions of those powerful families, but her gaze towards Lin Che also took on an unusual hue. The fact that you attracted such animosity from numerous factions during your descent for training is truly unexpected for this hall master. The ancient clan and the Situ residents, as two of the 9-star families, wield considerable influence within the Zhongfeng kingdom. In addition to these two families, many young talents from other forces also met their demise at the hands of Lin Che during their expedition into the Xuanwu tomb. These revelations left Luo somewhat astonished. It appears that this young man is indeed a troublemaker. Noticing the expression on Luo's face, Lin Che offered an awkward smile. Hall master, with so many factions after me, it must surely cause great trouble for the martial hall, right? You won't expel me in a fit of anger, will you? In response, Luo shook her head with a smile. Those who do not attract jealousy are mediocre. Those who incite trouble are often geniuses. Moreover, your penchant for creating chaos makes you a remarkable talent. This also affirms my discerning eye, so rather than being angered, I find it quite gratifying. Gratifying? Upon hearing this word, Lin Che's expression revealed a hint of bewilderment. Clearly, he had not anticipated Luo's response. He had offended some of the most prominent powers within the Zhongfeng kingdom. If it were any other sect's disciples, they would likely face severe punishment or even expulsion for causing such significant trouble for their sect. In contrast, being in the martial hall, aside from performing menial tasks, truly instills a sense of belonging. After a moment, Lin Che retrieved the spoils of his journey from his spatial ring. Upon witnessing Lin Che's findings, even Luo displayed a flicker of astonishment on her face. The Fengxian grass and the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. It is astonishing that such treasures emerged from the tomb of a Xuanwu realm warrior. No wonder those old geezers from various factions disregarded their status and broke the rules to pursue you relentlessly. Hall master, I am willing to surrender all these items to the martial hall as resources. At that moment, Lin Che suddenly declared. Hearing this, both Luo and Bai Qiuli were momentarily taken aback. Luo furrowed her brow and asked, these are resources you fought hard to obtain. Why would you want to submit them to the martial hall? Lin Che solemnly declared, although I have seized these two treasures, without the covert protection of Elder Bai in the mountains, I would have been met with death countless times. Moreover, upon exiting the mountains, it was your appearance, esteemed hall master, that spared me from a tragic demise in the wilderness. Thus, this is not merely a contest among the younger generation. It has evolved into a clash of the older martial artists. While I have held these two treasures from the beginning, I cannot claim this credit solely for myself. Lin Che's words were heartfelt. The trials within the Xuanwu tomb had transcended beyond mere skirmishes among the youth, morphing into a rivalry between the formidable forces backing each prodigy. Were it not for the support of the martial hall, Lin Che would never have emerged from that treacherous mountain range. Understanding Lin Che's sentiments, Luo smiled. There is no need for such concern. All these resources rightfully belong to you. Since this journey was intended for your training, all gains are naturally yours to claim. There is no need for you to feel any guilt. Despite the decline of the martial hall, we are not so depraved as to covet the resources that belong to our disciples. Well, if you say so. Seeing the expression on Luo's face, Lin Che could only shake his head and accept the resources. The cloud ship departed from the borders of the empire, destined for the region of the martial hall. A journey that would take at least 6 or 7 days. During this time, aside from eating and sleeping, Lin Che devoted most of his hours in his chamber to cultivation. The gains Lin Che reaped from his venture into the Xuanwu tomb were nothing short of astonishing. Let us not forget that over the course of a month, he had eliminated several elite disciples from various factions. And the wealth he had amassed from these prodigies was estimated to be around 7 million gold coins. 7 million gold coins. This represented the largest fortune Lin Che had ever controlled in his life. Regrettably, even with resources valued at 7 million gold coins, it was unlikely to suffice for his impending breakthrough. The cultivation method of the Qi within Lin Che was exceedingly domineering. Yet the consumption of resources was equally formidable. Previously, Lin Che had surmised that with his current cultivation at the 4th level of spirit martial, The resources required to ascend even a single realm would amount to no less than 10 million gold coins as a baseline. Moreover, as Lin Che continued to elevate his cultivation level, this figure would only escalate further. Should he aspire to reach the Xuanwu realm, or even the Dao martial realm in the future, Lin Che dared not imagine the extent. It was akin to an insatiable abyss. Having acknowledged that the 7 million gold coins would not suffice for his current extravagant needs, Lin Che chose not to refine them further, but rather to store them for future contingencies. Subsequently, he retrieved an object from his spatial ring. It was a spirit orb, roughly the size of a palm, with black and white colors swirling languidly upon its surface. The Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. It was for this very orb that Lin Che had nearly perished in that mountain range. However, now that it was finally within his grasp, all the trials endured had been worthwhile. He pondered the potential heights the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill could enable him to reach. A profound sense of anticipation flickered in Lin Che's eyes as he hesitated no longer and began the process of refining the spirit orb. With a deep breath, Lin Che settled into a cross-legged position, grasping the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, entering a profound state of emptiness. As the energy within him surged, a formidable force of absorption erupted, drawing the energy from the pill into his being like a tidal wave. Thunderous booms reverberated within Lin Che's body, unmistakably indicating that his meridians and bones were undergoing intense refinement. As time progressed, the aura emanating from him ascended at a visibly rapid pace, growing increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, during Lin Che's immersion in his cultivation, the young woman Li Ziyue, who had previously crossed paths with him, along with the limping elder, were advancing towards a different destination, the Songfeng imperial capital. After several days, upon gazing at the majestic silhouette of the capital, the elder let out a sigh of relief. "Your Highness, the 7th princess, we have finally arrived home." Upon reaching the capital, the elder no longer acted with excessive caution and respectfully addressed Li Ziyue. From his words, it became evident that she was indeed the 7th princess of the Songfeng kingdom. "This journey was personally mandated by His Majesty to ensure your safety. Now that we have arrived safely, my task is considered complete." Li Ziyue, however, merely scoffed and turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to engage with him. Observing this, the elder could only shake his head in resignation. Since he had refrained from rescuing that young man in the mountains, the 7th princess had been cold towards him throughout their journey, as if she was still upset. Upon entering the palace, they first paid their respects to the emperor of Songfeng, reporting their safe arrival. After leaving the emperor's quarters, Li Ziyue glanced at the elder. "You have completed the task assigned by father. There is no need for you to accompany me further. I must go to see my sister." "Understood," the elder replied respectfully. Taking his leave, Li Ziyue then proceeded in a specific direction, towards the imperial garden. Upon arriving at the garden, Li Ziyue encountered a young woman in a pavilion. This woman, around 20 years of age, donned a palace gown, possessing a flawless complexion and captivating features. She held a book in her hands, engrossed in her reading, exuding an aura of tranquility. Were it not for the occasional turning of pages and the flutter of her long eyelashes, one might mistake her for a perfect statue carved from white jade. This young woman was none other than the 3rd princess of the Songfeng kingdom, Li Qingwan. "Sister." Upon seeing her, Li Ziyue joyfully rushed over and sweetly called out, "Your has returned." Hearing this call, Li Qingwan set aside her book, her gaze towards the young girl filled with affection. As Li Ziyue reached her, she threw her arms around one of Li Qingwan's, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Sister, have you missed me during my days away from the capital?" "Indeed, I have contemplated it. These days without your presence in the palace have caused my worries to manifest in a rather unwelcome manner." "Humph, dear sister, your words lack sincerity. I cannot be swayed by them. Come, let me have a feel." Li Ziyue expressed her dissatisfaction, and without hesitation, her mischievous hands reached towards Li Qingwan's ample figure. "You, how outrageous. If you continue to be so bothersome, I might just have to spank you." This scene, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly elicit astonishment. To outsiders, it would be unimaginable that the 3rd princess, one of the 2 prodigious talents of the young generation in the Songfeng kingdom, who typically exudes an air of unassailable authority, would display such softness in the presence of her sister. The 2 sisters engaged in playful banter for a while. After a moment, Li Qingwan inquired, "Yuer, what interesting experiences have you encountered during your departure from the capital? Do share with your sister." Li Ziyue nodded eagerly. "Indeed, I have encountered numerous intriguing events during my journey, and I even made the acquaintance of a rather fascinating friend, whom I was just about to tell you about. Subsequently, Li Ziyue recounted in detail her experiences since leaving the capital. Upon hearing that this little girl had been pursued by various formidable factions in the Xuanwu tomb, Li Qingwan's brows instinctively furrowed. However, at that moment, she also noticed that whenever the little girl spoke of this particular experience, her discourse consistently circled back to one name, Lin Che. As Li Ziyue concluded her narrative, Li Qingwan silently repeated the name in her mind. At merely 17 years of age, he has grasped the essence of sword and tint and even melded two profound mysteries. Could he truly be a disciple of the Daocang Academy? Li Qingwan, well-versed in the young geniuses of the nation's premier factions, pondered when the Daocang Academy had produced such a talent. Indeed, he is a disciple of the Daocang Academy, yet it appears he harbors deep discontent, even animosity, towards it. The details elude me. Nevertheless, he has been exceedingly kind to me, teaching me many invaluable lessons within the Xuanwu tomb, Li Ziyue replied, her face blooming with delight, and a hint of admiration glimmered in her eyes as she spoke. His willingness to risk himself for your sake is a testament to his sincerity. You ought to express your gratitude to him, Li Qingwan remarked casually. Yet, as she uttered these words, her expression grew slightly pensive, as if lost in contemplation. Chapter 63. Worthy of alliance. The two sisters engaged in leisurely conversation once more before Li Ziyue took her leave. Shortly thereafter, the figure of the third princess, Li Qingwan, appeared within a grand hall, the Yangxin Palace. Inside the hall, an elderly man, on the brink of death, lay propped upon a bed. His face bore a pallid hue, as if he had one foot already in the grave, exuding an air of frailty. Father, Li Qingwan approached the bedside and respectfully bowed. My dear child, you have come. The old man replied, a gentle warmth emerging in his eyes as he gestured for her to rise. With concern etched across her face, Li Qingwan inquired, having not visited in the past few days, I wonder if Father's health has improved? My illness. When will it ever see improvement? Please do not speak that way, Father. You are blessed with deep fortune. This is merely a trifling ailment. I am certain that in a few days, you will recover. You must keep your spirits high and not dwell on worry. Hearing this, Emperor Songfeng offered a bitter smile. I am well aware of my own condition. This is no mere illness. Rather, my time draws near. There is no need for you to offer me such comfort, but enough of such talk. The emperor shook his head. After a brief silence, Li Qingwan continued, Father, Yu has returned. It seems this time away has allowed her to grow considerably. Indeed, she has already come to see me. Li Qingwan smiled at this. I had almost forgotten. That girl has always been dutiful. Upon her return, she would certainly make it a priority to visit Father. Emperor Songfeng remarked, in the past, I was preoccupied with state affairs, my thoughts consumed by the realm. Yet now, as I feel my body weakening day by day, I find myself yearning for familial affection. Alas, aside from you and Yu, who frequently visit me, my other sons and daughters scarcely come to see me. To expect them to visit even once a month is a luxury, especially the eldest and second eldest, which truly disheartens me. It seems I have grown old and become of little use. Unworthy of their filial piety, Li Qingwan hastily replied, among the royal offspring, the eldest and second eldest are often the busiest. I believe that with Father's recent illness, they have been preoccupied, hence their neglect. Busy? Emperor Songfeng scoffed. I see them occupied with currying favor among the court officials, competing for power and profit. I am not dead yet. And they engage in these petty maneuvers behind my back, truly believing I have lost my wits? Sensing the coldness emanating from Emperor Songfeng, Li Qingwan felt a tremor in her heart, but wisely chose to remain silent on the matter. After a moment, the emperor sighed, his expression softening slightly. He waved his hand, and an elderly eunuch approached, bearing a tray before Li Qingwan. Upon the tray lay a hidden scroll. Father, what is this? Take a look. Li Qingwan nodded and proceeded to unfurl the scroll. Upon seeing its contents, she was taken aback. For the Songfeng royal family, possessing the ability to govern a dynasty necessitates a profound understanding of the various factions within it. The clandestine dossier, originating from the Qianji Bureau, serves the purpose of discreetly gathering intelligence on these factions. Within this document lies detailed information concerning the Daocang Academy, as well as the profile of an individual, Lin Che. The contents are meticulously chronicled, including Lin Che's origins from Kanglin City, his experiences while with the Lin family, and everything that transpired after his admission to the Daocang Academy. After carefully perusing this information, Li Qingwan set the dossier down. At that moment, the Emperor of Songfeng turned to her and inquired, "Wanner, what are your thoughts on this individual? He is a remarkable talent. No, he is truly a prodigy. From what I understand, the Tianhuan divine realm of the Daocang Academy was meticulously arranged by the founding ancestor, Ling Daocang, and it is said that no one has ever succeeded in passing it for millennia. His ability to do so attests to the extraordinary talent and potential of this young man named Lin Che, which can only be described as unparalleled." Upon finishing the dossier, Li Qingwan's countenance was marked by astonishment. The Songfeng Kingdom has only existed for a millennium, whereas the history of the Daocang Academy predates the dynasty itself. It is rumored that when the academy was first established, its foundation was astoundingly formidable, beyond comparison to the current Songfeng Kingdom. However, as time passed, it gradually fell into decline, becoming a mere shadow of its former self beneath the dynasty's dominance. Still, the fact that a force's lineage can be traced back over 10,000 years, remaining unbroken to this day, speaks volumes of the academy's former splendor. Regrettably, such an extraordinary talent, having passed the trials set by the Daocang founder, could have led the academy back to its former glory, but instead faced ostracism and enmity from within. One cannot help but remark on the foolishness of the academy's higher-ups. Li Qingwan mused, shaking her head. In response, the Emperor of Songfeng chuckled softly. "Foolish? Perhaps, but the actions of the Daocang Academy's senior members are not entirely unexpected. Let us not forget that the current head of the academy is Feng Feiyang. 10 years ago, the Daocang Academy held a position of absolute dominance among the great factions of Songfeng Kingdom. However, it was precisely due to the internal strife instigated by Feng Feiyang that the academy endured its darkest and most tumultuous 3 years. During that time, numerous elders perished, and countless disciples suffered casualties. Ultimately, while Feng Feiyang seized absolute power, the academy was left severely weakened and has yet to recover. It was then that I discerned Feng Feiyang's fervent pursuit of power belied his short-sightedness. With Lin Che's prodigious talent, if he continues to thrive, he could undoubtedly lead the Daocang Academy to rediscover its former brilliance. Yet such a rise would inevitably threaten Feng Feiyang's grip on the institution. Moreover, the most crucial point is that this individual is connected to the Martial Hall. The Martial Hall is a force that Feng Feiyang certainly does not wish to see re-emerge in the limelight. Thus, it is only natural for him to suppress this young man. At this juncture, Emperor Songfeng inquired again, "Wanner, what do you think of this person named Lin Che and his current predicament? His situation is indeed dire." Li Qingwan pondered seriously and replied, "Given Lin Che's extraordinary talent, if the head of Daocang Academy has decided to suppress him, it is imperative that they eliminate him entirely, leaving no room for future troubles. Compared to the entirety of Daocang Academy, the current Martial Hall is unlikely to provide him with protection." However, she was puzzled as to the implications of her father's words. This youth, Lin Che, certainly displayed remarkable potential. Yet, from the perspective of his current circumstances, he appeared to be in an almost fatal predicament, devoid of any opportunity for growth. A genius destined to fall should not warrant such significant attention from an emperor of a dynasty. Yet at this moment, Emperor Songfeng stated, "This individual is worth cultivating." Cultivating. Li Qingwan's expression shifted. Could it be that her father intended to protect him? However, this would undoubtedly provoke discontent from Daocang Academy, which could lead to complications. Emperor Songfeng interrupted her. "If he is indeed an unparalleled genius, then he is worth the effort. Moreover, given the predicament he faces, this is an opportune moment to extend a helping hand. Should he truly flourish in the future, the assistance bestowed upon him by the dynasty would yield immeasurable returns. It is a venture most advantageous." As for Daocang Academy, the emperor's expression darkened slightly. In recent years, this foremost sect had grown excessively inflated, and it was high time to impose a proper show of authority. "Wanner, I entrust this matter to you," he concluded. "Me?" Li Qingwan was taken aback, but no buts. "It shall be as I say. I am weary. You may go now." Emperor Songfeng waved his hand. Upon hearing this, though Li Qingwan had more to say, she could only acquiesce, respectfully bowing. "May your majesty take care. I shall take my leave." She then turned to depart. After her exit, a chief eunuch at Emperor Songfeng's bedside remarked, "Your majesty, pardon my impertinence. If this matter is entrusted to the third princess, the first and second princes may overthink it. Emperor Songfeng scoffed. "I actually hope they do, but do they possess the intellect for it? If they were to ponder a little, they would realize that the struggle for the crown has always been an internal conflict within the royal family. Should they merely engage in their own squabbles, given my current state of health, I would merely turn a blind eye and refrain from meddling too much, but do they truly engage in their own conflicts? They are courting the favor of ministers, creating an atmosphere of chaos and discord, even going so far as to collude with domestic familial powers and sects. Is this what it takes to vie for the crown? It is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. If I continue to remain indifferent, they are likely to fracture the nation. I am profoundly disappointed in both of them. Profoundly disappointed. Upon hearing those 4 words and sensing the wrath of the emperor of Tsongfeng, the chief eunuch fell into a profound silence. Within the entire Tsongfeng royal family, the third princess, Li Qingwan, stood out as the most exceptional, both in talent and prestige. However, being a woman, the public consensus dictated that the future heir to the Tsongfeng throne would undoubtedly emerge from the ranks of the first or second princes. Yet, the emperor's words today revealed a palpable disappointment in these 2 sons, especially considering that he entrusted this matter to the third princess. Could it be that he intends for her to cultivate her own influence? It is worth noting that the annals of the Tsongfeng dynasty have indeed recorded instances of a female emperor reigning supreme. The very thought of a female emperor sent a shiver through the chief eunuch's soul, abruptly halting his contemplations, as he dared not delve any deeper. Chapter 64. Rapid Progress in Dao Song Academy. In recent days, a bounty task within the Inner Academy's task hall has created quite a stir. This task, personally issued by the head of Dao Song Academy, stands out due to its extraordinary nature. The excitement primarily stems from the generous rewards associated with its completion. The task rewards section clearly states, any disciple within the academy who accomplishes this task shall receive a high-grade Xian level combat technique scroll, a mid-grade Xian artifact, 10 Xian grade elixirs, and a sum of 10 million gold coins. A high-grade Xian level combat technique scroll is valued at approximately 20 million gold coins. A mid-grade Xian artifact, at the very least, costs 30 million gold coins. As for the Xian grade elixirs, each could fetch around 5 million gold coins at an auction, totaling 50 million for 10, an astronomical sum exceeding 100 million. Just these rewards alone amount to over 100 million. Even among the Inner Academy disciples who have ascended from the outer ranks, only a handful possess savings exceeding 1 million. For them, 100 million gold coins is an unfathomable figure. Furthermore, this is not the entirety of the allure. The most enticing aspect lies in the final stipulation. In addition to these material rewards, anyone who successfully completes the task will be directly promoted to the status of true disciple. True disciples. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in Dao Song Academy, only 3 individuals hold this esteemed title. Each year, these 3 consume a staggering 80% of the resources allocated to the entire cohort of disciples. Being a true disciple signifies that one is a cherished heir whom the academy is willing to nurture with all its resources. In the future, pivotal positions such as the head of the punishment hall, the master of the elixir pavilion, and even the head of Dao Song Academy itself will emerge from among the true disciples. To complete this task is to ascend to the ranks of true disciples, thereby becoming the 4th true disciple of Dao Song Academy. Is this a reward? It is an unabashed temptation, a lure potent enough to drive anyone to the brink of madness. Consequently, the Inner Academy's task hall has become overcrowded, with all who lay eyes on this task consumed by desire. Yet upon discovering the target of this task, the crowd was taken aback. The objective was strikingly simple, to kill a man. That man is Lin Che. Lin Che, the recently promoted disciple who traversed the Tian Huan divine realm just months ago. Upon seeing this name, a figure unconsciously materialized in the minds of the crowd. Indeed, it is he. However, I have heard that his strength is formidable. Just a month prior, he had slain Lu Qianxiu, who was ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking. To kill him would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. What? Lu Qianxiu was actually killed by Lin Che? How could this be? When the news of Lu Qianxiu's death spread throughout Dao Song Academy a month ago, it sparked a wave of commotion, yet few were aware that it was Lin Che who had ended her life. Now, upon hearing this truth, the crowd felt an overwhelming shock. If memory serves me right, Lin Che has only been in the Dao Song Academy for 4 months. Yet he has managed to slay the 10th on the heavenly ranking. Such astonishing growth begs the question, is he, perhaps, a monster? It is not surprising, considering that for countless years, no one has ever been able to pass through the heavenly illusion divine realm. His success alone attests to his extraordinary talent, which can be deemed monstrous. While his ability to kill Lin Che is unexpected, it is nonetheless within reason. Furthermore, if he were not a formidable opponent, how could the esteemed dean place such importance on him and personally issue this bounty? Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, yet simultaneously, a sense of hesitation crept into their hearts. Greed is the inherent flaw of humanity. Previously, upon seeing the rewards of that task, not a single disciple of Daotsong Academy was unmoved. However, now, upon realizing Lin Che's strength, they could not help but ponder whether they possessed the capability to obtain such rewards. After all, Lin Che is merely ranked 10th on the heavenly ranking. What is there to boast about in killing her? At that moment, as the crowd wavered, a young man appeared in their midst, striding confidently towards them. He walked directly to the bounty board and tore down the task. This task, I, Hua Qingyang, shall undertake. Upon seeing the young man, the disciples of Daotsong Academy were filled with awe, for he ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. Even a single rank difference implies a significant disparity in strength. Hua Qingyang's prowess is not something Lin Che can rival. While Lin Che possesses the ability to kill Lin Che, he would undoubtedly stand no chance against the formidable Hua Qingyang. As Hua Qingyang accepted the task, the onlookers began to shower him with compliments. In response, Hua Qingyang wore a slight smirk of disdain. Lin Che, I will surely kill you. With that, he strode out of the hall. Meanwhile, on a cloud ship thousands of miles away, Lin Che had been in seclusion for a full 5 days. During this time, he had completely absorbed the terrifying energy contained within the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. It felt as if he were ensnared in a vortex of spiritual energy, with every pore and acupoint of his body wide open. Inside him, every inch of meridian and every bone resonated violently, producing a thunderous sound. This state persisted for an indeterminate duration until, from between his gritted teeth, a low, rumbling roar escaped. Break for me. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupted within the room. Simultaneously, a resounding crash echoed from within Lin Che, as if unseen shackles had finally been shattered, leading to a monumental shift in his aura. In a flash, Lin Che opened his eyes, and from them radiated a piercing light, akin to 2 swords slicing through the void, their brilliance undeniable. It took half an hour for the intense wave of energy to finally subside. With a restrained breath, Lin Che felt the profound changes within his own realm, a layer of ecstatic joy enveloping his countenance. He had ascended to the 7th level of spirit martial arts. A single Xuanwu transformation dragon pill had enabled him to surge through 3 realms, firmly establishing himself in the 7th level of spirit martial arts. At this moment, Lin Che could distinctly perceive the extraordinary enhancement of his vision, hearing, speed, strength, and perception. Such an elevation could only be described as extraordinary. Moreover, what brought Lin Che the utmost delight was the remarkable expansion of his internal energy reservoir, which had multiplied several times, with his true energy flowing ceaselessly within him like a spiritual stream. Additionally, Lin Che's physique, already formidable, had experienced a qualitative leap in resilience after refining the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. In short, Lin Che's progress was nothing short of terrifying. However, Lin Che believed that this cultivation was far from over. Moments later, as he gradually adapted to the novel power coursing through him, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The cloud ship sailed high above, traversing layers of billowing clouds under the blazing sun. Yet the heat was imperceptible due to the strong winds. Standing on the deck of the cloud ship, the vigorous gale swept around him, causing his dark hair to dance wildly and his robes to flutter with a crisp sound. Wind. At this moment, Lin Che directly retrieved the second treasured item obtained from the Xuanwu tomb, the wind xian grass. Before consuming the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, Lin Che had contemplated refining this wind xian grass simultaneously, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The reason was straightforward. He had previously sustained severe injuries from the strike of a powerful Xuanwu realm expert, leaving both his body and spirit in a less than optimal state. To comprehend an arcane principle, not only must one possess adequate insight, but one must also remain wholly focused without the slightest distraction. A single wind xian grass held a minimum value of several million gold coins in the outside world, and it was a rare commodity. With Lin Che's current wealth, such an amount was indeed beyond his means. Fortunately, after refining the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill and achieving consecutive breakthroughs through 3 realms, not only had his injuries fully healed, but his spirit was also exceptionally invigorated. Now was the prime moment to grasp the essence of the wind. I hope my fortune proves sufficient to comprehend the principle of wind with this single wind xian grass. After a brief moment, Lin Che swallowed the wind-shin grass, and as a peculiar energy spread throughout his body, he suddenly experienced an extraordinary sensation. Lin Che developed a marvelous affinity for the wind around him. Every pore in his body opened up, allowing him to feel the gentle caress of the airflow. And this perception of the wind had never been so vivid before. Is this what wind truly is? Why had I never noticed it before? It was as if a new hue had suddenly emerged in my world, an astonishing feeling. Lin Che quietly closed his eyes, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he found himself immersed in a state of ethereal tranquility. Chapter 65. Grievous news upon the cloud ship. Lin Che stood quietly upon the deck. Around him, violent winds surged, yet within a 10-meter radius, tranquility reigned, ultimately forming swirling cyclones. The wind was intangible, however, if one could observe with the naked eye. They would notice that these cyclones spun at varying speeds and directions, as if an invisible will were orchestrating their movements. In the distance, Luo Ro and Bai Chiuli gazed at Lin Che. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Lao murmured, "Has this lad been standing on the deck for a full day and night? Truly remarkable perseverance." Beside him, Luo Ro smiled and replied, "His ability to maintain this state of clarity for such an extended period is a positive sign, indicating his comprehension is extraordinary. If his understanding were lacking, he would have emerged from this state the moment he attempted to refine the wind-profound herb, thus wasting this precious arcane medicine. What the Lord said holds true. In terms of innate talent, this boy is indeed extraordinary, one of the strongest juniors I have encountered in my lifetime, even surpassing Bei Lingtian. Moreover, his progress has been astonishing. It has only been a short time, yet he has broken through to the 7th level of spirit martial realm." Lin Che's realm ascended from the 4th to the 7th level of spirit martial realm, and the transformation of his aura certainly did not escape the notice of Luo Ro and Bai Lao. Thus, they felt a genuine astonishment at Lin Che's advancement. They speculated that the young man must have refined the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. However, the terrifying energy contained within such a pill could hardly be endured by a spirit martial realm's dantian, which left Luo Ro and Bai Lao utterly perplexed. Of course, it is common for martial artists to possess their own secrets. Furthermore, Lin Che's breakthrough was not concealed from Luo Ro and Bai Lao, demonstrating his absolute trust in them. Since Lin Che chose not to disclose the reasons behind his advancement, they would never pry into the matter, regardless of any special circumstances. At that moment, Lin Che suddenly awakened from his profound state. His eyes opened, revealing a newfound clarity upon his face. With a thought, the Linghan sword unsheathed in an instant. Cleaving through the void ahead. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy radiated from the sword's trajectory. With a fierce and violent sword intent that seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the air for several yards ahead. The essence of wind. It was evident that Lin Che's strike encapsulated the essence of wind. The clouds before the ship were swept away as if by a raging tempest, dissipating entirely. At this moment, the Linghan sword hovered before Lin Che, its blade now adorned with a third essence in addition to the water and poison attributes. The colors green, blue, and black swirled like ethereal mist around the sword. Splendid. As Lin Che felt his mastery over the essence of wind, a jubilant expression illuminated his face. He could distinctly sense the progress he had made. The amalgamation of the three essences not only transformed his sword intent once more, but also bestowed upon him a most remarkable enhancement, speed. Even among various arcane medicines, those infused with the essence of wind were the most precious of all. The wind attribute primarily enhances speed, which is of utmost importance to all warriors. Lin Che, being a swordsman, already possesses an astonishing speed in his sword strikes. Attempting to further augment it would be exceedingly arduous. However, upon comprehending the essence of the wind, Lin Che perceives that his sword speed has increased at least several-fold compared to before. The magnitude of this advancement is truly astonishing. He has genuinely grasped the profundity of the wind. In the distance, Luo Ro and Bai Chiuli witnessed this scene, momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of intense astonishment. While there are indeed numerous prodigies in the world who have discerned the profundities, most have relied on their families' resources to achieve such feats. To master the essence of the wind solely through a single wind mystic herb is rare, if not unprecedented. One cannot help but acknowledge Lin Che's extraordinary comprehension and fortuitousness. Haha. With your rate of progress, those dim-witted higher-ups of Daotsong Academy, if they were to learn of this, would surely be filled with regret. Elder Bai approached Lin Che, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. his eyes brimming with approval. Initially, the life-and-death duel Lin Che had arranged with Lingtian was regarded as a mere joke by the higher-ups of Daotsong Academy. Even after Lin Che had passed through the heavenly illusion realm, they could not have imagined that he would reach Lingtian's level in just a year. Yet now, it appears that in less than 4 months, Lin Che has grown to such an extent. Chasing after Lingtian's pace within a year does not seem impossible after all. The fact that such an extraordinary talent was forced out of Daotsong Academy by its higher-ups, who instead sent him into the embrace of the martial hall, brings Elder by immense satisfaction. He is genuinely curious about the expressions of those high-ranking officials when they witness Lin Che's speed of growth. However, it would be wise to remain discreet. At that moment, Luo Ro cautioned Lin Che, "I know Feng Feiyang's character well. If he discovers that your talent exceeds expectations, rather than seeking to ease relations, he will likely take desperate measures to eliminate you as a threat at any cost. Therefore, until you have truly matured, it would be prudent to avoid excessive exposure of your growth." Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded, understanding the necessity of remaining low-key. After a lengthy journey, the cloud ship finally arrived at its destination, hovering above the martial hall. The three disembarked and proceeded towards it. At that moment, they sensed something amiss. Something is not right. The mountain range where the martial hall is located has suffered extensive damage, appearing ravaged and desolate, with trees felled in droves. The ground within a radius of several dozen miles is riddled with gigantic craters, each several meters in diameter. This scene can only be the result of a fierce battle between formidable beings of the Xuanwu realm. Could it be that the martial hall is in trouble? Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Che and his companions felt an immediate shift in their demeanor, their expressions turning grave as they hastened towards the interior. Shortly thereafter, the trio found themselves within the conference hall of the martial hall. "Master of the hall, you have finally returned." As they stepped into the hall, Elders Feng Wuying and Dao Qiangwei rushed forward, their faces etched with profound concern. Simultaneously, Lin Che's attention was drawn to a startling sight within the hall, causing his heart to tremble with shock. There, spread upon a straw mat, lay 2 lifeless bodies, cold and still. They were none other than Yi Tianlang and Wu Yurin of the Yi Alliance. Chapter 66. An outburst of fury upon witnessing the scene before her. Even Luo Ro's composure was shaken. What had transpired between the 2 elders? When he spoke, "It is the Daotsong Academy. A few days ago, they issued a mission with a substantial reward, aimed at the assassination of Lin Che. The task was taken up by the 5th-ranked genius disciple, Hua Qingyang. After accepting the mission, he came to our martial hall, boasting his intent to engage Lin Che in a life-and-death battle. Accompanying him were 3 elders from Daotsong Academy and a multitude of disciples. At that moment, Elder Dao Qiangwei and I went to negotiate, clarifying that Lin Che was not present in the martial hall and urging them to leave promptly. However, they refused to believe us, accusing our martial hall of cowardice and insisting that we force Lin Che to reveal himself. During this time, Hua Qingyang seized the opportunity to strike and killed these 2 individuals. Elder Dao Qiangwei and I intended to intervene, but we were held back by the 3 elders from Daotsong Academy, rendering us powerless." As he recounted this, deep regret and helplessness were etched on the faces of the 2 elders, Windless Shadow and Dao Qiangwei. That wretched Hua, how could he harbor such malice? Upon hearing this account, Elder Bai clenched his fist in fury. Meanwhile, Luo Ro furrowed her brow and turned to Lin Che, saying, "I have underestimated the ruthlessness of Feng Feiyang. I did not anticipate that he would regard you with such seriousness, willing to go to any lengths to eliminate you as a threat." After uttering these words, a look of remorse crossed her face. After all, she had assured that the martial hall was entirely safe, which was why Lin Che had brought his friends here. To her dismay, they had now lost their lives on the premises of the martial hall. She felt a sense of responsibility for this tragedy. At that moment, the 2 elders, Windless Shadow and Dao Qiangwei, looked at Luo Ro with expressions of guilt. "Mistress, we have failed. We could not protect these 2, and thus we have neglected our duty. Esteemed elders, this matter does not fall upon you. I have offended Daotsong Academy, and ultimately, they perished because of me." Gazing at the 2 lifeless bodies lying in the hall, Lin Che's expression turned icy. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he anxiously inquired, "Is it possible that Xiao Yao also?" Hua Qingyang had not directly harmed the young girl, but he had abducted her. Abducted. Xiao Yao, who was already blind, now in the hands of Daotsong Academy, faced an unimaginable fate. With this thought, A fierce expression enveloped Lin Che's face as he prepared to leave. "Young man, what do you intend to do?" Elder Bai asked hastily. "I am going to rescue her." "You must be mad. Hua Qingyang did not kill that girl outright. Likely to coerce you into coming to her aid. To venture alone into Daotsong Academy is tantamount to seeking death. Although you have made remarkable progress in these past few months, you must not act recklessly. It is wiser to bide your time, to cultivate your strength, and exact your revenge when you are truly prepared." "Bide my time." Lin Che sneered at Elder Bai's advice. "I cannot do that. Yi Tianlang and the others have met their tragic end. Xiao Yao has also been abducted, perhaps enduring torment. If he turns a blind eye and chooses to endure, can he still be considered a man? Regardless of whether the beasts of Daotsong Academy wish to draw me out, I must go. I can tolerate any schemes against me, Lin Che, but when it comes to my friends and family, this blood debt must be repaid in kind." Upon uttering these words, Lin Che's eyes gleamed crimson, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him, his tone chillingly resolute. Despite having spent several months together, Bai Lao and the others had never witnessed Lin Che in such a state, thus their hearts trembled slightly. "Let him go." At that moment, Luo Ro unexpectedly spoke up. Hearing her words, Bai Lao's expression shifted, but seeing the Lord's directive, he reluctantly stepped aside. With a swift motion, Lin Che dashed out of the hall. "Lord, I fail to understand why we should allow him to proceed. The higher-ups of Daotsong Academy must be eager to see this lad storm into their domain. It is akin to walking into his own demise." As Lin Che exited the hall, Bai Lao cast a questioning glance at Luo Ro, perplexity etched on his face. "It cannot be halted. Given this young man's temperament, should we forcibly obstruct him, while he may not find himself in immediate peril? It would inevitably give rise to demons along his path of cultivation." Luo Ro shook her head slightly, signaling to follow him. To prevent those old ones from striking in the shadows, at Daotsong Academy in the central square, stood a colossal platform known as the Life and Death Platform, a place designated for the resolution of life and death grievances. At this moment, the vicinity of the platform teemed with people, bustling with the figures of Daotsong Academy disciples. "I heard that you all brazenly stormed the Martial Hall and even dispatched 2 traitors of Daotsong Academy and managed to retreat unscathed. Is this true?" Presently, some disciples who had just returned from their training inquired curiously about the recent events. Indeed it is true. In the past we, the disciples of Daotsong Academy, held the Martial Hall in utmost reverence. Yet just days ago, when we accompanied senior brother Hua Qingyang to besiege Lin Che, we discovered that the Martial Hall was not as formidable as it seemed. We ventured into the territory of the Martial Hall as if it were uninhabited, and senior brother Hua personally executed those 2 traitors, Yi Tianlang and the other. But what was the outcome? The elders of the Martial Hall could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless. For the Martial Hall, although it has languished for a decade, even the upper echelons of Daotsong Academy regard it with considerable trepidation. Thus, after numerous disciples of Daotsong Academy forcefully invaded the Martial Hall and returned unscathed, each wore a look of pride, boasting of their martial exploits. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable that our incursion into the Martial Hall was aimed at capturing Lin Che, yet that young man never made an appearance. With senior brother Hua personally leading the charge, that lad surely dared not show his face. Such a timid creature, claiming to be an extraordinary talent who has traversed the heavenly illusion divine realm. I see him merely as a turtle retreating into its shell. However, senior brother Hua has also issued a direct order to abduct his maid, intending to coerce him into revealing himself. As the conversation unfolded, many gazes shifted toward the elevated platform. Upon that platform stood an iron cage, within which a blind young girl was confined. It was none other than Xiao Yao. In that moment, the girl resembled a quail, huddled beside the iron bars, her face devoid of color due to sheer terror. On one side of the life and death arena, Hua Qingyang sat cross-legged, his gaze upon Xiao Yao laced with a hint of mockery. "I warned you that if Lin Che does not appear within 3 days, I shall take your life. Today marks the final day." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yao's heart brimmed with fear, yet a flicker of resolve graced her countenance. "Do not harbor such illusions. I am merely a humble maid, of no significance in the eyes of the young master. You shall not succeed in coercing him into a fatal encounter. Is that so?" Hua Qingyang scoffed, preparing to speak again. At that very moment, however, a sudden commotion erupted from below the life and death platform. Chapter 67, A Heavier Hand Look. Who is that person? My heavens, it's Lin Che. He actually dares to come. As this exclamation echoed, countless gazes turned toward the source. In the distance, a figure emerged, clad in a flowing black robe and bearing a long sword on his back. Unmistakably a youth. The moment the crowd recognized this silhouette, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, triggering a tumultuous uproar. With a swift motion, Lin Che dashed forward, resembling a gust of wind, and within the blink of an eye, he reached the base of the life and death platform. He glanced upward, and upon seeing that the imprisoned Xiao Yao appeared unharmed, the tension that had gripped his heart began to ease. Without hesitation, he surged toward the platform. However, at that moment, a figure abruptly obstructed his path. "You were Lin Che?" Hua Qingyang raised an arm, blocking Lin Che's advance. His narrowed eyes appraising the youth before him. Lin Che furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" In response, Hua Qingyang erupted into a maniacal laugh. "Good question. I am Hua Qingyang. Today you dare." Hua Qingyang intended to deliver a scathing taunt, but upon hearing his name, Lin Che's eyes narrowed. An uncontrollable aura of murderous intent emanating outward. Hua Qingyang. The two from the Yi Alliance were slain by this man. Without uttering another word, Lin Che lunged forward with ferocity. Explosive step. The overwhelming true energy of the 7th level of spirit martial surged beneath Lin Che's feet. Although he employed the same high-grade movement technique, his soaring cultivation level rendered his speed incomparable to before. In a mere breath, he had closed the distance to Hua Qingyang. Simultaneously, a glimmer of cold light suddenly erupted from Lin Che's hand. Sword intent. Infused with the essence of wind. The sword intent moved with such swiftness that it transcended the limits of the naked eye. "You." At the instant Lin Che struck, Hua Qingyang's expression shifted to one of terror, sensing an overwhelming wave of danger. Yet, before he could react, the tip of a sword pressed against his brow. Silence. Below. The disciples of Daosong Academy, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts seize, gasping in disbelief. What have I just seen? The 5th on the heavenly rankings. Having entered the 8th level of spirit martial, Brother Hua was utterly subdued by this youth with a single sword strike, without any power to retaliate. A month prior, when they heard of Lin Che's defeat of the 10th ranked Lu Qianqiu, they were left in shock. Yet now, merely a month later, this individual's prowess had far surpassed that of the 5th ranked Hua Qingyang. Such rapid advancement. Could he truly be breaking through realms with every meal? As they gazed upon this youth, all present regarded him as if he were a monster. Unlike the tumultuous waves stirred below, on the stage, Lin Che's expression was eerily calm, yet his gaze exuded an icy chill. "I have heard you wish to kill me, but do you possess the capability?" At these words, Hua Qingyang's countenance abruptly turned rigid. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to force Lin Che to reveal himself for the sake of a coveted disciple position. However, he never anticipated that once Lin Che truly appeared, he would be utterly deprived of any opportunity to strike back. All his prior confidence crumbled to dust with Lin Che's singular sword strike, vanishing without a trace. "This sword could have claimed your life. Do you know why I withheld it?" Lin Che suddenly grinned menacingly. Before Hua Qingyang could respond, Lin Che continued, "To let you perish too swiftly would be too merciful." After comprehending the essence of the wind, Lin Che's speed with the sword was so extraordinary that even should he have slain Hua Qingyang, the latter would not have felt the slightest pang of pain. Thus, he chose to refrain from delivering the fatal blow. However, as his words fell, Lin Che swung his sword. With a swift flash, Hua Qingyang's arm was severed. Blood gushed forth. "Ah, my arm." The agony of his severed limb caused Hua Qingyang's eyes to bulge, unleashing a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In the spirit martial realm, one could not regenerate a severed limb. Losing an arm was undoubtedly a catastrophic blow for a genius like Hua Qingyang. Consequently, he let out a venomous roar. "My master is Elder Kumu. You have severed my arm today, and in the future, you shall." His threats were abruptly cut off as Lin Che lunged at him once more, this time not with a sword, but with a powerful fist that struck Hua Qingyang squarely in the face. What formidable strength Lin Che possessed! With a resounding thud, half of Hua Qingyang's face collapsed instantly. Then, Lin Che stepped forward, pursuing the retreating figure of Hua Qingyang, offering him no chance to react, and delivered another thunderous punch. Bang! This time, Hua Qingyang's jaw shattered, and teeth mixed with blood erupted from his mouth. What followed was a scene of sheer brutality. Lin Che treated Hua Qingyang as a mere human punching bag, raining down blow after blow. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, Hua Qingyang was left disheveled, his features unrecognizable, his body likely suffering countless fractures, a sight too gruesome to behold. After this savage onslaught, Lin Che raised his arm again, positioning the sword at Hua Qingyang's brow. "Do you have anything left to say? Speak on." Despair engulfed Hua Qingyang, who no longer dared to utter threats. Instead, he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. He realized that this youth before him was a reckless maniac. Why had he ever thought it wise to provoke such a ruthless individual? At that moment, regret flooded Hua Qingyang's heart, and with a thud, he knelt down. Mumbled words of pleading escaped his lips. "Lin, Master Lin, I was blind to your prowess and should not have crossed you. Please spare my life. I do not wish to die." Though publicly humiliated and deprived of an arm, a fate that would leave this esteemed disciple of the heavenly rankings utterly disgraced. And unable to hold his head high in the Daotsong Academy, the mere fact of survival rendered thoughts of death irrelevant. Sensing the frigid murderous intent emanating from Lin Che, Hua Qingyang had completely succumbed to fear. To plead for mercy, while he wished to live, did that imply the two members of the Yi Alliance deserved death? Lin Che suddenly let out a cold laugh. Hearing this, Hua Qingyang hastily responded, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have. Since you are aware of your transgressions, ensure you do not repeat them in your next life." Lin Che regarded him with no trace of compassion, denying him any further opportunity for words. With a swift flash of sword light, Hua Qingyang's head was severed cleanly from his body. Even in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, filled with boundless regret, despair, terror, and agony. A brutal execution. The fifth-ranked disciple of the heavenly rankings was thus slain before the eyes of the crowd. At that moment, the surroundings of the life and death platform fell into a profound silence. After dispatching his foe, Lin Che swiftly made his way to Xiao Yao. With a single stroke of his sword, he shattered the iron cage imprisoning her. "Xiao Yao, I have come too late. Are you unharmed?" Lin Che inquired with concern. "Young master." Upon hearing Lin Che's voice, Xiao Yao felt as if she had encountered a glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness, overwhelmed with joy and tears. She quickly replied, I am fine. Very well, let us depart from this place first." Lin Che assisted Xiao Yao to her feet and prepared to leave. However, scarcely had he spoken when a formidable aura surged towards them. In the sky above, the figure of an elder appeared. This was none other than Hua Qingyang's master, Elder Ku Mu. Yet, as the elder arrived, he was met with the sight of Hua Qingyang's severed head and body on the life and death platform, causing his expression to contort into a mask of rage. "Younger." Elder Ku Mu roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Lin Che. "You have killed my disciple." Lin Che cast a glance at him. "Your disciple was of wicked disposition. Since you, as his master, failed to educate him properly, I took it upon myself to impart a lesson. You may inquire among those present whether your disciple recognized his errors in his final moments. Alas, I may have been a bit too harsh. Though he understood his mistakes, he shall likely never have the chance to amend them. You wretched beast, are you mocking me?" Upon hearing Lin Che's words, a tempest of rage erupted within Elder Ku Mu, and he trembled as he charged towards the life and death platform. However, before he could reach it, he was intercepted. The figures of Luo Ro, Bai Qiuli, Feng Wuying, and Dao Qiangwei suddenly appeared, encircling him in an instant. Luo Ro glared coldly at him. "Ku Mu, it seems you have forgotten my previous warnings. Do you wish to lay hands on the disciples of my martial hall? Do you value your life so little?" Chapter 68. A call for my death. Elder Ku Mu's expression turned exceedingly grim upon hearing Luo Ro's forceful inquiry. He certainly could not forget that Luo Ro had previously stated that apart from Bai Lingtian, who had made a pact with Lin Che for a year of combat, any disciple of the Daotsong Academy could engage Lin Che. However, should any elder martial artist involve themselves, she would take action. This woman was a Dao martial realm powerhouse. Aside from the Academy's president, who could possibly rival her? This implied that if he were to act, not only would he be unable to slay Lin Che, but he would also suffer dire consequences himself. Nevertheless, despite comprehending the precarious situation, Elder Ku Mu's heart brimmed with resentment. Hua Qingyang was his cherished disciple, the sole one he had personally mentored, and he had expended countless resources and efforts in nurturing him. Now, a decade of dedication had been obliterated in an instant. Elder Ku Mu glared at Lin Che, his face contorted with rage. "You act without mercy at such a tender age. Your cruelty is bound to invoke divine retribution. Beware as you traverse the world. May you not perish unnoticed." A threat. Though Elder Ku Mu did not explicitly state his intentions, the implication was clear to all present. A threat from a formidable figure of the Xuanwu realm carried significant weight. Lin Che instinctively furrowed his brow. At that moment, however, Luoro turned to Elder Kumu and declared, "If he dies unnoticed, regardless of whether the perpetrator can be identified, I will be the first to enter Daotsong Academy and eliminate you." Elder Kumu was taken aback. He had not explicitly threatened to kill Lin Che. What rationale was this? "Very well, let me rephrase. If he dies in silence, you too shall likely meet a silent demise. Therefore, pray that he lives to a ripe old age." Upon hearing this, Elder Kumu's face paled. He had been threatened in return. Yet, before a powerhouse of the Dao martial realm, he found himself without the strength to refute. Hua Qingyang was dead, and this girl had already rescued Lin Che. It was time to depart. At this juncture, Luo Ro chose to disregard Elder Kumu and turned her attention to Lin Che, speaking once more. However, Lin Che shook his head, indicating there was no rush. After making this statement, Lin Che added, "I would appreciate it if the Hall Master could keep an eye on Xiao Yao for me." Upon hearing this, Luo Ro furrowed her brow in confusion. Nonetheless, with a wave of her delicate hand, an immense force lifted Xiao Yao into the air, bringing her to rest beside Luo Ro. On the life and death platform, only Lin Che remained. His gaze shifted to the crowd below as he addressed them. "I have heard that in your fervor to find me, you would have excavated the martial hall to its depths, yet you have failed to achieve your goal. Now, I present you with this opportunity. Open your eyes wide and behold, I am Lin Che. Here I stand, right before you on the life and death platform of your own academy. If anyone wishes to take my life, step forward." Arrogance. Of course, he would be audacious. According to the accounts of the two elders of the martial hall, there were more disciples from the Daotsong Academy who had dared to intrude upon the martial hall to kill him, not just Hua Qingyang. Although the culprits responsible for the deaths of Yi Tianlang and others had already been dealt with, it was not sufficient. If he did not instill fear today, he feared there would be a second attempt. Lin Che harbored no fear of those seeking his life, but he would never tolerate threats against those close to him. Upon hearing this statement, the expressions of the numerous disciples of Daotsong Academy in the audience darkened. To kill Lin Che? They had indeed contemplated such an action. But having witnessed the fifth ranked on the celestial leaderboard struggle to withstand a single strike from him, how many among them could truly claim to be his match? Observing the silence among the crowd, Lin Che let out a cold chuckle. "It seems you are hesitant to make a move against me. Thus, allow me to initiate." With that, Lin Che's mind focused, and the Ling Han's sword soared forth with a swift slash. This strike was akin to a gentle breeze passing through, silent yet swift as lightning. In the throng, 3 disciples of Daotsong Academy glared furiously at Lin Che, yet dared not ascend the stage. In an instant, their heads were severed, impaled upon the very sword they had underestimated. As the sword returned, those 3 severed heads were gruesomely nailed to the stage of life and death. Taking the first action, the thousands of disciples below were utterly unprepared for Lin Che's abrupt aggression, especially as he had so decisively executed 3 of their own. With the lifeless bodies collapsing, a momentary hush ensued, only to erupt into chaos among the audience. However, witnessing this scene, the disciples of Daotsong Academy, despite their intense fury, dared not approach the stage. "Cowards?" Lin Che, with an icy demeanor, stoked the flames further. "By killing me, you could claim a reward of over 1,000,000 gold coins and ascend directly to the ranks of the true disciples. Why do you cower? Come, I stand here, begging for your attempts on my life." What an affront. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. The disciples below were seething with rage, their faces contorted with fury, feeling as if their very lungs would burst. One shouted in anger, "Lin Che, do not be overly arrogant. This is Daotsong Academy. And you." But before he could finish his sentence, the Ling Han's sword, still embedded in the stage of life and death, surged forth once more. With a flash of sword light, Pucci echoed, and this man's head was cleaved from his body, blood gushing forth. Now on the stage of life and death, including Hua Qingyang, the 5th bloodied head was gruesomely displayed, a sight both macabre and brutal. If you have something to say, step up to the stage instead of muttering below. Do you think I will spare you? With that, Lin Che's domineering gaze swept across the audience once more, daring anyone else to speak. This time, the atmosphere beneath the stage was eerily silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Indeed, when the disciples of Daotsong Academy met Lin Che's frigid gaze, they hastily averted their eyes, unable to meet his stare. They had truly become cowards. It felt as if their collective dignity had been ruthlessly trampled underfoot by that young man on the stage, crushed beyond recognition. Yet what of it? To charge forth together? If the 1,000 disciples below were to unite, they believed Lin Che could not withstand their assault. But who would lead the charge? He was a swordsman, and death came in an instant. Furthermore, given Lin Che's displayed prowess, the first to ascend would surely meet their end. The instinct for self-preservation is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Not everyone is willing to sacrifice their life for the sake of dignity. Even if they felt a bitter taste in their hearts, they had to concede the truth. There were over 1,000 disciples present. Yet they were completely intimidated by a single disciple from the martial hall. One might even assert that. In the presence of this youth who is not yet 20 years of age, they were so overwhelmed that they could scarcely lift their heads. Chapter 69. Together from a distance, Lin Che stood alone, instilling a profound silence among over 1,000 disciples of the Dao Tsang Academy. In contrast, the higher-ups of the martial hall, including Luoro, were filled with a sense of exhilaration. Old Bai could not contain his delight, laughing heartily. What a remarkable talent this young man is. Even during the peak of the martial hall, when its disciples were abundant with talent, none had ever suppressed the younger generation of the Dao Tsang Academy as Lin Che did today. Yet, here was a mere 17-year-old boy who accomplished this feat. How could the leaders of the martial hall not feel invigorated by such a display? Beside them, Feng Wuying remarked. The hall master went to great lengths to revive the martial hall for this young man, even risking confrontation with the Dao Tsang Academy. I finally understand the rationale now. As long as this child continues to grow, the resurgence of the martial hall's glory is merely a matter of time. It's evident that the hall master's decision was indeed astute. Even the typically stoic Dao Qiangwei displayed a flicker of profound satisfaction in her eyes. Setting aside talent, she found the young man's character to be quite likable. Shame. As they gazed upon the 5 bloodied heads pinned atop the life and death stage, a deep sense of humiliation washed over all the Dao Tsang Academy disciples present, their faces flushed with blood. They understood that if Lin Che departed unscathed today, this shame would transform into a haunting nightmare, forever pressing upon their spirits like an insurmountable mountain, rendering any thought of opposing him futile. Yet, amidst the silence of the Dao Tsang Academy disciples, 2 figures suddenly surged forth like gusts of wind. As they ascended the combat stage, each unleashed a tremendous force directed at Lin Che. Sensing their power, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. He swiftly waved his hand, and the Linghan sword cleaved through the air. With a resounding whoosh, the essence of water unfurled upon the sword, forming a barrier of true energy reminiscent of a shimmering water curtain. Simultaneously, the 2 formidable forces collided fiercely with the water barrier. A terrifying shriek echoed throughout the arena. The explosive ripples of true energy surged outward, causing some of the less formidable Dao Tsang Academy disciples below to stagger. After the clash, both Lin Che and the 2 newcomers retreated simultaneously. At that moment, the crowd clearly beheld the identities of the 2 who had ascended the stage. They were young men in their 20s, one wielded a long blade, pulsating with the bloodlust of a seasoned killer, while the other grasped a silver war spear, surrounded by an overwhelming battle intent, akin to a battle-hardened warrior. It was Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Tang. Third on the heavenly rankings, Chun Xianhai. Fourth on the heavenly rankings, Tang Zhan. Haraha! How splendid! This young man has been boasting for so long. At last, the prodigies atop the Dao Tsang Academy's heavenly rankings have made their move. Both Brother Chun and Brother Tang are at the pinnacle of the spirit martial 9th realm and rank among the elite on the heavenly rankings. Today, as they take action, Lin Che has truly reached the end of his arrogance. His demise is inevitable. Previously, the disciples of the Dao Tsang Academy endured great humiliation. Thus, upon witnessing the appearance of these 2 individuals, the crowd erupted in cheers, akin to the relief of having swallowed a calming pill. On the stage, Lin Che could distinctly sense the realms of both opponents, both standing at the zenith of spirit martial prowess, merely a step away from transcending into the Xuanwu realm. Lin Che glanced at them and asked, "Are you 2 coming at me together?" Chun Xianhai replied with a cold smile, "If your martial hall has any other talents, you may summon them for assistance." "Oh, I forgot. Your martial hall is devoid of people. Once I eliminate you, the younger generation of your martial hall will be extinguished." There is some truth to that. Lin Che nodded, then calmly regarded the 2, declaring, "Come and kill me." At these words, the faces of Chun Xianhai and Tang Zhan twitched slightly. This youth is truly audacious. Tang Zhan squinted and remarked, "You possess great pride, but such pride must be backed by strength." Together, We will ensure you have no chance of survival, if you are wise." Before Tang Zhan could finish his sentence, his pupils constricted as Lin Che's figure surged towards him with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a sword struck forth, seeking death. "Let me see just how strong you are," Tang Zhan roared, raising his silver battle spear and thrusting it forward. With a resounding clash, the silver spear, exuding a chilling radiance, resembled a mighty silver dragon, infused with fierce battle intent, meeting Lin Che's sword. Boom! The moment the Linghan's sword met the silver spear, the air trembled violently. However, after that single clash, Lin Che remained steadfast, while Tang Zhan staggered, frantically retreating. Regaining his footing with difficulty, Tang Zhan's expression drastically changed. The essence of water. Among skilled fighters, a single exchange reveals the depths of their prowess. Tang Zhan's battle intent surged forward, his silver spear displaying an unparalleled ferocity. Yet he found himself being repelled by Lin Che's sword intent. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a terrifying force erupting from Lin Che's sword, akin to a colossal tidal wave, indicating that the sword intent must incorporate an essence of water. Not only the essence of water, but look at his sword. At that moment, Chun Xianhai gasped in astonishment as he called out a warning. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhan turned to look, and his expression grew even more vivid. He beheld Lin Che's sword emanating three distinct hues of green, black, and blue, transforming the seemingly ordinary high-grade spirit weapon, the Linghan sword, into a dazzling divine weapon. These three colors undoubtedly represented the external manifestation of the essences. Threefold essences. It is essential to understand that for martial artists, comprehending each essence is akin to a grand gamble. Even those extraordinary prodigies with exceptional comprehension may find it challenging to grasp an essence, requiring the consumption of numerous essence elixirs without guarantee of success. Moreover, each essence elixir, once available, commands astronomical prices in the millions. Thus, this is truly a luxury beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Yet, within this person's sword intent, there exists a remarkable fusion of three profound principles. This is indeed a challenge. At this moment, both Chun Xianhai and his companion furrowed their brows, realizing they had significantly underestimated the youth before them. Together, in the next instant, Chun Xianhai and Tang Zhan exchanged a glance and simultaneously sprang into action. The overwhelming aura of their peak martial prowess erupted around them as they launched their assault towards Lin Che from both sides. Clearly, their intention was to distract and exhaust Lin Che, rendering him unable to defend himself effectively. Chapter 70. A heart bleeding with a knife and a spear, they simultaneously attacked from both sides of Lin Che. The weapons were imbued with the formidable power of peak spiritual martial arts. It must be acknowledged that the coordination between Chun Xianhai and his companion was impeccable, demonstrating an acute understanding of how to maximize their combined strengths. Their assault was fierce and resolute, leaving Lin Che little time to contemplate. However, Lin Che did not hesitate. He raised his hand and directed his strike towards Chun Xianhai. Boom! The Linghan sword erupted with a vast sword intent, instantly shattering the blade's glow unleashed by Chun Xianhai. At the same time, he swiftly twisted his body and launched a punch towards the silver war spear descending from Tang Zhan's side, seeking death. Upon witnessing Lin Che's actions, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Tang Zhan's face. It was one thing to be forced back by a single sword strike, but a swordsman attempting to confront him without his weapon? It was sheer folly. Yet, before Tang Zhan could revel in his triumph for long, his expression abruptly shifted. Boom! Lin Che's fist struck squarely against the silver spear. An overwhelming force surged through the weapon. In that instant, Tang Zhan felt as if he had been violently struck by a mountain. Bang! Ugh! In the next moment, Tang Zhan's figure was sent flying like a severed kite, soaring several dozen feet away. A single punch had sent him reeling. One could only imagine the terrifying power that Lin Che had harnessed within that blow. Regaining his balance with great difficulty, Tang Zhan looked down at his hands, only to discover that the flesh at the base of his palms had split open, an excruciating pain coursing through him. He could hardly fathom that his opponent, a mere swordsman, possessed such formidable physical strength. An opportunity. After knocking Tang Zhan back, Lin Che paid no heed to Chun Xianhai at his side. Instead, he moved like a whirlwind, pursuing Tang Zhan's retreating figure. Simultaneously, a razor-sharp beam of sword light erupted from his hand. Death! Swish! The sword struck with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Even Tang Zhan could only widen his eyes in astonishment before feeling a chill at his throat. In that fleeting silence, Tang Zhan's head and body separated, blood gushing forth in torrents. No, it's impossible. Not far away, witnessing this scene, Chen Xuanhai's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. His heart engulfed in profound shock. This young man, possessing merely the cultivation of the 7th level of spiritual martial arts, had slain Tang Zhan, a peak spiritual martial artist, with a single sword strike. A monster. This individual must surely be a monster. Immediately, an uncontrollable fear began to spread within Chen Xuanhai's heart. Although Tang Zhan ranked below him on the celestial leaderboard, the difference was minimal, and both possessed peak spiritual martial arts cultivation, their strengths being closely matched. If Lin Che could so effortlessly slay Tang Zhan, did that not imply he could also kill Chen Xuanhai? Flee. Understanding this, Chen Xuanhai's resolve to continue the battle crumbled entirely, and he swiftly retreated, seeking to escape the battlefield. Alas, Lin Che clearly would not grant him this opportunity. Since you have chosen to step onto the stage of life and death, then let it be a permanent farewell. As the words echoed, Lin Che's figure emerged like a dread-inducing demon, intercepting Chen Xuanhai. The Linghan sword once again sliced through the air. Chen Xuanhai's gaze sharpened, not daring to be complacent. With a swift clap of his hands, an object soared forth from the spatial ring on his finger. It was an armor, the Earth Armor, a mid-grade profound artifact. As his vital energy surged, a brilliant earth-toned light erupted from the armor, forming a formidable defensive barrier. Boom! The Linghan sword struck against the defensive armor, sending ripples of vital energy cascading outward. Remarkably, that strike did not breach the defense. However, under the terrifying impact of the water's essence, Chen Xuanhai was still propelled backward, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Chen Xuanhai was unsteady, Lin Che stepped forward, executing a horizontal slash with his sword. This strike, infused with the essence of wind, was swift. Chen Xuanhai, caught off guard, did not have time to channel his vital energy into the mid-grade spiritual weapon. As the sword light flashed past his neck, swoosh! In an instant, a bloodied head soared through the air. Thus, Chen Xuanhai and Tang Zhan, both ranked among the top 5 geniuses on the heavenly ranking, met their demise beneath Lin Che's blade. On the battle stage, Lin Che stood with his sword in hand, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of slaughter, resembling a Shura unleashed from hell, evoking fear in those who dared not meet his gaze. Before him lay 7 severed heads, 3 of which belonged to the top 5 of the Daocang Academy's heavenly ranking. This achievement was enough to instill awe throughout the arena. Just below the stage, all disciples of the Daocang Academy who witnessed this scene could not help but gasp in shock. In merely 4 or 5 exchanges, 2 of the Academy's top geniuses had been slain with such ruthless efficiency. Even the combined might of Chen Xuanhai and Tang Zhan could not withstand this individual. Who then could hope to defeat him? As this thought crossed their minds, the crowd felt their hearts race and their souls tremble. After vanquishing Chen Xuanhai and Tang Zhan, Lin Che swiftly searched through their spatial rings. Upon discovering the resources contained within, he was momentarily astonished. Truly, as individuals ranked among the top 5, they were indeed affluent. Although he did not conduct a meticulous examination, a rough estimate suggested that the resources within these 2 rings were worth at least 10 million gold coins. It was no wonder that such acts of murder and plunder were so prevalent in this world. The allure of instant wealth was undeniably hard to resist. Tasting the sweetness of fortune, Lin Che's gaze once again swept across the audience below. Is there anyone else eager to ascend? I welcome the disciples of the heavenly ranking to come and slay me, just by defeating me. You could acquire over 100 million gold coins and elevate to true inheritance. Are you not tempted? I stand here, beseeching you to come and kill me, truly. Lin Che's words remained brazenly arrogant. Yet, at that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Even within the hearts of the disciples of the Daocang Academy, even the emotion of anger had dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of fear that coursed through their trembling bodies. In the face of overwhelming power, human instinct is not to resist, but to succumb to terror. Without a doubt, at this moment, Lin Che had manifested this exceedingly terrifying oppressive force. What an arrogant little beast! Just as the multitude of Daocang Academy disciples felt an encroaching despair, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from the heavens above. The sky was abruptly stirred by violent waves. Soon after, 6 formidable figures materialized in the air. Leading them was none other than Feng Feiyang, the head of the Dao Song Academy. The remaining 5 were also esteemed core elders of the academy. This assembly was indeed formidable. Upon their arrival, Feng Feiyang and the 6 elders immediately beheld the grim scene on the death platform. The severed heads of 7 Dao Song Academy disciples nailed to the stage. The 5th on the heavenly ranking, Hua Qingyang. The 4th, Tang Zhan. The 3rd, Chen Xianhai. With each recognition, the hearts of these esteemed elders trembled violently. Damn it all. These 3 were all prodigies ranked among the top 5 on our academy's heavenly ranking. If they had been allowed to flourish, they would undoubtedly have become core figures in the academy. Yet now, they have met such a tragic end? Often, a once glorious power wanes due to the inadequacies of successive generations of disciples. This underscores the vital importance of inheritance within a martial arts force. The quantity and quality of talented disciples often symbolize the legacy. The Dao Song Academy has only 30 positions on its heavenly ranking, and now, in a single day, 3 have perished. Adding to this the previous loss of Lu Qianxiu, that totals 4 heavenly ranking disciples, all slain by the hands of this young man before them. Furthermore, all 4 were ranked among the top 10. The magnitude of this loss is beyond measure. Thus, witnessing this scene was enough to make the hearts of all high-ranking members of the Dao Song Academy bleed. Chapter 71. The Imperial Forbidden Army. Lin Che. In the distance, Feng Feiyang gazed upon the youthful figure standing upon the platform, his entire aura exuding an icy chill, and a tumultuous storm surged within his eyes. Yet, for the esteemed head of the Dao Song Academy, the astonishment swelling within him was no less intense than his fury. It had been a mere 4 months since Lin Che had breached the Tian Huan divine realm. In this brief span, the young man's cultivation had ascended from the 2nd layer of spiritual martial arts to the 7th layer, a staggering leap of 5 realms, rendering even the pinnacle warriors of spiritual martial arts powerless against him. Such a rate of growth was nothing short of astonishing. A prodigy, despite his reluctance to admit it. Feng Feiyang could not escape this undeniable truth. By all indications, Lin Che's talent surpassed that of Bei Lingtian without question. In the past, Feng Feiyang had chosen to forsake Lin Che for the sake of Bei Lingtian, and to claim he had no regrets would be sheer obstinacy. To abandon such an extraordinary talent would be a colossal loss for any major power, especially considering that Lin Che had not only severed ties with the Dao Song Academy, but had also turned into an adversary. Feng Feiyang finally recognized the grave error in his earlier decisions. However, with the situation having reached this critical juncture, there was no room for redemption. This realization only solidified Feng Feiyang's resolve. Lin Che must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, one day, he would become a dire threat to the entire Dao Song Academy. With this thought, a frigid killing intent radiated from Feng Feiyang. Sensing this overwhelming pressure, Luo Ro stepped forward to stand beside Lin Che, directing her gaze at Feng Feiyang and inquiring, "What do you intend to do, Feng Feiyang?" A sinister expression crossed Feng Feiyang's face. "Luo Ro, while we have had our disputes, we share a common origin. I do not wish to sever ties with you entirely. Today, I seek merely your stance." He gestured towards Lin Che. "Hand over this young man, and all matters can be negotiated. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Upon hearing these words, Luo Ro's countenance darkened like ice. "Feng Feiyang, are you seeking mutual destruction?" "Mutual destruction?" Feng Feiyang scoffed coldly. "Luo Ro, counting yourself, you possess at most 4 capable fighters within your martial hall, whereas our Dao Song Academy boasts over 10 elders at the Xuanwu realm. Should it come to battle, your martial hall stands no chance whatsoever. I shall ask you one final time, will you surrender this young man today?" From Feng Feiyang's demeanor, it was evident that he was resolute in his intent to eliminate Lin Che, willing to go to any lengths, even if it meant waging war against the martial hall. Meanwhile, Lin Che had grasped the precarious nature of the situation. He turned to Luo Ro and said, "Hall Master, they simply wish to kill me. If the martial hall refrains from intervening, they likely do not wish to engage in a full-scale conflict with us." Thus, his words did not stem from a lack of fear for his life, but rather from a clear understanding of their circumstances. Given the martial hall's current predicament, a desperate confrontation with the Dao Song Academy would yield no favorable outcome. Truly, there was no chance of victory. In light of this, he wished to avoid dragging the martial hall into this turmoil. However, before Lin Che could finish speaking, Luo Ro suddenly turned to him and asked, "Lin Che, what do you think of me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che was momentarily perplexed before responding, She is quite beautiful, albeit somewhat older. Otherwise, I might consider. Luo Ro furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "How brazen! I am inquiring about the character of the master of this hall." "Ah, character." Lin Che was taken aback, then solemnly replied, "The hall master harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil and possesses a profound sense of justice." Luo Ro pressed further, "Then do you believe that I am the kind of person who betrays trust and clings to life?" Lin Che hastily shook his head. "No? Very well. Then refrain from uttering such remarks again." Luo Ro glared at Lin Che, her gaze then shifting towards Feng Feiyong, now enveloped in an aura of resolute determination. "Feng Feiyong, 10 years ago I chose to retreat, a decision I now regret. Thus, today I shall not take a single step back. If you seek battle, then let it be so." Boom. As Luo Ro's words resonated, an overwhelming aura swept across the venue. A powerful figure of the Dao martial realm fully unleashed their presence, the terrifying pressure causing the very space within 100 yards to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the three elders of the martial hall emanated their own formidable pressure, their faces devoid of fear, seemingly prepared for a battle to the death. Witnessing this scene, Feng Feiyong turned pale. He had initially believed that under such circumstances, the martial hall would choose to compromise. However, he was utterly taken aback by their unwavering resolve. Knowing full well the perils of flying into the flame, they nonetheless pressed forward without hesitation. This even caused Feng Feiyong to waver. Battle. The martial hall would face utter annihilation. Yet in the face of the wrath of a Dao martial realm powerhouse, the Dao Tsang Academy would also suffer dire losses. Not to mention, it was likely that at least half of the elders within the academy would perish. Could the Dao Tsang Academy bear such a cost? Various thoughts flashed through his mind. But ultimately, Feng Feiyong's expression grew resolute once more. Kill. Today at any cost, this youth must meet his end here. This decision was not one Feng Feiyong was willing to bear lightly, but rather he understood that if he could not eliminate this young man today, the future predicament of the Dao Tsang Academy might become even more unmanageable. As Feng Feiyong declared his intent, the elders of the Dao Tsang Academy moved in unison, advancing towards the members of the martial hall. Tension crackled between the two sides. It seemed an inevitable clash was at hand. However, just at this critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Rumbling. From afar, a violent tremor echoed. Subsequently, within the sight of all, over 1,000 heavily armored warriors, wielding silver spears, surged forth like a torrential wave from the distance. Each of these silver-clad soldiers radiated a palpable aura of battle intent, their silver-blooded steeds galloping, producing a sound akin to war drums as their hooves struck the ground, causing the very earth within 100 yards to tremble. This is the Imperial Forbidden Army. Upon witnessing such a force, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The Forbidden Army. This ironclad legion represented the royal house of Tsangfeng. Even so, within the imperial family of Tsangfeng, it is not just anyone who can summon such an elite guard. Yet, astonishingly, they have appeared here. The figure at the forefront seems to be the third princess of the dynasty. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the crowd. As they turned to look, they indeed beheld a young woman, roughly in her 20s, emerging before them. Her raven hair flowed like ink, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Draped in a pristine white cloak, untouched by dust, her silhouette was gracefully accentuated by light armor, presenting an aura of noble dignity that was both imposing and unassailable. She moved with the elegance of a startled swan and the grace of a gliding dragon. Within the Dao Tsang Academy, several young disciples, upon catching sight of this breathtaking lady, felt their hearts race uncontrollably. However, upon realizing her identity, a sense of inferiority washed over them. Li Qingwan. Not only is she the esteemed princess of Tsangfeng, but her talents are also unparalleled, standing alongside Bei Lingtian, the foremost disciple of Dao Tsang Academy, as the two prodigies of Tsangfeng's younger generation. Thus, it is evident that this woman, in terms of talent, lineage, and strength, is destined to be an object of reverence among the young warriors of Tsangfeng. Chapter 72. I have come for him. As thousands of imperial guards rushed to this location, they came to an abrupt halt with the elegant gesture of Li Qingwan's hand. At this moment, Li Qingwan dismounted with poise and, addressing the gathering, clasped her hands in greeting. I did not expect such a lively atmosphere at the Dao Tsang Academy today. I am Li Qingwan, and I pay my respects to all esteemed seniors present. Upon witnessing this scene, both the Dao Tsang Academy and the elders of the martial hall returned her salute. Despite being a junior, one must not forget that she is of royal lineage. Hence, no one dared to assert their seniority in her presence. Concurrently, Feng Feiyang detected a hint of unusual significance in the air, pondering the purpose of the third princess's visit to the Dao Song Academy. In response to his inquiry, a subtle smile graced Li Qingwan's lips as she gestured towards Lin Che. I have come for him. Lin Che? The instant the third princess uttered these words, an expression of incredulity swept across the faces of all those present. Even Lin Che himself wore a perplexed countenance, as he believed he had never interacted with this princess before. At that moment, Li Qingwan continued with a tranquil smile. My father has recently heard of a young prodigy who has traversed the celestial mirage realm within the Daosong Academy and wishes to meet him. Hence, he has specifically instructed me to extend an invitation for this individual to enter the palace to meet the sovereign. What? Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the Daosong Academy all turned pale. Though the words of the third princess were brief, they could clearly discern the implications that Songfeng royal family had arrived here to protect Lin Che. Feng Feiyang's expression grew grave as he remarked, Third princess, while this youth has indeed passed the celestial mirage realm, he possesses an inherent rebellious nature and is considered a traitor within our Daosong Academy. We are currently in the process of cleansing our ranks, and it is perhaps unwise for His Majesty to place such importance upon him. Is that so? The third princess cast a meaningful glance at him. In response, Feng Feiyang added, though this young man has some talent, his temperament is fierce. As a disciple of the Daosong Academy, he has committed acts of violence against his fellow disciples. If he truly enters the palace to meet the sovereign, it could provoke His Majesty's wrath. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate him here and now. As his words echoed, Feng Feiyang erupted with a formidable aura, disregarding Li Qingwan entirely as he aimed to strike Lin Che down. His urgency was not without reason, with the Daosong Academy mobilizing such forces today. Failing to eliminate Lin Che now would only make future attempts increasingly difficult. However, before Feng Feiyang could make his move, Li Qingwan suddenly shook her head with a sigh. Alas, no wonder my father mentioned that certain factions within the country have been stirring restlessly. It is time to impose some restraint. It appears that my father's concerns were indeed warranted, as some individuals do not even regard a princess of the realm, likely harboring ambitions of usurpation. Hearing this, Feng Feiyang, poised to strike, hesitated momentarily, a twitch of disbelief at the corner of his mouth as he exclaimed, Third princess, what leads you to such conclusions? Nothing in particular, she replied lightly, merely that my father has been bedridden due to illness recently, yet has learned that various factions within the dynasty have extended their influence over matters concerning the heir apparent during this time, which has greatly angered him. It is widely acknowledged that matters concerning the crown prince have always been a taboo, especially with the interference of forces outside the royal family, which is deemed exceedingly inappropriate. Consequently, in a fit of rage, the emperor sought to root out a few unperceptive factions to eliminate them as a cautionary example. At this juncture, Li Qingwan gently tapped her smooth forehead and realized, oh, how could I speak of this in front of esteemed elders? Please, do not misunderstand. My father holds great trust in the Daosong Academy. Do not misunderstand. Upon hearing this, the senior members of Daosong Academy turned pale, observing their solemn expressions. Li Qingwan inquired, did you not intend to deal with that young man? Why have you yet to take action? Rest assured, the elite troops I have brought number merely 1,000, a trifling force unworthy of your consideration, and they would never dare to interfere in this matter. Please, do not feel obligated to spare my father's feelings. The assembly was taken aback. The third princess of the dynasty, appearing dignified and noble, seemed to exhibit a rather audacious demeanor. Was this truly a refrain from interference? It was nothing short of an overt threat. Under normal circumstances, even with her royal status, Li Qingwan would not have the audacity to threaten someone of the Daosong Academy's stature. Yet, the current situation was markedly different. Whispers suggested that Emperor Songfeng's demise was imminent, and the entire dynasty was rife with undercurrents of unrest. This was indeed a most sensitive period. As the saying goes, a wounded beast is the most dangerous. If Emperor Songfeng sought to intimidate the myriad factions within the dynasty regarding the crown prince issue to pave the way for his successor, confronting him head-on at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. With this thought in mind, Feng Feiyang forced a smile, saying I was merely jesting with the third princess. Since His Majesty wishes to meet this individual, I would never presume to impede his wishes. This statement betrayed Feng Feiyang's evident trepidation. However, his decision was not without justification. In his eyes, Lin Che was ultimately just an immature junior. Even if he could not be dealt with today, there would be future opportunities. But to offend the Songfeng royal family in the process would be an unwise gamble. Despite this, Feng Feiyang was not at ease. He turned to Lin Che with a cold gaze, stating, "Lin Che, regardless of the circumstances, you once studied under the Daocang Academy. Without the academy, you would still be an obscure junior in Kanglan City. The academy has bestowed upon you its favor. Yet today you have committed the heinous act of slaughtering its disciples, an egregious betrayal of your mentors. Although we may not end your life today, this debt shall not be overlooked. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of my title as the head of Daocang Academy." At these words, Lin Che furrowed his brow tightly. Before he could respond, Luo Ro interjected with a cold laugh. "Feng Feiyang, you truly possess no sense of shame. A decade ago, the Daocang Academy was immensely powerful. Yet due to your selfish desires, you instigated conflict between the Academy's high-ranking officials and the Martial Hall, ultimately leading to the Academy's decline. As for Lin Che, I ask you, since joining the Daocang Academy, has he ever garnered any recognition from the senior members within? Have you ever obtained even the slightest resource from the Academy? No, not only have you failed to do so, but you have also ruthlessly suppressed this genius, forcing him into opposition against the Daocang Academy. Had it not been for your interference, Feng Feiyang, Lin Che, a prodigy who traversed the celestial illusion realm, would not have severed ties with the Academy. On the contrary, in the future, he could have resurrected the brilliance of our ancestors, leading the Daocang Academy to unprecedented heights. All of this is because of you, Feng Feiyang. You are the source of betrayal against our teachers and ancestors, the one who brings chaos to the Daocang Academy, and you will be remembered as a villain throughout history." Such words strike at the heart. Upon hearing Luo Ro's statement, the expressions of those present were all remarkable. In light of the facts, it appears that Lin Che owes nothing to the Daocang Academy. Rather, it is these high-ranking officials who have oppressed him, compelling such an extraordinary talent to stand in opposition to the Academy. Now, they even wish to adopt a moral high ground to accuse Lin Che of betrayal. This is simply untenable. At that moment, Feng Feiyang was rendered speechless. His aged face flushed with indignation, yet he could find no grounds for rebuttal. Observing Feng Feiyang's demeanor, Luo Ro grew weary of further discourse with him. She turned to Lin Che and the others and declared, "Let us depart." Upon hearing this, the members of the Martial Hall nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they proceeded outward alongside the Imperial Guard led by the third princess. The members of the Daocang Academy could only watch helplessly as they departed unscathed, appearing utterly powerless. It was not until the figures of the Martial Hall had vanished that Feng Feiyang's pent-up emotions erupted completely, his countenance darkening to an extreme as he let out a furious roar. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Initially, he had resolved to eliminate Lin Che, this hidden threat, in one fell swoop, even willing to risk a catastrophic confrontation with the Martial Hall. Yet, he had not anticipated that unforeseen complications would lead to this outcome. All of this left the exalted head of the Daocang Academy feeling profoundly stifled. Chapter 73. From now on, I am your brother on a picturesque peak. Lin Che personally dug 2 graves to inter the bodies of Yi Tianlang and Wu. After erecting tombstones, he lit incense and poured a jar of wine over their graves. "Brother Yi, Brother Wu, though our time together was brief, I sensed your noble character during our time in the Yi Alliance. Alas, in this world, virtuous souls seldom meet a good end. It is my enmity with the Daocang Academy that has ultimately implicated you. To be precise, your death stemmed from my actions, and for that, I feel immense remorse. However, rest assured, your sacrifices will not be in vain. I shall not forget this vengeance. Though Hua Qingyang has already met his demise at my hands, the true instigators, the real culprits, are the higher-ups at Daocang Academy. I swear as long as I, Lin Che, draw breath, there will come a day when Daocang Academy pays a harrowing price to honor your spirits in the afterlife." As Lin Che spoke, determination shone in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, his conflict with Daocang Academy had become a matter of life and death, with neither party harboring any desire for reconciliation. Beside him, Yi Yao, kneeling before the graves, had long since been reduced to tears. Hearing Lin Che's words, she shook her head and replied, "Young master, my brothers did not perish because of you. Had it not been for you, the Yi Alliance may have already faced utter annihilation amidst the Yundang Mountains. Therefore, you must not bear the burden of guilt for their deaths." What Yi Yao stated was the truth. Initially, Had Lin Che not intervened in the Yundang Mountains, all members of the Yi Alliance would have fallen victim to the Qianqiu Alliance's treachery. Prior to that, Lin Che had only just joined Daocang Academy and had not offended any factions within it. Moreover, the enmity he later faced with the Qianqiu Alliance arose from the Yi Alliance, drawing him into the conflict. Reflecting on this, Yi Yao sincerely stated, "Young master, you owe nothing to the Yi Alliance. On the contrary, you are their benefactor. I believe that my brothers in the afterlife would not wish for you to feel guilt." Benefactor? At her words, Lin Che let out a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, he had saved the Yi Alliance once in the Yundang Mountains. Yet what was the outcome? Yu Tianlang and his companion had still met their end, and little Yo had lost her sight. Ultimately, he had not altered the fate of any individual. Power. Everything still boiled down to a lack of strength. Lin Che had never yearned for power as he did now. Had he possessed the might to intimidate Daocang Academy, perhaps the outcomes would have been drastically different. This realization awakened Lin Che, reinforcing his resolve to strive diligently, not solely for himself. Otherwise, he would be unable to protect those dear to him. Observing Yi Yao's heart-wrenching sorrow, Lin Che exhaled deeply and approached her, gently ruffling her hair. "Little Yo, from now on, I am your brother, your true brother." Upon hearing this, Yi Yao wept even more violently. While Lin Che had always shared a close bond with her, in terms of blood relations, he was her only family in this world. Now, with the sole remaining kin in the world having departed from her life, she has lost her sight, plunging her future into an abyss of darkness. For this young girl of merely 14 or 15 years, Lin Che's simple utterance, seemingly trivial to others, becomes the solitary glimmer of hope amidst the profound obscurity, her motivation to endure. Yi Yao tightly grasped Lin Che's hand, calling out, "Brother." Upon uttering this, the young girl was already shedding tears like rain. Lin Che smiled gently, caressing her head once more, assuring her, "Do not worry. Even if I must traverse countless mountains and rivers, I shall find a way to heal your eyes, restoring your sight. And I shall never allow you to suffer even the slightest harm again." Descending from the verdant peak, Lin Che promptly escorted Yi Yao back to her residence, while he himself proceeded to the conference hall of the martial hall. Although, in the identity of Li Qinwan, no faction within the dynasty dared to act against her. 1,000 imperial guards remained on high alert, vigilantly securing the hall's perimeter. Inside, Li Qinwan held a cup of tea, though she did not sip it. Her long eyelashes fluttered as if counting the leaves within the cup. It was only upon the sight of Lin Che entering that her eyes brightened, and she set down the teacup, restoring the dignified demeanor befitting a princess. "Commoner Lin Che pays his respects to your highness, the third princess. I am grateful for your highness's rescue today." Lin Che offered a slight bow while discreetly assessing the renowned princess, rumored to be the most exceptional within the royal family. Through his perception, Lin Che could ascertain that she had indeed reached the realm of Xuanwu, her emanating aura rivaling that of Bei Lingtian, the foremost disciple of the Daocang Academy. After all, these two represented the absolute elite among the younger generation within the dynasty. As for who was superior, that remained difficult to ascertain. However, Lin Che understood that he was still far from being their equal. At that moment, Li Qiwan gazed at Lin Che with a smile, saying, "Upon returning to the palace, Yuer has been incessantly recounting her experiences near the Xuanwu tomb in Tianlong City, always mentioning your name, which piqued my curiosity to meet the one who has captivated my sister's heart." Now that she beheld him, it was evident that he was indeed a paragon of elegance and charm. Li Qinwan appeared only a few years older than Lin Che, and as a princess, her candid praise of his appearance revealed her unpretentious and carefree nature. Naturally, Lin Che was not one to be bashful and merely smiled in response. "Are you curious as to why the Songfeng royal family would assist you?" Li Qinwan inquired suddenly. Indeed, Lin Che nodded. Within the Songfeng royal family, he had only interacted with Li Ziyue. Initially, Lin Che presumed that their benevolence towards him might stem from her influence. However, upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely that the matter was so simple. After all, he had offended the Daocang Academy, and even the Songfeng royal family would likely be reluctant to provoke them without cause. Furthermore, it is not Li Ziyue who has arrived this time, but rather her sister, Li Qinwan. There must be other underlying reasons for this. It is quite simple. The Songfeng royal family extends their assistance because you are worthy of such support. The Tianhuan divine realm has remained unconquered within the Daocang Academy for millennia, yet you have successfully traversed it, which is a testament to your extraordinary talent. Additionally, it has come to my attention that upon your entrance into the Daocang Academy, You valiantly opposed the entire institution for the sake of a faction known as the Yi Alliance, showcasing your loyalty and strong sense of justice. The Songfeng royal family has rendered you assistance now, and in your future ascendance, I firmly believe that your gratitude towards them will be manifold. Hence, this arrangement is quite advantageous. Li Qingwan's words were refreshingly candid. Essentially, her implication was that the current support from the Songfeng royal family towards Lin Che is a calculated investment for the returns they anticipate in the future. Naturally, such forthrightness signifies sincerity. Lin Che found himself appreciating this princess's manner of expression as it allowed for open dialogue, devoid of subterfuge. The kindness bestowed upon him by the Songfeng royal family and the third princess shall not be forgotten by Lin Che. If he gains the capability in the future, he shall undoubtedly repay this debt of gratitude. Enhancing the already splendid is never as valuable as providing essential aid in times of need. Regardless of the circumstances, the Songfeng royal family has genuinely saved his life, and with Lin Che's character, he would naturally remember this kindness. Upon hearing Lin Che's response, Li Qingwan nodded with satisfaction and then inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Taken aback for a moment, Lin Che realized this was indeed a pertinent question. Given the current circumstances at the Daocang Academy, remaining within the martial hall would not be safe. Moreover, as the foremost sect of the Songfeng kingdom, should they decide to act with relentless determination, there would still be a risk of assassination, even if he were to leave Yangzhou. While Lin Che pondered this, Li Qingwan interjected, "Let us proceed to the imperial capital." The imperial capital? Yes, the imperial capital is under the direct authority of the emperor. And even the Daocang Academy's reach cannot extend there. Furthermore, considering your exceptional talent, it is undoubtedly a more suitable stage for you. Most importantly, my father genuinely wishes to meet you, to witness firsthand the extraordinary prowess of the genius who has conquered the Tianhuan divine realm, to meet the emperor in the palace. It became evident that Li Qingwan's earlier mention was not a mere pretext to intimidate the Daocang Academy. The emperor of Songfeng truly wished to see him. This revelation left Lin Che somewhat astounded, for in terms of status, he was merely an unrefined junior figure, a small fish in the vast ocean of Songfeng, despite possessing some talent. In contrast, the emperor of Songfeng was undoubtedly a formidable dragon capable of stirring the tides. Logically, such a significant figure should not place such importance on someone like him. Nonetheless, despite feeling somewhat bewildered, Lin Che recognized that with his current standing, he could not refuse. Moreover, aside from the imperial capital, there were indeed no other viable options available to him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Che nodded decisively. "Since His Majesty wishes to meet me, I shall dutifully comply." Upon witnessing this, Li Qingwan's delicate face revealed a hint of a smile. "Very well, my time outside the palace is limited, so I shall not linger in the martial hall. I will await you in the imperial capital." Hearing this, Lin Che nodded once more. Subsequently, Li Qingwan refrained from further conversation, rising gracefully and stepping towards the exit. At that moment, she fortuitously encountered Luo Ro entering the hall. "Is the third princess preparing to depart?" "Indeed. I have come out on my father's orders to attend to matters and must return promptly to report back. Hence I shall not trouble your excellency any further." Li Qingwan smiled softly, her tone imbued with a hint of respectful deference typical of a junior addressing a senior. Witnessing this scene, Lin Che was slightly taken aback, for previously, Li Qingwan had not displayed such amiability in the presence of Dean Daocang. "That is understandable." Luo Ro nodded slightly and remarked casually, "If that is the case, we shall not detain the third princess any longer." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwan prepared to leave. However, just as she took a step forward, it seemed a thought struck her, and she said, "Senior Luo, now that the martial hall has completely positioned itself in opposition to the Daocang Institute, with your esteemed martial arts prowess, should you choose to enter the imperial capital, my father would undoubtedly be exceedingly pleased and would regard you as a national treasure. You are quite the little diplomat." Luo Ro chuckled softly. Little diplomat. Lin Che was once again surprised to hear Luo Ro refer to a royal princess in such a manner. Yet, Li Qingwan appeared unfazed, as if it were entirely natural. At that moment, Luo Ro shook her head and said, "There is no need. I have grown accustomed to a life of leisure. Furthermore, while the martial hall may have severed ties with the Daocang Institute, it has not vanished entirely. To be precise, the martial hall still exists. Thus I would find it inappropriate to join another faction." Upon hearing Luo Ro's refusal, Li Qingwan did not exhibit disappointment, but instead clasped her hands towards Luo Ro and Lin Che, stating, In that case, I shall not impose any further. Farewell. Thereafter, Li Qingwan led her entourage away. Inside the hall, Luo Ro turned her gaze towards Lin Che. Are you heading to the imperial capital? Yes, Lin Che nodded. Very well. With your talent, it is only natural that you will not remain confined to Yangzhou forever. You will eventually grace the greater stage of the imperial capital. However, I must caution you, though the imperial capital is grand, it is rife with both dragons and fish, and one must exercise utmost caution. Without a backing, do not act impulsively as you did before. Upon hearing this, Lin Che paused momentarily. Will the hall master not accompany me? Luo Ro shook her head. The imperial capital. I will not go. But, with the Daocang Institute having completely severed ties with the martial hall, if you remain within the martial hall, even with your formidable strength, I fear. I never stated I would remain within the martial hall. That is not for you to concern yourself with. I have my own safe haven. Seeing Luo Ro's resolute expression, Lin Che was slightly astonished. The hall master harbored such aversion towards the imperial capital. Could it be that there was someone there she wished to avoid or matters she did not wish to confront? Although curious, Lin Che, discerning Luo Ro's demeanor, wisely refrained from probing further. At that moment, Luo Ro suddenly looked at Lin Che and asked, Tell me, do I appear to be truly old for my age? Chapter 74. Hope. Upon hearing those words, Lin Che froze momentarily. Why did she suddenly recall that? In truth, Lin Che had underestimated the extent to which women hold grudges. Even as a formidable figure in the Dao martial realm, a woman's perception of others, especially negative judgments, is not so easily dismissed. I was merely jesting. Faced with dire circumstances, I sought to lighten the somber atmosphere, he pleaded. My lord, please do not take it to heart. In the eyes of the disciples, you embody both wisdom and beauty. There are no words in this world that can adequately describe you beyond the term perfection. Lin Che exhibited an overwhelming desire for survival. Yet, Luo Ro remained unmoved, advancing towards him with deliberate steps. Lighten the atmosphere? I must admit, you possess quite the imagination. However, today, my mood is not favorable, and I intend to enliven the atmosphere with you. Lin Che's complexion darkened, an ominous premonition rising within him as he turned to flee. However, before he could escape, a delicate hand reached out, a formidable force pulling him back with undeniable strength. Be gentle. Ouch, do not twist my ear. My lord, I understand my mistake. Soon, the hall was filled with the sounds of a fierce struggle, mingled with pleas for mercy. Noon arrived, and the members of the martial hall gathered around a table for a meal. Luo Ro appeared invigorated, seemingly in high spirits, even consuming an extra half bowl of rice. In stark contrast, Lin Che sat nearby, his expression one of deep grievance. Of course, despite enduring a beating, one could not deny that Luo Ro had shown restraint. At least externally, no signs of her actions were evident. Hey, young man, you seem to be in low spirits. Old Bai remarked, noticing Lin Che with curiosity. Not at all. Lin Che quickly shook his head. I simply lack an appetite today. Though he had received a lesson from a woman, he would never admit it. For that would be too humiliating. Not hungry. Old Bai chuckled. Allow me to concoct a couple of medicinal remedies for you. I guarantee they will stimulate your appetite. No. Lin Che's expression darkened as he hastily declined. It would be best to avoid your concoctions. They tend to age one prematurely. At that moment, Luo Ro suddenly interjected. This should be our last meal in the martial hall. After we finish, we must depart. Her words rendered the room silent. The martial hall had only been re-established for 3 to 4 months, a brief time, yet the members undeniably held affection for this place, considering it home. Now, due to the pressures from the Daocang Academy, they were compelled to leave, which inevitably stirred feelings of sadness within them. This was especially true for the 3 elders, including Bai Qiuli, who had longed for the martial hall's revival, a hope that had persisted for a decade. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lin Che smiled and declared, Our departure is merely temporary. I believe that one day we shall return, and when that day comes, the pressures from the Daocang Academy will be nothing but a distant memory. The martial hall will undoubtedly regain its former glory. Well said, Luo Ro remarked. Although the martial hall has now severed ties with the Daocang Institute and faces challenges far more formidable than a decade ago, this could very well signify a rebirth. Regardless of our departure from this place, as long as we hold the martial hall in our hearts, its legacy shall never be extinguished. It will endure perpetually. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders, including Bai Li, nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with her words. They involuntarily cast glances at Lin Che, acknowledging that despite being the sole remaining disciple of the martial hall, he was undoubtedly the most exceptional among all its generations. With such a prodigy as Lin Che, the martial hall still harbored hope. Since that is settled, let us embark on our respective journeys after our meal, Luoro concluded. At that moment, Yi Yao, standing beside Lin Che, timidly tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Brother, I wish to follow Senior Luo for training and not accompany you to the imperial capital. Is that all right? Training?" Lin Che was taken aback. "I have heard that martial artists can perceive the world through the mind's eye, though it is not as convenient as using one's eyes. If I can cultivate my mental faculties, at least I won't require constant care from others in my daily life. However, training is arduous. For martial artists, indeed, one can perceive through the mind's eye, but one must at least enter the spirit martial realm for that to be feasible." Given that Yi Yao had no prior foundation in cultivation and had lost her sight, achieving the spirit martial realm would undoubtedly necessitate efforts far beyond those of an ordinary person. Lin Che feared that this little girl might not withstand such hardships. Yet, a resolute expression flashed across Yi Yao's small face. "Brother, I am not afraid of hardship. I want to train. I do not wish to be a burden to you." Observing her determination, Lin Che fell silent. He understood that her decision stemmed from a desire not to be a liability. The experiences in the Daocang Institute had made Yi Yao keenly aware that following Lin Che would inevitably render her his vulnerability. Before Lin Che could speak, Luo Ro smiled slightly. "I quite admire this little girl's spirit. Since she wishes to accompany me, that is splendid." Turning to Yi Yao, she declared, "From today onward, I officially accept you as a disciple of the martial hall." What? A disciple of the martial hall? Yi Yao stood frozen in place. "What? Do you not wish to join the martial hall?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yao quickly regained her composure and knelt in delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Hall Master. I am willing to join the martial hall." "That is wonderful," Luo Ro replied. "However, I must caution you. Although the martial hall is currently in decline, I am quite strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Once you become a disciple of the martial hall, you must be diligent in your cultivation." Yi Yao promptly responded, "I will certainly work hard and never bring shame to the martial hall." Witnessing this scene, Lin Che smiled knowingly. In truth, the imperial capital is rife with complexities, and he himself was uncertain of what challenges awaited him. Given his cultivation level, it was evident that Yi Yao would be far safer under the Hall Master's guidance than by his side. Moreover, now that she has become a disciple of the martial hall, under the guidance of the formidable Daowu realm expert, Luo Ro, her path in martial arts will undoubtedly shine brighter in the future. Lin Che felt that this was indeed the most favorable outcome. As it was their final meal within the martial hall, the atmosphere among the group was somewhat complex, and the meal extended for quite a while. However, after they finished dining, Luo Ro did not lead everyone away. Instead, she instructed Lin Che to follow her. Curiosity piqued, Lin Che did not hesitate and followed her promptly. Before long, atop another peak of the martial hall, Luo Ro came to a halt. Before them stood a pavilion. Lin Che was taken aback at the sight of this pavilion, as its location was rather secluded, hidden in the shadow of the mountain, something he had overlooked even during his time cleaning the martial hall. At this moment, Luo Ro pointed ahead and said, "This is the treasury of the martial hall from its inception." Chapter 75, The Sword Named Long Yuan, the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Che's expression shifted slightly, and a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. Could it be that this was the very place where the martial hall once stored its resources? "Master, I knew that although our martial hall has fallen into decline for a decade, it once flourished abundantly, and surely there remain ample reserves. You brought your disciple here. Could it be?" Upon witnessing Lin Che's eager demeanor, Luo Ro cast him a disdainful glance. "What kind of look is that? Do not entertain such thoughts. This treasure pavilion has been abandoned for 10 years and is long devoid of any riches." At her words, Lin Che's countenance stiffened. Luo Ro continued her explanation. "Years ago, the hall master personally disbanded the martial hall, feeling unworthy of the elders and disciples within. Thus, he had already distributed the cultivation resources from this treasure pavilion. So, to be precise, there are no resources left here now. What then is the purpose of bringing disciples here?" Lin Che inquired, puzzled. "Although this treasure pavilion is empty, I suddenly recalled there is still one item here that should be quite suitable for you. Follow me." With that, Luo Ro led Lin Che into the loft. It was evident that this place had indeed been long abandoned. The rows of wooden shelves that once held martial arts manuals and cultivation resources were now bare, covered in dust and cobwebs. Following Luo Ro's steps, they arrived at a stone chamber that appeared to be an armory, filled with many empty weapon cases. In that moment, Lin Che's gaze fell upon a sword. This sword measured approximately 3 feet and 7 inches in length, with a blade width of 4 fingers, its entire body a silvery hue, resembling a dragon. And it was embedded diagonally within a stone pedestal. At first glance, it completely captivated Lin Che's spirit. This sword was known as Longyuan, a treasured artifact of the 5th-generation Hall Master of the Martial Hall. So, our 5th-generation Hall Master was a swordsman? Luo Ro nodded affirmatively. Indeed. And he was a swordsman who had reached the realm of Daowu. A swordsman who attained the Daowu realm. Lin Che marveled internally. In this world, those who truly practiced the sword were few, yet those worthy of being called swordsmen were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional comprehension and talent. Thus, it was clear that this 5th-generation Hall Master was extraordinarily powerful. The sword was classified as a Dao artifact in its prime. However, it was rumored that during a confrontation with a formidable foe, the 5th-generation Hall Master, though ultimately victorious, had his sword's spirit destroyed, causing it to fall to the grade of a high-quality mysterious weapon. When the Martial Hall was disbanded a decade ago, there was not a single elder or disciple proficient in the sword, and since this was a relic of the former Hall Master, I decided to retain it. It was only now that I recalled this sword should be quite fitting for you. Upon hearing the Hall Master's tale, Lin Che stepped forward. Approaching the stone pedestal, he reached out to grasp the hilt and attempted to lift it. The sword did not budge. It was evidently far heavier than he had anticipated. Focusing his mind, Lin Che made another attempt. This time, he channeled his true energy, enveloping his palm in a layer of milky radiance. Clang! This time, the long sword was drawn forth with great vigor. Simultaneously, a sharp aura swiftly permeated the stone chamber, the blade shimmering with silver light. As if narrating the anguish of years long sealed away. A remarkable sword. A weapon of Daoist grade, it was worth a fortune within the entire Songfeng dynasty. A rarity indeed. Once it emerged, it would inevitably incite fierce competition among various factions. Although this Longyuan had fallen to the status of a superior Xian weapon due to the destruction of its sword spirit, its forging material and refinement methods had once unequivocally reached the level of a Daoist artifact. Possessing this sword would undoubtedly mark a qualitative leap in Lin Che's prowess. Upon scrutinizing the sword, Lin Che suddenly discerned some peculiar attributes. Moments later, as if he had realized something, he forcefully infused his true energy into the sword's body. At that instant, the silver-long sword unexpectedly expanded, transforming into an umbrella. It was evident that the canopy was as delicate as a cicada's wing, subtly shimmering with ethereal light, yet the form was undeniably that of an umbrella. An umbrella sword. Lin Che gazed at Luo Ro with mild astonishment. Palace Master. This sword possesses 2 distinct forms. Could it serve some special purpose? Hearing this, Luo Ro pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it proves quite useful during rain. Lin Che was taken aback. Just as he was lost in surprise, Luo Ro shot him a glance. This sword is not mine. Besides, you ought to inquire with its creator. In any case, you should explore its capabilities at your own pace. Though lightly mocked, Lin Che bore a thick skin. After stowing away the Longyuan, he ventured again. Palace Master, as we prepare to part ways, do you possess any personal treasures to bestow upon your disciple? Perhaps some life-saving items, such as Xian armor or defensive talismans? None. You know well the state of the Martial Hall. I am quite impoverished, Luo Ro retorted succinctly. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Impoverished? He had witnessed Luo Ro slay 2 elders from 9-star families at the Xuanwu tomb, personally observing her claim their spatial spirit ranks. How could she possibly be poor? At that moment, Luo Ro remarked, relying too heavily on treasures can be detrimental to cultivation. If you truly encounter a formidable foe, possessing such defensive items will not alter your fate. Thus, it is wiser to focus on enhancing your own strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded. Her words held merit. After all, for a martial artist, any treasure could only serve as an embellishment to become a true powerhouse. One must cultivate their own strength as the foundation. Abandoning that line of thought, Lin Che looked at Luo Ro and inquired anew. Then, Palace Master, after our separation, where will you be heading? To Lizhou. Lizhou. Lin Che was aware of this place, also within the realm of the Songfeng dynasty. Yet located in the far eastern reaches, undeniably a considerable distance from the imperial capital. Yes, to the Yelwang Valley in Lizhou. Elder Bai is known as the Poison King, but before joining the martial hall, he had a senior brother who was revered as the Medicine King, a true master of the art of alchemy. The purpose of my visit to Liang is to seek a way to treat the young girl Yi Yao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's expression shifted slightly. The girl would undoubtedly feel deeply touched if she were aware of the Lord's intentions. Do not say that. She is now a disciple of the martial hall, and it is only natural for this lord to consider her well-being. With that, Luo Ro produced a small piece of talisman paper, extending it to Lin Che. This is a communication talisman. Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances in the future, shatter this talisman, and I shall be informed. A warm current flowed through Lin Che's heart, realizing that the Lord, despite her sharp tongue, harbored a tender heart, offering him a means of protection while genuinely caring for his safety. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Che suddenly sensed something amiss. My lord, the imperial city is so far from Liang. If I were to face a formidable adversary, would you truly be able to arrive in time? I never claimed I could save you. Luo Ro glanced at Lin Che, merely intending to convey, if you were to encounter trouble, I shall seek vengeance for you, and, incidentally, assist in retrieving your remains. Lin Che remained speechless. Chapter 76. The imperial capital of Tsongfeng upon returning from the desolate treasure vault. Lin Che parted ways with his companions. Luo Ro, Bai Lao, Feng Wuying, Dao Qiangwei, and Yi Yao journeyed eastward towards Lizhou, while Lin Che set his sights on the north. However, he was not alone on his journey. Although the third princess, Li Qingwan, had departed with her entourage, she left behind 10 elite guards to accompany Lin Che, their purpose being to ensure his safe passage to the imperial capital of Tsongfeng. Of course, given the influence of the Daocang Academy, this small contingent alone seemed insufficient to protect Lin Che. Yet, one must not overlook their status as the imperial guards. It would be unwise for the Daocang Academy to act against them within the borders of Tsongfeng. Therefore, their travels encountered no significant obstacles. Even through the various cities they passed, upon recognizing the identity of the convoy, they were allowed to proceed without hindrance. After 10 days, Lin Che and his companions finally halted before a colossal city of steel, the imperial capital of Tsongfeng. Upon witnessing this magnificent metropolis, Lin Che felt an overwhelming sense of awe. Truly, the imperial capital was a sight to behold, in comparison. The Kanglan city where he once resided felt like a mere secluded hamlet. Indeed, young Master Lin, this imperial city is the seat of power, the king of all cities, and cannot be compared to any other cities within the realm. Hence, countless talented youths strive to establish themselves here. To make a name in the imperial capital is to achieve true renown, remarked a leader of the elite guards behind Lin Che, a smile gracing his lips. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Che understood that the imperial capital was undoubtedly the grandest stage within the entire dynasty. However, it also signified a place rife with intrigue, where various factions intertwined. Carving out a niche here would not be an easy feat. You have arrived at the imperial capital at an opportune moment, for in 10 days, the Tsongfeng Kingdom will host its triennial Qingyun battle, a most celebrated event within the capital, the guard leader continued. The mention of the Qingyun battle piqued Lin Che's curiosity. Noticing his intrigue, the guard leader elaborated. The Qingyun battle, signifying the aspiration for ascendance, was personally instituted by His Majesty to assess the talents and strengths of the younger generation of warriors in our realm. Those who secure a place among the top 10 in the battle will be rewarded generously, and those who rank in the top 3 will receive direct commendation from the Emperor himself, regardless of their humble origins or ordinary backgrounds, thus gaining significant favor within the Tsongfeng Kingdom. Given your innate talent and the favor of the third princess, participating in the Qingyun battle would likely see you among the top 10, he added. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's eyes flickered with a hint of interest. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, the elite guards continued to discuss various aspects of the Qingyun battle, providing Lin Che with a clearer understanding of this grand event in the capital. Before long, as they approached the ever-looming city, the guard leader addressed Lin Che. Young Master Lin, having safely arrived at the imperial capital, we shall take our leave to return to the palace and report. Lin Che nodded in agreement. In the guise of these imperial guards, should they appear alongside Lin Che in the imperial city, it would undoubtedly create a stir. Thus, they could only part ways here. I extend my gratitude to all for your arduous escort. Young Master Lin, you are too courteous. We merely acted under orders, not daring to take credit. Farewell. Subsequently, the 10 imperial guards clasped their fists in respect to Lin Che, then mounted their steeds and galloped away. As they departed, they did not specify when Lin Che would be summoned to meet the emperor, nor did they indicate a place for him to wait. However, Lin Che was untroubled. Once within the imperial capital, it would be a trivial matter for the Zhongfeng royal family to locate him. After paying 100 gold coins, Lin Che settled into a modest and upon entering the imperial city. That night, in his chamber, he began to cultivate. With a mere thought, he released the sword intent he had comprehended. A sharp aura instantly enveloped the entire room, accompanied by a low, dragon-like resonance of sword cries. Within the sword intent, the three distinct principles of water, wind, and poison seemingly partitioned the space before Lin Che into three separate realms, each illuminated with flickering light, as if they formed their own worlds. Now that I have grasped three principles, I have reached the pinnacle of sword intent. Every additional principle I merge will only strengthen my sword intent further. Does this imply that if I comprehend one or two more principles, I shall attain the perfection of sword intent? Achieving the pinnacle of sword intent is not arduous. Rather, the challenge lies in ascending to the next realm of swordsmanship. Just then, a mysterious woman in the divine jade space unexpectedly responded. Upon hearing her words, Lin Che's eyes sparkled. Senior Tian knew. May I inquire what the next realm of swordsmanship is after sword intent? The realm of the sword. The mysterious woman answered. The realm of the sword. The sword momentum realm harnesses the power of the sword. In contrast, sword intent signifies the unity of the swordsman and the sword. Achieving a state of oneness, but what exactly is the realm of the sword? Quite simply, it is as the name suggests, to create a domain uniquely your own, centered around your sword, wherein both offense and defense can be maximally expressed. Those sword practitioners capable of manifesting such realms are known as sword masters. Sword masters. Upon hearing the woman's explanation, Lin Che's eyes brimmed with yearning. The prospect of creating a personal sword domain was irresistibly enticing. Senior Tian knew. Could you elaborate on the method to ascend to this swordsmanship realm? I wish to become a sword master. Yet at this moment, the mysterious woman replied with indifference. No, you do not truly wish for that, Lin Che. Are you attempting to run before you can walk? The celestial maiden cast a glance of disapproval at Lin Che, stating that while becoming a sword master is not difficult, becoming a formidable one is quite another matter. Given your current circumstances, even if you were to become a sword master, you would be the weakest among them. Why? Lin Che queried. Because your grasp of principles is far too limited. The more principles integrated into your sword intent, the stronger it becomes, and the same applies to the realm. I see. Lin Che nodded, deep in thought. This concept is quite comprehensible. If two individuals are both at the swordmaster level, and one has integrated two profound principles into their domain while the other has only assimilated one, the disparity in strength is evident. However, amidst the multitude of profound principles in existence, how many must one comprehend to become a formidable sword master? Lin Che inquired further. In response, the celestial maiden stated, neither too many nor too few. 6 profound principles will suffice. 6. Lin Che was slightly taken aback. In a world teeming with profound principles, merely grasping 6 would be adequate? Do not misunderstand me. The 6 profound principles I refer to are not the ordinary ones, but rather the 6 fundamental elements of nature. The 6 natural elements consist of water, fire, earth, wood, wind, and thunder. They are designated as such because, in the eyes of ancient sages, these 6 energies epitomize the external manifestations of the cosmos, serving as the primordial sources capable of creating all. While numerous other profound principles exist, each one ultimately evolves from these 6 elemental foundations. For instance, the principles of swift shadow, earth, mountain, ice and snow, and great wave. All profound principles in the world derive from these 6 elemental sources. Upon hearing the celestial maiden's elucidation, Lin Che experienced an epiphany. Although the world is rich with profound principles, at its core, these 6 natural elements form the foundation from which all principles are born. Thus, the poison principle that I previously comprehended must also have evolved from these 6 elemental sources. Lin Che mused, ultimately surmising that the poison principle likely stemmed from the earth element. Given the abundance of toxic elements in the world, whether from the growth of poisons or various toxic minerals, they indeed originate from the earth. With this realization, Lin Che became acutely aware of his objective. If this is the case, then by mastering these 6 fundamental elements, I would essentially command all profound principles of the universe. allowing me to forge my own domain of swordsmanship. Currently, among the 3 principles Lin Che has grasped, excluding the poison principle, the remaining 2, water and wind, are precisely among the 6 fundamental elements. Hence, does this not imply that by simply mastering the 4 elements of fire, earth, thunder, and wood, he could create a domain and become a powerful sword master? Chapter 77. The Battle of Qingyun. At the thought of this, Lin Che felt a surge of excitement within. However, moments later, he regained his composure. Comprehending 4 entirely new principles is a task that sounds simple, yet proves to be quite challenging. It appears that I am in dire need of the profound medicinal elixir. With this in mind, Lin Che delved into his spatial ring. Upon returning from the Xuanwu tomb, he had amassed approximately 7 million gold coins. Furthermore, having slain 3 top disciples from the Dao Tsang Academy, he had gathered all their resources, which, if converted into gold, amounted to around 10 million. Altogether, this sums up to a staggering 17 million gold coins. If he were still in Kanglan City, such a figure would be unimaginable for Lin Che. Yet now, even purchasing a single profound medicinal elixir seems unattainable. Moreover, it barely suffices to support his breakthrough to the next realm. Contemplating this, Lin Che's expression darkened. Poverty, utterly impoverished. Whether it be the consumption of his internal energy or the need for the profound elixir, it felt to Lin Che like an insatiable abyss. Clearly, he must urgently find a means to generate wealth. After a moment of silent reflection, a thought suddenly illuminated Lin Che's mind. The Battle of Qingyun. Who in the entire Tsangfeng kingdom possesses the most wealth? This question requires no deep contemplation, for it is undoubtedly the Tsangfeng royal family, who has governed this land for a millennium. The Battle of Qingyun is hosted personally by the royal family, and those who place within the top 10 shall receive lavish rewards from the Emperor of Tsangfeng. With this thought, Lin Che resolved to participate in the upcoming Battle of Qingyun. However, despite his decision, he did not rush into action. In the following days, he remained in his quarters, diligently cultivating and solidifying his realm. It was not until the 9th day, the final day for registration for the Battle of Qingyun, that Lin Che finally stepped out of the inn. The Mu Wangfu, located in the most bustling area of the northern city, is owned by the current sovereign's 5th brother, Prince Mu. The registration for the Battle of Qingyun takes place in the outer courtyard of the Mu Wangfu. This outer courtyard is grand and spacious. Yet today, it was still teeming with people, bustling with young talents from various factions. Most of these prodigies hailed from influential families within the imperial city, while others had traveled from various regions across the kingdom. After all, the Battle of Qingyun is a grand event for the selection of geniuses by the Tsangfeng royal family, held in the imperial capital, thus attracting widespread attention. Despite the gathering of extraordinary talent today, there existed a distinct hierarchy among them. Many renowned prodigies had already made a name for themselves within the imperial city, effortlessly drawing significant attention even before the Battle of Qingyun commenced. Look over there. That seems to be the young master of the ancient clan, Gu Tianheng. Gu Tianheng, the foremost genius of the ancient clan, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of spirit martial realm a year ago. As the crowd turned to gaze, they indeed saw a young man around 20 years old, standing proudly amidst the throng. An air of superiority emanated from him, causing him to stand out starkly from the surrounding young warriors, akin to a crane among a flock of chickens. Upon recognizing his identity, the surrounding young warriors could not help but reveal their reverence. Who would have thought that this year's Qingyun battle would attract even the foremost genius of the ancient clan? Indeed, it was evident that the competition this year would be extraordinarily fierce. The mention of the ancient clan caught Lin Che's attention, as it sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed that the ancient Li, whom he had slain in the Xuanwu tomb, hailed from this clan. What a twist of fate. Lin Che certainly did not anticipate encountering a former adversary so soon after arriving in the imperial city, and to add to the irony, they would now be rivals in the Qingyun battle. This realization instilled a subtle vigilance within him. However, he was not intimidated. In fact, he did not dwell on it excessively. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Yin Yao. Surely, I am not mistaken. The most beautiful woman in the imperial city is also set to participate in this Qingyun battle. The title of the imperial city's foremost beauty piqued Lin Che's curiosity, and he followed the gaze of the crowd. Before him appeared a lady clad in a flowing blue gown. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Her nose elegantly sculpted, and her alluring lips framed a visage of unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of a goddess stepped forth from a painting. Moreover, her tall stature and graceful demeanor captivated the onlookers, especially when she walked with her long, slender legs, evoking endless fantasies. Even Lin Che felt a sense of astonishment. Yet, he found himself pondering. Undoubtedly, the lady was stunning, but to deem her the most beautiful in the imperial city seemed somewhat exaggerated. At the very least, the third princess, Lingtian, whom Lin Che had encountered before, was equally, if not more, striking. After a moment's reflection, Lin Che began to understand. Lingtian, after all, was of royal lineage, her bloodline noble, and it was likely that no one dared to speak lightly of the princess's grace within the capital. As the praises from the crowd reached her ears, Yun Yao remained composed, standing serenely with an ethereal aura that set her apart. Truly deserving of the title of the imperial city's most beautiful, should one earn her favor, even sacrificing a decade of life would seem worthwhile. Upon beholding Yun Yao's breathtaking beauty, many young talents in the vicinity were entranced, their admiration evident and unabashed. Yet, they were reminded of the futility of their dreams. Not only was Yun Yao exceptionally beautiful, but her innate talent was also extraordinary. At just 19, she had already reached the pinnacle of spiritual martial arts, and it was certain she would secure a place in the top 10 of this Qingyun battle. Furthermore, it was rumored that the foremost genius of the Sword Palace, Lu Feng, had expressed his admiration for her. Among them, who could possibly compare to Lu Feng? The name Lu Feng sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. It was widely recognized that the path of the sword was the most arduous among the myriad martial arts, and anyone who achieved even a modicum of success in this realm possessed extraordinary talent and insight. Within the imperial dynasty, sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. However, over the past century, the majority of renowned sword practitioners hailing from this dynasty have emerged from the Sword Palace. Thus, the Sword Palace stands as the sacred ground for all sword warriors within the entire dynasty. Lu Feng is the most distinguished disciple among the younger generation of the Sword Palace. At the age of 25, he has already entered the Xuanwu realm. There are even rumors suggesting that had it not been for the formidable challenges in advancing his swordsmanship, he would have been on par with Li Qingwan and Bei Lingtian, thus being recognized as one of the three prodigies of the Songfeng kingdom. Consequently, upon hearing this name, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. If Lu Feng had ever expressed affection for Yun Yao, then all those in attendance would undoubtedly lack even the qualifications to compete. Chapter 78. The greatest talent of the Sword Palace. I have heard that the esteemed Lu Feng will also partake in this year's Qingyun battle. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Upon hearing this, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Isn't Lu Feng already renowned throughout the Songfeng kingdom? Surely, he does not need the Qingyun battle to prove himself. Ah, you might be mistaken. Another voice interjected. Among the royal offspring, the third princess possesses the most extraordinary talent. Alas, being a woman, she cannot inherit the throne. Aside from her, the power of the first prince and second prince is most formidable. The impending struggle for imperial succession will undoubtedly unfold between these two princes. The Sword Palace evidently aligns itself with the first prince. Lu Feng's participation in the Qingyun battle is, in fact, on behalf of His Highness the First Prince. If he triumphs in the Qingyun battle, he will be granted titles and positions of importance, thus solidifying the first prince's influence within the court. Shu, do you dare to speak so recklessly about royal matters? Are you courting death? Though the rivalry between the first and second princes was already common knowledge in the capital, voicing such opinions in public was undoubtedly courting disaster. Upon hearing this warning, the youth who had been discussing the topic turned pale, realizing his indiscretion. He nervously glanced around, relieved to find that no one was paying him heed, but he dared not speak further. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Look, that must be Lu Feng. Heavens, he truly has come to participate in the Qingyun battle. With these exclamations, countless gazes turned toward the sky. Above, a majestic spirit crane, spanning several dozen feet, descended gracefully. Upon its back stood 5 or 6 young men and women, each bearing long swords, exuding an air of nobility, their sharpness evident in their demeanor. This distinctive aura was unmistakably cultivated by practitioners of the sword. Undoubtedly, these young individuals were disciples of the Sword Palace. Among them, the most striking was Lu Feng. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in garments as white as snow, he stood before his fellow disciples with an air of poise. A pristine long sword floated ethereally beside him, further elevating his celestial presence, rendering him almost unapproachable. As the spirit crane circled downwards in the midst of the crowd's reverent gazes, Lu Feng and his fellow disciples descended. Witnessing this scene, those around were momentarily taken aback. The Sword Palace had sent such a formidable contingent. Could it be that all would participate in the Qingyun battle? Without a doubt. Every disciple admitted into the Sword Palace possessed exceptional talent. Should they all compete in the Qingyun battle, the ensuing competition would become exceedingly fierce. And even those among them who might have secured a place in the top 10 could face elimination. Sensing the palpable tension among the young talents present, Lu Feng offered a gentle smile, reassuring everyone that his fellow disciples from the Sword Academy were merely spectators this time, and that he alone would participate in the Qingyun battle. Upon hearing this, the crowd visibly relaxed. Someone immediately complimented with Lu Feng's prowess. Victory in the Qingyun battle is undoubtedly assured. Another chimed in, indeed, Lu Feng's extraordinary talent places him on an entirely different echelon. Thus, the title of champion in this contest is without question, even if I were to be eliminated. Witnessing the grace of Lu Gongzi in the Qingyun battle would make the journey worthwhile. Receiving these praises, Lu Feng merely smiled faintly and continued forward. His pace was unhurried, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. It was only when he reached Yun Yao that he came to a halt. Observing this exchange, the onlookers felt a stir of curiosity. Rumors had long suggested Lu Feng harbored affections for Yun Yao. Could there be truth to it? Yun Gongzi, it has been several months since our last encounter. How have you been? Lu Feng inquired, his handsome visage illuminated by a warm, sunny smile. I have been well. Thank you for your concern, Lu Gongzi, Yun Yao replied coolly. The bystanders were momentarily taken aback by the interaction. While Yun Yao had responded, her words bore an unmistakable chill, suggesting a desire to maintain distance from the esteemed Lu Feng. She did not exhibit the eagerness one might expect in the presence of a prodigious talent from the Sword Academy. At that moment, some female disciples from the Sword Academy began to tease. Yun Gongzi, Lu Shixiang's charm has garnered admiration from many of us disciples. Since the autumn festival, he has been lost in thoughts of you, neglecting his meals and studies. Our hearts ache for him. They continued. It is fate that you both can participate in the Qingyun battle together. If you, the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden, were to ascend the Qingyun rankings, it would surely become a celebrated tale in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao slightly frowned. Given her serene and composed nature, she was not fond of being associated with figures of great renown. To her, as a warrior, it was essential to maintain a pure heart for cultivation. Even the title of the most beautiful woman in the imperial city was but an external label, irrelevant to her. Moreover, she harbored no special feelings for Lu Feng, and the term Golden Boy and Jade Maiden felt rather excessive. While Yun Yao did not express her discomfort openly, she offered only a symbolic polite smile and refrained from further comment. Just then, an elder appeared, silencing the previously boisterous gathering. Esteemed guests, I am the steward of the Mu Wang Mansion, overseeing the registration for the Qingyun battle. All those under the age of 25 wishing to participate may now register with me. Upon hearing this statement, the individuals present surged forth, eager to register. Lin Che was among them, yet he did not exhibit excessive haste, choosing instead to wait until the final group. As he approached the venerable elder, the latter did not lift his gaze but inquired, name, age, cultivation level. Lin Che responded in turn, Lin Che, 17 years old, at the 7th level of spiritual martial arts. 17? The elder remarked. The Qingyun battle occurs once every 3 years, and typically, participants are around 20 years of age. It is rare to find someone as young as 17 taking part. Upon hearing this, the elder finally glanced up at Lin Che, his expression tinged with surprise. Chapter 79. The Beast Fighting Arena. Though taken aback, the elder refrained from further comment. He surmised that the young man merely wished to experience the intensity of the Qingyun battle, rather than seeking to achieve any notable results this time around. Perhaps his intentions were more aligned with preparing for the Qingyun battle 3 years hence. After registering, Lin Che received a wooden token inscribed with a number, representing his identifier for this year's Qingyun battle. As he was among the last to sign up, Lin Che gained a general understanding of the participants. This year's competition truly gathered a host of prodigies. Among the warriors at or above the 5th level of spirit martial arts, there were over 100. And even Lin Che, with his 7th level prowess, could only be considered mid-tier. There were 5 who had reached the pinnacle of spirit martial arts, with Gu Tianheng and Yun Yao receiving the highest acclaim. Yet, only one had transcended the spirit martial realm and stepped into the Xuanwu realm. the unparalleled genius from the Sword Palace, Lu Feng. This was hardly surprising. The Qingyun battle has stringent age restrictions, making it exceedingly difficult to break into the Xuanwu realm before the age of 25. Lu Feng's achievement was a testament to his extraordinary talent. It was precisely for this reason that, upon his participation, many believed he would undoubtedly claim victory in this year's Qingyun battle. With all registrations completed, the steward of the Mu Wangfu rose once more to address the crowd. A total of 309 competitors have signed up. Given the illustrious reputation of the Qingyun battle, this number seemed rather modest, perhaps even less than that of a typical sect competition. However, one must remember that only 10 would be admitted to the Qingyun ranking, with the remainder facing elimination. Such a stringent cutoff rate had already dissuaded countless aspirants. Thus, those who dared to participate were undoubtedly confident in their own abilities. Now that registration was concluded, the next step was the preliminary trial. Follow me, everyone. With this declaration, the steward of the Mu Wangfu strode purposefully outside, prompting all to follow suit. Upon exiting the outer court, he led the group to a grand edifice. This structure was vast, resembling a training arena, with circular stands encircling it. At its center stood a colossal cage forged from fine steel, exuding an aura of foreboding and chill. This place was known as the Beast Fighting Arena, a property of the Mu Wangfu, where warriors of the imperial capital engaged in combat with ferocious beasts, aimed at honing their courage and strength. The preliminary trial of the Qingyun battle was to take place here, the Beast Fighting Arena. As the crowd beheld the imposing iron cage, their expressions shifted. The initial trial of the Qingyun battle would indeed involve combat against savage beasts. Observing their reactions, the elder chuckled, since this is a selection for the dynasty. The imperial court naturally wishes to avoid recruiting mere sheltered blossoms. Conducting the preliminary trial in this arena is undoubtedly a wise approach. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Although you will be contending with fearsome beasts, rest assured that you will not face these brutal creatures alone. Rather, you will be grouped in threes. As long as you emerge victorious, all three of you will advance simultaneously. The notion of being in groups of three slightly eased the tension among the crowd. However, they soon realized the implications of this arrangement. One individual questioned, "If we are to be grouped, how will the divisions be made?" The elder chuckled and replied, "By drawing lots. Do you see this iron box before me? You shall take turns drawing lots, and those who draw the same number will be placed in the same group." Upon hearing this, the attendees momentarily paused. This method truly relies entirely on luck. It inevitably means that some will be assigned to strong groups while others will find themselves in weaker ones. Yet, one cannot deny that, in the pursuit of martial prowess, fortune can be of paramount importance and serves as a reflection of one's strength. Thus, after the elder's statement, many began to silently pray for a stroke of good fortune, hoping to be placed in a more formidable group. Before the elder of the Mu Wangfu, a black iron box lay waiting. As he called out names, all the young talents participating in the Qingyun competition began to approach in succession to draw their wooden lots. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Undoubtedly, those who drew lots displayed expressions of anxiety, as the numbers they drew indicated whether they would be placed in a strong or weak team. Moments later, the air was filled with sounds of either elation or dismay. "Wonderful. I have been grouped with Gu Tianheng. This means I am assured of advancing in the Qingyun preliminary trial." Gu Tianheng, the foremost genius of the Gu clan, was a favorite in this competition, with many speculating that his entry into the top three was virtually guaranteed. Thus, when he revealed his lot, the two individuals grouped with him were instantly filled with joy, their hearts at ease. In another corner, two others were even more ecstatic, for they had been placed in the same group as Lu Feng. Being alongside Gu Tianheng brought a sense of security, while being with Lu Feng meant that passing the preliminary trial would be a breeze. As the only Xuanwu realm expert present, if one could not succeed under Lu Feng's guidance, who could possibly prevail? While some rejoiced, others fell into despondency. Being assigned to a strong group was undoubtedly fortunate, but not everyone shared that fortune. Heavens! In my group, there are two at the 5th level of Lingwu. How can we possibly succeed with such a lineup? Count yourself lucky. In my group, there is even someone at the 3rd level of Lingwu. How dare they even participate in the Qingyun competition without any self-awareness? With such a burden in our team, our chances are certainly bleak. Before long, the majority of those present had found their respective teams. Lin Che glanced at the wooden lot in his hand, which bore the number 43, indicating that he was part of the 43rd group. However, as of now, he had yet to locate his companions from the same group. At that moment, a resonant voice suddenly echoed, inquiring about the companions of young Master Long. Friends from Group 43, raise your hands and let this young master see where you are. The voice was powerful, akin to a resounding bell. Casting a hush over the crowd, all eyes turned towards the source, and soon, some recognized the identity of the speaker. This individual appeared to be Long Outyin, the young heir of the Flying Dragon Merchant Association, a pinnacle of spiritual martial prowess. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions subtly shifted. In this place, only 5 individuals had truly reached the peak of spiritual martial realm. Long Outyin was undoubtedly one of them. This meant that he was among the elite participants, possessing the strength to challenge for a position within the top 10 of the Qingyun rankings. Chapter 80. The Fiery Land Lizard. Upon hearing the call, Lin Che turned his gaze in that direction. Not far away, a corpulent young man entered his line of sight. This individual, with a rotund physique and somewhat short limbs, resembled a veritable mountain of flesh, utterly incongruous with his imposing name. Moreover, he was adorned with lavish gold and silver, his 10 fingers bedecked with numerous spatial rings, each crafted from rare gemstones that sparkled brilliantly under the sun. Around his neck hung a heavy gold chain, completing an appearance that practically screamed wealth. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Che felt a pang of dismay. He recalled the words of the Hall Master, who had mentioned the staggering wealth of certain merchant associations within the dynasty. Indeed, it was evidently true. Yet, even with riches, this display seemed excessively ostentatious. Approaching the young man, Lin Che introduced himself as a member of Group 43. Upon hearing this, the young master of the Flying Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Long Outyin, scrutinized Lin Che for a moment. 7th level of spirit martial arts. Brother, your realm falls slightly short, he remarked. In the context of the talent-laden Qingyun battle, the 7th level hardly stood out. Furthermore, as the first round involved group combat, having even one member of lower realm would increase the difficulty of passing. Do not worry, Long Outyin continued with a confident pat on his chest, exuding an air of camaraderie. As the young master of the Flying Dragon Chamber, I hold the virtue of loyalty in high esteem. Since fate has brought us together in the same group, I assure you, with my presence, you shall pass the preliminary test with ease. Lin Che could only smile and nod in response. However, with 3 members required per group, it seemed they were still 1 person short. Long Outyin glanced around, took a breath, and was about to bellow again when a voice, as melodious as a nightingale in a tranquil valley, interrupted from behind. Is this Group 43? If so, I believe I am the final member you seek. The voice was soft and delightful, enveloping those who heard it in a refreshing breeze. Yet, when the eyes of the gathering turned toward the speaker, they were left momentarily speechless. A lady stood before them, clad in a pale blue gauzy dress, her long hair cascading to her shoulders, her slender waist seemingly delicate enough to encircle with a single hand, as if she had stepped out from a painting. This enchanting figure was none other than the universally acclaimed beauty of the imperial city, Yun Yao. To be grouped with Yun Yao was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. In that moment, everyone present could not help but let out a collective howl of envy, their eyes glistening with jealousy. It was genuine envy. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but Yun Yao was also an undeniable genius, having reached the pinnacle of spirit martial arts at the tender age of 19. To be aligned with such a paragon of beauty and strength was not merely a guarantee of success in the preliminary test, but also an opportunity to engage closely with the exquisite maiden. How fortunate indeed! In an instant, nearly every gaze in the vicinity was fixed upon Lin Che and Long Outyin. No. It should be said that the overwhelming majority of gazes were fixated solely on Lin Che, revealing expressions of utmost envy. After all, Long Outyin possessed a realm comparable to that of Yun Yao, and was likewise recognized as a formidable powerhouse. In contrast, Lin Che, whose realm fell short by 2 tiers compared to the 2, was fortunate enough to be grouped with these 2 peak spiritual martial artists, one of whom was Yun Yao. Such luck was unparalleled. However, Lin Che remained unfazed by the peculiar stares from those around him. His gaze was as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. To him, the identity of his companions mattered little. His sole concern lay in successfully passing the preliminary examination. A total of 309 participants were engaged in this Qingyun battle, thus forming 103 teams. As the drawing and grouping concluded, the steward of the Mu royal residence proclaimed, "The grouping is complete. I hereby announce the official commencement of the Qingyun Battle S preliminary trial. The first team, please enter." Upon this declaration, All teams except the first retreated to the stands to await their turn. Meanwhile, the three members of the first team advanced toward the central arena. It was evident that they were somewhat anxious, as they were the first to face the preliminary trial, carrying significant pressure. Once the trio positioned themselves on the arena, a responsible individual presented them with 3 scrolls. The arena concealed a teleportation array, and what lay in their hands were the teleportation scrolls, their sole means of survival. Should they feel overwhelmed, they could shatter the scroll, which would transport them outside the arena. However, doing so would signify their elimination. The only method to pass the preliminary trial was to exert their utmost effort to eliminate the ferocious beasts they would confront. Naturally, they need not bear any psychological burden. The beasts in this Qingyan battle had emerged from notorious peerless lands, wreaking havoc and causing countless deaths within the borders of our nation. When engaged in battle, it was wise to harbor no mercy, for the consequences of such sentiments would inevitably fall upon them. Do you all comprehend what I have stated? The 3 nodded solemnly, indicating their understanding. Good, then let us commence. With the elder's command, the iron cage atop the central arena sealed completely. Simultaneously, a massive iron door within the stone wall of the arena swung open, and a colossal figure surged forth from the passage, with a resounding thud. As this gargantuan form entered the arena, the ground trembled slightly, and its immense shadow nearly enveloped half of the stage. It was the crimson flame earth lizard. As the onlookers beheld the true visage of this beast, a collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. Before their eyes was an extraordinarily large lizard-like creature. Its body cloaked in dark crimson scales reminiscent of molten lava, and its vast physique resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The crimson flame earth lizard, a 9th-tier spiritual beast. The classification of the beast tribe's realms parallels that of human martial artists, categorized into demon beasts, spiritual beasts, mysterious beasts, Tao beasts, and celestial beasts, with each tier further divided into 9 stages. The 9th-tier spirit beast is comparable to the pinnacle realm of human martial artists. And due to the innate strength of the beast race, it can be even more formidable than its human counterparts in the same realm. Upon sensing the level of the crimson flame earth lizard, the faces of the 3 members in the first team instantly turned pale. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation had merely stepped into the 8th level of spirit martial arts. How could they possibly contend with such a creature? Boom. Without granting them ample time for contemplation, the crimson flame earth lizard, having made its appearance, cast a chilling gaze upon the trio. Subsequently, its massive form surged forward, charging aggressively towards the 3 on the battle platform, as if driven solely by a primal instinct for slaughter. This is bad. We must exert all our strength. Though fear had already taken root in their hearts, the 3 were unwilling to leave the azure cloud battle in defeat. Thus, they resolved to fight with all their might. Among them, the young man who had reached the 8th level of spirit martial arts took the lead, while the other 2 prepared to assist. In that moment, their internal energies erupted, generating a formidable aura. Regrettably, they still underestimated the terrifying impact of a 9th-tier spirit beast. With a thunderous crash, the charge of the crimson flame earth lizard unleashed a tempest of raging flames, sweeping through with an unstoppable force. The defensive barrier they had formed crumbled in an instant. The 8th-level spirit martial artist suffered the worst. He was at the forefront and felt an overwhelming force bear down upon him. Bang! A pained cry escaped his lips as he realized that an arm had been shattered, broken upon impact. The other 2 were likewise thrown to the ground, utterly disheveled. This is not good. We stand no chance against it. Retreat quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, after this single encounter, the 3 members of the first team shattered the scroll in their hands, transporting themselves away. This signified that the first team to participate in the preliminary test had been entirely eliminated, with none able to advance. Chapter 81. Protector This is utterly terrifying. Outside the arena, all teams witnessing this scene were unable to sit still, their faces filled with astonishment. If the first group faced a 9th-tier spirit beast, did that not imply that the remaining teams would encounter similar fates? If that were the case, it seemed that, apart from a few select teams, the majority would not even be able to pass the preliminary trials of the Qingyan battle. The Qingyan battle only allows 10 individuals to attain a ranking, thus even the preliminary trials are of astonishing difficulty. After all, apart from the 10 strongest individuals in this place, the rest merely serve as background. Naturally, while they understood this reality, the participants still exhibited despondency in light of the daunting challenges ahead. After the first group was eliminated, consecutive teams fell one after another. with not a single individual managing to succeed. It was not until the 20th group took the stage that a turning point finally emerged. The 20th group, too, faced a 9th-tier spirit beast. However, this team's prowess was evidently far superior to that of the preceding groups. Ultimately, after a fierce battle, only one member was eliminated due to a misstep during the fight, inadvertently triggering a scroll and facing a fatal blow from the beast. The remaining 2 members successfully passed the trial. They became the only team to advance thus far, instantly drawing the attention and admiration of everyone present, providing a crucial boost of confidence to the remaining teams awaiting their turn. 9th-tier spirit beasts are not invincible. Those who dared to participate in the Qingyun battle, in terms of talent, were undoubtedly among the elite of the younger generation of the dynasty. Moreover, fighting as a team conferred an advantage in numbers. Was this assessment difficult? Indeed, it was challenging, but by no means to the point of despair. Previously, it was merely due to their youth and lack of experience that these talents faltered against the fierce, intimidating beasts. Engaging with such brutal creatures is fundamentally different from sparring with human warriors. It requires overcoming the fear that resides within. This trial not only tests one's courage and bravery, but also reveals each individual's true combat strength, battle techniques, and adaptability. Furthermore, the team format assesses the spirit of cooperation among participants, serving multiple purposes at once. One cannot deny that the dynasty invested considerable thought into devising such a method for talent selection. In a corner of the observation platform, Lin Che and his 2 teammates sat together, attentively watching all previous battles. Among the 3, Yun Yao, by nature, appeared calm and serene, simply sitting quietly. Lin Che mostly responded with brief comments only when others spoke to him. It was the young master of the Feilong Chamber of Commerce, Long Out Yin, who was unabated in his chatter, his conversation never ceasing. At this moment, he glanced at the 2, saying, "You 2, it's merely a selection battle. There's no need to be this tense, is there?" Tense. Yun Yao's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, seemingly puzzled. "If not for the tension, why do you all sit there like frostbitten eggplants, silent and withdrawn? Here I am, conversing with myself, feeling as though I am speaking to 2 pieces of wood. It is rather tedious." Upon hearing this, Lin Che smiled softly. After all, the Qingyun battle is a grand event in the imperial city. Are you not feeling apprehensive? What is there for me to be anxious about? Even if I fail, I can return home to inherit a fortune of billions. At this remark, Lin Che and Yun Yao exchanged an involuntary glance, rendered momentarily speechless. It must be said, this fellow's personality is indeed flamboyant. Yet he unwittingly lightened the atmosphere. At the very least, amidst his incessant chatter, the members of their team no longer appeared as unfamiliar as they did at the beginning. Just then, Lin Che and the others suddenly sensed a peculiar shift in the surrounding ambience. From the nearby crowd, there arose a chorus of feminine murmurs and, among the more open-minded, even cheers. "My goodness! Look over there. It appears to be young Master Lu Feng, and he is approaching us." In the distance, Lu Feng, clad in white, resembling a jade tree in the wind, was indeed striding towards them, capturing the gaze of all who beheld him. Those eligible to participate in the Qingyun battle are undoubtedly the elite youth, and among them, Lu Feng stands out as the most resplendent. It seems he is heading towards Miss Yun Yao. Observing Lu Feng's direction, the crowd's sentiments were mixed. It appears the rumors of Lu Feng harboring affections for the imperial city's most beautiful maiden, Yun Yao, are likely true. With this thought, some young women, captivated by Lu Feng's charm, felt a sudden pang of disappointment. As for the men present, a deep sense of defeat washed over them. With a figure like Lu Feng among them, their fleeting fantasies regarding Yun Yao would ultimately remain buried deep within. Lu Feng's footsteps halted before Yun Yao, his handsome visage adorned with a smile, exuding a warmth akin to jade. "Miss Yun, do you possess confidence?" Yun Yao cast a glance at him, offering a polite smile as she replied, "We have yet to take the stage, and I am unaware of the types of spirit beasts we shall face. Thus, I cannot claim to be entirely confident. In truth, with your prowess, Miss Yun, should it come to a fair duel on the arena, you would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in this Qingyun battle. Alas, it is regrettable that this initial trial is conducted in groups, and due to the constraints of the rules, you are likely to be hindered." As he spoke, Lu Feng's gaze intentionally or otherwise swept over Lin Che, implying a pointed reference. Hindered. Lu Feng seemed to emphasize these 2 words deliberately. It was evident that within this team, Lin Che's cultivation level was the lowest, and the implication of those words was clear. Upon hearing this, Lin Che furrowed his brow. Lu Feng continued, if Miss Yun is willing, you may join my group. I assure you, whether it is a 9th-tier spirit beast or even a primary-tier profound beast, I will risk my life to ensure your safety. With these words, an aura of overwhelming confidence emanated from Lu Feng. At that moment, everyone understood the purpose of his visit. He had come to extend an invitation to Yun Yao. Although the Battle of Qingyun is governed by strict rules, one must not forget the rumors surrounding the Jian Palace's close ties to the eldest prince. If this indeed holds true, then it would be effortless for the illustrious figure Lu Feng from Jian Palace to swap out a member of the team. However, at this moment, Yun Yao shook her head and stated, there is no need. Our group has already devised a strategy. If I were to withdraw now, it would be unfair to them. I appreciate your kind intentions, young Master Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression momentarily faltered, yet he swiftly regained his composure, appearing unfazed. Very well, since Miss Yun is resolute, I shall not press further. After uttering these words, he turned to Lin Che and the others, calmly declaring, ensure her safety. Should any harm befall Miss Yun after the trial, I will hold you accountable. Chapter 82. The White Tiger. As these words left his lips, Lu Feng's gaze bore down imperiously, exuding an air of dominance that brooked no dissent. It was only to be expected. As the most distinguished disciple of the Sword Palace and the sole participant from the Xuanwu realm in the arena, he stood as a paragon among competitors. With such an array of accolades surrounding him, it was evident that Lu Feng existed on an entirely different plane from those participating in the Qingyun battle. Thus, when confronted by Lin Che and his companion, was there any need for courtesy? Meanwhile, many of the women present were captivated by Lu Feng's displayed charisma, lost in daydreams of adoration. How charming! How enviable it would be to be cherished by such an extraordinary figure. One might even awaken from dreams with a smile. Upon hearing these musings, Lin Che was left flabbergasted. Such infatuation truly seems to dull one's wits. Within this assembly, Yun Yao was indisputably regarded as the most formidable asset. The notion of the weak safeguarding the strong. What significance does it hold beyond mere pretense? Observing the reactions of the surrounding women, Lin Che found himself rendered speechless. Such a juvenile approach to courtship, indeed, a lesson learned. After uttering his statement, Lu Feng offered a smile and a nod to Yun Yao before departing, exhibiting an abundance of grace. At that moment, as he departed, Long Aotian's countenance darkened. Muttering under his breath, in all my years, I have never encountered such audacity. If one must flaunt their superiority, why employ others as stepping stones? This attitude irked the young master of the Phylong Trading Company. However, despite his irritation, he remained wary of Lu Feng, compelled to suppress his frustration. The battle in the arena continued, with only a handful of teams able to advance. Each team that succeeded undoubtedly boasted formidable individuals. Among these, the team led by the ancient